In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, off the coast of the Valley of the Gods, Locke's black warship rushed into the port of the Valley of the Gods like a giant beast, and the demon head on the bow looked even more hideous in the gunfire. Locke stood at the bow, his dark red cloak fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like torches, staring at the land ruled by the celestial dragons in front of him. At this time, Buggy in the cabin slowly opened his eyes and saw a wooden ceiling that swayed gently with the hull. The sound of waves hitting the side of the ship came through his ears, and the salty sea breeze poured in from the open portholes. "Where's this?" He tried to speak, but could only make a babbling sound. Memories came like a tide. He remembered that he was clearly working overtime, staying up for 3 consecutive nights to work on the project, and suddenly his heart felt a sharp pain. Then, everything fell into darkness. "Wait, why is my sight so low?" He raised his hand with great effort, but saw a chubby little hand swaying in front of his eyes. "Whoa!" He cried out in surprise, but was startled by the cry of his own tender baby. "Young master is awake?" A rough voice came from his side. Buggy turned his neck with great effort and saw a burly pirate looking down at him. The man had a hideous scar on his face, extending from his forehead to his chin, but he showed him a gentle smile. "Woo! Woo!" Buggy tried to speak, but could only make vague sounds. At this time, a strange memory suddenly flooded into his mind. Roxy. Buggy, this is his name, and the man in front of him was one of the cadres of the Rocks Pirates. "The captain will be here soon." The scarred pirate gently poked Buggy's cheek with his rough fingers. "Don't be afraid, young master." Buggy's heart jumped suddenly, and then a vague memory in his mind gradually became clear. Rocks Pirates. These keywords connected together made him realize that he had traveled to the world of One Piece and became the man who would become Baki the Clown in the future. At this moment, the door of the cabin was suddenly pushed open, and a tall figure walked in. Even though he had seen it countless times in his memory, when he really faced Roxy Jaibeck, Buggy still felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Rox was wearing a black cloak, and every step made the deck groan under the heavy load. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, but when he swept over Buggy, he had a rare softness. "My son," his low voice echoed in the cabin today, "you will witness the end of an era." He reached out and picked up Buggy. Buggy smelled the strong smell of blood on him, and his heart tightened. Through the porthole, he saw the outline of an island in the distance, which was the Valley of the Gods. Ouch! Buggy was instinctively afraid and wanted to struggle, but he had no strength. Rock's palm held him tightly like an iron clamp. "Don't be afraid." There was a hint of crazy laughter in Rock's voice. "When we get the treasure of the celestial dragons, this world will be ours." Rox handed Buggy to the Scarface pirate. "Take good care of him." "Yes, Captain, I understand." The expression of the Scarface pirate suddenly became solemn. Buggy was held in the arms of the Scar-faced pirate, but his heart was unusually calm. "I traveled through time and became Buggy, and I am Rock's son. This means that my current situation is extremely dangerous." He quickly analyzed in his mind. The Battle of God Valley is the battle of the destruction of the Rocks Pirates. He tried hard to recall the plot of One Piece and try to find a glimmer of hope. Rox will be defeated by Roger and Garp, and his crew will flee. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and others later became the 4 emperors. At this moment, the door of the cabin was pushed open again, and a tall figure walked in. It was a woman, tall and plump, with strong arms and a sturdy body. She had a beautiful face, long pink hair with slight curls, big and bright eyes, revealing a greed and domineering. Her pink gorgeous dress was decorated with a lot of lace and jewelry, and she wore an exquisite pink wide-brimmed hat with a feather on it, which made her look very noble. Charlotte Linlin, one of the future 4 emperors. "Is this your son?" Her voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of disdain. "That's right, Linlin." Rock's voice was a little warning. "Don't think about him." "Humph, I'm not interested." She snorted coldly, and then found a seat and sat down. There was another heavy sound of footsteps outside the cabin, and a tall figure walked in. He has long black hair, casually draped over his shoulders, with a tough face, cold and resolute eyes, and a high-nosed bridge. His upper body is naked, revealing a strong chest and arms. He wears a pair of loose black trousers with a red belt tied at the bottom of the trousers, and some metal ornaments are hung on the belt. "Captain, we are almost there." His voice is low and powerful, as if it can shake the air. Rox nodded, but did not speak. Kaido also walked to Charlotte Linlin tactfully. Standing beside him, Kaido one of the future four emperors. But at this moment, he has not obtained the fish fruit and has not had enough time to grow up. In Rock's eyes, he is just a newcomer with potential. Behind him, the cadres of the Rocks pirates came into the cabin one after another. One has a head of golden curly hair, which is shiny and lustrous. His face is well defined. His eyes are as blue as the ocean, and his eyes reveal a hint of cunning and greed. Another man, he had long purple hair, combed neatly and smoothly. He had a handsome face, narrow and deep eyes, and his eyes revealed a calm look. John, Wang Ji, the future legendary pirate. The others were Stussy, Xiachi, Longbread, Silver Axe. Just then Buggy felt a pressure. I saw a tall man with long golden hair dancing in the wind, as flamboyant as a lion's mane. He had two famous swords on his waist, Yakura-tin and Muku. His presence was like a beast ready to go, which was chilling. This person was the Golden Lion. Finally, a tall figure walked in. His height was much higher than that of an ordinary person, about 6 meters, with black hair casually draped over his shoulders, and his eyes revealed a light of determination and gentleness. In his hand, he held a huge naginata. The blade was broad and sharp, flashing with a cold light. It was Kusumoki, his signature weapon. Baki looked at him and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This was the young Whitebeard, the Edward Newgate who would become the strongest man in the world in the future. As everyone arrived, everyone's eyes fell on the oppressive figure in the middle. Chapter 2. Bloodshed on the island. Movements from all sides. Rock surveyed the men aboard the ship, their ambitions reaching a fever pitch. Gentlemen, today marks our first step towards world domination. Let the celestial dragons, those swine, witness what true power entails. The Golden Lion Shiki, cigar in mouth, approached Rocks, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Behind him stood formidable figures such as Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Captain John, and Silver Axe, all eager for battle. The Rocks pirates, a crew composed of the most vicious marauders of the seas. Buggy, observing the elite lineup on the ship, couldn't help but sigh, recalling Rock's eventual fate. This ship is filled with rebels. It's not easy to lead a crew like this. Meanwhile, another fleet was advancing towards God Valley from the opposite direction. GOLD. Roger stood proudly aboard his Oro Jackson, the flag fluttering in the wind. The port of God Valley was fortified with warships surrounding the place, awaiting their master to finish his savage game and cleanse the stain of the gods. Upon the news of God Valley's turmoil, pirates flocked like sharks sensing blood, converging upon the location. Charge. The treasures of the celestial dragons lie ahead. A pirate crew led by the Mad Axe Jackson surged forward towards God Valley, their sights set on the legendary treasures hidden within, mythical devil fruits and endless gold. However, as they entered the valley, they were intercepted by a cadre of agents clad in black uniforms. CP0. Jackson's pupils constricted as he recognized the loyal guardians of the celestial dragons. How dare these mere pirates covet the treasures of our masters? The leading CP0 agent sneered, vanishing in a blur to appear before Jackson, delivering a swift strike with his hand. Jackson barely managed to raise his massive axe to block, but the impact sent him staggering backward. Brothers, pay no heed to these scoundrels. Charge through, he bellowed, and his fellow pirates unsheathed their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the CP0 agents. Amidst the dance of blades, blood splattered, and the cacophony of battle rang out. As the first bold pirate emerged, other crews could no longer remain passive and began to storm the island. The red-haired witch Lillian led her crew, flanking God Valley, while the Crimson Rose Sally charged in from the west. On the opposite side of God Valley, a pirate crew led by Iron Fist Raymond broke through the Navy's defenses. Raymond swung his colossal iron fist, sending multiple Navy soldiers flying with each strike. Yet, his assault was soon halted by a Marine Vice Admiral clad in a white cape. Garp. Raymond cursed, "Damn it, run. He's a tough nut." Recognizing the legendary Marine, Garp laughed heartily. "Kid, your punches aren't strong enough." He delivered a powerful blow towards Raymond. With no way to evade, Raymond retaliated, their fists colliding midair, unleashing a shockwave that sent soldiers and pirates alike tumbling. In an instant, Raymond was sent flying, his arm contorted unnaturally, as chaos erupted in God Valley. A pirate crew led by Black Snake Sam stealthily circumvented the frontline battle, heading straight for the core of God Valley. "Forget the Navy and CP0. Our target is the devil fruits," Sam proclaimed. "Huh? What Navy? A bunch of worthless fools." Sam, cloaked in the protection of fate, safely ventured deeper into God Valley. Suddenly, A figure blocked their path. Who are you? Sam squinted, scrutinizing the imposing newcomer. You are not prey, Galensain assessed. Prey? I am a pirate. Tell me where your treasures are, or I'll spare you but a fleeting breath. Sam retorted defiantly. Huh, you think you can threaten me? Galensain scoffed, his sword glinting with a radiant light. Seeking death, are you? I'll oblige. With a roar, Sam charged at Galensain, who unleashed a wave of sword energy that effortlessly cleaved through Sam and his crew. Soon, CP0 and the Navy had cleared the lesser pirates from the island, leaving only the most notorious crews behind. The warships surrounding God Valley were torn asunder, and the Rox pirates would no longer remain on the sidelines. Onward, Rox commanded, his voice low and chilling, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. With his order, the members of the Rox pirates surged onto the island like a tide. Edward Newgate wielded his sword, the power of the tremor fruit erupting in his hands, the earth quaking beneath him as if even the heavens trembled at his might. Ha! Let these fools witness what true power is. Whitebeard thundered, his voice reverberating like thunder. Burn everything. The treasures of the celestial dragons shall belong to us. Kaido's voice boomed. All shall perish. Charlotte Lin, the big mom, stood upon the shoulders of homies, her cackle piercing the air. Mama. The souls of these fools look absolutely delectable. She licked her lips, a glint of greed in her eyes. The golden lion Shiki hovered above, his dual swords gleaming ominously. His laughter was filled with arrogance. The treasures of the celestial dragons? Humph. Only the strong are worthy of such riches. Rox, do not disappoint me. Captain John stood at the bow of the ship, his sword raised to the heavens, his voice cold and resolute. Brothers, slay them all. The wealth of the celestial dragons shall be the cornerstone of our conquest of the world. The former empress of Amazon Lily, Gloriosa, knocked an arrow to her bow, launching it like a meteor towards CP0 and the Navy, while Silver Axe swung his massive axe, each blow conjuring a tempest. His voice was rough and boisterous. Annihilate them, and the treasure will be ours. Rox stood high above, surveying the battlefield. Indeed, Captain. With Rox's command, the members of the Rox pirates lunged at their foes like ravenous beasts. Their eyes blazed with the desire for slaughter and plunder, their hearts set on victory and wealth. The air of God Valley was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. The battle's clarion call had sounded, and none could halt this frenzied feast. Meanwhile, in the arms of the scarred-faced pirate, Buggy beheld the gruesome scene for the first time, overwhelmed by a visceral reaction. Ugh, young master, what is wrong? The scarred-faced pirate anxiously patted Buggy's back. It hurts. Are you trying to crush me, friend? As Buggy regained his composure, the Rox pirates advanced deeper into God Valley. Helplessly, he watched Rox, but as an infant, he could do nothing to prevent the unfolding chaos. Alas, old D. May your journey be smooth. Chapter 3, Diabolical Acts in stark contrast to the war-torn periphery of God Valley. The celestial dragon nobles indulged in their macabre hunting game at its heart. In the plaza outside the palace, hundreds of slaves were herded together, their limbs shackled, their eyes brimming with terror and despair. Let's see who can hunt the most commoners. One noble proclaimed. Garen Saint already has a score of 100,000. We can't compare to that monster. Begin. Another celestial dragon, raising his goblet, bellowed with laughter. At his command, the celestial dragon guard drove the slaves into an open field. The nobles, mounted on towering steeds and wielding ornate hunting rifles, commenced their sport. Run, commoners, run. A noble roared, pulling the trigger. A bullet pierced a slave's chest. The slaves scattered, but their shackles impeded their escape. Screams and cries mingled, a veritable prelude to hell. Ha. Look at that one, he's fast. Another noble guffawed, lashing at a group of slaves with a long whip. Those commoners are merely our playthings, a noble declared, raising his goblet with a hearty laugh. Deep within the island's forests, slaves, bound by chains, were consumed by hopelessness. The celestial dragon banner fluttered in the wind. A celestial dragon, mounted on a war horse, adorned in resplendent armor, brandished a gem-encrusted whip. A twisted smile contorted his face, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. He was followed by a cohort of fully armed guards, tasked with ensuring the hunt's success. Let the games begin, the celestial dragon exclaimed, cracking his whip with fervor. A young slave attempted to flee but was swiftly apprehended by a guard, who lashed his back, instantly staining his tattered clothes with blood. Run. Keep running. The celestial dragon bellowed, as if reveling in a spectacle. Another slave was cornered at the cliff's edge, his eyes wide with dread. The celestial dragon approached leisurely, the whip whistling ominously through the air. Jump, or be whipped to death. The choice is yours, the celestial dragon sneered. The slave, trembling, chose to leap. His agonizing scream echoed through the air. The celestial dragon nodded in satisfaction and said to a guard, "Recorded. Another kill." On the other side of the forest, a female slave was forced into a booby-trapped area. The ground was covered with sharp thorns, her feet already bleeding profusely. The celestial dragon, lounging on a high platform, sipped red wine as he observed the spectacle. "Crawl through. If you reach the end alive, I'll set you free," the celestial dragon said mockingly. The female slave gritted her teeth and crawled through the thorns. Her hands and knees were lacerated, but she persisted. The celestial dragon watched her suffering, a smile of satisfaction on his face. "Fascinating. The human will to survive is truly captivating," he mused, taking a sip of his wine. Ultimately, the female slave collapsed just before the finish line, her body impaled by thorns, her blood staining the ground. The celestial dragon shook his head, seemingly disappointed by her failure. "Recorded. Another failed hunt," he instructed the guard. This was but a microcosm of the island's 10,000 inhabitants. The hunt had persisted for days, staining every inch of God Valley with blood. The slave's screams, the celestial dragon's laughter, and the guard's shouts coalesced into a hellish symphony. God Valley had become a desolate wasteland. The slaves' corpses lay scattered, their eyes still filled with terror and despair. Yet, within this wasteland, a seed of rebellion was quietly germinating. In the dim, damp forest, 15-year-old Ivankov huddled with Ginny and Bartholomew Kuma. Surrounded by fellow island natives, their faces etched with weariness and terror, but their eyes held a glimmer of hope. Ivankov, listening to the incessant gunfire, felt a surge of excitement. He had risked his life to steal a precious intelligence map, marking the location of a hidden devil fruit. Ivankov considered a daring plan to spread the rumor of a rare devil fruit hidden in God Valley, luring the notorious pirates to clash, creating an opportunity for them to survive. "We can't just sit here and die," Ivankov whispered, his voice trembling but resolute. "Those celestial dragons, who call themselves gods, think they can trample on our lives. But we are not ants. We are human. We have the right to live." Ivankov shared his plan with the others. Ginny, tears in her eyes, said calmly, "Ivankov, I've already spread the word about God Valley through the Den Mushi. The pirates will be here soon." Kuma stood up, his towering figure exuding determination. He walked to the prison door, took a deep breath, and slammed his shoulder against it. The door burst open. The fishman slaves bit through their shackles, their eyes filled with hope. The group escaped, evading the celestial dragons, until the pirates stormed God Valley. Ivankov stood on high ground, the moonlight casting a silver glow. He raised the intelligence map and shouted, "Follow me to seize the fruit. Let those self-proclaimed gods see that even ants can tear apart their death trap." The slaves and natives were ignited by his words, their hearts burning with vengeance. They murmured, their eyes filled with resolve. "Ivankov, we're with you," a native whispered, gripping his wooden club. "We can't die like this." Another slave snarled. Ivankov nodded, a hint of relief in his eyes. "Good, we'll move under cover of night. Remember, our goal is the devil fruit. Only by seizing it can we survive." Chapter 4. The devil fruit. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the forest in a profound silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. Ivankov led the group, stealthily navigating through the dense thicket. Their footsteps were light, breaths measured, fearful of alerting the guards. Ahead lay the hidden chamber, housing the devil fruits. "We're almost there," Ginny whispered, clutching a stolen dagger, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Bartholomew Kuma walked at the forefront, his formidable presence akin to a moving fortress, shielding the others from any lurking dangers. His gaze was resolute, driven by a singular thought: protect his companions and seize the fruits. Two guards loitered at the entrance of the chamber, lazily leaning against the wall, blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Ivankov gestured for the group to halt. Speaking in hushed tones, "Ginny, you and I will flank them from the left. Kuma, you charge from the right. Remember, swift actions are paramount. We cannot afford to raise the alarm." Ginny nodded, a glint of cold determination in her eyes. "Understood." Kuma clenched his fists, responding softly, "Leave it to me." Silently, Ivankov and Ginny crept to the guard's left side, the dagger in Ginny's hand glinting ominously under the moonlight. Suddenly, she leaped forth, slicing through one guard's throat, blood gushing forth. The second guard, caught unawares, fell to the ground as Ivankov's fist connected with his temple. Kuma burst in from the right, shattering the lock of the chamber door with a single punch. The group surged into the chamber. Gasping at the sight before them, 2 devil fruits lay peacefully within a crystal box, radiating an enticing glow. One fruit was exquisitely shaped, covered in blue scales with dragon-like horns atop, while the other was round, its surface dotted with 5 fleshy protrusions. This is it. Ivankov breathed, excitement flickering in his eyes. However, just as they prepared to claim the fruits, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from outside the chamber. Intruders! Capture them! Ivankov's expression shifted to alarm as he hastily snatched a fruit and tucked it away. We've been discovered. We must flee. Kuma unhesitatingly grabbed the other fruit, turning to shield the group. I'll hold them off, you all go. Ginny bit her lip, a flash of reluctance in her eyes, but she understood the urgency. Kuma, be careful. Ivankov led the group as they dashed out of the chamber, Kuma trailing closely behind. The sounds of their pursuers grew nearer. Don't let them escape. Capture them. As they ran, Ivankov glanced back at Kuma. Are you ready? Kuma nodded, determination etched in his features. I'm ready. Taking a deep breath, Ivankov abruptly halted and turned to face their pursuers, clutching a devil fruit in his hand, eyes ablaze with fervor. Come forth, you self-proclaimed gods. Witness the strength of mere ants. The assailants faltered for a moment, intimidated by his fervent presence. Seizing the opportunity, Kuma lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the ground beneath, sending a cloud of dust into the air as the group slipped into the depths of the forest. As they navigated through the shadows, the shouts of their pursuers gradually faded. Ginny, panting heavily, asked, Did we succeed? Ivankov nodded, a hint of relief in his eyes. Yes, we have succeeded. We have seized the devil fruits, and with them, a glimmer of hope for survival. Kuma remained silent behind them. As they pressed on through the night, their figures slowly vanished into the forest depths. Yet, behind them, the darkness of the Valley of the Gods loomed ominously, though the seeds of hope had already taken root in their hearts. In the midst of their escape, fate intervened unexpectedly as Charlotte Linlin, like a tempest, descended upon them. Mama. Charlotte Linlin rode the blazing sun Prometheus, crashing through the clouds, her sword Napoleon trailing a 100-meter-long arc of purple-black energy. Ivankov shouted, Scatter! But the warning was drowned out as Napoleon's blade cleaved through the beach. The air crackled as the shockwave surged forward. Over 30 slaves at the rear of the group were instantly obliterated, their bodies erupting into a gory fountain. The sand was swept high into the air, melting into a torrential rain of glass under Prometheus's flames. Ivankov was thrown back by the blast, his back carving a deep trink. Chapter 5. The 5 Elders, Saint Saturn. As Kaido advanced, his overwhelming presence seemingly solidifying the very air, Charlotte Linlin, the notoriously volatile and formidable emperor, suddenly exclaimed, Kaido, fall back. She clutched Napoleon tightly, her ample bosom heaving, her gaze fixed with trepidation upon a seemingly vacant area. Without hesitation, Kaido retreated to Linlin's side as a figure emerged, Saturn, one of the 5 Elders. His immaculate suit stood in stark contrast to the chaotic, blood-soaked battlefield, exuding an aura of chilling solemnity. Behind him, a regiment of CP0 agents, clad in pristine white, stood in perfect formation. Their faces were impassive, their eyes conveying utter indifference to their surroundings, the mountains of slave corpses beneath their feet, mere inconsequential debris. Saturn advanced with a deliberate, unsettling gait, his polished shoes grinding over the mounds of dead slaves. A macabre transformation began as tendrils of black smoke, as if imbued with life, seeped from the seams of his suit, like infernal specters unfurling in the mortal realm. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his skin cracking to reveal a horrifying web of fissures, the manifestation of his Zoan-type mythical beast form, Ashioni. His lower body morphed into 8 massive, bristly spider legs, while his head transformed into a bronze bovine skull radiating an archaic, eerie glow. The trinkets of celestial dragons dare not touch divine offerings. Saturn, in his Ashioni form, unleashed a sonic blast from his maw, instantly rupturing the internal organs of 3 slaves hundreds of feet away. They collapsed soundlessly, their blood staining the ground. Witnessing this, Kuma and Ivankov glared at Saturn with fierce animosity. Saturn's bovine head turned slowly towards them, his phosphorescent eyes filled with cruel amusement. Have you had your fill, slaves? His spider legs lunged, a venomous barb poised inches from Kuma's eye, its chilling sharpness freezing the air. Ivankov reacted swiftly, lashing out with a heavy chain, ensnaring the deadly stinger. Celestial filth. Your opponent is here. Insolent insects, daring to defile divine authority. Saturn roared, his bovine horns glowing with crimson markings. He unleashed his awakened technique, Netherworld Venomous Mire. The bay was instantly transformed into a putrid, violet swamp, the viscous venom churning ominously. Kuma, without hesitation, slammed his palms against the ground, unleashing a surge of paw energy, creating a repelling force field. The slaves were propelled away as if by an invisible hand. However, the force of the repulsion sent Kuma crashing into a rock face, his right arm snapping audibly. His face paled, sweat pouring down his brow. Ivankov, disregarding his own injuries, rushed forward, dragging Kuma to safety amidst the dust and debris, narrowly avoiding Saturn's relentless assault. Saturn's voice, still cold and mechanical, echoed, "A buccaneer whelp?" In a moment of distraction, Saturn's spider legs, wreathed in black and violet lightning, pierced Kuma's chest. Kuma staggered, overwhelmed by searing pain. "Kuma! Bear!" Ivankov and Ginny cried out. Kuma smiled weakly, his paw pads pressed against the ground. He felt the weariness, fear, and pain of the 500 slaves, a palpable weight. Ignoring his own agony, Kuma roared, slamming his paw pads against the earth, sending out shockwaves. The injured slaves were invigorated, their strength renewed. Ivankov seized the opportunity, using his chains to bind Saturn, and kicked Saturn in the face, using the recoil to create distance. Kuma, now at his limit, bleeding from every orifice, pressed his hands together, creating a network of paw patterns in the air, compressing the atmosphere into a transparent cube. Summoning his last reserves, he cried, "Repel!" The slaves, along with Ivankov and Ginny, vanished into an invisible vortex, reappearing on the open sea. Saturn's tentacles grasped at empty air, catching only a wisp of blood. He roared in fury, the sound threatening to shatter the heavens. Kuma watched the closing portal and used the last of his strength to aim his palm at his chest, his form fading, leaving only a pool of blood and dissolving pink bubbles. Saturn, enraged, turned towards Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. "Filthy pirates, return the fruit, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Mama, it is my prize. Come and take it." Charlotte Linlin, consumed by rage, descended on Zeus, her blade wreathed in Conqueror's haki. Before her blade could strike, her homie army, created from her soul fruit, filled the sky, monstrous creatures snarling and clawing. Saturn remained unfazed. His spider abdomen split open, revealing hundreds of eyes glowing with malevolent light. Evil eye, soul seizure. A beam of eerie green light swept across the sky, instantly dissolving the homies, their souls flowing back into Linlin, causing her to stagger. Saturn's spider legs plunged into the earth, causing the island to groan. The earth's energy surged as if consumed by a monstrous maw. Geysers of venom erupted from the ground, Saturn's voice echoing with demonic tones. "Pirates belong in the mire. Kaido, attack." "Linlin, has Zeus fried your brain? Don't order me around." Kaido roared, wielding his Hasaikai club, his bronze horns gleaming in the moonlight. Linlin redirected her blade, evaporating the venomous rain with a blast of Conqueror's haki. "Silence, Kaido, we will kill him together." Saturn laughed, a chilling sound that scraped the nerves. His spider legs branched, revealing thousands of eyes, their ghastly light inspiring terror. Evil eye, lament of 1,000 demons. With a steely gaze, Kaido seized 2 CP0 agents, using them as a bulwark. Their eyes, wide with terror and despair, reflected their impending doom as their corporeal forms were instantly vaporized by the beam, leaving behind only a fleeting mist of blood. Under this ephemeral cover, Kaido vaulted into the air, his spiked club held aloft, imbued with boundless Conqueror's haki. "Thunderbagwa," he roared. The club, as if channeling the wrath of a thunder god, collided with Saint Saturn's horn in a cataclysmic clash, akin to 2 celestial bodies colliding. The resulting shockwave radiated outwards, instantly obliterating the landscape within 100 meters, scattering earth and stone in a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Seizing this propitious moment, Big Mom, with her blade imbued with unwavering resolve, impaled Saint Saturn through the back. The keen tip of the blade effortlessly pierced his flesh, as if cleaving through tofu. A manic grin spread across Big Mom and Appo's face as she cackled, Mama, your soul is mine." However, the power of the soul fruit, manifested as a swirling vortex of purple energy, was swiftly consumed by the viscous black fluid emanating from the Ushioni's form, corroding it with a cacophony of hisses and emitting a pungent odor. Big Mom and Kaido, as if sharing a telepathic link, unleashed their combined might. The Emperor's blade and the spiked club converged, their Conqueror's haki intertwining into arcs of black and red lightning reminiscent of an apocalyptic cataclysm, momentarily suppressing Saint Saturn's prodigious regenerative abilities. Cracks appeared on the Ushioni's bronze visage under the force of the combined attack, and venomous fluid gushed forth like an uncontrolled geyser, corroding the ground and leaving behind a series of deep pits. "You know nothing of godly power." Saint Saturn's voice, laced with the unsettling sound of flesh grinding against flesh, echoed like a curse emanating from the abyss. Suddenly, Big Mom extended her massive hand, seizing Kaido by the scruff of his neck, hoisting him like a fledgling onto Zeus. "We're retreating, you whelp," she bellowed. Kaido, his eyes burning with defiance, retorted, "Big Mom, next time, I will settle the score with this old codger." Big Mom responded with a hearty laugh, Mama. Naturally, we'll let the cur live for now." With that, she commanded Zeus to accelerate their escape, leaving behind Saint Saturn's enraged yet impotent roars, which reverberated across the war-torn sea. Chapter 6. The Fall of Rox. At this moment, Rox found himself embroiled in a fierce battle, the sky above God Valley rent asunder by billowing smoke and crackling lightning. Rox D. Jibek stood atop a mountain of corpses, the battlefield beneath him awash in blood. His dark crimson cloak billowed fiercely in the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki, while a swirling vortex of pitch-black energy, the power of the dark fruit, absorbed all light within 100 meters, the very air lamenting as it was crushed. The throne of the king of the world rightfully belonged to one who could overturn the rules. He laughed maniacally, gesturing wildly as a devouring black hole surged towards the last bastion of the celestial dragons. The guards, clad in pure white armor, formed a protective circle around the wailing nobility of the celestial dragons. The captain raised a sword embedded with sea prism stone, bellowing in the name of the gods. Before his words could finish, the black hole mercilessly ground the blade into dust. Dozens of elite guards were torn apart by the gravitational force, their shattered armor mingling with flesh to rain down like crimson droplets. Only the head of CP0 barely escaped, using the moonwalk technique, his eyes trembling in fear beneath his mask. This was a humiliation the celestial dragons had not faced in 8 centuries. "It must end now, Rox." 2 thunderous voices erupted like claps of thunder. Monkey D. Garp smashed through the rocks, leaping into the fray, his hardened right fist enveloped in a violet hue, hurtling toward the center of the black hole. GOLD. Roger's saber, Ace, carved a golden arc, the Conqueror's Haki entwined around the slash, cleaving through the dark matter with astonishing force. In that fleeting moment where their powers converged, space itself seemed to tear apart, the shockwave flattening hills within a kilometer radius. Rox sneered even more ferociously, the Marines and pirates joining forces? What a grotesque notion of justice. Soon after, the crew of the Roger pirates emerged, their vigilance fixed on Rox, while Garp's Marines surrounded the area, gradually encircling the pirates. Rox's gaze swept across the battlefield, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Today, let the world witness the true essence of power." With his roar, the power of the dark fruit erupted, the swirling darkness consuming everything around him. Roger and Garp united their efforts, directly targeting Rox. The battle among the 3 tore the earth asunder, darkening the sky with their overwhelming presence. Rox clasped his hands together, causing the black hole to fracture into countless smaller vortices, transforming into a torrential rain of dark arrows directed at the duo. Garp braced himself, resisting the onslaught without yielding an inch, while Roger darted like a shadow between the arrows, his blade aimed at Rox. "Your ambition cannot be contained even by the vastness of the sea." Rox, his cloak soaked in blood, advanced over the corpses of CP0 agents. "Jibek, halt!" Garp's fist of the fallen star shattered the dark matter barrier, yet when it struck Rox's back, it was consumed by the darkness. Roger's blade summoned a golden tempest. "Your ambition will only usher in destruction." "Destruction?" Rox cackled, tearing open a rift in space. "The world has long been due for a remaking in darkness." The ground of God Valley collapsed into an abyss, Garland Saint's holy sword cleaving through the dark tide, the clash of blade and dark matter igniting a purple storm. Yet, the battle's focal point was not solely Rox. His crew fiercely clashed against the Roger pirates, the Marines, and the guards of the Celestial Dragons. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, and Shiki the Golden Lion stood as the most formidable commanders of the Rox pirates. Yet they refrained from fully supporting Rox, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Roger's first mate, Rayleigh, showcased his unparalleled swordsmanship and Haki, engaging with the commanders of the Rox pirates. The members of the Roger pirates executed their roles with precision, some restraining enemies while others seized the chance to liberate civilians enslaved by the Celestial Dragons. Bogart led the Marines in systematically dismantling the lesser members of the Rox pirates, while figures like John, Wang Ji, and Big Mom plunged into the chaos, plundering treasures, casting the battlefield into turmoil. For days, the three titans clashed above God Valley, Garp and Roger gradually descending, their states deteriorating rapidly. At this moment, a voice rang out. Jibek, your era has come to an end. Garland Saint's sword cleaved through the dark matter flood, its blade entwined with Conqueror's haki, revealing the unique golden ripples of the celestial dragons. As the commander of the Divine Knights, Figureland Garland Saint made his timely entrance. His swordsmanship and haki rivaled that of Roger and Garp, even momentarily suppressing Rox's offensive. Rox's left shoulder was severed, blood gushing forth, yet he laughed maniacally, clutching the wound. How dare the parasites of 8 centuries judge me? Dark abyss, star swallowing. The black vortex erupted from his palm, stripping away Garland Saint's pristine armor piece by piece. Divine evasion. At that moment, Roger's blade struck, transforming into 3,000 golden phantoms, forcing Rox back 3 steps. Seizing the opportunity, Garp leapt into the air, delivering Fist of the Galaxy, driving Rox into the core of the earth, magma erupting like a column of blood. From the depths came a maniacal laugh. You know nothing of the secrets buried beneath the red earth. Rox erupted from the ground, his body entwined in magma and dark matter, dark flame, world incineration, transforming the battlefield into a purgatory. Roger's Conqueror's haki morphed into a golden leviathan, colliding with the black flames, triggering a catastrophic implosion of space itself. Newgate, stop them. Rox coughed up fragments of his insides, roaring. Whitebeard and Appos, Tremor Quake paused in midair, the tremor balls flickering at the tip of his blade. I have said, my family is not your pawn. Tremor of the heavens, rift of the sea. The atmospheric fissures spread like a web, scattering Rox's dark vortex structure. Your era must come to a close. Newgate's roar barely faded when Shiki's dual swords met the shockwave. You cannot take his life yet. The ground beneath Shiki transformed into a colossal floating sword, the impact of their clash overturning the entire bay. Whitebeard wielded his weapon, the power of the Tremor fruit rending the earth asunder. Shiki manipulated the Float fruit, converting fragments of the island into weapons. Their battle engulfed the entire battlefield, inadvertently injuring other members of the Rox pirates. Seizing the moment, Garp's iron fist struck Rox's abdomen, proclaiming, your crew has betrayed you. Betrayal? Rox tore open the wound on his chest, using dark water to absorb his own blood. Pirates are born from betrayal, blood sacrifice, dark star rebirth. Rox's injuries healed instantaneously, absorbing the life force of all living beings within a 10-mile radius. The battlefield transformed into a morass of blood and flesh. Though gravely wounded and on the brink of annihilation, the overwhelming aura emanating from Rox rendered the air nearly stagnant. He threw back his head and howled, come, let me witness the limits of your so-called justice. Opposite him, Roger, Garland Saint, and Garp formed a triangular formation, their gazes locking as they assumed their most lethal stances. Garland Saint stood tall like a pine, his holy sword humming with power. Roger leaned slightly forward, gripping Ace tightly, and murmured, divine evasion, the final chapter. Garp rooted himself to the earth, muscles taut, his right fist raised high, veins bulging, haki coiling around him, fist of the centuries clash, coiling with potential. The mere act of clenching his fist compressing the surrounding air into a series of explosive pops. Then, the three shot forth like brilliant meteors streaking across the sky, converging upon Rox. Observing this, Rox's pupils narrowed into dangerous slits as he swung his right arm with ferocity. The voracious vortex that had been devouring everything around it suddenly redirected, that lethal assault entwined within, propelled with a raw and uncanny force towards the last vessel of the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons aboard the ship shrieked in terror, chaos erupting amongst them. After Lox made this final desperate effort, his body swayed slightly. It was evident that this protracted and fiercely brutal battle had utterly exhausted him, rendering him incapable of resisting the combined might of the three who had united their peak powers for a decisive strike. His gaze pierced through the layers of smoke and blood, ultimately resting on the swaddled infant aboard Roger's ship. A flicker of complex and inscrutable emotion passed through his eyes, perhaps a tinge of reluctance, mingled with a hint of hope, as the essence of the dark fruit subtly transformed into a shadowy mist that seeped into the child's being. Buggy, suddenly aware, realized he could comprehend the father's final murmur. Go to Roger witnessed the dawn of a new era. With that, his body gradually succumbed to the ground. Chapter 7. Boarding. As the black hole dissipated, Buggy found himself within the mahogany chest of the Celestial Dragons. The sweet, cloying scent of their incense enveloped him. and the disorientation from his teleportation had not yet faded when he collided with a soft, crimson cloud. In the corner, Shanks, curled up and weeping, abruptly ceased his cries. His amber eyes glistening with tears reflecting the dark red strands of Buggy's hair. "This is Shanks?" Buggy scrutinized the infant before him with his vibrant red hair, and struggled to suppress the urge to pinch his chubby cheeks. Just then, Shanks unexpectedly grasped the pendant around Buggy's neck, his baby laughter echoing in the confined space. "Let go, you fool," Buggy protested, using his still clumsy infant fingers to tug at Shanks' palm. Due to the commotion caused by Rox and others, everyone understood that the battle had reached its conclusion. As the smoke cleared, Whitebeard and Shiki simultaneously ceased their cataclysmic onslaught. The dual blades of Kanjiunki and Sakura Jukumo froze in the moment of impact. Newgate and Shiki exchanged glances across a web-like rift in space. As fragments of dark red cloaks drifted between them, Shiki was the first to sheath his sword and turn away. The shattered rocks of the floating island plummeting into the sea with a thunderous crash. Whitebeard drove Kanjiunki forcefully into the scorched earth from the cracks using molten lava. As Whitebeard withdrew his blade, a colossal wave suddenly surged up from the sea, rising 100 meters 20 nautical miles away. "I too shall seek my own family," Newgate declared, swiftly sheathing his sword, the shockwave casting the remaining members of Rock's crew into disarray. "Ha ha ha. Those who desire treasure, follow me." Shiki bit down on his seventh cigar, laughing maniacally at his scattered subordinates. The blades of Sakura Jukumo were thrust into the rock layers, causing the ruins of God Valley to tremble and rise. "My new era shall ascend to the heavens." The floating islands manipulated by Shiki sped towards the new world. Big Mom had already filled Zeus with devil fruits, a mad grin plastered across her face. Kaido's Kanabo lay atop a mound of slave collars, dragon scales burgeoning from his skin, as Wang Ji's fleet broke through the naval encirclement. Captain John was seen discarding a bronze box inscribed with ancient weaponry into the deep sea. Following the death of Rox, the Rox pirates disbanded. After confirming Rox's demise, St. Garin vanished with his corpse before the onlookers. Carp and Roger exchanged a glance, and Carp instantly lunged into action. His iron fist halted mere inches from Roger's nose, the armament haki shattering the strands of hair upon his brow. Beneath them lay the scorched earth, ravaged by the clash of conquerors' haki, while Garen's holy sword remained lodged in a rocky pillar 300 meters away, humming ominously. To arrest you now would be akin to bullying an injured man. Roger wiped the blood from his mouth, and Ace's sheath accidentally knocked Carp's military cap askew. "Next time, remember to bring enough warships. I could take on 10 of you right now." The deck of the Oro Jackson glistened in the blood-orange sunset, as Jabba stacked the 7th chest of treasure upon the railing, only for the sudden sound of crying to emanate from the mahogany chest. Spencer's curved dagger had just unlatched the clasp when Buggy, drenched in cold sweat within his swaddling, felt Shanks' tiny foot accurately strike his reddened nose. "Chief, this chest of jewels has come to life." Jabba prodded Buggy's flailing legs with the handle of his axe. "You've come to life. Your entire family has come to life." Buggy stifled a cry, secretly shoving the rock's pendant deeper into the swaddling, only to have it flicked into the air by Rayleigh's sword tip. "It's over." The Pirate King Rayleigh's observation haki even spares no infants. As Roger, reeking of gunpowder, squeezed into the crowd, Buggy instinctively shrank into the corner of the chest. The Pirate King's haki feels as hot as an oven. "Wait," he touched the pendant. "Huh, isn't that what Jaibeck wears every day?" Roger abruptly interrupted. "Is this bastard going to execute me on the spot?" Buggy's faux cry shifted tone. "Only to be lifted into the air in a dizzying whirl. Are you treating me as a trophy? For heaven's sake, look, Shanks just urinated on your beard." "Oh, that's definitely nose hair." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting ominously. "Captain, that is." "Rayleigh, don't speak out of turn. I still wish to live until the dawn of the great age of exploration." Buggy shot a warning glance, though it proved futile as Roger carelessly tossed him toward Jabba. "What does it matter? Newgate said yesterday he wanted 300 sons. I just picked up 2 today." Roger stuffed the 2 Shanks into Rayleigh's arms. "These little ones need milk. They require a constant 40 degrees. He paused, turning to examine Buggy's flushed nose. "No, this ugly little one shall be the reserve food, right? Who wants to be your reserve food?" Buggy flailed his limbs in midair. Rayleigh's gaze, sharp as a scalpel, scrutinized the 2 infants. Shanks was gnawing on the D pendant as a teething toy, while Buggy's pupils constricted into the distinctive slit of rocks upon hearing reserve food. As Roger hummed a sailor's tune, rummaging for baby bottles, he later entrusted the 2 to the crew and went to tend to his wounds. After Roger had bandaged himself, Rayleigh approached him and inquired, "What about that little rascal? The vast ocean, could it not accommodate a child?" Rayleigh shook his head in resignation and replied, "However, it is indeed ironic to ally with the Navy against rocks. Some actions must be taken to end this chaos." Roger's gaze turned toward the distant aftermath of God Valley. After the two infants finished their milk, the crew placed them together before returning to their respective tasks. As Shanks grasped Buggy's hair, "Ouch. Ouch. The future Emperor of the Sea is already tugging hair?" Rayleigh observed the retreating naval ships and instinctively activated his observation hockey. His expression shifted as he pointed toward the direction of the Celestial Dragon's arc, exclaiming, "Roger, it's bad. Set sail, quickly." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately activated the ship and sailed toward the sea. As the Oro Jackson burst forth from the bay just in time, the crew looked up to find God Valley enveloped in a golden beam descending from the Red Soil continent. Countless slaves and guards who could not evacuate were vaporized within the light, their screams unheard. Im's silhouette flickered amidst the clouds. The triangular core she held floating above was Uranus. Saint Garin suddenly knelt, his holy sword resonating with the beam. Every celestial dragon's bloodline reverberated in unison. The light that enveloped God Valley was, in essence, billions of microprisms reconfiguring the material structure, the touch rock layers instantaneously quantum dissolving. As the light curtain fully closed, a spherical void with a diameter of 100 kilometers rose from the edge of the Red Soil continent. The Roger pirates gazed upon the super vortex formed by the returning sea 5 nautical miles away, and even Rayleigh fell into an uncommon silence. In the deepest reaches of Mariehua, amid the flowers, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, revealing the core of the king in Im's grasp. The Gorosei knelt before the throne of emptiness. Lord Im. Chapter 8. The Mischief Maker on deck. 3 years have swiftly passed, transforming the once babbling infant into two little rascals. Influenced by his infantile form, Buggy's mentality has become equally juvenile, allowing him to fully embrace this whimsical world. As dawn breaks, the tranquil sea glistens, yet the serenity aboard the Oro Jackson is abruptly shattered by a piercing scream. Spencer, the seasoned navigator known for his calm demeanor, cradles a steaming cup of coffee, reveling in a rare moment of leisure. However, as he gazes up at the mainsail, the cup in his hand shatters with a resounding crack. The once pristine white sail is now drenched in a vivid crimson hue, the pungent scent of chili powder assaulting his senses. "Buggy!" Spencer's roar reverberates across the pirate ship, startling the resting seabirds into flight. Almost instantly, a small figure peeks out from behind a barrel. It is the 3-year-old Buggy, his signature blue hair tousled, his rosy nose speckled with remnants of gunpowder. Clutched tightly in his hand is a peculiar contraption, a makeshift launching device crudely fashioned from a diaper. 20 meters away, Shanks is equally occupied, crouched on the ground, laboriously stuffing the last handful of chili powder into a tightly wrapped bomb. "Fire!" Buggy commands in a high-pitched voice, brandishing a wooden spoon as if he were a general leading an army. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupts, a cloud of chili filling the deck, its acrid aroma permeating every corner of the ship. Just as Jabba, the burly figure emerging from the cabin, steps onto the deck, he is caught off guard by the onslaught of spice, unleashing a thunderous sneeze that sends his axe slicing uncontrollably through a nearby rope. Simultaneously, Rayleigh, who had been dozing in the crow's nest, suddenly finds himself weightless, plummeting towards the deck. "A new record," Buggy exclaims proudly, pulling a charcoal pencil from his pocket and scrawling a crooked line on the wall, noting how the entire ship collapsed in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. A faster time than the previous day. Ouch! Before he can finish, a large hand lifts him by the collar, leaving his legs flailing in the air. Looking up, he meets Spencer's cold, piercing gaze. "Do you have any idea how many barrels of fresh water it takes to clean this chili-stained sail?" Spencer's voice is laced with barely contained fury. "Shanks suggested we give the ship a makeover." Buggy struggles in midair, desperately gesturing toward Shanks, who stands nearby, seeking help with his pleading eyes. Quick-witted Shanks seizes the moment, rolling over with Rayleigh's sword and rushing over with a charming grin. "Uncle Spencer, look, your sword is rusty." As Spencer momentarily diverts his attention to inspect the sword, Buggy seizes the opportunity to wriggle free, his short legs propelling him like a whirlwind towards the lower deck. This lower deck is Buggy's secret hideout, discovered just the previous week, a snug space nestled between the kitchen ventilation ducts and the gunpowder store. Perfectly concealed from the prying eyes of adults, a private sanctuary for him and Shanks. "Quick!" Shanks gasps, trailing behind. At that moment, The entire ship begins to shake violently. Waves crash beneath the hull, and Carp, barefoot on the drenched deck, grips the cannonball with his armored fingers. "You won't escape this time, Roger." Carp's roar pierces through the rain, his muscles bulging as he prepares to strike. A 12-kilogram iron ball tears through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in the downpour. 20 heavy cannons erupt in unison, an iron storm encircling every escape route of the pirate ship. Roger's observation hockey unfurls amidst the thunderclouds, hearing the whistling of cannonballs slicing through the air. "Hard to port," he bellows, a laugh escaping as he nudges his sword with his thumb. The deck tilts sharply, Carp kneeling as the ship sways violently. 6 specially crafted cannonballs tumble from his fingers, crashing into the teak floor. Midshipman, a subsurface current appears to the southwest. The observer's scream is swallowed by the wind. As Carp looks up, the Oro Jackson slips sideways, defying fluid dynamics, narrowly avoiding a barrage of cannonballs. The nearest one scorching dangerously close to Roger's cape. Damn it! Carp tears away his soaked justice cloak, his bronze chest steaming with fury. This time, he grips 3 cannonballs in each hand, his darkened hockey crawling like a living thing over the projectiles. "Take this." 6 streaks of light spiral through the air, 2 intentionally aimed just below the waterline of the pirate ship, where a black whirlpool begins to form. Roger's pupils narrow as he hears the ominous rumble of the seabed fracturing. In a swift motion, he kicks the mainmast rigging, sending the colossal sail crashing down and creating a 10-meter-high wall of water to the right of the Oro Jackson. The explosive sound resonates beneath the waves. 4 of the 6 cannonballs detonate prematurely, while the remaining 2 are detonated by Rayleigh's cutting sword energy. "How long will you keep fleeing?" Carp's roar, imbued with hockey, forces the Navy soldiers to cover their ears. He lunges forward, hoisting an entire crate of cannonballs onto the bow, every muscle quaking with intensity. This time, a barrage of 30 shots is unleashed, each projectile given a unique spin, some veering mid-flight, others accelerating just before impact. Finally, Roger draws his sword, its blade glinting like a crescent moon, cutting a perfect gap through the hail of cannon fire. But Carp's true trump card lies in the 31st shot, the specially crafted cannonball clenched between his teeth, its surface adorned with spiral grooves. Sink into the depths. With a roar laced with blood and fury, the cannonball hurtles forward at 3 times the speed of sound, vaporizing raindrops into mist. In that instant, the Oro Jackson's whale-shaped rudder completes a 16-degree turn. Timing his leap perfectly, Roger uses the shockwave from the cannonball's explosion to propel himself into the air instead of dodging. As Carp realizes, the audacious pirate stands atop the very cannonball he had just launched, arcing back towards the warship. "Ha! The wind is truly boisterous today, Carp." Roger's laughter drowns out the storm as he springs off the cannonball, his form vanishing into thin air. The next moment, a thud signals something heavy falling from the mast of the dog-headed warship, severing the Navy flag at its base. Turning around, Carp catches sight of the pirate flag rising 300 meters away. The black whirlpool fully opens, swallowing the Oro Jackson into the depths of the sea. Amidst the downpour, Roger's final declaration echoes, "I'll be waiting for you at the edge of the new world, old friend." Then, from the crow's nest, Roger's boisterous laughter resounds. "Carp, you bastard. You're chasing me too closely. Hold on tight. Mates, run." The moonlight, like water, spills over the undulating deck, casting a silvery frost. Yet Buggy seems oblivious to the ship's swaying, sitting in a corner, diligently sketching on the backside of a diaper with his charcoal pencil. "Look closely, Shanks. This is the gum-gum fruit. If you eat it, you can become a rubber man. If we ever get our hands on it, make sure to give it to me." Shanks' eyes widened with curiosity and longing as he nodded emphatically. "All right." He then pointed at Buggy's haphazardly drawn banana design and eagerly inquired, "Can this burn fruit truly allow one to spew fire from their nostrils?" "Of course," Buggy replied with a proud expression, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. He reached for a sheet hanging on the clothesline and draped it over himself like a cape, solemnly declaring, "Just find a watermelon painted purple, and you can summon the dark fruit." 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and suddenly, the tranquil kitchen erupted with shouts. The cupboard door burst open, and 2 little rascals, covered in flour, tumbled out, resembling 2 snowmen that had just rolled in a flour pile. Shanks clutched a bright red cantaloupe stained with tomato juice, and despite his disheveled state, he muttered, "It's the dark fruit. Achoo!" Before he could finish his sentence, a mighty sneeze erupted, sending a cloud of flour into the air. In the infirmary, Buggy was tiptoeing, struggling to hang up freshly washed underwear. As he hung them, he grumbled. "It's all your fault for insisting on carving the watermelon into a skull," Shanks retorted, swinging his wet underpants back at him. "You were the one who said it had to embody both form and spirit." As the two continued their banter, the ship unexpectedly tilted 90 degrees, causing the colorful underwear hanging from the line to flutter like flags in the night sky. Quick as a flash, Buggy grasped the clothesline to avoid falling. Peering over, he saw Captain Carp's dog-headed warship charging toward the Oro Jackson, its cannons flashing ominously, with chain shots whistling toward them. A spark of inspiration struck Buggy, and he swiftly retrieved his long-hidden slingshot, grabbing a few rotten eggs from a nearby box and deftly loading them into Spencer's custom launcher. Shanks understood the plan and, in perfect synchronization, stretched the rubber band as they steadied themselves on the swaying ship, aiming for the Navy vessel's telescope. With a sharp crack, the egg yolk hit the ship's observation hole with precision. Blinded, the ship swayed like a drunken sailor, thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Buggy scrambled up the mast and onto Roger's shoulder, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Captain, hard left zigzag." This seemingly nonsensical nautical jargon fortuitously directed the Oro Jackson to narrowly evade the incoming fire. "Ha ha ha." Roger laughed heartily, raising his arms high and tossing the two little rascals into the air, exclaiming, "Tonight, we feast." The bonfire of the banquet blazed brightly, echoing with laughter and joy under the night sky. Yet, before the flames could fully die down, Roger dragged Buggy by the collar to the training room. With a breath of alcohol on his lips, Roger strode toward the wooden post, slapping it with enthusiasm and calling out, "Let's play whack-a-mole." His fist, the size of a cooking pot, whizzed past Buggy's ear. Quick-witted, Buggy instinctively leaned back, his chubby body bending into an unbelievable arc, narrowly dodging the blow. "Paper drawing?" Rayleigh frowned slightly, adjusting his glasses as a hint of confusion and surprise flickered in his eyes. After 10 rounds of attacks, Buggy lay exhausted in a heap of wood shavings, gasping for breath and feigning death. Roger scratched his head, looking at the sprawled-out Buggy, and suddenly placed his straw hat over the boy's face, chuckling, "Try this on." The oversized hat completely concealed Buggy's upper body. Underneath, he flailed his arms, attempting to escape, and in a moment of panic, executed a surprisingly effective sweeping kick. "Ha ha ha." Little Buggy's ultimate move, the drunken kick. Roger roared with laughter, rolling on the ground, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer in Buggy's eyes. Just at that critical moment, the boy had inadvertently tapped into the essence of CP9's martial arts from his past life. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the deck. Buggy, like a little tail, squatted beside Jabba, intently watching him chop wood. Jabba's axe rose high and came crashing down with each swing, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Buggy found himself unconsciously syncing his breathing with the rhythmic sound. Unable to contain himself, he tiptoed and snatched the axe. The moment he grasped it, muscle memory surged within him, and his wrist instinctively twisted. With a crack, the wood split cleanly in two, sending splinters flying and knocking over a nearby pickling barrel. Rayleigh stood by, watching the struggling child in a pile of sour cucumbers, feeling both exasperated and amused. When the news bird flapped its wings, delivering the first bounty notice, Buggy was on the deck, imitating Roger's commanding conqueror's hockey laugh. In the picture, he stood on Roger's straw hat, dancing wildly, resembling a frizzy orange cat, comical and adorable. The bounty notice boldly stated, "Theft, pollution of the Navy ship. Disruption of the Grand Line's ecological balance. Only 300 berries." Buggy exclaimed, hopping with frustration. Just then, Shanks suddenly lunged at him from behind, and the two tumbled into a freshly painted lifeboat, leaving a riot of colorful handprints and footprints on the white surface, while their laughter echoed from within. Chapter 9. The trainee crew time slips away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have quietly passed. Buggy and the crimson-haired Shanks, once innocent and naive, have matured a little. Today, on the deck of the Oro Jackson, an unprecedented and bizarre awarding ceremony is unfolding. Buggy grips the collar of his linen shirt, feeling as though he has been unceremoniously crammed into a small sack of flour, utterly uncomfortable. His excessively long sleeves are haphazardly rolled up to his elbows, revealing a fair, delicate forearm. The belt that should have been cinched at his waist has inexplicably been replaced by a rough rope, which tightly constricts his abdomen, leaving a comical red mark, a memento from 3 days prior when their fishing line snapped unexpectedly during a sea expedition. "Why do my trousers have 3 legs?" Shanks hops around like an ant on a hot pan, protesting incessantly. His oversized canvas pant legs are now twisted into a chaotic knot, and with each movement, the patched crotch emits a mournful rip of fabric. Spencer strides over, a cigar clamped between his teeth and a sly grin tugging at his lips. Little rascal. This was fashioned from Rayleigh's old cape. As he speaks, he deliberately flicks ash onto Shank's head, watching with amusement as Shanks flails about, teasing, "Shall I add some lace trim?" Roger's boisterous laughter echoes from the top of the mast like thunder, prompting everyone to look up. There he dangles from the lookout platform, a half-empty bottle of tequila in hand, droplets trickling down his thick mustache onto Bucky's head. As he guffaws, "Gah!" At that moment, Rayleigh appears just in time, deftly lifting two miniature sailor hats with the tip of his sword. The seams of the hats are stained with suspicious sauce. Clearly, they were hastily crafted from a kitchen rack. Bending down, Rayleigh's eyes glint ominously behind his glasses, his voice low and commanding. Bucky feels a chill at his neck as a blunt scissor glides slowly across his skin, rendering him breathless with fear. Simultaneously, Shanks emits a scream as a tuft of his red hair spirals into the pickling barrel, splashing briny water everywhere. When the cold tar is brushed across his scalp, Bucky realizes that the so-called trainee badge has been inscribed directly onto his head in the shape of an anchor tattoo. "I'm about to burst." Shanks clenches his legs together, writhing in a blend of terror and pain. Rayleigh's hand trembles, and the anchor drawn upon Bucky's forehead transforms into a likeness of Patrick Star, inciting laughter from those around. Soon, this peculiar ceremony reaches its conclusion. "From now on, you two shall be the trainee crew members aboard this ship," Roger declares from his elevated position with a grand gesture. "Wow, Bucky, did you hear that?" Shanks exclaims, his face flushed with excitement. "Oh," Bucky replies nonchalantly. As the morning light bathes the two youngsters' heads in a golden hue, the real ordeal is just beginning. Jabba strides over, thrusting a mop into Bucky's arms. The long, thick handle causes him to lean back slightly. Shanks is not faring much better. His cloth, heavy with seawater, weighs him down as he struggles to lift it, his little face turning crimson. "Finish scrubbing the main deck before the afternoon tide," Rayleigh commands, kicking at Shanks, who attempts to flee, his tone icy and uncompromising, "or you'll be sleeping in the gunpowder store tonight." Bucky is unwilling to accept his fate so easily and begins yet another attempt, using the mop as a pole vault. He takes 7 steps, his small form darting forward like a flash of black lightning, before leaping with all his might. However, aspirations prove to be more grandiose than reality. He overestimates his abilities and crashes headlong into a barrel filled with oil, instantly engulfed in black tar, leaving only his terrified face visible. "Paha! Bucky the Black Submarine." Shanks cackles, tears streaming from his eyes as he points at Bucky's tar-covered form, oblivious to the fact that his rag is now entangled with Jabba's axe handle. As Jabba swings the axe, Shanks is yanked upwards like a kite with its string cut, colliding between the masts, each impact producing a unique sound, as if a symphony of calamity were unfolding. When Spencer retrieves the two little rascals with a fishing net, their sailor outfits are unrecognizable, stained with oil, seawater, and various grime. These little brats need a lesson. The head chef approaches, his face marred with fury. "Strip those clothes off and wash them, using your bath water." Bucky and Shanks exchange a glance, both shivering in unison. As the sun sets, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and red, the Oro Jackson prepares for its most magnificent feast. A bonfire blazes brightly, illuminating the entire deck as the crew revels in laughter and cheer, the aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air. When the morning light pierces through the dense haze of alcohol aboard the Oro Jackson, Bucky finds himself hanging upside down from the main mast, contemplating life with a face devoid of hope. A lipstick mark remains on his cheek, burning with intensity. Last night at the banquet, a drunken female crew member insisted on claiming him as her son, while Roger bellowed with amusement on deck. This is the Pirate King's blessing. The scene was one Bucky wished he could escape into a crevice of the earth. Crack! A crisp sound arises, and Bucky looks down to see Rayleigh munching on an apple. The tip of Rayleigh's sword pokes Bucky's rear, teasing, "Little rascal, your Bucky special has knocked down 7 officers." It was Shanks who mixed in the hypnotic mushrooms with the rum. The red-nosed boy retorts, dangling in midair. Catching a glimpse of the red-haired rogue sleeping with drool cascading from an empty barrel, shimmering in the moonlight, he grimaces in disdain. "Time for morning exercises." Jabba's thunderous voice reverberates, causing Bucky's eardrums to ache. Before he can untie the knots around his ankles, Roger's massive hand seizes the back of his collar like an eagle snatching its prey, This is the captain's invented sobering training, deceptively titled Cultivating Crisis Awareness, but in reality, it's just a scheme to torment. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Bucky ricochets between 6 burly men, feeling as though the world is spinning. Slippers and unwashed undergarments slapping against his face, dazzling him with stars. Sandbell's 7-meter-tall fishman physique looms like a towering wall, and in his frantic state, Bucky's nose barely grazes the glinting edge of an axe, nearly causing his soul to depart. When he collides for the 15th time into a furry chest, Bucky decisively bites down on the chest hair of the navigator, Crocus. "Hey, Captain, he's biting me." Crocus's shriek echoes across the entire deck. Just then, a sharp whistle pierces the air from the lookout tower, causing the ship to tilt violently, as a massive octopus tentacles send waves crashing like a waterfall, drenching the deck in a deluge. Seizing the opportunity, Bucky unties himself and tumbles to the ground with a thud, landing painfully on his backside. Shanks, propelled like a cannonball, embraces Bucky, and they roll toward the ship's edge. Concern etched on his face, Shanks asks, "Are you all right? Your red nose looks like a lanternfish. Mind your own business." Bucky swats away the close-up face, turning away with an air of haughty defiance. Chapter 10. The special training begins as the seagull's morning cries had yet to pierce the inky night sky. The mast of the Aro Jackson swayed with 2 diminutive weather dolls. Bucky, suspended upside down, abruptly opened his eyes to behold a pair of bloodshot, bell-like eyes. Jabba's scruffy visage loomed, so close it almost brushed against his nose, nearly sending Bucky's soul into a panic, his heart racing wildly. To his delight, the bearded sailor Spencer wore a mischievous grin as he struck a brass gong, congratulating the two on officially becoming apprentice crew members. "Now, your hellish training begins." Nearby, Shanks swayed languidly on his iron chain, deep in slumber. A glistening drool bubble at the corner of his mouth, mumbling, "More drumsticks, 3 more." Before he could finish, Jabba's axe came crashing down onto the deck beside him, splintering wood and betraying Jabba's displeasure. Subsequently, with a swift stroke, Jabba severed the iron chain. In an instant, Shanks erupted like a firecracker, his hair standing on end, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping up with a yowl. However, before he could grasp the situation, he stumbled and tumbled headfirst into a barrel of pickled fish. The pungent aroma mingled with the briny sea air overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to faint. "Hey, at least give us time for breakfast," Bucky protested, his voice raised, but the howling wind snatched the words from his throat, leaving only a faint hiss. Jabba cackled, tossing 2 heavy stone bags like cannonballs toward Bucky and Shanks, which landed with a thud on their backs, compressing their spines with a painful crack. Bucky turned to see a crooked-nosed skull painted on the bag resting on Shanks' back, its crude strokes unmistakably the handiwork of Shanks himself from the previous night. Enraged, Bucky glared at Shanks, cursing him for his unreliability. 200 laps. If you can't finish, you'll feed the sharks," Jabba proclaimed, resembling a stern judge as he raised his enormous axe, its blade slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh and embedding itself 3 inches deep into the deck. Hearing this, Shanks shivered in fear, howling and charging forward like a frenzied husky, heedless of everything in his path. The stone bag on his back carved deep trenches into the polished teak floor, causing nearby barrels to roll ominously toward the ship's edge, perilously close to the sea. Bucky, however, found the task far more daunting. After just 2 laps, he was already panting, his breaths akin to a wheezing bellows. "Look, a flying saucer," he suddenly shouted, pointing skyward. His voice rang out sharp and sudden, like a thunderclap. Shanks instinctively looked up, and in that split second, Bucky seized the opportunity, yanking Shanks' waistband with all his might. Taken by surprise, Shanks lost his balance and toppled forward. The 2 of them tumbled together in a chaotic roll on the deck, the powder from their stone bags billowing into the air. Roger, mid-sip of his drink, inhaled the airborne powder, sputtering and coughing, cough. "The little devils are wrecking the ship." Jabba, witnessing this, exploded with rage, his booming voice akin to a tempest, causing the mainsail to shudder. Rednose. At 50 more laps, time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was noon. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, showering the deck with relentless rays that felt like countless red-hot needles piercing down. The deck sizzled under the heat, the air thick with a mixture of warmth and the acrid scent of charred wood. Standing in the center of the deck, Jabba's fists glimmered with an intimidating aura. Bucky resembled a rag tossed into a hurricane, utterly helpless against the flurry of Jabba's punches, only able to flail as they whizzed past him. Yet, in a moment of sheer instinct, Bucky twisted his waist. In that instant, Jabba's formidable punch whooshed past his ear, sending a chill down Bucky's spine and whipping away 3 of his hair tufts. Shanks, observing closely, attempted to mimic Bucky's successful evasion. But he was met with a harsh reality. Jabba's punch landed squarely on his rear, propelling him into the nearby barrel. The barrel rocked violently, purple grape juice gushing forth like a flood. Ha ha! Shanks' brand of red wine. Bucky cackled, doubled over with laughter. However, his mirth was short-lived. The next moment, Jabba's iron fist struck his pickle barrel, sending sour cucumbers flying like hidden projectiles, causing Bucky to flail helplessly within the barrel. As dawn broke, a delicate mist enveloped the sea like a soft veil. Rayleigh, cigar in mouth, gracefully stepped onto the deck, creating ripples in the morning fog. Bucky, eyes gleaming with sudden inspiration, exclaimed, "That's just like skipping stones." Without hesitation, he dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a frying pan, and charged towards the sea. His red nose sparkled in the sunlight, resembling a shooting star. With a series of pops, the pan ricocheted across the water, sending up plumes of white spray. But before he could bask in his triumph, a gargantuan octopus erupted from the depths, ensnaring his ankle with a massive tentacle. "Help! Tonight's dinner is grilled squid." Bucky's scream mingled with the crashing waves. Meanwhile, Shanks was not idle. Seizing a bedsheet, he fashioned it into a makeshift cape and sprinted into the wind. Unexpectedly, a powerful gust lifted him skyward, transforming him into a colorful kite against the azure sky. Let me down," Shanks cried, his voice tinged with desperation. But his plea was abruptly interrupted by a loud fart. His overly tense muscles had inadvertently created a propelling force, sending him crashing into the mainmast. With a thud, Shanks collided painfully, wincing as he struggled to regain his composure. Just then, Rayleigh leaped forward, catching Shanks and placing him gently back on the deck, his face a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You two rascals, could you not think before you act? The moonwalk is not easily mastered. It requires precise control of strength and breath. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Rayleigh glided effortlessly through the air, as if strolling in a dream. Bucky and Shanks gaped in awe. Since their training began, the already chaotic ship had become an even greater whirlwind of activity. During this time, the Oro Jackson faced a tempestuous storm. Bucky leaned against the porthole, reciting the mantra of the moonwalk when he suddenly spotted Roger, amid the tumult, peeling an apple, the skin cascading like a dragon towards the sea. What a splendid opportunity! He kicked Shanks awake, challenging him to a race to see who could snatch the captain's apple first. With that, the 2 young rascals braved the howling winds, climbing the mast. As Bucky recalled the naval manual, in the fleeting moment when lightning illuminated the sky, he propelled himself forward, his fingertips just about to graze the apple when the entire ship was abruptly lifted by a monstrous wave. An orange blur whisked past his nose, and instinctively, he leapt into the air, surprisingly tracing a Z-shaped trajectory through the rain. Bucky could fly. Shanks' jubilant cheers echoed from below. The red-haired lad imitated him, bouncing joyfully, but plummeted like a stone, fortunately caught by Jabba's axe blade. "Don't run away." Bucky, entirely engrossed in the chase, failed to notice he was barreling toward the colossal sea creature that Rayleigh had just caught. When he finally grasped the apple, his ample body collided with the fish's head with a resounding thud. Boom! The 30-meter-long spear fish spun through the air, perfectly crashing down upon the gambling crew. Dice, berries, and playing cards soared through the air, and as Bucky emerged from the fish's gills, he still clutched half a piece of orange peel. "I've won." But before he could finish his sentence, Rayleigh hoisted him up by the scruff of his neck. The first mate, backlit, posed the question, "Deck cleaning or toilet scrubbing? Can I choose to feed the sea creature instead?" Bucky gazed at the mainsail, shattered by the fish's tail, on the verge of tears. Chapter 11. Continued training. Once again, the sun poured its golden rays over the sea, casting a dazzling light upon the deck of the Oro Jackson. Some crew members exerted themselves scrubbing the ship's sides. Others meticulously arranged the ropes, while a few busily counted supplies, murmuring to themselves. Amidst this flurry of activity, 2 mischievous youngsters, Bucky and Shanks, stealthily huddled together, each gripping a flintlock pistol tightly, aimed at Uncle Spencer. "Are you sure, Spencer?" Shanks blinked, tentatively inquiring, his voice laced with a hint of hesitation and curiosity, tilting his little head to the side. "Absolutely." Spencer straightened his back, puffing out his chest like a proud rooster, his face brimming with pride as he thumped his robust chest, which resembled a small mountain, producing a series of dull thuds. "Iron blocks are the ultimate defense. With this, nothing can faze us." Exchanging knowing glances, Buggy and Shanks wasted no time, pulling the triggers simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The resounding gunfire shook the deck, the bullets striking Spencer, creating a cacophony of noise. As they glanced at Spencer, 2 old bullets leisurely fell from his dense, jungle-like chest hair, rolling onto the deck and glinting in the sunlight like metal. Ha ha ha! You little rascals, how about that? Am I impressive, or what? Spencer laughed heartily, his mirth reverberating through the sails, his expression bursting with self-satisfaction. Buggy, wide-eyed, watched in astonishment, his mind racing. Could it be that those who claimed iron blocks were weak were merely talking nonsense? They certainly appeared formidable. With that thought, he curiously flipped open a forgotten book titled Casualties of Pirates that lay on the deck. To his shock, he saw the glaring statistic. 83 of iron block users had perished. His eyes widened like saucers, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Without a second thought, he kicked the book into the sea, muttering softly, "This isn't the strongest defense. It's practically a death sentence. Anyone who follows this is a fool." However, Shanks held an entirely different perspective. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Turning round as he exclaimed, "Iron! Iron block! I want to learn! I want to learn!" His voice rang out, hoarse and fervent, veins bulging in his neck. Upon hearing this, Spencer's laughter grew even louder, his face creasing into a joyful array of wrinkles. "Ha ha ha! Young man, you have an eye for talent. I'm in a good mood today. Come here, and I shall teach you." Shanks leapt with exuberance, practically soaring 3 feet high, squealing in delight, eager to pull Buggy along. Yet, Buggy remained rooted to the spot, his face betraying a hint of fear. "Hey, Buggy, why aren't you moving?" Shanks turned. A look of confusion plastered on his face, still clutching Buggy's shirt. Shanks, how about we skip the lesson?" Buggy's expression was one of despair, his voice tinged with desperation. At this, Spencer's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Buggy, his eyes seemingly ablaze. "What do you mean? You little rascal? Are you belittling my iron blocks? If you don't want to learn, then I have no intention of teaching you. Right-haired brat, let us go." Spencer huffed, tossing his head in irritation. "Buggy, once I master it, I'll teach you." Shanks called back as Spencer led him away. Buggy stood alone, watching their retreating figures, silently mourning for Shanks, his expression akin to one attending a funeral, muttering, "I hope you don't get into too much trouble with that wretched iron block." Before long, Shanks returned, brimming with confidence that seemed poised to burst forth. "Captain, give me a punch," he declared, standing tall on the deck, puffing out his chest like a peacock eager to display its feathers. Roger happened to stroll by, and upon seeing Shanks' posture, could not suppress a smile, playfully throwing a light punch to Shanks' back. Unbeknownst to him, Shanks was currently channeling his energy. His muscles taut as stone. The punch landed with a resounding crack, his spine contorted into a question mark shape, and he collapsed like a deflated balloon. Grimacing in pain and exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch." Buggy, witnessing this spectacle, doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks, while he doodled a turtle on Shanks' plaster cast, chortling, "I told you, not even a dog learns that trick. Now you're in for it, haha." As night fell, the moonlight cascaded like shimmering silver frost over the Oro Jackson. The ship lay tranquil, resembling a ghost vessel, save for the occasional faint sounds emanating from the cold storage. Buggy and Shanks, sporting buckets as helmets, resembled 2 comical soldiers, stealthily prowling through the cold storage. They crouched low, moving as quietly as cats, afraid to breathe, their eyes darting about. Inside the cold storage, a massive king crab wielded its gigantic pincers, clacking ominously, its sounds echoing in the stillness. Seemingly challenging Buggy, "You little rascals dare to enter my domain? Watch me crush you." Buggy, unfazed, hatched a plan. He retrieved a salted fish from his pocket and tossed it aside. The fish arced through the air, landing with a plop, successfully diverting the crab's attention. The king crab scuttled toward the fish, its pincers flailing with renewed vigor. Salt-baked crab claws. Crab roe over rice. Buggy drooled, his saliva freezing into tiny icicles on the icy surface, resembling little popsicles hanging from his chin as he murmured to himself. The more he imagined, the more he was entranced, brandishing a frozen fish like a sword, he bellowed, "Watch me take you down. Tonight's feast will be grand." Shanks, however, took a more direct approach, gnawing on a crab leg, his face smeared with crab roe, resembling a little clown, his mouth a sticky yellow mess, making slurping sounds as he savored the delicacy. But unexpectedly, the king crab retaliated, its colossal claws shooting out like lightning, clamping down on Shanks' tongue. MMPH. Shanks' eyes widened in agony. Tears welling up, his muffled cries echoing in the cold storage, drawing the attention of Rayleigh. The first mate entered to find chaos, a waterfall of aged liquor, crab roe. An ice shard scattered everywhere. Shanks writhed on the floor, while Buggy brandished a crab shell as a shield, grinning mischievously as he defended. It was the crab that attacked first. Rayleigh gazed at their disheveled state, shaking his head in exasperation. His expression that of a man resigned to the antics of two troublemakers. He sighed, "You two little rascals need to learn moderation when it comes to eating. If you keep this up, you'll capsize the ship." As the first rays of golden sunlight pierced the horizon, warming the deck of the Oro Jackson. Two coal-black little rascals, Buggy and Shanks, lay curled up amidst the canvas, fast asleep. Buggy's snoring caused Bubbles to rise rhythmically, resembling a breathing balloon, while Shanks mumbled incoherently in his sleep, requesting one more round, as if still engaged in training, his limbs occasionally twitching as though rehearsing his moves. Their tattered garments were dusted with sea stone powder, glimmering under the morning light like a mantle of resplendent stardust. Yet they slept as soundly as the dead, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Jabba stood nearby, his rough hands gently tracing the fresh carvings on the axe handle. At some unknown time, a crooked smiley face had been etched upon it. As Jabba gazed at that smile, his rugged features softened for a rare moment, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Roger, you've stumbled upon two extraordinary little creatures. These two rascals are bound to stir up even greater commotion in the future." Roger tilted his head back, draining a cup of crab roe rum, erupting into a hearty laugh that startled a flock of seagulls, spiraling above the sea. "Gulalala. By the time they grow up, this vast ocean shall surely change its hue. These little devils are quite amusing." Special Appendix. Baki's survival notes never engage in a drinking contest with Roger. Consequence: your face will be adorned with tortoise drawings. A visage so grotesque it could render fish unconscious, and the bounty poster will be irreparably damaged, leaving you too embarrassed to reveal your identity. A disgrace to the point of familial embarrassment. Riley's pocket watch chain is valued at 500,000 berries. Crossed out. Actual selling price: 3 packs of spicy rice crackers. Initially intending to steal it for a handsome profit, I was caught, and, to avoid a beating, had to bribe them with rice crackers, leaving my wallet in a pitiful state. Correct usage of moonwalk. In flight, success rate 70. At critical moments, sprinting away while employing the moonwalk leaves your enemy stunned, unable to pursue. For showboating, 100 faceplant. Last time, I tried to flaunt my skills on the deck but miscalculated, resulting in a spectacular fall. Scraping my face and suffering for days, it's a humiliation I shall never forget. Even dogs wouldn't learn from this. Those who have tried are either missing limbs or have spines contorted like question marks, a sight too tragic to behold. Do not attempt. Misfortune befalls anyone who dares. Chapter 12. The trial of sword and hockey. Morning mist floated like delicate gauze above the sea, still lingering in the air. On the expansive deck of the Oro Jackson, the crisp sounds of wooden swords clashing shattered the tranquility of dawn. Rayleigh tossed 2 wooden swords before Buggy and Shanks, their handles inscribed with the conspicuously crooked characters denoting novice use. With a flourish, Rayleigh executed a graceful sword flourish, the tip of his rapier gently piercing the bubble of mucus dangling from Buggy's nose, teasingly remarking, "To wield a sword, one must grasp it as tenderly and firmly as holding a lover's hand. But look at your stances. Are you digging for gold in your nose?" Shanks, brimming with excitement, drew his wooden sword with a flourish, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, as if he were born knowing how to harness power. During their 30th practice bout, he raised his wooden sword high and delivered a powerful downward strike, the sheer force causing Rayleigh to take a step back, leaving a charred mark on the deck. "Stop." Rayleigh's expression turned stern as he struck Shanks on the forehead with the hilt of his sword, admonishing, "A sword is an extension of the heart, a means of protection, not a weapon for intimidation. Your bloodlust is excessive." On the opposite side of the deck, Buggy was panting heavily as he sparred with a wooden post. He swung his wooden sword with fervor, but his overzealousness sent it flying for the 10th time. The whirling blade, resembling an uncontrolled throwing knife, severed half of Roger's beard. Yet, the Pirate King Roger merely laughed, his uneven beard bristling, exclaiming, "Garara. Is this the famed flying knife technique of Buggy? Relax your wrist." Rayleigh shook his head in dismay, unable to contain himself. He quickly stepped forward and tied Buggy's hands with a rope, scolding, "Look at yourself. Are you trying to chop fish heads? Observe Shanks's thrusts. Now that is how it's done. That is not fair." Buggy protested, struggling against his bindings and inadvertently knocking over a barrel of pickles, spilling its contents across the deck. He must have been born with scissors in his hands. Thus, Buggy abandoned swordsmanship entirely, while Shanks practiced. A 5-year-old Buggy had somehow climbed onto the lookout tower, now dangling precariously over its edge. Below, the sounds of wooden swords cutting through the air continued unabated. As Shanks's excited voice pierced through the waves, "Buggy, look! I've mastered Uncle Rayleigh's slashing technique." With his shout, a clothesline snapped, sending 23 diapers fluttering like white flags towards the sea. "Idiot! Those were my freshly washed sheets." Buggy's face flushed with anger, and he let go, only to suddenly twist in midair, his short legs rapidly tapping the canvas, creating a series of star-like patterns, an early manifestation of his moonwalk technique. Rayleigh, initially sitting nearby engrossed in the World Economic Journal, glanced up at the commotion and witnessed the little red-nosed Buggy land perfectly in a barrel of rum. The splash reflected a rainbow of colors, a sight to behold. Meanwhile, metallic clinks echoed from the kitchen as Buggy, having procured a pair of makeshift coconut stilts, wobbled precariously while reaching for the top shelf. Jabba, hearing the noise, rushed over from the kitchen, bellowing, "That little brat is stealing my snacks." However, he slipped, toppling the canister, which spilled its contents like a shower of petals. "Catch it!" Rice cracker shuriken. Shanks seized the opportunity, leaping from the beams to catch the flurry of flying rice crackers, tossing them towards Buggy. In an instant, flour filled the air, and the two little figures rolled about in the cloud, creating a delightful chaos. Ultimately, it was Rayleigh who strode over, exasperated, lifting them by the scruff of their necks as if they were chicks, and unceremoniously depositing them into the bathtub. The soapy water reflected the remnants of rice crackers, showing the two little rascals making faces at one another, evoking both amusement and frustration. As their strength grew, Rayleigh began to introduce them to hockey. "Hockey is the true path," he declared with gravitas, producing 2 black blindfolds to cover Buggy's and Shanks's eyes. He then stepped to the center of the deck, raised his arm, and scattered 500 gleaming thumbtacks across the wooden surface. "A true swordsman must hear the whispers of the wind," Rayleigh instructed. Flicking his wrist and tossing 3 coins, "Catch them." Shanks held his breath, standing still, and as the coins flew towards him, he suddenly rolled to the side with remarkable agility, catching 2 coins in his mouth and pinching the third between his cheeks. In contrast, Buggy flailed about like an electrified frog on the deck, yelping in surprise, ultimately finding himself precariously balanced on one foot, resembling a comical flamingo, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. "Your heartbeat is louder than a ruckus from the Sea Kings," Rayleigh remarked, approaching Buggy to remove his blindfold. He then poked him in the belly with the hilt of his sword, earnestly stating, "Observation hockey is not merely about hearing, it requires sensing with your heart." That evening, Buggy sat solemnly, embracing the mast as he meditated, surrounded by tranquil silence, save for the occasional flutter of seagulls overhead, inspired by the sound of their wings. He spontaneously composed a rap rhythm, reciting the lines aloud. When the 30-second seagull circled above, preparing to relieve itself, Buggy seemed to predict its trajectory, dodging just in time, only to crash into the women's restroom, provoking shrieks from the female crew members. In the days that followed, Rayleigh took Buggy and Shanks to a deserted island, where jagged rocks and lush vegetation surrounded them. Standing before a towering waterfall, Rayleigh pointed at the rushing water, proclaiming, "Wrap your bodies in hockey and swim upstream." Without hesitation, Shanks shouted and leapt into the torrent like a spirited red carp. Upon entering the water, his skin took on a bronze sheen, evidently shielded by hockey. Buggy, on the other hand, was immediately swept away by the current, disoriented and plunging into a deep pool. In a panic, he grabbed anything, inadvertently seizing Rayleigh's shorts, which prompted an exasperated Rayleigh to pull him from the water. "Why does he even use hockey on his backside?" Buggy lamented, soaking in the hot spring, rubbing his reddened body while whining. Under a serene moonlit night, with silvery light cascading through the trees, Rayleigh stood solemnly in a clearing, ready to demonstrate Conqueror's hockey. Taking a deep breath, an invisible aura of pressure radiated outward, startling the birds that took flight into the night sky, only to fall back to the ground moments later. The 2 little rascals stared wide-eyed at the bounty scattered around them. "Uncle Rayleigh, what is this?" they inquired. "This is Conqueror's hockey, only 1 in a million can possess it. It is your ticket to becoming a ruler of the seas." As Buggy observed the scene from the side, a playful glint sparked in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up a wooden sword from the ground and struck an exaggerated pose, bellowing, "Behold my Conqueror's hockey." his face flushed crimson as he exerted all his might, only to produce a resounding flatulence that caused 3 coconuts to tumble down. Coincidentally, Roger, perched atop the treetops and secretly sipping coconut juice, was struck squarely, resulting in a prominent bump on his head. The following day, the ship's infirmary welcomed a new patient sporting a coconut helmet, with Roger wearing the shell in utter resignations, eliciting another round of hearty laughter from the crew. That night, under the moonlight that flowed like water, all was silent. Buggy found himself pondering the training that Rayleigh had conducted, increasingly convinced that the first mate harbored some hidden secrets. His curiosity piqued, he stealthily slipped into Rayleigh's quarters. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as Buggy cautiously rummaged through the room, eventually uncovering a nautical log on the table. Upon opening the journal, he was greeted by the striking words, "Red-haired boy, SS-level talent, character needs refinement, destined for greatness with proper guidance. Red-nosed 1, F-level swordsmanship, weak foundation, yet possesses latent potential for dominance, warranting further exploration. Premature conclusions are inadvisable. Note, for the next special training session, ensure to hide your undergarments to prevent that mischievous rascal from using them as a lifeline." Moonlight streamed through the porthole, bathing Buggy's face in its glow and revealing a visage of determination. Facing the sea, Buggy slowly raised his swollen hand, resembling a pig's trotter, and declared with fervor, "So what if my swordsmanship is lacking? I shall become the king of hockey." Just as Buggy finished his proclamation, a muffled voice emerged from the crew's resting quarters in the distance. It was Shanks, mumbling in his sleep, "Buggy, your red nose resembles a traffic light." The indistinct words added a touch of warmth and whimsy to the serene night. Chapter 13. The Twin Stars. 3 years later, upon the deck of the Oro Jackson, basking in the sunlight, the figures of Buggy and Shanks are strikingly captivating. Buggy, lean and approximately 160 centimeters tall, possesses well-defined muscles and elongated limbs. His bright red nose is a vivid contrast to the crescent-shaped scar over his left eye, a gift from the Java wind, while his silver-gray pupils glimmer with cunning and a mischievous grin often graces his lips. He is clad in a modified bodysuit, with a scar on his right shoulder, hidden weapons in his left arm, and concealed sea-stone dagger and pocket watch chain in his pant legs. His belt buckle serves as a smoke bomb launcher, and a red mark from Rayleigh's sword Aura adorns the back of his neck. Shanks is taller, around 165 centimeters, with a robust frame, a broad chest, and sinewy muscles, his skin still bearing traces of the armament hockey. His sword-like brows frame amber eyes ablaze with combat spirit, and a pair of earrings gifted by Roger dangles from his right ear. Draped in a tattered, old cloak, adorned with tattoos on his chest, the two share a glance, the air thick with the thrill of adventure. The sea breeze lifts Buggy's headband and Shanks's frayed cloak as this bloodstained duo stands at the ship's railing. One resembling a poisoned dagger, the other a renowned sword unsheathed, cleaving through the dawn of a new era amidst Roger's boisterous laughter. The briny sea air mingles with the scent of rust, as 12 ships bearing the Blood Moon flag form a fan-shaped formation around them. Rayleigh rests a hand on the hilt of his rapier, the lenses of his glasses glinting against the gloomy sky. While the deck beneath him hums faintly, the sound of hundreds of sword oars flowing within the layers of the deck. Northeast by 15 degrees, against the wind. The first mate suddenly speaks, startling Buggy, who is caught off guard while secretly sipping rum, causing him to spurt blood from his nose. "You have 30 minutes. Shanks's crimson hair moves as if lifted by an unseen wind, the imitation griffin sword humming in its sheath. "Only 12 ships? 11. Rayleigh kicks aside a rum barrel that rolls to his feet, revealing a quivering spy beneath. 10 minutes ago, that ship on the east lost its mast. Buggy pokes the decaying ear of the captive with his finger. The bone-eating pirates? Aren't they the ones Cap defeated last month? His nose suddenly glows with excitement. Wait. Their captain must have eaten the corrosion fruit. Clang. The rapier is unsheathed 3 inches, the cold glint severing 3 of Buggy's bangs. 28 minutes remaining. The waves fracture into golden flakes under the rust-colored twilight, as 11 enemy ships bearing the blood-tooth flag advance in a wedge formation. Buggy rises on tiptoes at the ship's railing, his red nose illuminated by the sunset. I'll take care of the captain of that ship in the middle. That gem-studded dagger at his waist is worth at least 3 million berries. You to the left, I to the right. 3 years of rigorous training have endowed the 8-year-old with shoulders broad enough to nearly match an ordinary sailor. He grips the hilt of his sword, the 27 characters on the sheath glinting with a bloody sheen in the afterglow. As they approach, the bone-eating pirates notice them. Halt. Who goes there? Unfazed. The two continue their slow advance, igniting the fury of the bone-eating pirates. One officer shouts, "Fire! Blow them to bits." Shanks scoffs, "You think you can?" With a swift draw of his sword, lightning fast, a red blade of light flashes, and the first incoming cannonballs explode mid-air. The pirates are taken aback, not expecting such prowess from these two youngsters. As they draw nearer to the enemy ship, the bone-eating pirates finally discern their faces, with some recognizing them as the twin stars of the Roger pirates, causing hesitation in their assault. Yet, the officer who ordered the attack bellows, "Forget who they are. We must capture these two brats and make a name for ourselves today." Thus, more foes charge at them. Shanks's gaze sharpens, akin to a tiger descending a mountain. As he plunges into the enemy ranks, each swing of his sword felling foes. Meanwhile, Buggy dodges attacks while seeking opportunities to ambush key figures, swiftly incapacitating the officer who had just commanded the assault with his dagger. However, their actions do not alert the opposing crew. Laughter erupts from the enemy ship's deck as a scar-faced, one-eyed brute pushes aside his subordinates to confront them. Has Roger become so poor he can only afford to send two toddlers to their deaths? The pirates guffaw, clanging their weapons, while a toothless thug even tosses a baby bottle their way. Shanks's knuckles whiten with rage, while Buggy suddenly performs an exaggerated courtly bow. "Oh my, isn't that Bloodyurn Sachi? The one who was beaten by Cap?" His voice, infused with bravado, echoes across the seas. "Have your pants dried yet?" An instant silence engulfs the enemy ship as Sachi's single eye reddens in fury. Seizing the moment, Shanks shatters the baby bottle with a swift strike of his wooden sword, splattering the milky liquid across the brute's face. "Oh, getting better at this." The boy smirks at Buggy. Sachi roars, "Kill them." As the first wave of arrows descends, Buggy is mid-air, tracing a crude pitchfork shape with his moonwalk. He deliberately lets the arrows graze his sleeves, blood arcing in the dusk. Watch closely. This technique is called the blood ink painting of the red nose. The fabric suddenly bursts, releasing concealed chili powder that spreads with the wind. The pirates cough and weep, and Buggy seizes the opportunity to dive in, driving his knuckles into Sachi's assistant's throat. Finger gun. "Chili enema. Kill this brat." Sachi swings a serrated blade, but it is halted by Shanks's wooden sword before it reaches Buggy. The clash of their haki erupts with a shockwave, the boy's kimono hems flapping wildly. Your blade quakes with fear. With a sudden upward thrust, Shanks's wooden sword strikes at an odd angle, cleaving Sachi's prized blade, the blood shark, in twain. Buggy slides down the mast, pressing the sea's gem-studded dagger against Sachi's throat. "Who asked the brat now?" In a childlike tone, he taunts, "Uncle, would you like to try Buggy's special formula?" Enraged, the captain is enveloped in a mist of blood, while his Zoan fruit powers manifest as crocodilian scales. Shanks swiftly positions himself before Buggy, the haki entwined with his wooden sword solidifying. "Let me show you the realm of sword breaking." As Sachi collapses with a resounding thud, the sun dips below the horizon. Buggy counts his spoils atop a pile of captives, while Shanks wraps a bandage around the gash on his arm. The tattered enemy flag drapes over Sachi's face, conveniently concealing his mortified expression. "Well done," Rayleigh remarks, having appeared at the ship's railing. With a flick of his fingertip, a sword aura flashes, severing the gem necklace Buggy had hoarded, claiming the spoils. "Cheapskate," Buggy grumbles, stuffing the last coin into his sock. "At least leave some for medical expenses. My chili enema technique requires plenty of ingredients." Roger's hearty laughter booms from the flagship, prompting the two boys to simultaneously raise their middle fingers. The sea breeze disperses the smoke of battle as the massive sails of the Oro Jackson glide past the shattered enemy ships, akin to a great whale swimming through a dying school of fish. Behind them, the tide of a new era subtly stirs. Chapter 14. Barrett joins the crew in the year 1493. Amidst the tumultuous seas of the Reverse Mountain, a reckless youth ascended aboard the Roger pirates, aspiring to vanquish Roger and claim the title of the world's strongest man. 15-year-old Barrett stood resolutely on a dilapidated raft, his military boots firmly embedded in the darkened timber. As he gazed at the Oro Jackson slicing through the waves with its whalebone prow, he licked his cracked lips, his eyes blazing with a fierce golden fury. With a resounding boom, a heavy anchor soared through the air, its chain trailing behind. Barrett seized the anchor's tip with his bare hands, the veins in his forearms bulging. Utilizing the momentum of the swinging chain, he propelled himself like a cannonball onto the main deck, causing Shanks to drop the oranges he held in his arms. "I demand to meet Gold, Roger," the boy proclaimed, tearing open his tattered military uniform, revealing scars on his chest that resembled medals. Just then, Roger emerged from the cabin, arms crossed, observing Barrett with keen interest. "Such a commotion for boarding, little one?" Roger inquired. Barrett scoffed. "I've heard tales of your strength, Roger. I intend to defeat you. Why seek to defeat me? Roger asked, his gaze unwavering. I wish to stand atop the peak you have seen, and then surpass it. Barrett declared, wiping the blood from the corner of his eye. The crew around them tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. Shanks stepped forward. You are far too arrogant. Let me deal with him, Captain. However, Buggy restrained Shanks, stating, in your current state, you cannot hope to overcome this beast. He then led Shanks away. GOLD. Roger. Barrett's voice rasped like a sharpening stone. Come forth and battle me. Roger pushed aside the offered jug of liquor, his smile fading. As Rayleigh gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to intervene, the captain raised a hand to halt him. Let him come. Barrett charged at Roger, each punch carrying a powerful gust of wind. His fists, enveloped in the black lightning of hockey, struck like cannon fire. Roger, without drawing his sword, merely used the sheath to parry, the clashing sounds causing Buggy to cover his ears in agony. Roger evaded effortlessly, his expression remaining calm. After several exchanges, Barrett realized he could not land a blow on Roger. Seizing an opening, Roger delivered a punch to Barrett's abdomen, sending him staggering back a few paces. You are not strong enough yet, Roger remarked. Barrett gritted his teeth, a fiercer determination igniting within him. At that moment, the sky darkened. A massive bolt of lightning streaking across, foreshadowing that this battle was far from over. Too slow. Roger sidestepped a straight punch, the sheath striking Barrett's neck. Stumbling to his knees, Barrett grasped Roger's ankle, astonishingly swinging the Pirate King into the air. Rayleigh's pupils dilated. Barrett's explosive power was nearing his own peak. Soon, the outcome was clear. Barrett's arms were broken, yet he clung to Roger's cape with his teeth, blood spewing from his mouth. Why do you not kill me? The fire in your eyes, Roger said, prying open Barrett's jaw, is identical to mine from years past. The boy lay amidst his blood, gasping for breath, while Buggy attempted to stealthily retrieve his discarded military insignia, only to be kicked away by Shanks. Fool, that thing is scalding hot, like a wounded mad dog. Rayleigh observed as he approached Roger. More like an unripe lion, Roger replied, wiping the blood from his sheath and tending to Barrett's wounds. From that day forth, a new member joined Roger's crew, a boy who would challenge the captain at every opportunity, only to be knocked unconscious each time. Their second confrontation took place amidst a torrential downpour. Barrett's straight punches tore through the rain, his hockey coalescing into the head of a ferocious wolf. Roger laughed heartily, using his sheath to block, sending Barrett's straw hat flying into the rigging. Still too green, the Pirate King sidestepped an elbow strike, the sheath crashing against the back of the boy's neck. Barrett stumbled, smashing into a barrel of wine. Yet he seized a piece of oak and hurled it at Roger's face. The seventh challenge unfolded upon the burning wreckage of an enemy ship. Bloodied and with a dislocated left arm, Barrett clung to Roger's right leg with his teeth. As Rayleigh severed the rope binding them, he noticed it soaked in blood, yet still infused with hockey. When Barrett fell for the 39th time, Roger's sheath hovered 3 inches from his brow. Why persist in seeking strength? Only those at the pinnacle. Barrett spat out a bloodied tooth, will never be betrayed. Roger sheathed his sword, remaining steadfast in place. In their final bout, after an extended clash, Barrett began to show signs of fatigue. Ultimately, Roger delivered a decisive blow, sending Barrett crashing to the deck. Lying there, panting, Barrett awaited Roger's finishing strike. Yet Roger extended a hand, smiling. You are strong. I look forward to our next battle. Barrett's eyes widened in disbelief. Continue to fight. Until you surpass me or I completely defeat you, Roger urged. Grasping Roger's hand, Barrett stood tall, no longer merely a challenger but a companion embarking on adventures alongside Roger. Seeking the chance to best him, Roger welcomed this exceptional partner and rival. Aside from challenging Roger, Barrett's gaze was fixed on the other crew members, who avoided him as if he were a predator. The unfortunate Rayleigh became their shield. On a deserted island, Rayleigh and Barrett stood merely 10 meters apart, facing one another. Rayleigh gripped his sword tightly, while Barrett wielded a military knife. In an instant, the two weapons collided with a resounding crash. A powerful shockwave emanated from their clash, devastating the towering redwoods within 100 meters, leaving destruction in its wake. Humph, your hockey is akin to a dull blade, Rayleigh declared before thrusting his sword, piercing through Barrett's shoulder armor. With such brute force, you cannot defeat me. Yet, Barrett showed no sign of retreat in the face of such a fierce strike. In a surprising move, he discarded his military knife. Instantly, he unleashed a dense black hockey, enveloping his right arm like an impenetrable armor. He then swung his immense, hockey-clad fist, delivering a tremendous blow to Rayleigh's sword. With a deafening clang, the once straight sword bent into a curve under the force of the impact. Simultaneously, Rayleigh was pushed back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Even a dull blade can shatter exquisite porcelain, Barrett declared resolutely, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The clash ended in a stalemate. Barrett raised his head, his gaze steady as he locked eyes with Rayleigh. Wait for our next encounter. I will force you to give your all. With that, he turned and strode away. After Barrett departed, Rayleigh stretched lazily, his gaze drifting to the 2 small figures peering from a distance. Chapter 15, The Malevolent Instructor with Barrett's Induction into the Roger Pirates. The 2 impish rascals found themselves with a new target for their mischief. However, unlike others, these 2 boys suffered greatly at Barrett's hands. Amidst the vast and boundless sea, a colossal pirate ship surged forward, cutting through the waves. In a secluded corner of the vessel, Buggy and Shanks concealed themselves behind a stout mast, peering ahead at the training ground not far away. There, Barrett, a towering figure with bulging muscles, demonstrated astonishing strength. He gripped a chain as thick as a child's arm with both hands, the other end tethered to a massive anchor weighing 3 tons. With effortless determination, he performed deep squats, dragging this behemoth with each rise and fall. With every motion, the bronze expanse of his broad back exuded steam, as if he were ablaze. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, Shanks swallowed hard, gripping his wooden sword tightly as he murmured, "If we joined forces to face him, how long do you think we could last?" Beside him, Buggy's eyes gleamed mischievously, a sly grin spreading across his face as he whispered, "Hee hee. 30 seconds should be enough for us to snatch his pants." With that, he stealthily flicked out a sharp fishhook concealed in his sleeve. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Barrett had just shattered the wooden training dummy for the 73rd time. Amidst the splintered wood, 2 figures darted towards Barrett like lightning from either side. On the left was Shanks, brandishing his wooden sword, leaping high with a fierce momentum, his strike emanating a fierce aura akin to a fledgling bird's first cry. On the right, Buggy was equally undeterred, extending his finger, which glinted menacingly like a spear aimed directly at Barrett's vulnerable lower back. Yet, Barrett remained unfazed by their sudden assault. He leaned back, evading Shanks' swift blade with ease. In the same instant, his iron-like right hand shot out, capturing Buggy's ankle with precision. With a powerful jerk, he swung Buggy's entire body around, sending him hurtling like a human meteor towards Shanks. Shanks, caught off guard, could hardly react in time. A resounding crash echoed as Buggy collided with him, both of them flung several meters away. However, Barrett's onslaught did not cease. He swiftly appeared before the 2 as they landed. Effortlessly grasping Shanks by the nape of his neck with one hand immediately, he swung his arm, hurling Shanks and Buggy into the nearby frozen fish barrel like mere sandbags. Emerging from the brine, both Shanks and Buggy were covered in ice shards and fish scales, their appearance disheveled yet their spirits unyielding. Wiping the grime from his face, Shanks proclaimed loudly, "Barrett, we shall not yield." Barrett raised an eyebrow, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. "Very well, young ones, bring it on." Shanks and Buggy exchanged a determined glance, and Shanks initiated the attack, inhaling deeply and moving with newfound swiftness. Buggy, too, altered his strategy, charging towards Barrett from behind. A subtle smirk graced Barrett's lips as he sidestepped Buggy's assault. However, he failed to notice Buggy's relentless momentum. As Buggy neared Shanks, he crossed his arms over his chest. Shanks leaped into the air, propelled by Buggy's force, and with a powerful downward slash, he aimed for Barrett. Caught off guard, Barrett felt the fabric of his clothing tear slightly. "Interesting," he remarked with a chuckle, his demeanor growing more serious as he observed the resolute determination in Shanks and Buggy's eyes. In the midnight infirmary, Rayleigh tossed over 2 rolls of bandages and spoke. "Barrett hails from a war-torn nation, raised as a weapon of war, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess from a young age. By the tender age of 10, he had already become a national hero, revered as the boy king of soldiers. For you 2 to confront him now is premature, yet not impossible." His old injury on the right shoulder. Shanks suddenly looked up, realizing Barrett would experience a 0.3-second delay when throwing punches, and his rhythm in martial arts. Buggy traced a wavy line on the ground with medicinal alcohol, noting that he had a habitual pause every 7 moves. The first mate's glasses glimmered. "It seems my instruction is unnecessary." On the 27th day, the training ground was adorned with 30 rotating wooden posts. Blindfolded, Buggy navigated through them, while Shanks executed precise blind strikes, severing the ropes of each post. "Not enough," Barrett exclaimed, kicking through the wooden formation. "True killing moves must draw blood." Suddenly, he unleashed a chain to ensnare both fighters, its end tethered to a ticking barrel of explosives. Shanks struck the chain links with the back of his blade. searching for a resonant point, while Buggy seized the opportunity to pour chili powder into the lock. Boom. At the moment the chain shattered. Both fighters executed a synchronized moon step, Buggy's finger thrust, and Shank's elbow strike simultaneously landing on Barrett's right shoulder. Some progress, but not enough. Keep going. Chapter 16. A grueling battle with Barrett. 3 months have swiftly passed, and today marks the moment of truth. Amidst a lively and bustling atmosphere, the pre-match excitement is palpable. And Bucky's mischievous nature can no longer be contained. Standing in the center of the crowd, hands on his hips, he loudly proclaims, "Let the games begin." Instantly, he captures the attention of those around him, their eyes filled with curiosity and enthusiasm. With a sly smile and his eyes darting about, Bucky exclaims, "I believe that Shanks and I can last half an hour without a doubt. Who wants to bet on our victory? The odds are quite favorable." The crowd erupts with excitement. Some are eager to place their bets, convinced that despite Bucky's unreliability, Shanks' formidable strength could indeed present a chance for triumph. Others, however, wear hesitant expressions, for Barrett's infamous reputation looms large. Shanks, observing Bucky's antics, merely shakes his head in resignation, knowing full well that Bucky thrives on chaos and excitement. As bets are placed, the atmosphere surrounding the wager intensifies. On the expansive deck of the Oro Jackson, 12 whale oil lamps hang from the mast, casting a warm glow that illuminates the figures of the 3 combatants. Barrett stands proudly bare-chested, his muscular back adorned with 37 scars that resemble a dragon coiled in weight, silently narrating the harrowing tales of past battles. With his feet slightly apart, his heavy boots crush a wooden plank beneath him, producing a spine-chilling creak. He tilts his head back slightly and coldly declares, "You still have 10 seconds to regret your choice." "Regret? That S for you," Bucky retorts defiantly. At the same time, he subtly flicks his wrist, releasing a flurry of poison projectiles like fine raindrops from his sleeve, revealing a new toy from his treasure trove. Whoosh. A sharp sound cuts through the tension as Barrett makes his move. In an instant, his figure blurs, shattering a barrel 3 meters away, sending splinters and liquor flying. Shanks, his eyes sharp as a hawk, narrows his pupils. Instinct kicks in as he reacts, positioning his wooden sword precisely at Bucky's throat. Clang. The sound of iron fist meeting wooden blade reverberates, sparks flying like fireworks, igniting the air around Bucky's nose, yet he appears unfazed. The young swordsman's grip splits open, crimson blood seeping forth, yet he utilizes the force of the collision to pivot, his long legs whipping around like a striking whip as he shouts, "Sorrow, modified." In a heartbeat, his figure transforms into a multitude of afterimages, charging toward Barrett with blinding speed. In the first minute, the battle escalates rapidly, with Bucky morphing into a master of hidden weapons, unleashing a torrential downpour of projectiles. When a poison needle plunges into Barrett's right shoulder, he merely sneers, his muscles taut, forcefully expelling the needle as if it were a mere annoyance. "Such tricks are useless on the battlefield," he scoffs. "Whether it's useful or not is for me to decide." A glint of cunning flashes in Bucky's eyes. Suddenly, he yanks on a cleverly concealed fishing net hidden beneath the floorboards, ensnaring Barrett's ankle. Seizing the moment, Shanks, infused with the fledgling power of hockey, thrusts his sword toward Barrett's knee. But just as the blade is about to make contact, Barrett's body radiates a dense aura of hockey, akin to an impenetrable layer of obsidian armor, deflecting the blade. Its tip grazes Barrett's side, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Watching the spectacle, Rayleigh raises an eyebrow. A flicker of surprise and admiration in his gaze, he managed to land a hit. Roger, reveling in his drink, bellows with laughter. "Ha! I bet on blood in 30 seconds, with triple odds." By the 5th minute, Barrett unleashes his full might. The wind from his punches howling as each strike rends the air, producing explosive sounds. Shanks evades with all his might, but still gets caught by the fierce winds, breaking 3 ribs in the process. Lion slash, 7 cuts. The blade weaves a dense net of blinding light, slicing toward Barrett. Barrett's armored arm meets the attack with a deafening clash, sparks erupting. Seizing the opportunity, Bucky slides into a blind spot, his fingers darting like venomous snakes as he cries out, "Finger gun, hive." His 10 fingers transform into 10 streaks of black light, piercing toward Barrett. Too slow. Barrett, empowered like a war god, spins and delivers a kick infused with hockey, shattering the assault. The 2 combatants exchange knowing glances. Instinctively switching places, Shanks strikes Bucky's foot with the hilt of his sword, propelling him toward Barrett's throat with the speed of lightning. In midair, Bucky flips and casts a fishing net, the ropes soaked in chili powder writhing like fiery serpents as they ensnare Barrett's right arm, a pungent aroma filling the air. Seizing the chance, Shanks lunges toward Barrett's old wound, but just as he nears, Barrett's iron hand snaps out, grasping the blade's tip with a mocking glare. Is this all you've gained in 3 months? You still have a long way to go. Suddenly, Bucky lunges at Barrett, only to be sent flying by a kick. Yet, Shanks, using the distraction, transforms his wooden sword into a blurred strike, reverse slash, modified. The blade lands squarely on Barrett's old shoulder injury, causing his right arm to stiffen, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. The duo unleashes a torrent of attacks. Bucky becomes a whirlwind of black, executing a crescent strike that shatters the deck beside Barrett, splinters flying and obscuring his vision. Shanks employs Moonwalk, tracing a zigzag pattern in the air, his figure ghostly as he slashes at Barrett's joints, each strike accompanied by whistling winds and fierce hockey. At the 23rd minute, Bucky's sleeve darts project a barrage of poison powder, but Barrett, anticipating this, holds his breath and evades. In a flash of inspiration, Bucky flings out a fishing line, its end tethered to a frozen fish head pilfered from the kitchen. Childish, Barrett scoffs, smashing his fist into the fish head, shards of ice scattering. Just then, Shanks seizes the moment, his blade wrapped in hockey thrusting forward, igniting sparks against Barrett's armored form. Now, Bucky suddenly drops to the ground, every muscle tensing as he employs iron block, bracing against Barrett's heavy stomp, causing the deck to cave under the immense force. Shanks steps onto Bucky's back, using him as a solid platform to leap high, his wooden sword infused with all his hockey. As if channeling his spirit, he shouts, one sword style, Meteor. Seeing this, Barrett crosses his arms to block, but due to his old shoulder injury, he is a fraction too slow. Shanks' blade cleaves through the wrist armor, blood spraying forth. Again with this trick. Well done. Keep it up. Bucky suddenly unleashes a handful of hypnotic powder, which disperses like fine dust. However, Barrett's punch creates an invisible barrier, swirling the powder back into Bucky's face. Cough, cough. Shanks. Plan B. Bucky splutters, calling out loudly. The red-haired youth tears open his shirt, revealing several specially designed flash bombs affixed to his chest. In an instant, a blinding white light erupts, dazzling all who gaze upon it. Bucky seizes the moment, emerging from the shadows like a nocturnal assassin, hurling a fish spear with barbed hooks. Thunk. The iron hook finds its mark, plunging into Barrett's left arm. A scar from the betrayal by a comrade when he was just 14. Though time has healed the wound, it still aches on rainy days. Now, pierced anew by the spear, the fearsome instructor's pupils constrict for the first time, a mix of indescribable pain and fury flashing in his eyes. In the 28th minute, despite the fierce battle that had left his 10 fingers bloodied and raw, Bucky remained blissfully unaware of his pain, grinning widely. Delightful. At the moment when Barrett's powerful fist was about to strike Bucky's crown, Shanks bellowed, now. A glimmer of cold light flashed from Bucky's sleeve as 36C stone nails shot forth like a swarm of bees. Shanks's blade struck the tail of the nails with pinpoint accuracy. Whoosh. Enhanced by Shanks's might, the matrix of nails pierced Barrett's vital points with relentless force. The most perilous one just half an inch from his heart, the chilling metallic sheen reflecting the slight pallor of Barrett's face. Time seemed to freeze at the 30th toll of the ship's bell, its somber chimes heralding a temporary cessation of the conflict. Rayleigh's rapier, akin to a silver lightning bolt, plunged into the heart of the battlefield. Time's up. Gritting his teeth, Barrett extracted the bloodied nails one by one, a rare smile gracing his lips, passable. Observing the wounds on his wrist, Barrett revealed a gleaming grin, as if fueled not by injury, but by exhilaration. From tomorrow, the training regimen doubles. Why should I? Bucky lamented, sprawled amid the debris, his face a mask of reluctance. You made me bleed. The fearsome instructor shook off the blood, his eyes filled with recognition of their growth, a reward for their efforts. Bucky then recalled Captain Roger's earlier words, pondering whether it was time to retrieve it. The Pirate King. Roger playfully placed a straw hat atop Bucky's head, laughing heartily. Want the Eternal Pointer? First, repay the damage to my deck. Bucky had heard this before. He swiftly raised his right hand, fingers tightly clenched, before springing his middle finger out with a sudden snap, the others curling obediently. Damn. Shanks, exhausted yet triumphant, lay on the ground, flashing a victory sign. However, Bucky's mischievous spirit lingered. Seizing the opportunity, he reached for the instructor's belt, compensation for emotional distress. But just as his fingertips grazed the golden buckle, Barrett deftly flipped it, tossing it into the sea as if discarding garbage. Soon after, Bucky scrambled to the gambling table, clutching a pile of belly and shouting, I struck it rich. Letting you all doubt me, you'll regret it. Yet, He was promptly tossed back into the sea for a thorough soaking. In the stillness of the midnight infirmary, a faint scent of medicine pervaded the air as Buggy stealthily entered, clutching a small bottle of chili oil, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He tiptoed to Barrett's medicinal liquor, cautiously uncapping the bottle and pouring the chili oil into it, watching with glee as a layer of red oil formed on the surface. The following day, the training grounds erupted with Barrett's thunderous roar, a furious bellow that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. "Buggy, get out here." Shanks stood nearby, watching the beleaguered Buggy with a resigned shake of his head and a sigh. "You asked for it." In the wounds of the old era, the fangs of the new age quietly burgeoned, like the faint light of dawn. Though weak, it brimmed with hope, destined to stir tumultuous waves across the vast ocean. Chapter 17. The assault of the bone-cracking pirates. The ship of the Roger pirates sliced through the waves as usual. Suddenly, the keen-eyed Roger and Rayleigh simultaneously sensed something amiss. "Rayleigh, it appears trouble is upon us," Roger remarked, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. There, on the horizon, pirate ships emerged like dark phantoms. Encircling them, the bone-cracking pirates. This crew had long been Roger's nemesis, harboring a deep-seated grudge against him. The ships of the bone-cracking pirates drew closer, their crew members bearing fierce visages, brandishing weapons, and shouting taunts. On the deck of their flagship, the Soul Shatterer, Captain Gromma wielded a 3-meter-long spine whip, its barbs adorned with desiccated eyeballs. His malevolent laughter wafted through the sea breeze. "Roger, your skull will be the perfect addition to my throne." The whalebone ram of the R.O. Jackson glinted ominously as Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. "Gromma, the spine whip, with a bounty of 1.47 billion. He enjoys brewing drinks with the bones of his foes. Today marks your end, Roger." The captain of the bone-cracking pirates bellowed from the bow of his ship. Yet Roger remained unflustered, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. He turned to his crew and declared, "Lads, the time for battle has arrived." The crew responded with fervor, their eyes ablaze with determination. Rayleigh, sword in hand, stood beside Roger and whispered, "This battle will not be an easy one." Roger nodded, contemplating the tightening noose of their adversaries, a strategy already forming in his mind. Thunder shattered the night, and the R.O. Jackson surged into the fray like a ghostly vessel. 20 black-sailed warships surrounded them in a deadly formation, the stench of rotting seaweed mingled with gunpowder pervading the air. "It's the bone-cracking pirates," Buggy exclaimed, leaning over the ship's railing, his red nose twitching at the scent of treasure. "I heard they raided a gold transport ship last month." Rayleigh lightly tapped the back of his head with the sheath of his sword. "If you want gold, then go seize it yourself. I'm after that whip." Buggy's nose twitched with greed. "How much do you think it could sell for?" Shanks, poised in midair, replied, "Let us focus on surviving first." In an instant, his figure blurred, resembling a dark phantom as he swiftly followed Shanks' lead, appearing on the enemy ship's deck like a specter. As Buggy landed, the surrounding foes surged forth like a tidal wave, brandishing long knives and short axes, their eyes filled with malice and bloodlust. Yet Buggy remained calm. Iron block, strong. The enemy's blades clashed against him, producing mere sparks and ringing sounds. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his gale leg. Turbulence, his leg muscles taut as he spun rapidly, generating a powerful airflow that manifested into razor-sharp air blades. These blades sliced through the air like a tempest, injuring nearby foes, blood splattering as flesh was torn, severed arms falling to the ground. The pirates who dared approach Buggy were repelled by the fierce air blades, staggering back in fear and despair. With Buggy and Shanks taking action, the tumultuous battle at sea officially commenced. "Fire the arrows. Quick, fire!" Gromma roared hoarsely. His fearsome crew, the bone collectors, swiftly knocked their bows. The arrows were entwined with writhing live snakes, their mouths exuding a chilling purple mist. Jabba shouted, "Gale leg, raging wind." With a single kick, he unleashed a powerful fan-shaped cutting wave. Explosions erupted as bone arrows detonated mid-air, releasing clouds of highly toxic green smoke. Rayleigh flickered, wielding his sword to unleash cutting winds that swept through the noxious fog, creating a massive vortex that surged toward the enemy ships. In an instant, anguished screams echoed from the enemy vessel as 3 bowmen were reduced to mere puddles of blood. Shanks danced amidst the hail of arrows, his wooden sword cleaving through the bone shield formation. Surrounded by 5 hulking men wielding ivory tower shields, he suddenly crouched low and executed a sliding kick, lion song, earth cut. The blade's light sliced upward, shattering 2 bone shields in one stroke. Buggy seized the opportunity. Bursting through the gap in their defenses, his fingers encased in Sea Prism Stonefinger Tigers, Finger Gun, Bee Sting. He accurately pierced the knees of his enemies. Port side, Shanks shouted, and before he could finish, Buggy had hurled a fishing net to ensnare a chain mace attacker. The twins spun back to back, shredding through the bone-cracking vanguard like a meat grinder. As Buggy thrived in the chaos, he skillfully combined the six styles to amplify their power, occasionally executing shave, flash. He darted between foes, always delivering lethal strikes from unexpected angles. Moonwalk, flight, he soared above, embodying a king who controlled the battlefield. Finger gun, Thousand Cherry Blossoms unleashed a flurry of lethal finger strikes, causing pirates to fall like leaves in autumn. With the agile application of the six styles, he pushed the enemy back relentlessly. What was once an orderly, arrogant enemy ship was now in disarray, the cries of battle and pleas for mercy intertwining. Gromma glared intently at the two young marauders wreaking havoc on his ship. You useless wretches. You can't even handle these two snot-nosed brats. With that, he swung his bone whip fiercely toward Shanks. Sensing the impending danger, Shanks quickly turned, raising his wooden sword to block. However, at the moment of impact, the bone whip suddenly split apart, transforming into 9 agile segments, each sprouting razor-sharp, serrated blades. These bone blades writhed like a ferocious snake, lunging toward Shanks. In a critical moment, Buggy, with quick reflexes, hurled his iron hook, snagging the back of Shanks' collar and pulling him back. The bone blades grazed Shanks' throat, leaving a shallow wound. Meanwhile, Barrett, having just crushed his 13th enemy's skull, turned to witness the perilous scene. A smirk crept onto his face as he taunted. Well, you two youngsters seem to be in quite the predicament. Fuming, Buggy shot back. Shut your filthy mouth, you damn bastard. Gromma's eyes widened, a glint of murderous rage flashing within them. He spun around, his bone whip hissing through the air as it struck toward Barrett with lethal intent. Yet the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement. This little contraption is rather intriguing. Upon hearing this, the sinister smile on Gromma's face grew increasingly malevolent. He gripped the whip's handle tightly, suddenly exerting force to twist it, causing countless sharp bone spurs to erupt from the formerly smooth bone blade, resembling a torrential downpour of arrows, hurtling directly towards Barrett. Humph, an ignorant fool. Barrett scoffed coldly. And in an instant, a thick, almost tangible layer of black hockey erupted from his arms. The bone spurs collided with his rock-solid ebony skin, instantly creating a dazzling shower of sparks, yet they inflicted no substantial harm upon him. Just then, Roger's voice rang out. Barrett, leave this one to me. Upon hearing these words, Barrett clicked his tongue, appearing somewhat reluctant. Nevertheless, he nodded, releasing his grip on the bone whip, then swiftly turned and departed to seek OU Chapter 18. The emergence of Conqueror's Hockey Gromma lunged at Roger with menacing speed, his bone whip whistling through the air, poised to strike. Roger, nimble as a phantom, evaded each blow with graceful ease, narrowly avoiding the whip's reach. He skillfully parried Gromma's attacks, a taunting smirk playing on his lips. Is that all you've got, Gromma? You think you can hurt me with that? Save your energy. Damn you. Stop running. Gromma roared, his attacks growing more ferocious. Roger danced through the onslaught, never faltering. He effortlessly deflected each strike, his taunts unrelenting. What's wrong? Losing your composure? Not very pirate-like. Driven to the brink by Roger's goading, Gromma abruptly turned, his bone whip ensnaring the mainmast of the Oro Jackson. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Roger's eyes as he abandoned his evasive tactics. With lightning speed, he closed the distance, seizing Gromma's arm and twisting it with brutal force. Gromma cried out in pain, his bone whip clattering to the deck. Roger followed through with a swift kick, sending Gromma sprawling several meters away. Gromma crashed onto the deck, struggling to rise. Roger regarded him with icy disdain. You dare threaten my ship? This is the consequence. He gently rested his hand on the hilt of his gleaming katana. Sunlight streamed through his tattered straw hat, illuminating his face, but failing to mask the fierce determination in his eyes. With a swift draw, he unleashed Ace, Divine Departure, Modified. Roger roared, launching himself skyward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Simultaneously, he swung his katana with devastating force, unleashing a torrent of golden energy that surged forth like a ferocious dragon, claws extended. Gromma, fully aware of the attack's power, braced himself. A ghastly energy enveloped him, causing the deck to tremble as skeletal remains erupted from the ground, rapidly coalescing into a barrier before him. Layer upon layer, the bones intertwined, forming 9 formidable walls of ossified protection. The golden energy wave crashed into the bone barricade. A deafening roar echoed as the seemingly impenetrable walls shattered under the force of the attack. Gromma's ornate armor, crafted from gilded ribs, disintegrated like fragile paper. The severely wounded Gromma emitted a tortured scream, propelled backward by the blow. He hurtled 30 meters before slamming into the bridge of his own ship, barely managing to halt his momentum. His bone whip was now nothing more than a lonely hilt. Gromma, teetering on the edge of oblivion, his eyes bloodshot with despair, underwent a horrifying transformation. His bones writhed and contorted, erupting into razor-sharp spikes that encased his entire body, transforming him into a grotesque porcupine of bone. The deck groaned under the strain as the skeletal warship underwent a macabre metamorphosis, bones sprouting from its hull. What in hell? Baki's scream pierced the fog as the deck contorted into a gaping, tooth-filled maw. Before he could react, Gromma's spine whip lashed out, its barbed tip glinting with venomous hues in the fading light. Shanks abruptly tackled Baki, sending them sprawling. A silver arc flashed past Baki's ear, courtesy of Shanks' broken blade. The sound of snapping metal mingled with the clatter of bone fragments. Shanks, clutching Baki's collar, leaped precariously between the closing bone plates. Below, a sickening crunch echoed as the ship's skeletal flag was devoured by the writhing bone spikes. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his hand trembling slightly. The bones are consuming the steel. It's an awakened devil fruit. Gromma, drenched in blood, was now fused with the ship's figurehead, his spine integrated with its keel. Hundreds of ribs jutted from the deck, and bone spikes laden with toxic green mist rained down. Roger's brats! Gromma shrieked, his laughter shaking the ship. Your remains will serve as the foundation for my new throne. Crimson lightning rent the sky. Roger's figure darted through the bone thicket, each strike precisely aimed at the regenerating bone armor. Get back, you brats! Roger roared, cleaving through a bone cage, only to be met by more skeletal tentacles erupting from the ship's hold. The ship emitted a cacophony of inhuman shrieks, and severed bone fragments dissolved into venomous snakes. Shanks' broken blade suddenly glowed crimson, and Baki saw the fiery sparks dancing in his eyes. Rednose, use that move. The young swordsman's arc of energy tore a fissure in the bone wall. Baki cursed as he activated Shave, his afterimages flitting through the bone barrage. Iron body, empty cicada. Baki contorted his body to impossible angles, narrowly avoiding the rain of venomous spikes. He leaped skyward using Moonwalk, his right leg transforming into a battle axe. Tempest kick, riot. As the cerulean energy blade severed 3 bone whips, Shanks' blade pierced the fissure like a crimson meteor. Armament hockey exploded within the bone structure, but the crack was instantly sealed by new bone armor. Gromma's maniacal laughter shook the sails. My body is the warship. Damn this ability. Baki yelled, landing on the swaying mast. He noticed Shanks' trembling hand, blood seeping from the wooden hilt of his sword. 6 bone spears hurtled toward them, and he grit his teeth, activating Shave to intercept the barrage. A searing pain shot through his shoulder as Baki's finger pistol struck a weak point in the bone wall. As cracks spread, he saw the crimson light in Shanks' eyes intensify. Conqueror's hockey erupted like a volcanic explosion, and scarlet lightning coursed through the cracks in the ship's structure. Now, Shanks' broken blade ignited with crimson flames, and Baki's tempest kick struck the center of the fissure simultaneously. The skeletal warship emitted a deathly wail as its layers of bone armor disintegrated in the face of the interwoven red and black hockey. When the last piece of bone armor plunged into the sea, Baki was dangling from the shattered mast. He extended his middle finger at the dissipating remains. There goes another new coat of mine. Rayleigh wiped the blood from his glasses. That combination, a rudimentary application of Conqueror's hockey infusion. Roger sheathed his sword, a smile playing on his lips. Those 2 brats. Roger grabbed Baki by the scruff of his neck, shaking a gilded bone fragment from his possession. Brat. The spoils go to me. That's compensation for emotional distress. Baki protested, flailing in the air. TCH, if you won't give it up, I'll just find it myself. As the others fought, Baki began looting the ship. The setting sun cast a bloody hue as Shanks plunged his broken blade into the enemy ship's wreckage. The hilt entwined with a section of bone whip. Barrett stood in the distance, arms crossed, sneering at the remains of Gromma's throne, a throne of human bones, now reduced to dust. As Shanks' broken blade reflected the setting sun, the edge of a new era sliced through the crimson sky. Chapter 19. The fragmented fruit Baki's deer-hide boots trod over the melting bone remnants, his nostrils suddenly flaring. This was the distinctive scent of premium cigars mingled with gold dust. He stealthily advanced along the corridor with the faintest trace of blood, slipping into the captain's quarters like a wisp of paper. Fortune had smiled upon him. His excitement was palpable as the golden ivory compass shimmered under the green wall lamp, and the aged spirit swirled within the agate skull-shaped decanter. However, The most striking object was the iron chest adorned with skull engravings, where a half-broken vertebral key was inserted into the lock. Bucky's fingertips glimmered with the aura of armed color, finger gun, modification. In an instant, 32 mechanisms clicked open, and as the lid of the chest sprang forth, a purple spiral fruit rolled onto the Persian carpet. A torrent of memories surged forth. He recalled the comical image of the blue-haired clown ensnared in a sea stone net, his fractured body cleaved into pieces by Hawkeye. Cursed object. Bucky, as if scalded, hurled the fruit into the corner, where it collided with the golden skull statue of Gramama, causing the ruby in its eye socket to drop. Gazing at the devil fruit on the ground, a sudden vision of the figure leaning against a drum during the Sky Island thunderstorm flashed in his mind, the electric arcs of the thunder fruit piercing through the clouds. Counting the timeline on his fingers, his excitement ignited. There was still time to reach the Sky Island. Indeed, he had been too young to seize the opportunity before. But now, calculating the time, Roger would soon begin collecting the historical texts, and he would undoubtedly head to the Sky Island. He chuckled with glee, his spirits lifted, and approached the fragmented fruit, picking it up. This treasure should fetch a few 100 million berries. Bucky wrapped the fruit in his cloak, exclaiming, "This is what I call resourcefulness." With the fruit in hand, he stuffed gold and silver treasures into the chest's compartments and pushed open the captain's quarters door. Unbeknownst to him, a figure was rushing towards him from outside. Shanks' rubber boots were stuck to a half-eaten pineapple tart, marking the beginning of what would become the most expensive slip in the history of piracy. As the red-haired youth stumbled into the captain's quarters, Bucky emerged just in time. "Watch out, Red Nose." "Don't call me Red Nose." Gulp. The purple fruit flew straight into Bucky's mouth, which had opened in a furious roar. Bucky clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground as his Adam's apple bobbed, as if he had swallowed a live octopus. Ugh! He plunged his fingers into his cheeks, attempting to induce vomiting, but his spittle erupted in 3 fountains. The stench was akin to rotting whale entrails mixed with spoiled eggs. Bucky lay sprawled on the deck, retching, the lingering foul odor of the fragmented fruit nearly emptying his bile. The rum bottle in Rayleigh's hands suddenly frosted over. 30 seconds. 30 seconds for what? Just as Shanks asked, wanting to help Bucky, he was met with a slap from Bucky's disjointed right hand. The activation time of the devil fruit. Roger had appeared at the rail, amusement glinting in his eyes. As if to validate the captain and Amp, Oppos, S words, Bucky and Amp, Oppos, S red nose detached from his face and floated in midair. "My handsome face." He panicked, grasping at his nose. Only for his left. WR Chapter 20. The development of the fruit. Bucky gazed at his right hand, suspended in midair, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his crimson nose. Rayleigh and Amp, Oppos, S sword pierced through his split abdomen for the 3rd time, his severed limbs flailing like a drunken octopus in the air. "Focus," Rayleigh commanded, striking Bucky's calf with the sword sheath. "Do not let the split exceed 3 meters." "Easy for you to say," Bucky retorted, as his left leg suddenly took on a life of its own, performing a tap dance that toppled training posts. This troublesome ability was more challenging than taming sea kings. In the distance, Shanks laughed heartily, pounding the deck, only to be caught by Bucky's split right hand tugging at his ponytail. "Laugh again, and I shall braid your hair into a twist." During morning practice, Bucky's right arm unexpectedly split, sending Jabba's axe flying into the sea, resulting in a 3-day punishment of scrubbing the deck. At lunch, his divided consciousness snatched Shanks' chicken leg, leading to a scuffle that overturned a barrel of pickles. In the dead of night, while attempting to split a flintlock in the armory, he inadvertently blew off his eyebrows, prompting Rayleigh to hang him upside down from the mast for reflection. After more than 2 months of training, Bucky could now adeptly split his body. During Barrett's heavy punch that shattered the 8th reef, Bucky managed to create a hollow in his chest cavity. As the fist pierced the illusion, he deftly maneuvered his split right arm to seize Barrett by the collar, executing his first shoulder throw. "Interesting," remarked the demon instructor, brushing off the dust. "But you still have a long way to go." Rayleigh tossed him a dagger. "Try splitting it." As Bucky and Oppos' fingertips grazed the hilt, the metal exploded into 5 jagged shards, one narrowly missing Spencer's wig. "Your aim is atrocious," Shanks mocked as he dodged, only to be pursued by a rain of Bucky's fragmented stones. When the 3rd stone struck his backside, the young swordsman finally drew his weapon. "If you have the guts, face me head-on." Shanks' wooden sword sliced through the morning mist, and Bucky's right leg suddenly withdrew, his upper body bending forward like origami. As the blade brushed past his nose, his split left hand scooped up gravel to throw into Shanks' eyes. How despicable! Shanks evaded by tilting his head, and his wooden sword rose in a counterattack. That's called strategy. Buggy and Apo's chest cavity abruptly cracked open, allowing the blade to pierce the illusion. The split right hand seized the sword and Apo's hilt, sending Shanks and Apo's weapon spiraling from his grasp. "You red-nosed scoundrel. Take this." Shanks' wooden sword sliced through the sea breeze, its edge aimed directly at Buggy's throat. The crew on deck paused their tasks, with Roger placing his straw hat atop a barrel, serving as an impromptu judging stand. Buggy and Apo's right leg suddenly bent sideways with a crack, sweeping toward Shanks' ankle with a shattering kick. Shanks instinctively leapt, attempting to cleave Buggy's leg in two. However, Buggy's split right leg twisted midair, striking Shanks' wrist with a resounding thud. The wooden sword spun, embedding itself into the mast, the freshly carved inscription of Shanks' name glaringly evident. "Yield, redhead." Buggy's right leg retracted like a live serpent, its toes provocatively curling. "Your swordsmanship is slower than a cook chopping fish." Don and Amp. Apo's, get too cocky. Shanks charged in barehanded, his bronze arms bulging with veins. Buggy grinned widely, slapping his palm against the deck. Wood chips and gravel erupted with the force of his split, creating a 3-meter-high wall of grayish-yellow dust. Before Shanks could regain his bearings, Buggy and Amp. Apo's mocking laughter echoed. "Left. No, wait, it and Amp. Apo's right." As Shanks punched through the illusion, the real threat loomed. Buggy's floating right arm emerged from the fog, claws poised to grasp his throat. The split right arm tightened around Shanks and Apo's neck while Buggy and Apo's main body flashed from the left. Submission lock. "Kneel before me." Shanks and Apo's face flushed, and he struck backward with his elbow against the severed arm. Unexpectedly, Buggy and Apo's left leg split, pressing his knee against Shanks and Apo's lower back. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. 3 moves to subdue. Satisfactory. Yet Jabba suddenly bellowed, "Red-haired brat. Use that move." A fierce glint flashed in Shanks' eyes as his red hair erupted like a lion's mane. He ceased struggling, instead using the back of his head to smash into Buggy's nose bridge. Red-haired headbutt. "Ouch. My nose," Buggy cried, tears streaming down his face as his split right arm slipped from control. Seizing the opportunity, Shanks caught the severed arm and swung it like a meteor hammer toward the pile of barrels. Boom. 20 barrels exploded, aged rum cascading over the two of them. Buggy's nose, now submerged in liquor, turned an even deeper shade of red, while Shanks, his hair disheveled with wood chips, laughed maniacally. "Do you yield?" "Never." Buggy's split left leg suddenly shot out from the rum, sending Shanks tumbling into a barrel of pickled fish. "Stop." Roger's Conqueror's hockey silenced the chaos, causing seabirds to scatter from the canvas. The round ended in a draw. Rayleigh surveyed the chaotic deck. Buggy's split right arm was dancing while clutching Shanks' straw sandals, and the mast, impaled by the wooden sword, had cracked into 3 pieces. Buggy and Apo's nose had swelled to the size of a lantern. However, Buggy, with a mischievous grin, pulled out money, declaring, "I bet Shanks wins next time." "Nonsense." Buggy's had popped out of the barrel. "I wager tenfold." As the sunset painted the sea crimson, the Ore Jackson still echoed with curses. One must acknowledge that Rayleigh and Apo's title as a master teacher was well-deserved. Since Buggy had adeptly mastered the ability to split his body, Rayleigh's desensitization training for the Devil Fruit users had commenced. The moment Rayleigh shackled Buggy's ankle with seastone cuffs, a wave of weakness washed over him. In the first week, wearing the cuffs for 2 hours daily, he could only wiggle his fingers. By the 3rd week, under the cuffs suppression, he managed to split 3 toes. 2 months later, Buggy had nearly desensitized himself to the effects of seastone. When Barrett's heavy punch, imbued with hockey, came crashing down, Buggy suddenly shattered the cuffs, splitting into fragments. Shatter. See Chapter 21. Cell division. On the deck of the Ore Jackson, members of the Roger Pirates congregated, their gazes fixed on the door of Buggy and Apo's room not far away. A week prior, during a meal, Buggy had suddenly shouted and subsequently locked himself away, refusing to budge. Moonlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating Buggy, who sat cross-legged amidst a plethora of medical texts. An array of medical instruments surrounded him, under the microscope. A droplet of blood revealed red blood cells splitting into 16 minuscule fragments, while white blood cells reassembled like sentinels. Buggy then poured several drops of nutrient solution into a vessel, observing the red blood cells. The 16 newly formed microcells gradually expanded, voraciously absorbing the surrounding nutrients. "Eureka!" Buggy exclaimed, abruptly rising and knocking over Rayleigh's prized century-old tequila. Under the microscope, his finger bones emitted a high-pitched hum, with the number of trabecular bones proliferating geometrically per cubic millimeter. The dividing osteoblasts restructured like nanomachines, transforming what was once a porous, coral-like skeleton into a honeycomb matrix of titanium alloy. With a resounding crack, the training anvil was punctured by a single punch, yet his knuckles remained unscathed. "Cells are the ultimate code of this fruit," Buggy declared, bursting from his room and shouting, "Someone, come spar with me. I wish to test my new abilities." The crew exchanged glances until Shanks stepped forward with a grin, saying, "I'll take you on." The battle ignited instantaneously as Buggy charged at Shanks, his body suddenly fragmenting and flying towards him in a peculiar trajectory. Shanks drew his sword, slicing through the morning mist, just as Buggy's pupils split into a honeycomb pattern. In an instant of neuronal multiplication, the world seemed to be set to slow motion. Thousand eyes, future sight. The tremors of Shanks and Apos, blade, the contraction of his muscles, even the trajectory of sweat droplets, transformed into streams of data flowing into Buggy and Apos' mind. With 2 fingers, he pinched the blade, the divided synapses having already predicted 10 possible countermoves. Shanks was taken aback, astonished by Buggy's ability to effortlessly neutralize his attack. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Shanks swiftly withdrew his wooden sword, spinning to unleash another fierce gust of wind. "Buggy." Upon hearing these words, Baki triumphantly lifted his arm, which had just been indulging in a feast, to showcase it to the crowd. "Aha! Did you see that? My cellular division ability is invincible, and it bears no side effects whatsoever. However, I must admit, I do feel hunger pangs more swiftly than before." Little did he know, before Baki could finish his sentence, his plump belly suddenly erupted with a roar reminiscent of a primordial beast. The sound was so thunderous that it caused a monkey, frolicking atop the mast, to lose its footing and tumble downwards. Chapter 22. The defeated beneath the moon. Shanks' broken sword was embedded at the edge of the lookout tower, its blade reflecting the phantom of Buggy, who was laughing maniacally on the deck. The red-haired youth gazed at the quivering flesh of his palm, where the bruise from his 17th defeat to Barrett lingered. Shanks and Apos' wooden sword slipped from his grasp, quivering as it struck the mast. Buggy and Apos' fragmented body was reassembling, his red nose glimmering mockingly in the moonlight. "Give up. You cannot strike me." The scoreboard beside the training ground blazed painfully bright. 23 victories, 0 defeats. Blood seeped from Shanks and Apos' palm, ever since Buggy awakened his fruit powers. The scales of their once even match had tipped irreversibly. "Why?" Shanks crushed the wine jug in his grip, shards of glass embedding into his palm unnoticed. "Am I the one being cast aside?" These thoughts had continuously haunted Shanks during their daily training. With his wooden sword swinging half-heartedly, his mind had already drifted elsewhere. The stark disparity in their abilities replayed incessantly in his mind. Though Buggy's progress was not remarkable, each step was taken with firm resolve. Meanwhile, Shanks seemed perpetually stagnant. This chasm filled him with anxiety and confusion, rendering him incapable of focusing during training. Suddenly, Buggy's dagger lunged toward Shanks, who remained oblivious. Just as the dagger was about to make contact, Buggy abruptly halted, irritation etched on his face. "Shanks, what is wrong with you? You're completely off today." Awakened from his stupor, Shanks stared at Buggy, opening his mouth but unable to articulate an explanation. During Barrett's training, Shanks continued to appear distracted. Barrett's iron fist shattered Shanks' defenses, sending the boy crashing through 3 railings into the sea. The fierce instructor hoisted the drenched Shanks. "If you can't even withstand this, you might as well be a lookout." Barrett's punch hurled him into the ship's railing, the force nearly shattering Shanks' sword. "Your sword hesitates. Even your killing intent has dissipated. You are worthless." With that, Barrett turned and walked away, leaving Shanks standing motionless. At that moment, Buggy was performing a new trick at the stern of the ship. The crew's cheers pierced Shanks' eardrums like daggers. He silently picked up his wooden sword, his knuckles turning white with tension. In the midnight treasure room, Shanks stared at the glass cabinet containing the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. "If I consume this, can I catch up to him?" The pages were frayed, and his fingertips hovered over the warning text regarding the consequences of consumption. "If I were you, I would toss that thing into the sea," echoed Roger's voice from the shadows. "Kid, that is not your path." Roger's straw hat suddenly clamped down over the encyclopedia. Shanks recoiled as if electrocuted. Crouched at the bow of the ship, the shattered wooden sword etched blood marks into his palm. as the sea mist brushed against the edge of the straw hat. Roger sat beside him, passing a wine jug between them. Do you know why Rayleigh does not use a fruit? The Pirate King pointed towards the starry sky. The strongest swordsman must wield a blade capable of severing fate. Amidst the crashing waves, the captain recounted tales of God Valley, how Carp and Apos' iron fist shattered the ambitions of Fruit Awakeners, and how Rayleigh and Apos' sword cleaved through the powers of nature. Shanks watched as his dear friend crafted a comical heart shape on the deck, suddenly choked with emotion. But I can't even beat Buggy. The straw hat suddenly enveloped Shanks' red hair. Do you know how many times I have lost? He pointed to the cross scar left by Rayleigh on his chest. 372 times to that bastard, 89 times to Carp, but I am never afraid of losing. Roger picked up the broken sword and flicked it lightly. What I fear is not having the courage to draw my blade. Amidst the reverberating hum of the trembling blade, Shanks heard the songs of whales from the depths of the ocean, sounds he had never paid attention to before. Roger drew the ace of spades. The moonlight, revealing intricate cracks along its blade, watched closely. The sword traced through the night sky like flowing water, the cracks weaving into a net that captured the brilliance of the stars. True strength does not reside in the blade. The crisp sound of sheathing the sword awakened the knight, but in the hand that wields it, in the person who uses it. The following day at the training ground, Buggy intentionally caught Shanks' sword strike with his rear. The split body crawled across the ground. Ouch. Red-haired great swordsman, spare me. Cut that out. Yet Shanks' sword tip trembled. Buggy suddenly reformed his body, his red nose nearly pressing against Shanks' forehead. Do you remember when you were 8? We promised to become swordsmen greater than Roger. The sea breeze swept up the faded training log, its yellowed pages chronicling. Shanks' record. 100 consecutive sea waves cleaved. Buggy's note. This kid will eventually split the red earth continent. On that deck, caressed by the gentle sea breeze, Shanks' expression suddenly grew solemn. Memories of their shared adventures, laughter, and disputes rushed through his mind like a tidal wave. Just then, Roger's words echoed in his ears. Roger's guidance pierced through the fog like a beam of light, dispelling the confusion and indecision that had long plagued Shanks. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had transformed into something razor-sharp and resolute. He cast aside all distractions and concentrated fully. The sea wind howled, billowing his cloak, yet he seemed oblivious. He slowly withdrew his sword, its blade reflecting the cool sunlight and radiating a dazzling brilliance. Shanks' wooden sword remained still, its tip shimmering with an unprecedented dark red glow. I found you. The blade suddenly pierced the void, striking Buggy's heart with pinpoint accuracy as he attempted to evade. The fragmented torso stiffened instantaneously, the original body plummeting from the treetops. How did you see through it? Buggy was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha! As expected of my dear friend. The tussle continued until dawn, both of them collapsing onto the shattered deck, gasping for breath. That night, Shanks scattered the fragments of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia into the sea. Buggy approached, swaying a bottle of red wine. I heard someone wants to learn how to eat a fruit like me. Let me tell you a secret. Suddenly, Buggy grasped Shanks' hand and pressed it against his chest, the cells beneath his skin boiling like water. Do you know how painful it is every time I split my cells? His red nose was unusually dim, as if swarms of ants were gnawing at his bones. What you think is strong. The tremors of cell chaos pulsed through Shanks' palm. That was not the pulse of a human. And you, the fierceness in your eyes when you wield your sword. I could never learn. Buggy jabbed at his heart, and Shanks discarded his protective gear, the sword in his hand enveloped in an unprecedented golden red aura. Divine avoidance. Prototype. The blade soared like a new moon, halting 3 inches from Buggy's head. Not far away, Rayleigh's spectacles gleamed with intensity. There it crushed the observation telescope. This kid. Atop the mast, Roger gazed at the starry sky with a smile. Inside the cabin, he polished the newly added scars on his sword, the explosive thrusts reminding him of the moment he first met Rayleigh. Amidst the laughter of the Pirate King, the Oro Jackson surged toward the next dawn. Chapter 23. Kuroka's in the year 1494 of the Sea Garden calendar, as chronicled in the original text. This marks the onset of Roger's ailment. From this year forth, Buggy became acutely aware of Roger's condition, relentlessly seeking the cause of his affliction and potential remedies. The moonlight streamed through the porthole, fracturing into silvery shards, while Buggy's fingertips transformed into delicate, spider-like tendrils, stealthily probing into Roger's captain's quarters. This marked the 7th clandestine examination of the month, as he covertly monitored Roger's vital signs. Cellular activity stood at 98, muscle fiber density was normal. Buggy adhered the divided retinal cells to Roger's spine, transmitting data through the optic nerve. Suddenly, Roger, lost in slumber, turned, causing the edge of his straw hat to brush against the hovering test cells. Buggy, in a state of anxiety, retracted his divided cells and subsequently noted in the medical log that all was normal. Yet, fate is often inscrutable. Red-haired, 30 degrees to port. Buggy leaped onto the cannon platform, directing Shanks to fire upon the distant pirate ship. The enemy vessel's cannon fire rent the night, while Roger's strikes remained as bold as ever. Just as Roger's griffin blade cleaved through the keel of the seventh enemy ship, a searing pain coursed through his body like a venomous snake biting at his marrow. The blade trembled erratically along its trajectory, and a slash that should have cleaved the waves instead skewed and severed the mast, the wreckage of the enemy ship grazing his right shoulder. Captain? Jabba's massive axe intercepted the pursuers, while Rayleigh's sword wove a protective net. Roger leaned against the ship's railing, laughing heartily. Gulalala. This new generation is quite formidable. Yet his fingers dug painfully into the wooden seams, the knuckles turning a ghastly shade of pale from the exertion. Struggling to rise, he swung his sword toward the distant pirate ship. Divine strike. Roger's blade illuminated the night as it severed the enemy ship's main mast, yet the keel, which should have been easily cleaved, only cracked by half an inch. Rayleigh's sword timely filled the gap, sinking the enemy ship, but upon turning, he witnessed Buggy lunging at Roger like a frenzied octopus. 1494. Indeed, it is this year. Why can't I detect it? Why? The storm quieted before dawn. Buggy collapsed in the laboratory, gazing at the cell samples of Roger in the petri dish. Within a mere 3 hours, they had completed the aging process of 30 years for an ordinary person. His trembling fingertips touched the samples, triggering a chain reaction of collapse upon contact. Rayleigh leaned against the doorframe. He had exhibited signs of morning stiffness 3 months prior. Buggy suddenly erupted, his detached head pressing against Rayleigh and Apos' face. You know, yet let him fight. This is the path he has chosen for himself. Rayleigh replied calmly. I have rewritten 738 testing protocols. Buggy stared at the ceiling, murmuring, why can't I find the source of the ailment? Just then, Roger's hearty laughter echoed from outside, reminiscent of the legendary figure he was destined to become. Time rewound to 3 months prior, aboard the Oro Jackson. Docked at a bustling island where the crew disembarked in search of amusement, Roger and Rayleigh ventured into a wooden cabin deep within the forest, a retreat of a renowned physician. The doctor's stethoscope slipped from Roger's chest. The cellular division rate is 37 times that of an ordinary person, at most. 2 years. Rayleigh smashed his fist into the treatment table, causing medicine vials to shatter into crystalline dust. Quack. Speak such nonsense again, and Rayleigh. Roger grasped his friend's trembling wrist. Rather than die on a sickbed, I would rather charge toward the end with a smile. Rayleigh's sword fell with a clatter. That night, Roger practiced swordplay alone amidst the tempest. Ace's strikes through the rain became increasingly sluggish, his once mighty conqueror's haki now unable to shatter even a raindrop. A strand of white hair, mingled with blood, clung to his brow, glaringly white amidst the lightning. Rayleigh stood in the shadows. Swinging the sword will accelerate cellular decay. So what? Roger spat out blood, his eyes burning with golden flames beneath the straw hat. Shall I wait to die? Chapter 24. The captain's grief as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the Oro Jackson embarked on a new journey. Laboon surfaced for the last time with a mournful cry as Crocus hurled a recording snail towards the mighty whale, proclaiming that once they located those scoundrels of the Rumbar pirates, they would sing a lullaby for him. As the Oro Jackson surged up the final wave of Reverse Mountain, Roger suddenly released the helm. Rayleigh, gather everyone, he commanded, removing his straw hat with a deliberate slowness. For it was time to host a welcome feast for the new ship's doctor. That night aboard the Oro Jackson, the crew reveled in joyous drinking, the roasted lamb of the welcome feast sizzling with grease. Suddenly, Roger leaped onto the mainmast crossbeam, his voice hoarse yet resounding. From this day forth, Crocus shall be our ship's doctor. Cheers erupted as Crocus ascended the deck with his medical kit. The newcomer must drink 3 barrels. Jabba smashed an oak barrel at Crocus's feet, rum soaking into his grizzled beard. This is the law of the Roger pirates. The old doctor sampled the liquor with his scalpel, inquiring, You call this medicinal wine? It's a 1978 sherry cask mixed with Sea King bile. Laughter erupted as Buggy, with his split tongue, seized the moment to taste the blade's tip, exclaiming, Pah, it's even worse than Uncle Rayleigh's foot wash. But the merriment came to an abrupt halt as Crocus, after downing a drink with the crew, produced a syringe from his medical kit and injected it into Roger's bulging arm. as the pale golden liquid coursed through his veins. Shanks's blade was at Crocus's throat. "You incompetent quack, are you poisoning him?" Jabba's massive axe shattered the medical kit, sending hundreds of vials exploding like crystal rain. "Hand over the antidote." "Stop. I still have something to say." Roger's Conqueror's haki erupted like a tsunami, causing the Aro Jackson-esque keel to creak ominously. For years, Roger raised 4 fingers at the crew. "I have 4 years left." His voice struck the deck like an anchor cleaving through ice, causing it to vibrate. Ha, ha ha ha. What a joke. Spencer awkwardly broke the silence. "It's true." Rayleigh suddenly drove his sword into the deck, fissures spreading like spider webs beneath everyone's feet. Shanks's wooden sword slipped from his grasp, falling into the sea as the wind carried away the silence. Clang. Jabba's axe shattered the newly laid teak deck. "What nonsense is this?" Barrett's armed haki slammed into the mast, the residual force of Roger's haki cracking the copper mirror of the lookout. A beastly growl rumbled from Barrett's throat, veins like serpents crawling beneath his bronze skin. "Only I can kill you." As his second punch struck, the air compressed into visible spiral ripples. Rayleigh's boots sank 3 inches into the deck, his sword clashing against the iron fist, sending dark red sparks flying. "Are we done yet?" Swish. Shanks's wooden sword sheath suddenly intervened in the fray, the gold tassels of his straw hat torn asunder by the gale. The trajectory of the youthful strike, imbued with both innocence and lethal intent, aimed directly for Barrett's throat. "Do not disrespect the captain. Get lost, kid." Barrett crushed the wooden sword sheath in one hand, splintered fragments scoring Shanks's cheek with blood. The clash of haki sent 3 barrels of rum flying. "Gulalala." Roger's boisterous laughter shattered the smoke. His Conqueror's haki enveloped the 3, freezing them in place like statues. Barrett's iron fist was a mere half-inch from Rayleigh's temple, and Shanks's broken sword tip pressed against Barrett's throat. "Now this is what a crew should look like." Roger leapt atop a barrel, declaring, as Shanks lunged at him, that his straw hat perfectly landed on Roger's head. The boy shouted, "You promised you would teach me swordsmanship. 4 years isn't enough." "Then we must hurry, you fool." Roger laughed heartily, ruffling his red hair. "From tomorrow, you'll swing your sword 3,000 times a day." "Yes, Captain." The crew gathered in the cabin illuminated by whale oil lamps. Roger stepped onto the nautical chart. "That old fool Whitebeard laughed at me in the tavern, claiming I would never find the great treasure in my lifetime in 4 years. I will make him kneel before this island and weep." Jabba's axe cleaved the table with a resounding thud. "Then let's compress the 4-year journey into one. I want to see whether the ship falls apart first or I die of exhaustion." Rayleigh suddenly sliced open his palm, droplets of blood falling into the rum barrel. Those who seek to steal time from death are not alone. One by one, the others followed suit. 50 cups were raised in silence. Buggy's split arms held the jug, pouring it into each cup. The liquid mixed with the painkillers he had secretly hoarded, though he knew they would be ineffective against Roger's affliction. "To the 4 years that will overturn the world. To the voyage that shatters the coffin lid. To, damn it, One Piece." As the cups clinked in a crisp sound, Shanks suddenly plunged his broken sword into the helm. "On the day we arrive, I will carve the name of the Roger Pirates with this blade." At dawn, Crocus inscribed a new entry in the ship's log. "Year 1497 of the Sea Circle, all members signed the 4-year pact." The signatures were soaked in blood and wine, Roger's name etched through the paper like a knife. "Gulalala. So you lot better step it up." Shanks sat idly at the bow, clutching a replica sword. Spencer's nautical chart sprawled across the captain's quarters, each marked with frenzied plans to shorten the voyage. The old navigator's pipe lay heaped with ashes as he murmured, "There is still time. There must be time." In the dead of night, Jabba barged into Rayleigh's cabin with a jug of wine. "You knew all along." The first mate, wiping his blood-spattered sword with a cloth, replied, 3 months ago." His body had already begun to fail. Jabba suddenly covered his face, tears streaming through his fingers like a young beast whimper. Rayleigh poured wine into the burning hearth. "Don't let him see you like this." Barrett dragged a 10-ton anchor through the torrential rain, his military boots crushing every inch of intact wood on the deck. When Crocus attempted to bandage his torn palm, he was sent flying 3 meters by a single punch. "Useless. You can't even heal him." As the morning mist began to lift, Roger discovered all the crew gathered at the training ground. Shanks's wooden sword was wrapped in fresh bandages, and even Barrett had rarely tamed his unruly hair. Roger's straw had arced through the air, declaring, "My life is to be consumed by the pirate flag, so before I turn to bones, I will take you all to conquer the Grand Line and seek the legendary treasure One Piece. Let us turn this world upside down." Familiar boisterous laughter resonated on the deck. Roger was using his Conqueror's haki to disperse the morning mist. While Ace's slashes were more fervent than before his illness, seemingly trying to compress all the remaining light of his life into that trajectory. Chapter 25. The ambition of the lion. As the Oro Jackson sailed into the Eitvor Sea, Rayleigh, who had been basking in the sun on the deck, suddenly opened his eyes along with Roger. Rayleigh, trouble is brewing. How's Roger? Is he all right? Of course. I'm Roger. Roger grinned, adjusting his straw hat. The ambitions of Shiki can only be answered with a fist. Before long, the skies over the Eitvor Sea were obscured by a looming shadow. Thick, inky clouds rolled low over the sea, while the cannon muzzles of 50 iron warships flickered with an eerie blue light. The floating islands of the Golden Lion Shiki hovered amidst the clouds, their surfaces crawling with barnacles and seaweed. The Skull flag flapped ominously in the salty breeze. The flagship, Sky City, floated 1,000 meters high, its prow shaped like a roaring lion's head forged from gold, snarling under the flashes of lightning. Shiki, standing atop the named swords, Sakura and Kuragaki, had his golden mane crackling with static like a lion's tuft. Roger. The sound of his voice, imbued with the Conqueror's haki, shattered the windows, causing Buggy's eardrums to throb. Shanks gripped the railing tightly, watching as the man descended from the floating boulder. Shiki's twin swords crackled with dark red arcs of electricity, the patterns of Sakura and Kuragaki morphing into a roaring lion's head under the lightning. Roger slowly rose, looking at Shiki with a teasing smile. Shiki, you still enjoy making such a grand display. Ha 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 ha, Roger. Although we have had our differences in the past, let us forget them. With the world-destroying weapons you know of, my forces, and my perfect plan, we can immediately dominate this world. Be my right arm, Roger. Shiki spread his arms wide, the main cannons of his fleet charging with a thundering roar. Let the new world witness our... Just as Shiki was boasting, Roger interjected. Your spit got into my drink, Shiki. I'm not interested in ruling. If I don't pursue what I truly desire, what is the meaning of being a pirate? No matter the pressure you exert or the benefits you promise, I refuse your proposal, Shiki. Roger tipped back a bottle of rum, his straw hat standing firm against the gale. Shiki, towering above, looked down with disdain, his voice laden with the weight of Conqueror's haki. So, your answer is that I should kill you here, is it? Roger's haki surged like a tsunami, colliding with Shiki's, tearing the sky open. No. It mean when the ram of the Oro Jackson cleaved through the third enemy vessel, Buggy was astride a ship-mounted cannon, erupting in maniacal laughter. Splintered ribs formed in exoskeleton armor, deflecting cannonballs in a shower of sparks. He tore off the cannon barrel with his bare hands, hurling it like a javelin to pierce the steam turbine of an enemy ship 100 meters away. As scalding seawater gushed from the breach, a dark figure descended upon a waterspout, twin-bladed battle axe imbued with armament haki, slamming Buggy into the lower cargo hold. You whelp, a giant of a man, towering at 3 meters, tore open his naval coat, revealing a golden lion tattoo on his chest. I am Gustav Iron Coffin, captain of the Flying Fleet's 3rd Division. The cargo hold's rum barrels detonated in a cascade, and Buggy arose from the splintered wreckage, his pupils dilated crimson due to erythrocyte hyperactivation. Gustav's axe blade struck his reinforced scapula, producing sparks akin to molten lava. Is that all? Buggy grinned, his muscle fibers suddenly splitting and expanding. His right arm, swollen threefold, impacted the giant's abdomen, the shockwave shattering an entire row of portholes. Not even half the force of Barrett, still daring to bark? Gustav retreated 10 meters, his battle axe carving a furrow in the deck, wiping blood from his mouth. His skin took on a metallic sheen. The powers of the armored rhinoceros Zoan fruit were now in effect. The cargo hold floor collapsed under his heavy stomp, sending them plummeting into a burning munitions depot. Do you know why they call me Iron Coffin? Gustav roared amidst the explosions, his battle axe a whirlwind of devastation. Because I specialize in interring madmen. Gustav's massive fist hurtled toward Buggy's cranium, but at the moment of impact, Buggy maximized his muscle cell division. His right arm ballooned like a siege ram, the bulging muscle fibers beneath his grayish-blue skin resembling writhing serpents, each vein pumping overloaded energy. Cellular overload, mountain breaker. At the instant of the fist-to-fist collision, the shockwave jettisoned every iron nail from the deck. Buggy's phalanges shattered instantly, bone fragments spraying and drawing blood on Gustav's face. The splitting osteoblast proliferated madly, carbonized shards ejected from the newly formed bone, emitting a sickening creak. Not yet. Buggy snarled, flexing his restored right arm, and using shave to appear behind his foe. His splitting left hand, fingers like talons, seized Gustav's haki-imbued neck. Iron block. Mincer. Gustav roared, spinning into an elbow strike. But Buggy preemptively split his chest cavity. As the elbow pierced the phantom image, his reassembled upper body recoiled like a spring, his forehead smashing into his opponent's nose. Gustav slumped to his knees, armament hockey fading like the ebbing tide. Buggy's skin was cracked and fissured, carbonized muscle debris scattering in the sea breeze. Shanks traversed the barrage with moonwalk, his wooden sword precisely shattering the gears of 3 ballistae, as he severed the anchor chains of the 4th enemy ship. A tempest of rose petals obscured his vision. Only when the petals sliced his cheek did he realize they were blood-soaked blades. Lilith Bloodrose, captain of the Flying Fleet's 5th Division. A masked woman announced. Her stiletto, in hand, unfurled a rose-shaped aura. Your blood will be the most exquisite pigment, pretty boy. Shanks parried with his sword. Lilith's thrust eliciting a septet of sparks on the blade. Your sword, Shanks' pupils ignited with a golden glint, fears my blade. Lilith unleashed a flurry of blades and a tempest of metallic petals. Shanks closed his eyes, his wooden sword piercing the gaps in the hockey flow. A shockwave rending 9 layers of sword aura. Impossible. You clearly lack a devil fruit ability. Lilith said in disbelief. The swordsman's creed, Shanks stated, is to cleave through all impossibilities. Lilith roared, lunging toward Shanks, her shadow flickering in the moonlight, her blade tracing a venomous, viridescent arc. Shanks anticipated her next strike to his throat, but Lilith's blade abruptly split into metallic tendrils. Armament, entwine. His wooden sword instantly enveloped in crimson hockey, Shanks spun, severing the tendrils, but not before Lilith's blade found purchase. Your blood smells so sweet, Lilith hissed, her tongue tracing the venom on her blade. 3 black welts appeared on Shanks' left arm. Numbness snaked up his spine, and the youth stumbled, using his sword as a crutch. Moonwalk, empty cicada. Buggy's splitting right leg launched like a cannonball. Lilith chuckled, leaning backward, only to see the limb disarticulate midair. Dozens of fragments reassembled, clamping around her neck. Got you. Lilith's body shimmered with hockey, attempting to repel Buggy, but Shanks' blade had already pierced a gap beneath her armpit. The sword aura cleaved through the hockey, detonating a bloody wound. Buggy and Oppos, S hockey imbued knee shattered her jaw. Lilith and Oppos, S mask shattered, revealing a burned and ulcerated visage, and fear flickered in her eyes for the first time. Shanks gasped. His broken sword as support, the venom tinting his pupils a deathly gray. The golden lion's roar echoed from the clouds. Shanks watched Buggy's blood-soaked back. Next time. He wiped the venom. I'll cover you. The Aro Jackson burst through the inferno. As the first lightning bolt cleaved the sky, 2 blood-soaked youths on the deck shared a triumphant high-five. Their era was dawning with the storm. But their joy was short-lived. When Star Crusher Gurud, captain of the Golden Lion's 1st Division, descended from the clouds, the very air vibrated. He landed on a sonic boom, the shockwave flinging away the surrounding pirates. Game over. Little mice, Gurud said, removing his sunglasses, revealing pupilless, alabaster eyes. Buggy stood before Shanks, who steadied himself with the broken blade, warily observing the newcomer. Sonic fruit, activate. Gurud announced, Buggy's reinforced bones instantly resonating and burning, Shanks' wooden sword vibrating in his grip. Gurud snapped his fingers, detonating visible shock rings. Buggy's rib armor shattered, and blood seeped from Shanks' ears. Gurud sneered at the struggling youths. Which do you think will break first, your bones or your friend? You bastard. You and Oppos, LL be the first to die? Shanks and Oppos, blade flashed toward the sound source, only to be deflected by a sonic barrier. Gurud teleported before Shanks, seizing the blade. He slowly applied pressure, watching the wooden sword snap. Finger pistol, velocity. Buggy ensnared Gurud. Run, Shanks. We can't beat him. Find Rayleigh. I'll hold him off. But the disparity in power was too great. Buggy was quickly felled, Gurud crushing his lumbar vertebrae. Shanks, watching Buggy struggle beneath Gurud's foot, roared. Haushaka-haki erupted. The broken blade spinning back, wreathed in crimson lightning. As the blade sliced half an inch into the sonic barrier, it stopped. Gurud's fingertip aimed at Shanks' brow. Intriguing brat. But this ISN and Oppos, to your era. Sayonara. The sound of flesh exploding was faster than the words. Buggy and Oppos, S pupils contracted to pinpoints, veins writhing beneath his skin like worms. He bit his tongue, the taste of blood electrifying his nerves. Erythrocyte. Hyperactivation. With a cacophony of bone cracks, his body swelled to 5 meters. His skin tearing as splitting muscle fibers forcibly stitched the wounds. Gurud was forcefully repelled as he stood upon him, while Buggy's fists, enveloped in a dark crimson armor, descended like a meteor. A thunderous sound erupted, yet Gurud's soundwave barrier thwarted the onslaught. Buggy relentlessly swung his fists, and amidst the cacophony, Shanks's voice pierced through, urging, Buggy, cease at once. The red-haired youth leapt into the air with grace, his observation hockey sensing the frantic disintegration of his dear friend and amp, Apo's, cells. Suddenly, blood gushed from Buggy's right eye, ruptured capillaries staining his vision of vivid crimson. Stop your prattling. Garud, sensing the madness before him, withdrew a conductor's baton. You have earned my recognition, little one. Garud's baton sliced through the air, unleashing a sonic boom that rent the hulls of 3 warships asunder. Buggy's bones groaned under the strain of the infrasonic waves, teetering on the brink of shattering. The realm of the music fruit's wielder enveloped the waters. The sonorous waves of the requiem coalescing into countless violin strings, each entwining around the mast of the Oro Jackson. This technique was named the Lament on the Gallows. Garud's fingers danced in the void, plucking the strings, the infrasonic waves materializing into nooses that ensnared the twins' necks, heralding your demise. Clang. The sound of a sword severing the G-string resonated more clearly than thunder. Bullying a child, what a trivial feat. Allow me to entertain you. Rayleigh ascended the steps, his presence formidable. Behind him lay the wreckage of enemy ships, cleaved by his sword's aura, the moonlight cascading along the blade like a flowing galaxy. At last, I meet the legendary Rayleigh, the right arm of Roger. Allow me to share my music with you as a farewell. Garud bowed graciously to Rayleigh, who stood poised. In the next moment, Garud and Amp, Apo's, baton transformed into a golden violin bow, and a transparent violin appeared in his grasp, producing the tune of Flight of the Bumblebee. A swarm of sonic bees materialized, blotting out the sun as they surged toward Rayleigh. His figure flickered amidst the swarm, his sword's tip striking the ground in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the music. The speed of sound is 340 meters per second, and the King of Hell's sword light wove a hexagonal sound barrier, while my strike, suddenly accelerated, broke through the sound barrier, cleaving the queen bee in twain. Garud's violin case exploded, the first string snapping audibly. He bit into his fingertip, inscribing a blood-red staff notation upon the deck, transforming the entire sea into a colossal resonance chamber. Garud tore open his attire, revealing a chest inscribed with musical notes, flesh and blood morphing into the bronze pipes of an organ. As the devil's tremor echoed through the heavens, even the storm solidified into suspended notes. Rayleigh advanced, moving to a peculiar rhythm of 4 30-second notes, each step landing precisely within the variations. You've missed a beat. The western sword pierced the 4th pipe, revealing the King of Hell's gleaming smile. The 7th note should have followed with silence. Garud coughed up blood, desperately drawing the bow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Garud's baton lay shattered into 3 pieces. His final gambit was to transform himself into a human resonance chamber, his heartbeat synchronized with the tremors of the 3rd chapter of Path Teak. The waters within a 10-mile radius boiled. Rayleigh suddenly sheathed his sword, standing tranquil amidst the tempest. At the instant the most potent sound wave struck. His drawn blade resembled the act of pausing a phonograph. The King of Hell's sword art, eternal silence. There was no sword energy cleaving the air, no domineering aura swirling around. Garud's neck began to bleed, the turbulent sea behind him crystallizing into a mirror. All soundwave assaults were absorbed as if drawn into a black hole. Even the sound of crashing waves fell into profound silence. What terrifies a musician most? Rayleigh flicked the droplets of blood from his sword, not the off-key audience. Garud knelt, clutching his bleeding throat, the conductor and Amp, Apo's, baton plunging into the sea, creating ripples. He was a madman forcibly inscribing arrest. Rayleigh turned to see Shanks cradling Buggy's battered form, the red-haired youth trembling. He shall not perish. The old King of Hell wiped the blood from his blade, seemingly affirming this statement. As Buggy's chapter 27, the Duel of Kings, the Golden Lion hovered a kilometer above the sea, wielding his blade, Sakura 10, in the woodless, conjuring a tempest that twisted the remnants of 10 warships into a steel tornado. His golden mane danced wildly amidst the raging storm, while 3 deep sword wounds on his chest oozed blood like molten lava. Yet he laughed with increasing madness. Roger, this sea cannot accommodate 2 kings. The ocean erupted into towering waves, and Roger leapt upon the crests, his sword, entwined with black and red lightning, cleaving the clouds asunder. Roger's eyes blazed with golden flames. Shiki, you see only the throne, while I behold the world's end. The golden lion's arms bulged with muscle as he unleashed the full power of his float fruit. 3 floating islands were torn apart by gravity, transforming into millions of burning meteors. Lion's might, heavenly waterfall. He grasped the air, and the cluster of meteors coalesced into a golden lion's head, with magma flowing between its fangs. Roger's blade traced a Z-shaped arc across the sea, his conqueror's haki evaporating the water and creating a vacuum a kilometer wide. Divine evasion. Alter. The blade's light collided with the lion's mouth as black-red lightning danced between the gaps of the meteors. As the mushroom cloud of explosion ascended, the observing Gemini fleet was toppled by the shockwave, losing 7 ships. Not enough to see. The Golden Lion charged forward, stepping upon the fallen star debris. His renowned blade Sakura 10 aimed at Roger's heart. The moment the blade's tip grazed the skin, Roger's pupils constricted to the size of a pinhead, foreseeing death a mere 0. 3 seconds ahead. Clang. The ace blade was thrust upward at an incredible angle, locking with the serrated edge of Sakura 10. They grappled in midair. 100 meters above the sea, as the clash of their conqueror and Apos' haki unleashed black-red lightning that sank the nearest 5 frigates. Suddenly, the Golden Lion relinquished his strength and plummeted, the dual blades piercing the ocean surface. Rise. His forehead bulged with veins, and the sea was lifted by the float fruit, forming a colossal cube of water 10 kilometers in diameter. Fish flailed desperately within the transparent cage, while the Oro Jackson was encased like an insect in amber. I want you to witness the annihilation of the fleet. The Golden Lion's roar shattered the edges of the water cube, unleashing countless water lions upon the flagship. The 10-kilometer-wide water cube refracted prism-like specks of light under the sun. Rayleigh's rapier carved crescent-shaped scars on the deck. Jabba, 12 degrees to port. 9 towering water lions, each 100 meters high, charged towards the flagship, their water-fanged mouths radiating the dark hue of armament haki. Jabba's massive axe whipped up a sonic boom, cleaving through the first 3 attacking water lions. Spencer, give me a wave. Reverse triangle sail. Spencer hurled 7 grappling hooks into the water wall, adjusting the sail's angle using the recoil. The remnants of the shattered water lines collided with the sail, transforming into a torrential downpour that extinguished the boiler room's flames. Kuroka's injected adrenaline into Shank's carotid artery. Kid, can your observation haki still be used? 10 o'clock, cough. 3 seconds later, to the east. Blood seeped from Shank's and Apos. Wound. Enough. Kuroka's flung a scalpel, its cold glint piercing through the gaping maw of a water lion. Instantly, the water lion collapsed into ordinary seawater, drenching Buggy and Apos' irate face. Hey, I and Apos, am a wounded man. I and Apos, V shed blood for this ship. Rayleigh leapt into the air, stepping lightly as he wove sword energy into a golden birdcage. Roger, this sea will be borne by us. Jabba and Apos' axe light cleaved through the dome of the water cube, letting a ray of sunlight pierce through. Let go of your hands and feet, and let us give it our all, Captain. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that, Shiki? My crew is paving the way for me. Roger laughed heartily as the two engaged in a battle that spanned 3 days and nights, staining the horizon with blood and fire. The Golden Lion dove from the suspended boulders, his dual blades Sakura 10 and Woodless summoning a towering tsunami. The wind lifted Roger and Apos' straw hat, revealing streaks of white in his hair, while the Conqueror and Apos' haki upon the ace blade intensified, slicing through the cascading waves into a torrential downpour. Roger, the Golden Lion and Apos' roar shattered the clouds. Your era and your life will be buried in the sea today. Shiki. Roger's blade pointed skyward, a manic grin stretching across his face. Do you hear it? The sea mocks your ambition. The Golden Lion's arms spread wide, and 30 derelict ships plummeted from the sky like meteors. Roger surged against the descending wreckage, his blade weaving a golden net that cleaved the iron giants into a shower of burning meteors. As they exchanged 13 strikes, each collision birthed circular vacuum zones in the clouds. Roger plummeted towards the deck, ensnared by Rayleigh's sword energy. What a thrill! The Golden Lion wiped the blood from his lips, his severed left ear gushing with the residual waves of Conqueror's haki. Only the sea can force me to employ this move. You'd better lay low before I do. Roger laughed, tearing his shirt. As Roger lunged forward, the trajectory of the ace blade left golden scars lingering in the void. The Golden Lion suddenly spread his arms wide, the remnants of warships floating and assembling into a golden lion. At the moment the giant claw descended, the sea was pressed down into a 1,000-meter pit, and the hull of the Oro Jackson emitted a dying wail. Let you witness the true lion and Apos' might, imperial ground roll. The Golden Lion spat out a broken tooth, his bloody lips twisting into a sinister grin. Gold. Roger, you truly are the finest opponent Roger's blade ignited with azure flames, a sign of Conqueror's haki compressed to its utmost. The Golden Lion crossed his twin blades, causing the entire sea to rise and form a 10-kilometer-wide sea lion, and Apos' might, devouring heaven and earth. Roger and Apos' ace blade entwined with black-red lightning. His Conqueror and Apos' haki materializing as a coiling dragon around his blade, divine evasion, open sky. The moment their blades clashed, time itself seemed to freeze. The sea lion was cleaved in half, revealing the rising sun behind it. The Golden Lion's blades shattered into a web of cracks, and a deep cross-shaped wound opened across his chest. Roger and Apos' palm was completely torn, the ace blade spinning from his grasp and embedding itself into the ship and Apos' deck. The blood-soaked handle gleaming in the sunlight. The Golden Lion fell upon the flagship and Apos' deck, coughing up blood mixed with fragments of his organs. He glared fiercely at the suspended Roger, his blood-stained golden hair resembling the mane of a dying lion. Why will you not reign over this sea with me? Because the romance of a pirate is freedom. Roger caught the blade that Rayleigh tossed to him. As the Golden Lion attempted to summon his twin blades back, he found Sakura 10 embedded in the helm of his flagship. Captain Shiki, the first officer screamed, clutching the shattered life card, all hands retreat. But the Golden Lion grinned, tearing open his blood-stained cloak, his one eye burning with a darker obsession than a black hole. No retreat. Crush them. The remaining two. Chapter 28. Escape from despair. The surface of the sea abruptly fell into an uncanny calm. The blood-stained cloak of the Golden Lion draped over the shattered railings of the flagship. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his golden mane standing on end in the static air, and roared into the transponder, "Concentrate all firepower on the Oro Jackson. Reduce it to splinters." Roger and Apos' thunderous voice echoed. "Look above you." As the Golden Lion tilted his head back, Buggy's severed right hand clung desperately to the telescope. A swirling black vortex in the clouds was collapsing, a manifestation of the superstorm he had seen countless times on meteorological charts before his journey. The first bolt of lightning struck the golden ram of the Golden Lion's flagship, and the apocalyptic vision from Buggy's memory exploded into reality. A 1,000-meter-high waterspout rose from the ocean floor, emitting a metallic wail as 3 frigates were drawn into the whirlpool. The Golden Lion and Apos' fleet was swept into the vortex like a child and Apos' building blocks, the steel warships twisting and groaning in the violent currents. The brittle snap of broken masts mingling with the crew's screams, creating a symphony of doom. Buggy lay at the bow of the Oro Jackson, his fractured retina reflecting a hellish scene. The Golden Lion head of the flying city was shattering at the vortex and Apos' center. Hard to port. Seized the T3 Eye of the Storm. Buggy shoved aside the helmsman Spencer, his trembling hands furiously spinning the wheel. The Oro Jackson carved a Z shape through the tumultuous waters, and just behind it, the Golden Lion and Apos' flagship was struck by lightning, igniting it into a blazing torch. Impossible. My ambitions defeated by the weather. The Golden Lion's eyes bulged with rage. The final explosion of the flying city's engine sent him flying. Roger, even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me. The Golden Lion floated on a deck tilted at a 45-degree angle. His dual blades plunged into the steel floor to anchor himself, as he attempted to control the scattered wreckage with the powers of the float fruit. The broken mast transformed into the scythe of death amidst the storm. Crack. The helm, crafted from a century-old oak, spun and pierced through his protective aura, its serrated edges embedding into his skull. The Golden Lion's roar resonated with the thunder, blood flowing along the helm's grooves, creating an eerie staff of music. In the moment when the powers of the float fruit spiraled out of control, the wreckage of 30 warships rained down upon their own fleet like a meteor shower. Lord Shiki. The lieutenant lunged towards the unconscious Golden Lion, only to be swept into the suddenly formed maelstrom. Buggy watched as a classic scene from his memory replayed. The once dominant fleet of the Grand Line was being torn to shreds by nature itself. Lightning pinned the billowing sails, and Jabba's battle axe shattered the colliding iceberg. Kuroka secured the unconscious Roger to a medical bed, a syringe filled with a pale golden liquid, the last adrenaline mixture. 3 o'clock. Follow that albatross. Buggy's vocal cords were rendered hoarse by the salty sea spray. Shank's red hair clung to his face, soaked by the ocean. In the brief moment of calm guided by the albatross's wings, the Oro Jackson's whalebone ram pierced the edge of the storm's rainbow water curtain. As the sun broke through the clouds, countless remnants of the Golden Lion's fleet floated atop the burning sea. Buggy slumped on the remaining half of the mast, his split body leaking blood like a rag doll. I survived. Buggy raised a trembling middle finger to the rising sun. But all my treasures have gone to the fish. The unconscious Roger let out a soft laugh in the medical bay, as if in a dream. Beheld the outline of the final island. Meanwhile, 80 nautical miles away, the Golden Lion, with his head impaled by the helm, was washed ashore on a deserted island. His ambition and pride slowly draining away with the cerebrospinal fluid from his fractured skull. The sunset painted the sands of Emerald Island a honeyed hue. The waves softly caressing the battered hull of the Aro Jackson. The campfire crackled beside the coconut grove, the fat from the roasted pig dripping into the flames, sending sparks flying and startling a few seabirds. The members of the Roger Pirates, all bandaged and weary, sprawled across the beach. Jabba raised a coconut wine bowl with his only functional right hand, blood still seeping from the cross-shaped wounds on his bronze chest, to the bastards who survived. To Carocas' medical skills. Buggy sprang up like a mummy, his bandaged forehead tied in about Carocas' handiwork. On his left leg, the plaster bore a crooked inscription reading First Mate Buggy, which Shanks promptly kicked into the waves. Rayleigh leaned against a rock, his left arm in a splint, while his right hand elegantly held a gilded goblet. His sword was plunged into the sand, its hilt adorned with a string of freshly plucked bananas. This king of the underworld's majesty was wholly diminished by the pink ointment smeared across his forehead. I was the key to turning the tide. Buggy suddenly leaped atop a barrel, the plaster leg creaking against the barrel and amp. Oppos, S side. If I hadn't an amp, Oppos, T calculated the storm and amp, Oppos, S trajectory. You'd all be fish food. He waved his wrapped right hand, revealing a half-eaten roasted fish peeking through the bandages. Jabba's roasted pig bone struck Buggy's red nose with precision. Shut up. I haven't forgotten about you stealing my prized rum. Shanks appeared out of nowhere, executing a shoulder throw that sent Buggy crashing into the sandpit. The group pounced, tossing coconuts, bananas, and even Carocas' false teeth at the so-called hero. I've bled for everyone. I've contributed. You can't treat me like this. Buggy wailed. Rayleigh sighed, sipping his drink. Let him lie for 3 days. Just as they were reprimanding Buggy, Roger stealthily approached the barrel, his head wrapped in bandages resembling a mummy coconut. His fingers barely grazed the ladle when a cold glint flashed. Carocas' scalpel was embedded in the barrel's rim, vibrating ominously. Touch alcohol again? The old ship's doctor emerged from the shadows, wielding a syringe glowing with an eerie blue light. This vial of Sea King bile is going straight into your veins. Jabba laughed so hard his spit flew, and Rayleigh choked on his drink. Shanks silently placed the captain's straw hat atop the barrel, inscribed with the 43rd decree of alcohol prohibition in charcoal. I and Amp, Oppos, LL just have a whiff. Roger pouted, retracting his hand, only to be tripped by Buggy and Amp, Oppos, S severed foot, face planting into the pile of roasted fish. Amidst the laughter, Carocas jabbed a needle into Roger and Oppos' rear, double the painkillers. As the campfire dimmed, Shanks practiced new sword techniques on the beach. Buggy fashioned a hammock from bandages, stealthily rummaging through Carocas and Amp, Oppos' medical box for painkillers. Rayleigh spread the tattered nautical charts across his lap, the moonlight gilding the blood-stained routes with silver edges. Can we still sail? Carocas wiped his bloodied scalpel. You dare venture into hell as long as the keel is intact. Roger gazed up at the starlit sky, his eyes shining like in the days of old. Next, we must seek the final text of history. Amidst the sound of the tide, Jabba's snores intertwined with Buggy's chewing of stolen snacks. The tattered sail shadow of the Aro Jackson swayed in the moonlight, like a pirate flag that would never be lowered. Chapter 29. Barrett leaves the ship. The deck of the Aro Jackson bore the charred scars of the burning Golden Lion fleet. Standing atop the lookout, Barrett cast his bloodied bandages into the sea. His bronze physique glinted with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. The echoes of Roger and Amp, Oppos' cough mingled with Buggy and Amp, Oppos' furtive sips of rum. The medical bay was suffused with the acrid scent of antiseptic. Barrett observed Roger, who was struggling against the fore, crushing the doorframe, the noise awakening the crew. Barrett gazed at Roger and declared, Roger, I am leaving. The crew of the Roger pirates erupted in fury. Jabba's battle axe shattered the mast base. Do you think the ship is a tavern? You come and go as you please. The deck cracked beneath Barrett's military boots, 30 crew members forming a crescent around him. Jabba and Amp, Oppos' axe splintered the wood at Barrett and Amp, Oppos' feet. Ungrateful mad dog. Stand down. Roger emerged clad in his blood-stained captain and Amp, Oppos' coat. His smile beneath the straw hat as wild as ever. Rayleigh's sword unsheathed silently, only for Roger to raise a hand in restraint, leaning against the shattered mainmast, his clothes billowing in the wind. Roger said. Give him a chance to say farewell. Roger gestured. Give me a reason. You're about to die. Barrett shoved past Kuroka's, his towering frame casting a shadow over the bed. I follow the world's strongest man, not a bedridden wretch. One last duel. Let me see how much you've improved. Barrett tore open his shirt, muscles bulging like a volcano. If I lose, I will leave my life behind. Barrett and Apos' iron fist struck without warning, compressing the air into a visible conical shockwave. Roger sidestepped, the teak deck where he stood erupting into splinters. Their figures flickered amidst the wreckage of the ship, each collision shaking loose uncollected cannonball fragments. Barrett's fist crackled with black and red lightning, each blow carrying the might to rend the sea asunder. The armament Haki enveloped him like black flames. Roger, show me the metal of the so-called Pirate King. Roger's conqueror's Haki coalesced into a tangible golden hand, gently cradling the descending steel beast. Under Barrett and Apos' astonished gaze, Roger and Apos' fingertips flicked, reducing the wreckage to debris that clinked as it fell between them. Roger's scabbard finally cracked during the seventh parry, yet the exposed blade remained as tranquil as the deep sea. What are you afraid of? Roger suddenly sheathed his sword, exposing his chest. As Barrett and Apos' iron fist neared his heart, the conqueror and Apos' Haki erupted like a volcano, forcibly repelling him 10 meters back. Barrett wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Afraid I might kill you, a dying man? Do not underestimate me, Barrett. Summon your spirit, Roger shouted at the hesitant Barrett. Hearing this, Barrett nodded gravely, his aura surging dramatically. His muscles flowed like molten lava, veins coiling beneath his skin like dragons. He stepped back to gather strength, the deck cracking like spider silk beneath his boots. The sea within 100 meters compressed into a vast bowl. Roger and Apos' espada at last emerged from its sheath, the blade entwined with a tangible conqueror and Apos' Haki. Resembling a massive black dragon, the waves behind him surged backward, forming a colossal sword of water. Barrage of the nation, Starfall. Barrett and Apos' right fist morphed into a crimson meteor. Divine avoidance, sea splitter. Roger's slash cleaved through the fabric of space-time. In the instant of their titanic clash, the Oro Jackson was thrust 3 meters above the sea by the shockwave. Buggy fragmented into a flesh shield to protect Shanks, while Rayleigh's sword aura shattered into a shower of light amidst the sonic boom. As the brilliance faded, Barrett's iron fist halted an inch before Roger's brow, while the tip of the espada pressed against his heart. Why stop? Barrett's roar mingled with blood. Strength is not about moving mountains, but knowing where to place them, Roger replied, observing Barrett. At that moment, Barrett seemed consumed by madness, akin to a beast cornered, his eyes wide with frenzied flames of rage. His body trembled uncontrollably, attacking forward in a frenzy. Each swing bore the weight of brute force, devoid of any form or strategy. Surrounding objects were swept aside in chaos. His incoherent shouts, alternating between curses and roars, emanated from the depths of his heart, a mere outpouring of emotions that threatened to engulf him. Sweat drenched his garments, streaming down his face. Yet he remained oblivious, wholly immersed in his own chaotic world. The pace of his attacks quickened, their force intensifying, the air around him growing restless. Barrett, stop. Roger's fist lunged towards Barrett. Barrett's blocking arm cracked under the strain, yet he seized Roger's wrist and executed a shoulder throw. They collided into the ruins of the burning artillery, flames extinguishing under the weight of Roger's conqueror's Haki. Roger's knee pressed against Barrett's throat. You will never defeat me. Not because I am stronger, but because you refuse to see the world beyond battle. Roger and Apos' eyes burned with something more fervent than Haki. You did not lose to me. You lost sight of the weight of your comrades. Roger sheathed his sword, pointing at Buggy, who was pilfering some rice crackers. Barrett stared blankly at his blood-stained crew insignia. Memories flooded back to that stormy night. When he lay gravely injured and unconscious, it was Buggy who dragged him back aboard. During the fierce battle against the sea pirates, Shanks had blocked a bullet aimed at him. The sound of metal shattering pierced the silence. Barrett crushed the insignia, fragments cascading from his fingers into the sea. The strong need no burdens. Yet Barrett added silently to himself, at least, I need not fear betrayal. Hey, big guy. If the Navy catches you, remember to mention the name Buggy the Clown. Buggy tossed a bottle of rum towards Barrett. Barrett smirked, easily catching the rum. No one has been born who can capture me. I bet 10 years. As Buggy grasped the helm, it instantly transformed into a treasure chest. If you fall, I'll rescue you and make you work as a laborer for 10 years. But if you lose? Barrett paused, then suddenly shoved Shanks in front of him. Then this red-haired kid becomes your subordinate. Boring. I accept. Amidst Shanks' furious roar and the crew's laughter, Barrett departed. The dawn gilded his silhouette, resembling a lone wolf striding towards his battlefield. He would return. Roger swallowed a painkiller after discovering something more vital than strength. The waves consumed the last rays of twilight, the whale song of the Oro Jackson piercing the dusk. 20 years later, when Impelled Down collapsed, this blood-stained wager would once again stir the winds of fate. As Barrett's small boat vanished over the horizon, Roger suddenly coughed violently. Shanks picked up a fragment of the insignia, discovering tiny words inscribed on its reverse: "Defeat Roger and become the strongest man." It was Barrett's bold declaration made during a drunken celebration. Rayleigh returned the bloodied espada to its sheath. Buggy raised his middle finger at the receding dot. In the tide of the new era, the Oro Jackson continued its voyage towards destiny's end. 22 years later, when Buggy rescued Barrett from Impelled Down, the yellowed wager bore new scrawled words: "Tea and water service begins counting from today." Chapter 30. Whitebeard. The morning aboard the Oro Jackson was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. Buggy clung like a gecko to the exterior of the kitchen chimney, his nose just 3 inches from the vent. This was the optimal vantage point for pilfering after 7 days of careful observation. His fingertips, fragmented into minute particles, slipped through the exhaust pipe when suddenly, the familiar call of the newsbird echoed from the deck. In an instant, Buggy reassembled his form and moonwalked toward the mast. Under the shadow of the flapping newsbird, a silver coin tossed by Shanks traced a parabolic arc in the air. The newsbird caught the berries and dropped a newspaper before soaring away. As Shanks leapt up to catch the falling newspaper, a net of 300 nail-sized bone fragments had already formed to intercept it. Armament hockey, cellular capture. Buggy's right arm disintegrated, the bones enveloped in hockey shimmering like flowing light. This was a new technique developed through the energy provided by red blood cells. The fragmented bone cells proliferated in the air, creating a capture matrix spanning 3 square meters. Shanks observed the sudden appearance of the bony net, and his wooden sword abruptly redirected, slicing toward the descending newspaper. The paper, originally plummeting vertically, was caught by a gust of wind, narrowly evading the grasp of the bone net. The clash of the two youths and Oppos, observation hockey ignited a game of trajectory prediction, causing the newspaper to pirouette gracefully in the air. "It's mine." Buggy's palm suddenly oozed blood, red blood cells bursting forth in explosive division. His hand shot out rapidly, grasping for the newspaper, which was firmly seized and began to drift slowly toward him. Buggy reclined leisurely in Roger's rocking chair, reveling in his spoils. The ink was still wet on the headline: "Whitebeard enlists mysterious samurai corps. Wano's guardian Kazuki Oden joins the fray." Kazuki Oden, the time had finally come. Just then, the deck trembled violently as Roger appeared above Buggy and Oppos' head. Conqueror and Oppos' hockey shattered the bottles on the edge of the lookout, amber liquid coalescing into a bizarre floating bead in the air. Roger and Oppos' finger traced the pattern on Oden and Oppos' clothing, the twisted characters reflecting the phantom of red historical text in his pupils. "At last, I have finally found it." Roger's maniacal laughter resonated, vibrating the sails and rigging. As he turned, the wind pressure he generated swept Buggy's freshly stolen jerky into the sea. Roger's finger nearly punctured the decorative belt on Oden's waist in the newspaper. "Look at this. It aligns perfectly with the inscriptions we discovered in the Valley of God." "Rayleigh, adjust our course. We are off to meet that stubborn old fool, Newgate." Shanks steadied the nearly toppled Buggy, and both glanced at the small print in the corner of the newspaper. The captain and Oppos' cabin was thick with the scent of cigar smoke and ink. Roger and Oppos' nautical chart sprawled across the oak table, 23 magnetic lines intertwining into a web over the New World seas. "Are you certain you wish to seek out Kazuki Oden? Newgate values his family above all else." Rayleigh and Oppos' golden hair glimmered coldly in the moonlight, and Roger and Oppos' fingers suddenly pressed against his abdomen, cold sweat instantly soaking his shirt. One must always take the chance. The captain and Oppos' raspy laughter mingled with the scent of blood as the prow of the Oro Jackson tore through the final veil of clouds. They had now entered Whitebeard's territorial waters. Shanks abruptly yanked him back by his collar, a cerulean flame grazing his nose before melting a fist-sized pit into the deck. "All hands on alert." Rayleigh and Oppos' voice was swallowed by the sudden azure flames. 12 rings of fire descended from the heavens, coalescing at the mast's peak into the tail feathers of an immortal bird. Marco folded his burning wings and landed on the main cannon, his pineapple hair reflecting an emerald sheen in the firelight. "Old Dad says He yawned, his fingertips conjuring azure flames that transformed into a signpost. Declaring that to entertain guests, one must first pay the toll. The flames surged suddenly, outlining the skull emblem of the Whitebeard pirates in the air. Roger erupted into laughter, his voice rippling across the surface of the sea. He abruptly drew Ace and thrust it into the deck, his conqueror and amp, Oppos, hockey radiating golden ripples, tell Newgate. Is this greeting heavy enough? Marco's languid expression finally shifted. He soared through the light beam, trailing the flames of rebirth behind him like a rainbow bridge. Keep up. Don and amp, Oppos, fall behind. The Oro Jackson sailed into the eye of the storm, and Buggy beheld dozens of battered warships floating within the clouds, all remnants of those who had attempted to challenge Whitebeard. As the island broke the horizon, the sounds of a raucous feast reached them first. Buggy's nostrils were suddenly filled with the scent of roasted meat, and he saw the entire coastline glowing, the beach lined with thousands of barrels of wine, and a spit roast the size of a warship turning over a roaring bonfire. Gulalala. You dare to invade with so few? Roger. Thunderous laughter crashed over the waves as Whitebeard lifted his head from a colossal drinking bowl, the Murakumo slicing through the clouds and embedding itself in the rocks 10 meters away. The Pirate King leaped over the ship's railing, landing beside Whitebeard. I and amp, Oppos, V brought the most troublesome rookie with me. The air between Roger and Whitebeard began to warp, the collision of their conqueror's hockey generating black-red lightning that shattered the night sky. The two captains simultaneously drew their swords, but in an instant, their motions transformed into a toast. To this damn fate. To this foolish dream. At the moment their drinks clashed, the bonfires across the island ignited in shades of lapis lazuli and gold. Buggy jumped off the ship following Shanks, finding Jozu using his diamond arm as a bottle opener, while Sachi wielded a chef's knife, slicing sashimi on an iceberg, and Bista's rose sword rained spices over the roasted meat. Buggy spotted Odin roasting by the fire in the distance, accompanied by a stunning woman cradling an infant. This must be Kazuki Toki, and that little one must be Momonosuke. As a reincarnated individual, his mission was clear: eliminate Momonosuke. Shanks suddenly dragged him toward the roasting area. Buggy, that pirate has been watching you closely. Buggy turned to see a toothless boy grinning from the shadows, remnants of cherry pie slipping through his fingers. Catch! A suddenly flying barrel. Marco appeared behind him. This drink is potent. Give it a try. At this moment, Whitebeard and Roger were drinking heartily. Gulalala. How many barrels can you still handle? Whitebeard tilted back the 7th barrel of rum, his atoms apple bobbing. Roger wiped the froth from his beard, his left hand, hidden beneath the table, pressed against his cramping stomach. Roger suddenly rapped the barrel with the hilt of his sword, speaking up. Whitebeard, lend me Kazuki Odin for 2 years. The atmosphere froze instantly. The moment Whitebeard set down the barrel seemed to stretch into eternity. The instant the wooden barrel met the table, the Murakumo, imbued with dark red hockey, cleaved downwards, causing a rift in time. The blade stopped just 3 inches from Roger's forehead, as Ace blocked it, radiating a solar-like brilliance. The collision of their hockey generated a circular shockwave. Do you think family is merely a chip to place on a gambling table? Roger. Whitebeard's roar echoed. Those witnessing the scene, though still reeling, began to rally behind their captain, bracing for the impending clash. Whitebeard and Roger spoke in unison. Leave everything you possess behind. Leave everything you possess behind. Marco at Whitebeard and amp, Oppos' command, ignited his arms, pale blue flames morphing into wings, bellowing. Let us get to it. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates surged forward. Rayleigh and Jabra stood at the forefront, watching the oncoming throng. Grab it. Jabra brandished his twin axes, pointing forward as he shouted. The Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates clashed fiercely. Rayleigh swung his cutlass, toppling several lackeys while Marco charged toward Rayleigh. Don't get too cocky. Rayleigh spun gracefully, parrying Marco's fiery claws with a single finger. The clash between Jabba's battle axe and Jaw's diamond armor ignited spherical lightning, illuminating the skies with 800 glimmers of blades meeting. Chapter 31. Blackbeard teach at the juncture of sea and sky. Golden and crimson orbs exploded, and the clash between Roger and Whitebeard generated waves that compressed the entire expanse of ocean into a concave shape. As the 10th clash of conquerors hockey shattered the clouds, 2 figures suddenly flashed atop the highest peak of the desolate island's lava pillar. The youthful exuberance of the young man was palpable. Roger wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, while Ace and amp, Oppos' sword was embedded within the rock strata. Below, on the sandy beach, Rayleigh's rapier intertwined with Marco's immortal blue flames, forming a spiraling column of light, each collision melting the sand into glassy craters. Whitebeard, leaning on his bicinto, sat down. The aura of the tremor fruit flickering in his palm. Gwahaha. The fledgling taught by the old bird must eventually leave the nest. At that moment, Buggy was approached by Sachi, who had mistakenly assumed that Buggy intended to join the chaotic fight. Buggy had planned to find a quiet spot to observe the spectacle. However, unbeknownst to Sachi, his misguided intent led him to charge at Buggy from the outset. The palm trees suddenly toppled in droves, and Buggy's fragmented form flickered amidst the wreckage. "Brother, why are you chasing me? Can't you just dislike me in peace?" Buggy exclaimed, his temper flaring. 7 arcs of blade light flashed as Sachi's specially crafted kitchen knife wove a silver net around Buggy. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and Amp, Appos, 3rd Division moved with the precision of a chef, his cleaver technique conjuring gusts of wind. Octopus ball slash. Sachi spun and unleashed a circular wave of sword energy, the grains of sand swirling around it taking the shape of fragrant dumplings. Buggy's nose suddenly split into 16 petals, resembling a blossoming bun as he devoured the sword energy dumpling. Hick, he deliberately let out a loud belch, overcooked and too much sea salt. Sachi and Amp, Appos' face turned a shade of deep crimson, and he danced with his dual knives. "Do not insult my culinary skills." 12 seafood risotto-like slashes screamed forth, each sword energy intertwined with the phantoms of shrimp and crabs. Armed color, bone chopsticks. Buggy's pinky bone elongated to 3 meters, enveloped in dark haki, resembling colossal chopsticks. He deftly intercepted each strand of seafood illusion, blocking the onslaught of slashes. Suddenly, Buggy appeared before Sachi, seizing his knife and applying gradual pressure. Sachi, in terror, watched as his dual knives twisted. Tears finally streamed down the tough chef and Amp, Appos' face. "Old man." Sachi abruptly discarded the knife handle and knelt on the scorching sand. "I have shamed the kitchen of the Moby Dick." He tore off his chef and Amp, Appos' coat to reveal his furry chest, begging for the honor of seppuku as penance. Buggy, feeling utterly mortified, scratched his toes frantically within his sandals. Seeing Sachi genuinely retrieve a fork aimed at his abdomen, Buggy instantly teleported in front of him, manifesting a fist-shaped gauntlet. "Take a nap." With a swift punch that cut through the air, he struck Sachi and Amp, Appos' chin, sending him crashing to the ground with a tragic expression. From a distance, a deafening roar of laughter erupted. Roger, pounding against the lava pillar, laughed until tears flowed. "Newgate, your kid is attempting seppuku with children's cutlery." Whitebeard's drinking bowl shattered as he pretended to gaze at the distant brawl between Joju and Jabba. The youth of today, they certainly possess character. The uncontrolled conqueror's haki sent 3 passing seagulls flying. Buggy squatted beside the unconscious Sachi, using bone powder to draw a mustache on his face. "Next time, I'll teach you how to make stargazing pie." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a chilling presence rise behind him. Whitebeard was glaring fiercely at him from a short distance. Buggy glanced at their surroundings, leaping atop the peak with a moonwalk, still clutching half of a roasted sea king. The offspring of a parenting expert surely need to strengthen their resilience. He intentionally smeared grease onto Whitebeard's cloak, warning that overprotection could lead to. The sheath of the bicinto suddenly plunged between the two, and Buggy disassembled into fragments to evade the shockwave. Whitebeard downed the last of his drink, his pupils reflecting the distant battlefield. Jozu and Appos' diamond fist collided with Jabba and Appos' battle axe, igniting sparks that set the forest ablaze. "Kid." Whitebeard and Amp, Appos' voice reverberated, causing the lava pillar to crack. "Come back to me when you can withstand a mere 30% of my shockwave." Stop. I'll be quiet." "Uncle, just take a break." Buggy mimicked, sealing his lips, then began to feast heartily while watching the thrilling combat below. Suddenly, a circular shockwave erupted beneath the cliff. 15 steps away, Blackbeard Teach grinned, his toothless mouth revealing a sinister gleam as his steel claws spun between his fingers. Shank's wooden sword clashed against Teach's claws amidst the rocks, sending the seawater flying 100 meters away. Blackbeard and Amp, Appos' right eye, shrouded in shadow, glinted with malice, only to vanish in an instant. "Not bad, kid." Before the word settled, his figure morphed into a blur of gray. Shank's pupils contracted. Was that not the 6 powers shave? Teach's legs alternated at an odd angle. The sound of rubber bands snapping echoed from his ankles. Steel claws sliced through the air from 3 directions simultaneously, but Shank's observation haki failed to catch the physical form. The wooden sword suddenly thrust upward, the armament hockey erupting along the blade. What should have been a tangible strike fell short as Teach and Appos' elbow bent backward at an unnatural angle, his steel claws grazing Shanks and Appos' nape. At the moment, blood droplets splattered. Shanks spun and executed the Navy's 6 powers, Gale Palm, but the air blade was blocked by Teach's steel claws. The rhythm of Teach's assault quickened, joints popping like firecrackers. His collarbone grotesquely protruded upward, his entire right arm slithering around Shanks' sword defense like a serpent, the steel claws lunging for his heart. The metallic clash created a thunderous boom that sent sand flying. Shanks had enveloped his left arm in armament hockey, gripping the incoming claws barehanded. One sword style, reverse scale. Shanks suddenly released his grip, the wooden sword rotating half a turn in his palm. The back of the blade, wrapped in hockey, struck at Teach and Appos' temple. A lethal move taught by Rayleigh during last night's training. Yet, the steel claws preemptively blocked the attack by half a second. Impressive, Shanks thought to himself as the point of contact between their weapons erupted with black and red lightning, creating a crater 20 meters in diameter in the sand. Your breath is uneven. Teach suddenly revealed his blood-stained gums. His chest resonated with a threefold echo, as if 3 lobes were gasping simultaneously. Shanks' armament hockey flickered momentarily, and Teach's claws pierced through his defense. In a critical moment, Shanks' observation hockey surged past its threshold. He discerned the vibration frequency of Teach's muscle fibers. Those dark red strands spiraling like sea kings into 3 strands. The wooden sword slashed back at a bizarre angle, its tip precisely piercing 3 resonance nodes between Teach's ribs. Cough. Blackbeard staggered back for the first time, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his gaze to his torn garment, revealing 3 scars arranged in a triangular formation. Suddenly, a wave erupted between them, Marco and Appos' immortal blue flames sweeping across the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, Shanks retreated, positioning his wooden sword across his chest in a dragon nest stance. His rapid breaths carried a metallic scent. You have 3 hearts. Teach wiped the blood from his chin, his steel claws spinning a deadly waltz. No wonder you're one of Roger's crew. His hunched back straightened suddenly, the sound of cracking bones echoing like firecrackers. Shanks' observation hockey blared warnings. Teach's subcutaneous fat was converting into muscle, his height surging by 15 centimeters. I can't let you go. Teach's voice deepened like a bell. The ground beneath him instantly turned to sand as his steel claws surged forth, accompanied by a black hole-like suction. Shanks' thrust was distorted by a bizarre force field, the wooden sword bending back toward his forehead. Abandoning his weapon, Shanks launched a punch at Teach's abdomen. The attached armament hockey pierced through like a drill, causing the rocks behind Teach to explode. Blackbeard disgorged black blood mingled with fragments of his viscera, yet tenaciously clutched at Shanks's gore-stained collar. The clash of conquerors hockey between Roger and Whitebeard forcibly separated the 2 combatants. Returning to his original position, Whitebeard abruptly frowned, his Murakumajiri deflecting Roger and Appos' attempt to pilfer liquor, that red-haired apprentice of yours. A trial for the young ones, Wooden and Appos, do you say? Roger chuckled, his chest resonating with mirth. Much like that cherry pie lad of yours, concealing remarkable secrets. Baggy conveyed Shanks back to the vessel, where, after a rudimentary dressing of his wounds, Shanks somberly declared, Baggy, that pirate from just now. He possesses 3 hearts. 3 hearts. Sweat beaded upon Baggy's osseous armor. Could that monster have consumed the octopus fruit 2 decades prior? Suddenly, Rayleigh's blade aura swept across the summit, while Marco's phoenix flames incinerated a breach in the heavens. Clutching his abdomen in agony, Roger arose, his conqueror's hockey-infused roar reverberating throughout the firmament. Lads, once we plundered the poneglyphs, let the festivities commence. Whitebeard's booming laughter caused the island to sink half a meter. His Murakumajiri pointed towards the incandescent sunset. Let's not allow Roger's whelps to look down upon us. Chapter 32. Interpreting history. The 3-day and 3-night fierce battle transformed the deserted island into a landscape resembling a lunar crater. The white-bearded pirate crew and Appos' whale flag was marred with scorch marks, and Marco and Appos' flames from his 7th rebirth appeared significantly dimmer. Cease your actions, Whitebeard's sword, Songyan Xie, pierced the coastline, sending shockwaves rippling through the island and Appos' crust. Rayleigh timely halted his sword aimed at Marco and Appos' throat. At the tip of his rapier, azure feathers oozed faint golden blood. Roger landed beside Whitebeard with a moonwalk. Your sons are far more resilient than the Golden Lioness fleet. Josu's diamond armor was riddled with spiderweb cracks, and Jabba's war axe was wedged into the gap of his shoulder guard. Jabba chuckled through his cigar. Kid, do you really think diamonds are the hardest? The axe blade gently flipped, landing at Josu's feet. How's Mr. Rayleigh's swordsmanship class? Jabba passed by with a barrel of liquor, the axe face reflecting Marco's pallid visage. As the full moon ascended to its zenith, the deck of the Moby Dick was strewn with blood-stained bandages. The medical team weaved among the injured captains, the scent of alcohol and ointments mingling with the aroma of barbecued meat. Bring the liquor. My sons are not that fragile. Whitebeard suddenly shattered the yellow sand beneath him. As the moonlight permeated the battlefield for the third time, two bonfires ignited simultaneously along the coastline. Buggy maneuvered through the injured with a half-man-high barbecue barrel. By the way, I specially added digestive enzymes. Sachi revealed a toothless grin. As Buggy took the roasted meat, he lowered his voice. Be cautious of the one who always steals cherry pies. The head chef looked around in confusion. Teach? That boy just loves sweet food, right? Never mind. Go have your fun. Buggy waved his hand in exasperation. Sachi remarked while walking. Remember to find me after you finish. Not far from the bonfire, Blackbeard was burying bloody bandages in the sand. Roger retrieved a copy of the historical text from the ship and laid it beside Kazuki Odin. Hey, Odin, can you really understand this? Odin glanced at the copy and replied, Yes, I can understand it, but how do you possess this document? This script is a code passed down through generations of the Kazuki family in Wano. Ha ha ha, splendid. Splendid. Roger laughed heartily, knowing Odin could comprehend it. The manuscript of Joy Boy from God Valley? Odin and Amp. Appo's fingertips grazed the uneven textures, those symbols rearranging into Wano's cryptic script within his pupils. Acknowledging the sun that would shine 800 years later, Whitebeard's fingers tightened around the sake bowl, rippling the clear liquid within. How much time is left? His deep voice reverberated, causing the deck to creak. Roger rested Ace's sword across his knees, the blade reflecting the bulging purple-black veins on his neck. For years. Perhaps even less. The wine dish in Odin's hand shattered in response. Suddenly, the samurai of Wano stood up, and two blades resonated like dragons within their sheaths. The historical text copy at his waist glimmered, the oracle bone script seeming to animate. To seek that elusive place. Is it worth it when we are on the brink of death? Whitebeard leaned forward from his throne, the tip of Tsung Yunxia pressed against Roger's throat. Roger burst into laughter, blood-tinged foam staining his silver beard. That's why I came to borrow someone who can decipher ancient texts to save time. Conqueror and Appo's haki erupted uncontrollably, cracking the ship's walls with numerous fissures. Newgate, do you know what I saw? In the ruins of God Valley. The truth of the blank century is, I am not interested. I only care about my family. Whitebeard abruptly swung his sword. The shockwave from the tremor fruit sent Roger crashing onto the deck. Amidst the flying wood chips, Odin and Appo's sheath blocked Tsung Yunxia and Appo's second strike. Let him finish. The samurai's grip shattered. Roger rose from the debris, his chest wound exposed, revealing stark white bones. His kneeling posture caused the eyes of all the Roger pirates to widen. They had never witnessed their captain bowing to anyone in 20 years. I beg you. The voice of the pirate king choked in the April sea breeze. And Amp, Appo's, just give me 1 year. Let Odin help me find Raftel. And Amp, Appo's, Captain. Roger. The crew of the Roger pirates felt a piercing pain as they witnessed this scene. Whitebeard's furious conqueror's haki shredded the clouds. Do you think kneeling will exchange my family? Roger. You don't understand what it means to. The light ball of tremors coalesced into a black hole above Tsung Yunxia. I understand. Kazuki Odin suddenly slashed his palm, smearing blood across his eyes. When I saw the Oro Jackson at 9 Mile Beach, I heard the call of souls from 800 years ago. Whitebeard staggered back a step as Odin knelt beneath his cloak. This Sea Emperor revealed the first signs of aging. Whitebeard, allow my brother to be reckless just once, just as you took in this foreigner years ago. The samurai's forehead pressed against the deck. When the first tear shattered on the deck, Whitebeard suddenly hurled the barrel of liquor at the two. Get lost. But you must return Odin in one piece by this day next year. As the sun pierced through the sea mist, Buggy was counting the cherry pies smuggled aboard. Shanks suddenly seized his fractured wrist. Looked to the southeast. Marco transformed into a blue flame meteor, streaking across the ocean. His cascading flames igniting a navigational route on the New World map. When he tossed the eternal pointer to Rayleigh, he instructed, Tell Roger not to let our father's resolve go to waste. The phoenix's flames flickered in the morning mist. Kazuki Momonosuke, nestled in Odin's embrace, suddenly cried out. His wails mingled with the long cry of the elephant. Odin stood at the ship's stern, wielding two swords. The slicing waves intertwining in the air to form the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. The cannons of the Whitebeard pirates simultaneously turned towards the sky. 800 fireworks bursting into an orange luminescence. This was the highest tribute for bidding farewell to loved ones in the New World. Set sail. Roger's roar shattered the frost on the ship's side. The Oro Jackson unfurled its sails. As the vessel vanished beyond the horizon, Whitebeard gazed at the life card in his palm. Odin, returned safely. At that moment, the Oro Jackson was bathed in an amber glow, Rayleigh stacking 12 barrels of fine wine into the shape of a throne. When Kazuki Odin's wooden clogs stepped onto the deck, Roger suddenly slashed the horizon with his sword, the burning clouds transforming into a shower of golden flakes. This is a greeting gift. Roger laughed heartily, shaking off the sparks from Ace's sword. As Kazuki Toki and Appo's 12 garments brushed across the deck, Buggy attempted to sneak a taste of the welcome feast Sakura rice cakes. Kazuki Toki looked at Buggy and said, "You possess the power of time." Buggy nervously scratched his head, then quickly left, forgetting to take the rice cakes. "I am Kazuki Odin." The samurai suddenly knelt on one knee, crossing his swords over his chest, for the promises unfulfilled 800 years ago, and for the dawn that must arrive 20 years hence. Jabba struck the barrel with his axe. "Speak plainly. I am here to help you read the demon drawings on the stone." Odin instantly broke character, scratching his head and laughing, the earlier solemnity dissipating. "I am Odin and Appo's wife, Kazuki Toki." Kazuki Toki lightly laughed as the sands of time flowed gently from her fingertips, transforming into pink cherry blossoms that tenderly fell upon the shoulders of each crew member. The deck suddenly erupted in two plumes of smoke as the cat viper, with its tail adorned with golden rings, leapt onto the cannon platform, proclaiming, "I am the future ruler of the night, the esteemed cat viper." Duke Inuarashi and Appo's western sword sent Shanks and Appo's straw hat flying, declaring, "Daylight belongs to Duke Inuarashi." Shanks found an apple lodged in his throat, while Buggy seized the opportunity to pilfer the last piece of senbei from his pocket with his split toes. As Inuarashi lit a cigarette for Rayleigh with his claws, Jabba's axe clanged down upon the deck, exclaiming, "Roger, have we stumbled upon something truly remarkable?" Chapter 33. Arrival at Sky Island. Lead gray clouds amassed at the horizon, while the eternal pointer spun wildly in Roger's palm. Roger, Rayleigh, and Odin sat on the deck of the ship, observing the indicator below. Suddenly, the pointer tilted at a 90-degree angle, pointing skyward. "Is it broken?" Odin raised an eyebrow and inquired skeptically. Rayleigh removed his monocle to clean it, the lens reflecting the intricate celestial gears within the pointer. "The eternal pointer left by Nolan 400 years ago is made from star iron ore. It cannot be broken. Let us go," Roger declared, rising to address the two. "Where to?" "Up there," Shanks exclaimed, peering over the mast. "How do we get up there?" "Idon and Appo's no." "Buggy, you're full of clever ideas. Do you have a solution?" Buggy looked up with a mocking grin. "A bunch of illiterates. To reach the heavens, we must find an underwater cavity, allowing the cold seawater to flood through the crevices of the earth, where the geothermal heat rapidly vaporizes." His fingers suddenly split into 10, sketching a three-dimensional diagram on the deck. "When steam pressure breaks through the rock layers, it will create an upwelling current a kilometer in diameter." Shanks hung upside down at the edge of the lookout, the shadow of his straw hat obscuring his eyes. "Can you speak plainly?" "Talkative." Suddenly, he was struck by a booger launched by Buggy, clutching his forehead as he toppled into a pickle barrel. "To put it simply, we need to build a water launch tower." Buggy crushed his own fluid dynamics model with a stomp. "But we need three things: an underwater volcano, tidal surges, and—" He paused deliberately, watching as Roger poured the last half bottle of rum into the sea. The moment the bottle sank, golden red glimmers illuminated the azure depths. Odin's observation Haki sensed something amiss first. The seabed is breathing. As he spoke. Chapter 34. Shopping on the Sky Island. As they traversed the Cloud River, the inhabitants of the Sky Island peered from their abodes crafted from mother of pearl. A child tossed a sweet cake made of clouds, which was deftly caught by Buggy, who rolled it into his mouth with his tongue. Suddenly, Gonfor spoke. "For 4 centuries, you are the third group of living Qinghai people to set foot in the Divine Kingdom. What became of those before you?" Shanks, adjusting his straw hat, gazed upward just in time to see a colossal sky fish swimming overhead. Abruptly, he reined in his horse before a circular cloud cavern, where the rumble of machinery echoed from within. They descended through the vines into the depths of the earth. Buggy and Appo's skeletal fragments striking the rock walls, sparking flames. As their pupils adjusted to the darkness, Shanks's gasp reverberated through the cavern. The entire underground space was adorned with golden gears, and at the center hung a massive pendulum inscribed with ancient script. Suddenly, the spruce trees of the forest began to shake violently, and Gonfor's Pegasus neighed in terror. A 20-meter-long scaled serpent burst through the clouds, its amber vertical pupils reflecting the figures of those present. Venom dripped from its fangs, corroding the island and Appos' clouds into charred holes. "This belongs to me," Shanks declared, his wooden sword entwined with crimson haki, only to be restrained by Odin's scabbard. The samurai from the Kazuki clan stepped forward, drawing his twin swords, the might of Wano transforming into tangible waves of energy. The serpent's scales suddenly stood on end. It had glimpsed the phantoms of the 17 generations of snake gods that had been cleaved throughout the past 8 centuries. Roger's conqueror and Appos' haki gracefully swept over the treetops. Return. The forest overlord, who had reigned for 400 years, curled up and trembled as it retreated deep into the cloud cavern. "Look over there." Buggy pointed towards the towering vine piercing through the clouds, with golden veins glimmering within the stems. As they ascended to a height of 1,000 meters, the clouds parted, revealing the golden bell of Shandora bathed in sunlight, its pendulum shimmering with liquid gold inscriptions. Odin pressed his palm against the surface of the historical text, and the letters seemed to animate, crawling up his arms. "Poseidon is not a weapon. She is the mermaid princess. In the dragon palace of Fishman Island, she is about to be born." As he deciphered the meaning, cold sweat trickled down the samurai's spine, and Roger suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Coughing up blood that burned small holes in the golden pedestal, "Help me inscribe a message." He seized Odin's scabbard and gestured at the clock face, writing, "Gold." Roger was here. "Fool." Rayleigh kicked his captain aside and meticulously carved ancient characters at the base of the monument with the tip of his sword. Roger slowly uttered, "I have come to this place to guide this text to its final destination, pirate, Gold." Roger, Buggy, splitting his limbs, pressed himself against the surface of the golden clock. "With this much gold, isn't it fair to take a scrap? Come back and claim it when you become captain." Roger laughed, flicking Buggy's nose. "TCH, you're destined to be a pauper." Buggy extended his middle finger in disdain towards the group. On their return journey, Shanks discovered a vehicle left behind by the Sky Islanders. Buggy stepped onto a jet shell. "Let me show you the Qinghai speed god." The cloud motorcycle shot forward 100 meters, but flung the red-haired youth into a cloud of octopi during a sharp turn. "Watch this." Odin plunged his twin swords into the sides of the vehicle, propelling himself forward with slashing waves. He carved a dragon-like trajectory across the sea of clouds, ultimately crashing into Gonfor's watermelon field, startling a flock of Sky Island penguins. Rayleigh attempted to predict the trajectory with his observation haki, but was stealthily thwarted by Jabba, who secretly adjusted the steering wheel. The first mate of the Oro Jackson drew a perfect sine wave in the clouds, eventually hanging from the hammer of the golden bell, swaying. "You lot, bastards." The cloud market of Angel Beach awakened in the morning light, streets paved with colorful shells steaming with mist. Buggy squatted before a coral stall. Poking at a glowing shell, it suddenly spewed forth flickering light points like fireflies. "Qinghai people? 50 million ick, impact shell 5. I'll count it as 500,000 berry." The proprietress, clad in a cloud scarf, squinted her eyes, her wings slightly folding behind her. "Heh, no need to search." Buggy tossed out 5,000 berry and turned to leave. The proprietress glanced at the berry, curling her lip in disappointment. Didn't he fool him? That damned little brat. Naturally, only Buggy from the entire crew was present, so he stopped the group of spendthrifts. Rayleigh picked up a sound shell and pressed it to his ear. "The land of gold truly exists." His glasses glinted with excitement. "I'll take this one. 50 million ick, counted as 500,000 berry." The vendor raised 5 fingers. "Deal." Rayleigh tossed a bag of berry, completely unaware that he was being swindled. Buggy peeked out from behind the cloud cake stall, his nostrils still dusted with glutinous rice flour. "Wait. 1 berry equals 10,000 ick. You scammer. You spendthrift." In the double-decker shop around the corner of Cloud Street, Odin was drooling over a row of combat shells. He seized a wind shell and pressed it against the sole of his wooden sandal, instantly crashing through the ceiling, plowing a 100-meter trench in the clouds before stopping. "This is great." He dashed back into the shop. "I'll take 20 of these." The vendor rubbed his hands together, grinning. "That'll be 500 million ick, but I'll round it down to 5 million berry." Before he could finish, Buggy's fist was already pressed against his throat. You dare sell something worth 50,000 berry for 5 million berry? Meanwhile, Shanks found himself encircled by 3 Sky Island maidens at a cloud silk stall. Hey handsome, try this cloud-patterned headband. Only 50 million ik, that counts as 5,000 berry. The girls used wind shells to lift his red hair. 5,000 berry? What a bargain. Just as Shanks reached for his coins, Buggy's roar pierced through the street. That's 500 berry. You spendthrifts. Buggy could no longer endure it. Just as Jabba stormed into the ingredient market wielding a battle axe, freshly caught skyfish hanging from the blade, he bellowed, "Give me 300 pounds of cloud wheat." He tossed out a bag of berry covered in fish scales. No change necessary. The vendor's eyes sparkled green as they lunged for the money bag, only to be ensnared by a sudden, descending bone cage. Buggy descended gracefully, crafting a glowing exchange rate chart in midair. 1 berry equals 10,000 ik. If anyone tries to cheat again, I'll demolish your shop and use it as a toilet. Qinghai folks, get lost. A vendor hurled a stinking shell, and Buggy instantly shattered into pieces to evade it. Shanks skillfully deflected all incoming shells with his wooden sword. Rayleigh sipped the cloud tea he had just purchased. Today's youth negotiate even harder than they fight. When Roger stumbled into the knife shop, carrying a barrel of alcohol, the vendors along the street protested behind Buggy's back. "Renault's demon, blocking our livelihood." Buggy turned, raising 2 middle fingers, an international gesture of friendship he had brought from his previous life. Shanks mimicked him, and soon the entire street was filled with middle fingers. Even the divine soldiers sent by Gon for couldn't help but join in. "Don't imitate this." Buggy swatted Shanks and Apos' hand away, only to find Roger sipping from his newly acquired wine jug, using his middle finger. Odin went further, adorning the hilt of Enma with a middle finger-shaped decorative cord. Shanks procured several vehicles from the Sky Islanders. Who wants to race? The moment he jumped onto a shell motorcycle, the wind shell suddenly went berserk, propelling him into a feeding frenzy of sharks. Odin attempted to intimidate the vehicles with his Conqueror and Apos' hockey, but instead incinerated the power system, causing the vehicle to explode like fireworks in the sky. The most unfortunate was Rayleigh. His modified vehicle collided with the residual shockwave released by Roger, spinning 720 degrees in the air before he, along with the vessel, plummeted into Jabba's enormous pot of Sea King soup. As Buggy showcased his skills on a bone surfboard, he was swallowed whole by a leaping lanternfish, board and all. As the sun set, the group returned to the Aro Jackson, laden with their spoils. Rayleigh adjusted the sound shell player, the children's rhymes of the Sky Island blending with Buggy and Apos' curses, echoing across the sky and sea. Shanks pinned a glowing shell to his bedside as a lamp, while Odin was busy opening a bottle of wine with a shock shell. Chapter 35. Enel the moonlight transformed the sea of clouds into a silvery expanse as Buggy kicked open the storage room door, finding Shanks nestled with a pillow in slumber. "Stop sleeping. Rise at once. Why linger in dreams when the inevitable eternal slumber awaits?" The youth was dragged from his hammock, his straw hat precariously perched on the tip of his nose. "You better have something more important than raiding the kitchen," he murmured. "Have you heard of the most formidable natural fruit?" Buggy exclaimed excitedly. "What?" "The Rumble Rumble fruit, the one that allows one to wield thunder and lightning." As they crept to the ship's edge, Jabba's derisive laughter echoed across the deck. "Little red-nosed brat, don't get lost chasing gold." The burly man shook a bottle, its bottom reflecting the starry sky. "Beware of being left as a son-in-law by those Sky Island maidens. Your son might sprout wings." Buggy's middle finger traced an elegant arc in the moonlight. "Then I shall have a son solely to dismantle your house." As Shanks and Buggy made their way to the forest, Buggy's keen observation sensed the cries of children. He leaped over 3 cloud houses, spotting 5 winged youths engaged in a scuffle. "The unworthy shall not breathe the air of the divine." The leader brandished a conqueror's shell. Buggy's reflexes acted faster than thought, his split fingernails deftly sending their shell flying. As the boys looked on in terror at the red-nosed intruder, Buggy conjured a 6-meter-high skeletal illusion. "Depart." The illusion and Apos' jaw opened, spewing bone powder, prompting the boys to scream and flee. As Buggy landed, he finally discerned that the one being bullied was a blue-haired boy, his swollen right eye flickering with sparks, his earlobes hanging down to his collarbone. It was none other than Enel, the god of the Sky Island from his past life. Enel trembled, retreating until Buggy tossed him a half-piece of a celestial shell. "I snagged this from Shanks and Apos' pocket." "Eat up," Buggy said as he sat cross-legged. "Why didn't you fight back when you were being beaten?" Enel stared blankly, crumbs from the celestial shell falling onto his tattered robe. "I can end Apos'. Why not? I want to live." If I resist, they will only attack me more ferociously. If I do nothing and remain silent, eventually they tire of it and leave. Enel spoke with a startling calmness, leaving Buggy and Shanks profoundly impacted. They could scarcely imagine the trials this boy, similar in age to themselves, had endured. The two followed Enel to his abode within the forest. Enel's wooden cabin was nestled between the branches of a spruce tree, its bark marred with charred lightning marks. As Buggy bent to enter the tree hollow, the decaying floorboards groaned beneath him. Shanks suddenly emerged from the cabin with a half-eaten moldy pastry. Enel's earlobes flushed crimson as he snatched the moldy pie and stuffed it into his mouth. Buggy's fingertips split into pincers, snatching it away just before Enel could swallow. "Are you trying to throw your life away?" Buggy pulled out a piece of bread from his pocket and handed it to Enel. As Enel hungrily devoured the bread like a small beast, he cautiously regarded the two. After finishing, he finally spoke. "Are you from the Blue Sea?" Buggy and Shanks exchanged puzzled glances but nodded. Enel stood up and beckoned, "Follow me." They arrived at an ancient ruin. The roots of a millennium-old spruce entwined around a quartz altar, vines weaving a web of electricity across the stone surface. Buggy's gaze ascended through the canopy, spotting a 20-meter-long forest python lifting its head from a pile of decaying leaves, its scales flickering with spherical lightning. At the center of a kilometer-wide meteorite crater stood an obelisk, atop which floated the rumble fruit, ensnared in arcs of electricity. "This is the forest serpent. This must be the treasure you seek. Those from the Blue Sea will surely appreciate it." Suddenly, Enel knelt, trembling as he beheld two amber slit pupils opening amidst the clouds. The moss-covered serpent's body slithered over the ancient ruins, its venomous fangs spewing acidic mist that corroded the stone into a honeycomb structure. "Stay still," Buggy instructed as he leaped toward the serpent and Apos' head, his fragmented form trailing phantom images behind him. Enel gasped, "Ah, a demon," as Shanks helped him up, reassuring, "Not a demon, but a devil fruit." This clearly fell within Enel and Apos' blind spot, leaving him in a daze as he watched Buggy. Armament Haki, bone armor. Buggy and Apos' ribs instantaneously burgeoned into an exoskeleton, spikes vibrating at the joints. The lightning ball expelled by the python splattered against the armor, and Buggy retaliated by shooting electrified bone shards into the serpent and Apos' maw. The python howled in pain, enraged, lunging at Buggy. In the moment of its bite, he disintegrated into bone powder, surging into the serpent's cavity, nanoscopic bone particles racing along its bloodstream toward its heart. Armament Haki, blood clot detonation. Buggy reformed a human shape within the serpent's heart, his pitch black, domineering fist crashing through the chamber. The great serpent writhed and fell, toppling 3 ancient spruces before collapsing to the ground, with the serpent no longer obstructing him. Buggy swiftly approached the rumble fruit, plucking it from the obelisk. "Are you certain you don't want it? This is the pinnacle of natural fruits." Buggy tossed the rumble fruit in the air, the blue-purple arcs dancing along its surface as he walked toward Shanks. Shanks chuckled, "My Haki and this wooden sword are sufficient." As the wooden sword suddenly entwined with red Haki, it sliced through the wandering arcs. Enel, still reeling from witnessing Buggy's sudden disintegration, could hardly look at him directly. Buggy teleported behind him, nearly pressing the rumble fruit against the boy's nose. "Consume it, and you shall gain the power to judge all beings. Why choose me? I am but a worthless being without wings." Enel clenched the tattered edge of his robe, his nails scraping against the fabric. "You survived here, didn't you?" Buggy's fingers sank into the ground, fissures extending precisely to Enel's feet. "When those fools struck your left cheek, did you conceal your right in the shadows? This is not cowardice. It is the instinct of a beast waiting to retaliate." The arcs dancing across the blue-purple surface illuminated the bruises on the boy and Apos' face. "Eat this, and you shall no longer need to hide." Enel fixated on the lightning patterns coursing over the fruit and Apos' surface, swallowing hard. "Can I be like you? Unafraid of anyone? I am the strongest in the world. You still fall short compared to me." Buggy roared suddenly, shattering the rain-laden clouds above. Shanks watched Buggy in bemusement as he placed a hand on the quaking boy's shoulder. "But it is enough for you to make those rascals kneel in repentance amidst the storm." Enel's pupils constricted to pinpricks, childhood memories flashing before him, broken toy thunder drums. Grains of salt poured upon wounds, the mocking judgments of priests upon the imperfect. He seized the fruit and bit down fiercely, the sour burst of the flesh mingling with thunder that surged to his very core. As the fruit splintered, blue-white lightning splattered across Enel and Apos' face. The moment he swallowed the first bite, arcs of electricity erupted from every pore, and the storm within the clouds abruptly stilled. As the fruit slid down his throat, he retched violently. Look, everyone reacts the same way when they eat this wretched thing. Buggy laughed, slapping Shanks on the shoulder. Buggy encased the surging lightning within a skeletal cage, witnessing Enel's irises transform into hawk-like slits. Imagine yourself as a lightning rod, channeling excess electrons into the clouds. Buggy and Apos' voice pierced through the thunder. Trembling, Enel raised his right hand, unleashing a 200 million volt lightning dragon that roared into the sky, cleaving golden rifts through the accumulating clouds. Boom! A lightning column a kilometer wide pierced the heavens and earth, Enel levitating 3 meters off the ground within an electric field. His blue hair standing erect like the spear of a thunder god, 6 jewel-like lightning patterns glowing resplendently upon his forehead. As Enel acclimated to the powers of the rumble fruit, Buggy seized the moment to impart his guidance. Buggy's skeletal frame was cloaked in insulating resin, his fingertips pulsating with electric sparks akin to an oscilloscope. The essence of the shave technique lies in swiftly striking the ground over 10 times. Yet one may utilize lightning to stimulate the leg nerves. Enel's azure hair stood on end, and a circular storm erupted beneath his feet. Upon shattering the cloud rock for the 6th time, he finally etched a Z-shaped electric mark in the air. Observation hockey is not merely predictive. It is an act of listening. The speed of lightning is that of light, yet bioelectric signals experience a 0.3-second delay. Armament hockey organizes electrons into a Dirac barrier. Observation hockey receives information about all things through electromagnetic waves. On the night of the full moon, Buggy tossed a gilded scroll to Enel. The parchment, inscribed with bone powder, illustrated the 6 forms of mastery, with densely packed annotations of electromagnetic formulas in the blank spaces. The lightning pattern on Enel's forehead ignited as he cradled a miniature lightning bolt in his palm. So you chose me because, when darkness engulfs the sun, I require a thunderbolt to cleave through the eternal night. Buggy gazed toward the horizon of clouds, calling out, "Hey, kid, are you interested in joining my pirate crew?" In an instant, Buggy produced a gold coin, which shattered into 16 fragments mid-air before reassembling. Enel caught the tossed coin, which bore a skull on one side and Buggy's self-portrait on the other. Captain the youthful, somewhat awkward title mingled with the crackle of electricity, as Enel raised a pulsating ball of lightning that illuminated Buggy's beaming face. As the torrential rain met the apex of the thunderclouds, it transformed into steam. The first self-descending thunder in 8 centuries graced the sky, crowning a fresh covenant between sovereign and subject. Chapter 36. The journey to the Sky Island concludes. Buggy sat cross-legged atop the obelisk, while Eneru knelt nervously on a lightning-struck wooden stump 3 meters away, his earlobes trembling slightly. Listen closely. In the first year, we shall employ lightning metallurgy to reconstruct the ruins of Skypiea. The Sandians worship the serpent Kashi and must find a way to tame the great serpent of the Sky Island. This will be our leverage to reclaim them. Suddenly, Buggy tossed 3 golden coins, which soared toward the wooden stump before Eneru. As Eneru caught the coins, he noticed that each bore a different number on its reverse side. So these gold coins will be released at a rate of 100 per month into the market of Angel Island. This will entice the inhabitants of the Sky Island to voluntarily submit themselves for the sake of currency, proving far more effective than brute force. Buggy inscribed an economic curve in the ground with his bone blade. Thunder rumbled ominously in the clouds, and Eneru and Apos' pupils flashed with lightning. If those winged ruffians dare to provoke us again. Thus, in the second year, we must establish the Rygene Guard. Buggy flung out blueprints for the modified impact shell. By combining the impact shell with lightning metallurgy armor, we shall tame the sky fish of the cloud sea as mounts. Remember to equip the Sandian warriors with the formidable weapons. The youth clenched his fists, sparking electricity weaving between his fingers to form a 3-dimensional map of the Sky Island. And in the third year, we will reconstruct the Arc Maxim with golden gears. Buggy lowered his voice, erecting a soundproof barrier with bone fragments around them. Eneru suddenly knelt on one knee, his lightning metallurgy spear piercing the clouds. I swear by the name of the first god, Bilka, when you tread upon the cloud sea once more, the Sky Island shall become your sharpest lightning spear. Buggy glanced around, noting that dawn was breaking. He rose and waved at Shanks, signaling that it was time to depart. Eneru, give it your all. Yes, Captain. As dawn broke, Buggy and Shanks returned to the ship. Red-nosed brat, where and Apos' the gold. I'm still waiting to forge a pure gold axe. Jabba's axe clanged down beside Buggy's feet. Roger, tending to ace with the lightning-struck wood, looked up with a mischievous grin. Don't tell me all of it was charmed away by the beauties of the Sky Island? Buggy pretended to shake his empty pockets. Gold? That gaudy trinket was long since fed to the Sea Kings. Oh, then what's that glimmering in your bosom? Rayleigh paused mid-action, wiping his glasses. Buggy quickly covered his chest as 3 engraved golden coins tumbled from his sleeve. This is merely a Sky Island specialty for commemorative purposes. The tip of Buggy's nose began to flush. Kinneman's laughter shook the mast. Anything that can make a red-nosed liar is far more amusing than the annals of history. I've said it's a specialty. Buggy fragmented into pieces and scurried toward the kitchen. Roger emerged, addressing the crew. All hands, set sail. Just as they traveled approximately 100 meters across the cloud sea, the island clouds beneath the Oro Jackson suddenly cracked. Watch out. As Shanks grasped the mast, the entire ship plummeted like a kite severed from its string. The gale at 10,000 meters tore at the sails. While Buggy fashioned a honeycomb structure from his bone fragments to shield the keel, still hearing the mournful creaking of wood. Starboard hard. There's an updraft at 3 o'clock. Rayleigh and Apo's monocle reflected the cloud, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jabba and Apo's furious roar. What do you mean hard? The helm is jammed. Kinneman's Emma blade suddenly glowed red, and the flying slash he unleashed exploded against the ship's hull, its recoil slightly slowing their descent. However, none anticipated that this disturbance would awaken a mysterious creature long slumbering in the depths of the cloud hole, a colossal, pink octopus. It appeared before them like a small mountain. The great pink octopus slowly opened its bell-like eyes, surveying each person present. Then, its numerous thick, slime-coated tentacles lunged toward the Oro Jackson. Alert! All hands to battle stations. Rayleigh commanded, and the crew sprang into action, anxiously eyeing the approaching octopus. Jabba, take action. Strike that beast, shouted a burly crew member. Before he could finish, Roger and Buggy interjected in unison. Don't touch it. It is not our enemy. It has come to aid us. Indeed, Roger, with his extraordinary ability to hear the voices of all things, had discerned the true intentions of the octopus. Meanwhile, Buggy, with his mysterious past memories, knew that this octopus would assist Roger and the crew in safely descending to the sea. It's a Sky Island specialty, the octopus hot air balloon. Buggy's fragmented body was busy repairing the helm. Before he could finish, the 30-meter-wide octopus enveloped the ship. Its head continued to expand, its tentacles wrapping around the vessel, transforming the entire creature into a vast hot air balloon, gently guiding them downwards. The ship's descent abruptly halted. The octopus, now a transparent hot air balloon, refracted a spectrum of colors in the sunlight, while Buggy's bone fragments formed a pressure regulator on the surface of the gas bag. Roger lay laughing at the broken mainmast. Ha! This is far steadier than the Flying Lion's fleet. As the height dwindled to 5,000 meters, Buggy shouted, Everyone, prepare for landing. Shanks peeked out, realizing they were still quite high above the sea. Buggy, we have a long way to go. At that moment, the once plump octopus began to deflate rapidly, drifting towards the clouds. The previously stable ship began to shake violently, breaking through the cumulonimbus clouds, and the briny sea breeze hit them full force. Rayleigh suddenly drew his sword. 3 o'clock. Brace for impact. The sea below shimmered ominously. A sign of a dense diatom zone formed by an underwater volcanic eruption, the buoyancy of the water plummeting. All hands, brace for impact. Roger's Conqueror's hockey enveloped the entire ship. Buggy decomposed his body into cushions across the deck. As the ship's stern first touched the water, Jabba swung his battle axe, creating a circular shockwave to mitigate the impact. Soon, the hull made contact with the sea. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of splintering echoed, akin to the wails of the Oro Jackson. The ship leapt 7 times atop the waves before finally stabilizing, the cabin flooding at a rate akin to an hourglass. Repair crew, forward. Rayleigh tore open his shirt to reveal his muscular torso, only to find Buggy in a bizarre position. Using his bone fragments to plug leaks, his upper half wedged in a gap while his lower half salvaged cured meat from the supply hold. Moonlight pierced through the ship and Apo's broken bottom, illuminating spiderweb-like cracks in the dark waters below. The 3rd and 4th longitudinal frames are completely shattered. The keel is misaligned by 15 degrees. If we Don and Apo's correct it, it will trigger a chain reaction of structural collapse. Rayleigh employed his observation hockey to scan the ship's body. Suddenly, Jabba's battle axe emitted a low hum as he cleaved through the leaking cargo hold partition, revealing even more alarming damage within. Seve Chapter 37. The city of water. The keel of the Oro Jackson groaned amidst the waves. As Buggy fashioned a temporary support from fragmented bones, yet the relentless sea water surged through the cracks. Shanks crouched at the ship's bottom, dismantling surplus barrels and wooden planks from the doors to patch the leaking areas, but to little avail. Each crashing wave widened the fissures. Water flooded in at a rate of 3 barrels per minute. If we do not reach shore soon, we shall find ourselves companions of the oceanic volcano. Rayleigh emerged from the lower hold, with shavings clinging to his golden hair. Roger stood on the tilting deck, the excruciating pain from cancerous cells in his abdomen causing cold sweat to beat on his forehead. He unfurled the nautical charts, his fingertip tracing the coordinates of Water 7. That fishman Tom surely still owes me a drink. Yasui, accompanied by the snake and dog, knocked on the captain's quarters. Moonlight filtered through the porthole, casting mottled shadows across their faces. Beneath the flower capital of Wano, Captain Roger concealed a stone tablet, vigilantly safeguarded by the Kazuki clan for generations. Yasui unsheathed his twin swords, dipping his fingers in sake to sketch the outline of Onigashima upon the table. Suddenly, the snake and imp, Appos, S-tail bristled. A similar stone exists within the whale forest of the fur country. The dog's sword traced a nautical map upon the floor, his pupils morphing into slits beneath the moonlight, revealing that only on the night of the full moon could one discern the path to the stone tablet. Yasui and the snake added, however, the color differs from that of the Sky Island. The Sky Island bears a white stone, while the one we know is red. Roger's conqueror's haki surged uncontrollably, shattering the wine bottles on the table. He laughed heartily, patting Yasui's shoulder. This is the historical text I seek. Buggy, repairing the cabin with bone shards, suddenly heard Roger's wild laughter. Following the sound to the captain's quarters, he saw 4 red dots marked on the nautical map. 1. Tato Land, the historical text seized from Big Mom, hidden beneath the Cake Island and Appos' treasury. 2. Wano, the redstone tablet guarded by the Kojiki clan, located beneath the flower capital. 3. Zo, the redstone tablet revered by the Mink tribe, concealed within the whale forest. 4. Fishman Island, the historical text safeguarded by the Neptune royal family deep within the sea forest. 3 pieces remain, yet that area is currently sealed off by the Navy. Roger and Appos' finger lingered on the coordinates of Fishman Island. As the Oro Jackson docked at Water 7, Tom was laying tracks for the sea train. The keel of the Oro Jackson moaned in the brine, its stern crack resembling a menacing lightning bolt. Buggy used splintered bones as makeshift rivets, each bony spike encrusted with sea salt crystals, glimmering under the sun. Shanks glided ahead, his observation haki piercing the morning mist. Captain, we are almost there. Starboard 30 degrees. Rayleigh suddenly bellowed. The decayed helm disintegrated upon turning. The ship scraped against the reefs of the derelict ship island, startling a flock of newsbirds. Tom, who was laying tracks for the sea train, looked up, his giant wrench clattering against the rails. Roger, what have you done to my masterpiece this time? As the fishman carpenter approached, he beheld the battered hull, his eyes widening in shock. Are you trying to crash into Red Soil Continent? That's more thrilling than that. Fix it for me. I intend to unveil the secrets of the world. Roger leaped from the deck, the pain in his abdomen causing him to stagger. Tom caressed the scars on the ship's body, suddenly noticing glimmers of gold fragments at the break in the keel. What is the goal of this voyage? Roger laughed, pointing skyward, to carry the new era and ring the bell of dawn. Ha ha ha, what a magnificent journey. Frankie, having set down his blueprints, pushed up his round glasses. Master, their ship requires extensive repairs. The youth pointed to the crack beneath the Oro Jackson. The third node of the keel was fractured and needed replacement with atom wood. Using atom wood is too wasteful. Modify the power system and add a wind cannon. Frankie suddenly leaped onto the workbench. His suggestion swiftly met with Tom's reprimand, dragging him back to reality. Tom's workshop was cluttered with designs for the sea train, steam boilers roaring on the test bench. As Iceberg entered with hot cocoa, Frankie was scrutinizing the gathered individuals. Roger toyed with a scaled model of the sea train, replacing navigation with a railway connecting islands. How romantic, Tom. He suddenly coughed violently. Chapter 38. The nation on the bridge 3 days later, amidst the morning fog of Water 7, the Oro Jackson gleamed anew. In Tom and Appos' workshop dock, Iceberg was tightening the last gilded rivet with a wrench, while Frankie stood at the stern, grinning foolishly at the newly installed cola-powered jet. Although it had been dismantled by Rayleigh under the pretext of noise. Hey, you red-nosed brat, Tom exclaimed, slapping Buggy on the back with his oil-stained gloves. I've returned all the gold nuggets you stashed in the keel's compartment. But it seems like I'm missing a piece or two. He winked conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Buggy rolled his eyes and opened the forepart like a secret compartment. Stop pretending, old fishman. Inside, neatly stacked was Tom's hidden whiskey stash. Trading my gold for your booze? What a loss. You dare to steal my liquor, you little brat. Roger guffawed, reveling in Tom's misfortune. Roger, don't forget to invite me for a drink sometime. Ha ha ha, noted Tom. Just as everyone was boarding the ship, Buggy suddenly turned, flicking a golden coin between his fingers. The coin arced through the air, and Iceberg instinctively caught it. The young shipwright examined it closely, noticing Buggy's cartoonish likeness on one side and the straw hat skull emblem on the other. What is this? A phone bug? Or some new type of mollusk communicator? Frankie leaned in, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass. Buggy smiled mysteriously. When you find yourselves in trouble, just hold it and shout red-nosed is the coolest. He paused. Of course, if you dare to use it to order pizza, I'll transform you into a human centipede. Roger's laughter echoed from the deck. You little rascal. Are you already looking for crew members before I retire? He took a swig of rum. But the shipwrights of Water 7 are indeed remarkable. Anchor up. At Rayleigh's command, the Oro Jackson slowly departed the dock. Iceberg held the coin, suddenly feeling a warmth in his palm. The image of Buggy blinked, mouthing, "See you in the future." When he looked again, it had reverted to an ordinary relief. What a peculiar little brat, Tom mused, stroking his chin. But I'm quite eager to see what story this coin will unfold. In the distance, on the surface of the sea, Buggy was counting his gold. Roger suddenly leaned closer. Hey, little rascal, is there something special about that coin? Cannot say. Buggy feigned mystery. Fine, if you're not going to tell me, I'm not that interested anyway, but you certainly are quite the show-off. But really, can't you tell me? Absolutely not. Buggy firmly rejected. Rayleigh, you ought to rein him in. Say something. Enough of you two. Shanks and Rayleigh shouted in unison. As the Oro Jackson sailed into the Tequila Wolf Sea, a mournful chant echoed through the thick fog. Buggy and Apo's observation hockey sensed something amiss. Not the cries of ordinary laborers, but a lamentation laced with despair and suffering. Hard to port. There are submerged reefs ahead. Rayleigh shouted suddenly as the hull barely skimmed past a dark rock. Shanks and Apo's Griffinwood swords sliced through the mist, unveiling a suffocating sight. For miles on end, countless prisoners toiled in waist-deep waters, using their flesh and blood to support massive stones, inching the bridge further into the distance. Are they building a bridge? Kazuki Odin gripped his Enma sword, its blade trembling with fury. Jabba's battle axe cleaved through a drifting log, revealing the words refusal to join the nation carved into it. Roger's conqueror's hockey erupted, stunning the nearby naval vessels. Seizing the opportunity, Buggy plunged beneath the waves to investigate. When he resurfaced, his face was ashen. Beneath the water lay a sea of corpses. This bridge was built upon the dead. Shanks suddenly pointed into the distance. Look, those shackles. The prisoners were shackled with sea prism stone, forming a vast network of chains. Whenever one fell, they would be dragged under, becoming part of the bridge and Apo's foundation. Hey, who are you? This is a world government construction zone. Trespassers. A naval ship approached, its rear admiral raising a megaphone. Before he could finish, Buggy's bone fragments shattered the megaphone. In the terrified gaze of the Navy. Piercing gun. Division. We are the ones sending you to hell. The attacks from the piercing gun struck true. And those owed Chapter 39. All-star lineup at this moment. The Marine headquarters at Marineford was pierced by the sound of alarms echoing through the night sky. Inside Fleet Admiral Kong's office, the phone bug emitted its final distress signal before closing its eyes forever. Outside, torrential rain poured down, with lightning illuminating the 4 words absolute justice on the wall. Go summon Garp for me. The messenger swiftly departed, and not long after, a series of knocks resounded. Knock. Knock. Vice Admiral Garp, please knock first. How troublesome. Then, the office door was forcefully kicked open. What do you want, old man? Garp, munching on a rice cracker, continued to stuff his mouth. Garp, the Roger pirates have attacked Tequila Wolf. The fortress must have been completely annihilated. We must set off immediately to eradicate the Roger pirates. Kong slammed his fist down, shattering the desk. Garp, nonchalantly chewing on his snack, nodded lazily. Got it? Got it. What about Sengoku? Is he still watching Whitebeard in the New World? Kong bellowed. This time we must eliminate Roger. Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, and Ware and Apo's dragon. Bring them all. Garp, did you hear me? I and Apo's am talking to you. I know, you nagging old man. Garp pinched his nose and ambled out. Soon, the Navy was assembled, and 3 warships set sail together. All-star lineup. The young Akainu was robust, with a resolute expression and neatly combed black hair. Clad in a Marine Vice Admiral's uniform adorned with medals, he walked with steady, powerful strides, clenching his fists. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes. Justice cannot be compromised. Pirates must be eradicated. Kizaru, tall and lanky, perpetually wore a laid-back, sly smile. Dressed in loose-fitting marine attire, with hands tucked in his pockets, he exuded an air of indifference. Leaning against the ship's railing, he yawned. Oh dear. Setting sail so early is quite bothersome. Akiji glanced at him, exasperated. Borsellino, you're as lazy as ever. Kizaru shrugged and chuckled. Well, with Vice Admiral Garp here, we just need to follow along, right? Beside them, Akiji was tall, with flowing black curls and an eye patch, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. He wore a Marine Commodore's uniform, but with the collar slightly open, revealing a casual demeanor. Dragon, tall and stern, with short black hair and piercing, sharp eyes, wore a Marine Rear Admiral's uniform, yet his expression betrayed dissatisfaction and contemplation regarding the current state of affairs. Standing at the bow of the ship, he gazed into the distant sea, murmuring to himself, does this world truly require such justice? Garp approached him from behind, patting his shoulder. What are you thinking about, kid? Dragon turned to look at Garp, his tone calm. Father, I just feel that the Navy's justice seems incomplete. Garp laughed heartily. Haha, young folks love to overthink. Once we capture Roger, you'll understand. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, candle flames flickered as the 5 elders sat around a round table, the atmosphere thick with tension. The elder with the sword suddenly shattered his teacup. Roger, it's always about Roger. Tequila Wolf is a crucial stronghold. We cannot afford a loss. The elder with the long beard slammed his hand on the table, causing the phone bug to tremble. The damage has already been done. According to CP0's report, the fortress is completely destroyed, and all prisoners have escaped. The elder in the hat remarked coldly, flipping through the documents in his hand. After a moment of silence, he raised his gaze to the others and said, what's worse is that Roger may have discovered that thing. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders' expressions shifted dramatically, only to regain their composure shortly after. It's too early to worry. Whether he discovers it or not is another matter. However, he cannot be allowed to remain at large. Send in the Night Chaser. He knows Roger best. The elder with the sword stood, the sword sheath clattering against the ground. Yet the elder with the long beard frowned. We need not inform the Navy. Let them take the lead while we act in the shadows. The elder in the hat interrupted, turning to the shadows. Night Chaser, you know what to do. From the shadows emerged a CP0 agent wearing a sunflower pattern mask. The metallic tone of his voice resonating. Understood. I will ensure the Roger pirates vanish forever. Night Chaser stepped out of the realm of power, his silhouette elongated under the moonlight. He removed his mask, revealing a handsome yet somber face, reminiscent of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Hee Roger, the day has finally come. With the power of the string fruit, combined with CP0's training this time, you shall pay the price. He chuckled, raising his hand as intricate threads began to materialize in his palm. Once the footsteps faded completely, the 5 elders resumed their seats. The Don Quixote lineage's elder toy with the original blade, the situation has been increasingly unfavorable. Indeed, the elder with the long beard squinted. It's time to find an opportunity to eliminate this lineage. Let us see how Night Chaser performs this time. The golden-haired elder added, agreed, agreed, agreed. Suddenly, the candlelight flickered, reflecting the cold, killing intent in the eyes of the 5 elders. At the ruins of Tequila Wolf, amidst the crumbling fortress, the Navy fleet was expected to arrive in 12 hours. The world government's forces may arrive even sooner. Rayleigh wiped the blood from his western sword. No need to worry, that bunch from the world government won't dare to act, only watching from the sidelines and striking from the shadows. Standing on the broken bridge, Roger gazed at the fleeing ships in the distance. Boys, he took a swig of rum. This may be our final battle. Jean tossed the bottle and shouted. Then let us fight to our hardest content. The crew erupted in cheers. Shanks gripped his sword tightly, his eyes steadfastly fixed on the sea, while Buggy lay sprawled on the deck, gazing at the stars. Everyone aboard had their roles, yet not a trace of fear adorned any face. At dawn, black spots appeared on the horizon. Garp's dog-headed warship led the charge, with Dragon standing beside him, surveying the nation upon the bridge. Akainu stood at the ship's bow, magma fists raining down like fire. Akiji rested on the mast, cold air spreading across the deck. Kizaru toyed with his light sword, a playful smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Further away, Amidst the clouds, CP-0's airship flickered into view. Night Chaser smirked beneath his mask. Roger, the day has finally come. On the Oro Jackson, Buggy suddenly sensed something amiss. Captain, incoming. His bone fragments detected a massive life response. The underwater fish were agitated. Roger laughed heartily. Looks like old friends have come to send us off. He drew Ace, ready for battle. For the dawn of a new era. Chapter 40. The ultimate showdown. The dog-headed warship of Garp slowly approached, the veteran standing at the bow, clutching a bag of senbei. Roger stood at the prow of the Oro Jackson, the sword of Ace glinting coldly in the sunlight. Old fool, you and Amp, Oppos, V gone too far this time. I won't let you escape again. Garp crushed the senbei, and Roger laughed heartily. Is that all you've got with those old bones? Have your wounds from God Valley healed yet? Let's talk. Garp suddenly flung the bag of senbei, and Roger cleaved it apart with his sword. Amidst the swirling fragments of senbei, their Conqueror's haki clashed violently, creating a 100-meter deep pit in the sea. Boom. Dark red lightning tore through the heavens. The two forces of Conqueror's haki entwining like ancient dragons in battle. Garp shattered the deck of the warship and soared into the sky, his justice cloak billowing in the wind. Roger, today, I shall send you to impel down. Give it your best shot. Roger chuckled, swinging Ace. The slashing wave imbued with Conqueror's haki splitting the sea in two. Garp stood firm, his iron fist enveloped in armament haki, meeting the sword's aura head-on. The shockwave triggering a collective eruption of underwater volcanoes. The two clashed at an altitude of 1,000 meters, blades and fists creating radiant sparks. Suddenly, Roger's sword emanated an eerie red light. Divine evade, heaven's collapse. The vacuum created by his sword pressure twisted the clouds into spirals. Garp crossed his arms to withstand the blow, his armament haki armor fracturing and drawing blood. Fist bone, falling star. At the moment Garp's iron fist struck the sword, the surrounding seawater abruptly suspended in midair. The watching Navy recruits were horrified to discover their swords vibrating violently. This was the infrasound resonance triggered by the clash of top-tier powerhouses. Bang! Garp's right hook broke through the sword's defense and landed solidly on Roger's abdomen. The Pirate King plummeted like a cannonball into the depths, carving out a trench 1,000 meters deep. The ancient Sea King's bones were pulverized by the shockwave, and coral reefs instantaneously crystallized into glass-like formations. Cough, cough. Still as ruthless as ever. Roger spat blood as he leaped from the molten depths, Ace entwined in a black and red spiraling haki. Divine wrath, earthquake. Wherever the sword light passed, seawater evaporated into a vacuum tunnel. Garp's fists at that moment. The yellow ape suddenly transformed into a photon and materialized behind Buggy. How terrifying. Indeed, Renault fell before the words could fully escape his lips. A beam of yellow light surged toward him. Buggy split his body to evade the attack, disdainfully retorting, "You call that terrifying? One kick and you're a supernova. The pay is good, but the 4 emperors are a waste." Buggy, uninterested in engaging with this lecherous elder, shouted, "Yamato, come here." Yamato, hearing the call from a distance, rushed over. After casting a glance at the lecherous elder, he resolutely swung his blade. The sword ignited in crimson flames, peach blossom source, white flow. The slash wave pierced through the eightfold mirror clone, cleaving a distant warship in two. As the yellow ape reformed, he discovered that his left arm could not regenerate. The scar from the blade bore the remnants of a domineering force that disrupted his elemental state. Amaterasu Cloud Sword. How truly terrifying. The clash between the Photon Sword and the Enma Blade erupted in solar flares. Yamato suddenly spun for a second strike. Peach Blossom Source, Mirror Flower. Water Moon. The yellow ape's suit tore open, blood seeping forth, and for the first time, a smile vanished from his face. It seems I must work overtime. At this moment, only Buggy and Dragon remained motionless on the battlefield, a result that Buggy had desired. He slowly advanced toward Dragon. Chapter 41. The Flames of Revolution. Monkey D. Dragon watched warily as the approaching child drew nearer. Although Buggy had matured significantly compared to his original depiction, to others he was still merely a child. Buggy and Amp, Oppos' height and appearance were quite beguiling. Nevertheless, Dragon remained on high alert, his instincts warning him that this seemingly innocuous child was anything but simple. When Buggy was a mere 10 meters away, Dragon could no longer contain his impulse to test the waters. With a swift motion, he summoned a gust of azure wind aimed directly at Buggy. In an instant, Buggy nanofied, vanishing from Dragon and Oppos' sight, his form reduced to nanoparticles that danced amidst the gaps of the tornado, the tornado of disaster. As their distance diminished to 3 meters, he abruptly dispelled his armed color, extending his arms to reveal his signature Renault's grin, reconstructing his human form within the tempest. Monkey D. Dragon. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, son of the legendary naval hero, Garp. Buggy's voice shifted to that of a news broadcaster, causing Dragon's azure pupils to constrict sharply. His fists, enveloped in the swirling wind, poised in the air. Who are you? And what do you want? Dawn and Apos. Be alarmed. I come in peace, merely seeking a conversation. There is little to discuss between the Navy and pirates. Is it so? Do you truly believe that pirates are deserving of death? While the Navy stands untouchable upon a pedestal, undoubtedly, pirates are the embodiment of disaster and bloodshed, bringing calamity wherever they roam. Then do you believe that our assault on Tequila Wolf was a misguided act? Upon hearing this, Dragon fell silent. Look, clearly, you are aware of the purpose of this place and the suffering endured by its people. So where is the Navy, high and mighty as you claim? Buggy suddenly pointed toward the crumbling blood bridge. Open your eyes. This bridge claims 3 lives for every meter it extends. He crushed a fragment of a warship that had been hurled toward him, shattering the stone of the bridge beneath his feet, exposing the ghastly bones beneath. These defiant souls who refuse to kneel before the celestial dragons. This is the justice the Navy claims to protect. Dragon and Apos. S. Tempest became chaotic as he struggled to respond. The world requires order. Order? While you feast on steak and Mariehua, these people gnaw on the corpses of their companions. Is this the order you uphold? Chapter 42. The will of the people. As the conversation between Buggy and Dragon came to a close, the battle reached its zenith. Roger exchanged a glance with Garp, and then spoke. It is nearly time to conclude this. Suddenly, Roger sheathed his sword and pressed his right hand against his violently heaving chest. Garp and Apos. S. pupils constricted. This gesture was all too familiar. 20 years ago, during the Battle of God Valley, Roger had similarly gathered his strength before striking down rocks. Fistbone, Comet Barrage? Garp initiated the assault, unleashing a flurry of punches in an instant. Yet, Roger's figure inexplicably weaved through all attacks, and his ace's sword was drawn. The world dimmed. Divine punishment, creation of heaven. Garp and Apos. S. armament-coated armor shattered with a resounding crash, a cross-shaped gash erupting from his chest. Nevertheless, he pressed on against the sword's pressure, his bloodied iron fist crashing into Roger and Apos' abdomen. Fistbone. Finale. With a crack, the seabed beneath them collapsed entirely, forming an undersea abyss with a diameter of 100 miles. Roger laughed, spitting blood. Ha ha ha. That punch had some force. His sword tip rested against Garp and Apos' throat, while Garp's fist halted at Roger's heart. An astonishing stalemate. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. The slaves, who had escaped thanks to the Roger pirates breaching the fortress, returned fearlessly, charging into the heart of the conflict between the Navy and the Roger pirates. Pirates, get out of our country. The thunderous roar resonated from the sea. The Roger pirates stood in shock as countless small boats surged from all directions, filled with the citizens of Tequila Wolf and those labeled as slaves. Though they vocally denounced the pirates, their smiles betrayed their true sentiments. Buggy's observation. Hockey reacted first. They are shielding us from the bullets. Indeed, those seemingly furious citizens used their bodies to absorb the Navy and Apos' cannon fire. These lunatics. They are aiding the pirates. Akainu roared, his magma fist poised to strike, only to be encircled by dozens of small boats. Jabba laughed heartily at the sight. Magma brat, I'm not playing with you anymore. With the assistance of the citizens, Jabba swiftly evaded Akainu. As Akiji prepared to unleash his ice spear, more boats obscured his line of sight. You all. Shanks was taken aback, his wooden sword suspended in midair. A scarred giant grinned widely. We will remember your kindness. Rayleigh and Apos' rapier was grasped by a young boy. Uncle, hurry and go. The boy shielded Rayleigh from CP0 and Apos' hidden weapons. Dawn and Apos, just stand there. They are creating opportunities for us. Buggy suddenly shouted. He turned to Dragon and declared, Dragon, this is the justice you seek. Monkey D. Dragon, at that moment, gazed at the frail bodies emanating astonishing strength, tears welling in his eyes. Roger laughed heartily. How interesting. He pointed Ace's sword towards the sky. Everyone, breakthrough. Under the cover of the populace, the Roger pirates managed to escape the Navy's encirclement. Garp's fist was thwarted by countless small boats, and he helplessly shook his head. These people have truly gone mad. As the sails of the Oro Jackson rose, Akainu's colossal magma fist began to form. Suddenly, a horse chant erupted from the sea. 300 slaves, shackled with sea stone cuffs, leapt into the water, their bodies forming a flesh and blood dam. Stand acid within the bar. Xiachi suddenly redirected the muzzle of her gun. The bullet shattering the concealed door behind the hidden liquor cabinet, an avalanche of wanted posters erupted forth, with the foremost being a bounty from 2 decades prior featuring Rayleigh in his monocle. Why haven't you sought me out all these years? As the setting sun bathed the mangroves in a hue of amber, the coating of the Aro Jackson was complete. Old John, inebriated, slumped against the figurehead of the ship, the resin mixed with the tears of Sea King's hick singing when encountering deep-sea behemoths. Rayleigh, in a frantic bid for escape, dashed back to the deck, the collar of his shirt marked with traces of lipstick. Xiachi, leaning against the second-floor window of the bar, blew a kiss. Next time, remember to bring interest to redeem your bounty. Chapter 43. Tesalo in the civilian district of Sabaody Archipelago. A raspy melody drew Buggy and Amp Apos' attention. As he navigated through the narrow alleys interspersed with inexpensive taverns and slave stalls, he beheld a dilapidated stage entwined with the roots of a red tree, where a golden-haired youth plucked the strings of a rusted harp. The trembling chords emitted a melancholic rendition of Bink Sake, mingled with the unique sound of bubbles bursting in Sabaody. As Buggy discerned the singer's visage, a golden coin slipped from his fingers. This was a youthful Gil Tazaro, the future Golden Emperor. To the right of the stage, a blue-haired woman cradled a faded scorebook, her eyes mirroring the silhouette of the singer. The golden embroidery on Stella's patched skirt shimmered in the sunset. Just as Buggy intended to approach and purchase their freedom, a chilling voice shattered the warmth of the scene. I want that slave. The sticky shout pierced through the music. Charlemagne, a celestial dragon adorned with a fishbowl helmet, crushed the stage's wooden planks with his mechanical steed. His gem-studded scepter pointed menacingly at Stella. Her skin is whiter than my mermaid slave. 200,000 berries. Upon sighting the celestial dragon, the slave owner knelt in reverence, then crawled to Charlemagne and Amp Apos' feet, fawning, Sir, you have an eye for beauty. This slave is pristine and untouched. Bring her to the master at once. Upon hearing this, the slave owner's lackeys yanked at the chains, dragging Stella as if she were a mere animal. Tazaro and Apos' strings snapped with sudden fury, blood seeping from his fingertips as he lunged toward Stella, only to be swiftly subdued by 4 of the slave trader's henchmen. A spiked collar constricted around her throat, and the shackles seared her skin in her struggle. Please, she has a heart condition. She cannot endure. She coughed up blood, grasping at the slave owner's trousers. But he callously stepped down, the sound of crushed bones echoing in the air. You wretch, what status does she possess that a celestial dragon would desire her? It is her fortune. Though his bones were shattered, Tazaro remained silent, merely gazing at the direction where Stella was being dragged away. As she was pulled along by iron chains, her scorebook scattered its pages, one yellowed sheet revealing the embryonic lyrics of the City of Gold. Buggy's bony blade coalesced and dissipated within his sleeve. Should he reveal himself now? Their Chapter 44. The layout after ensuring Stella's well-being. Buggy made his way toward the archipelago number 31, having toiled through the night in anticipation of reaping the rewards. The acrid stench of the slave market reached its zenith at midnight, while Tesalo curled up in a cage-like cell, his broken fingers immersed in a bucket of excrement, a punishment meted out by his captors for his defiance. Moonlight filtered through the iron bars, illuminating the deep, bone-visible collar brand on his neck, the mark of the celestial dragons. With a crunch, Buggy and Apos' leather boots crushed the scattered remnants of broken harp strings. Hey, golden-haired boy, he taunted, kicking the iron cage. Tesalo shot up, his murky pupils reflecting the golden coins Buggy tossed. Get lost. A gravelly roar escaped his throat. You filthy, shoe-wearing hyenas. Buggy casually shattered the cage, enclosing Tesalo. Oh, so fierce. But just moments ago, when that girl beside you was dragged away, you acted like a dead dog. When the snot of the celestial dragons splattered on her skirt, you didn't dare make a sound. Tesalo's fists pounded the ground, the sound of splintered bones mingling with shards of glass piercing his flesh. Shut up. You have no idea. Do you wish to know what she endured in her final 3 hours? Buggy inquired suddenly. Tesalo froze upon hearing this. She, Buggy continued. The entertainment chamber of the celestial dragons is temperature-controlled, set to -10 degrees, perfect for viewing the mermaid dance. They hung her by her ankles, like a Christmas ham, coating her soles with honey. Then they released 3 ravenous piranhas into the water, which voraciously devoured Stella and Apos' frozen form. Stop. Tesalo and Apos' scream shook the icicles from the eaves. Buggy suddenly yanked Tesalo's collar, exposing his bare chest. Nanoscopic cells stimulated his nerve endings, and in an instant, Tesla caught a whiff of the phantom blood, the metallic tang of Stella's blood splattering onto a golden platter after she bit her tongue. She uttered a final word before she breathed her last. Do you want to know what she said? Buggy's vocal cords mimicked Stella's voice, even capturing the raspiness with precision. Tesla's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Buggy's bony claws suddenly gripped his throat, whispering in Stella's voice, "Why? Was it not you who came to save me?" Tesla's fist slammed into the ground, the sound of shattered knuckles akin to snapping strings. Yet the illusion Buggy conjured grew ever clearer. Stella and Imp, Apos' lifeless body was preserved as a specimen, displayed in the Celestial Dragons and Imp, Apos museum within the section on the evolution of inferior beings. Your tears are cheaper than Charlemagne's mouthwash. Now you have two choices. He conjured two coins that hovered in the air, offering a false sense of tranquility as they descended into hell, or become the blade that pierces through hell. Buggy and Apos' ear bones detected a subtle shift in frequency. The rhythm of this man and Apos' heartbeat had transformed from that of a timid slave to the war drum of a predator. As the illusion shattered, Tesla and Apos' roar sent the charred debris tumbling. I will tear them apart. Do you desire strength? Buggy tempted Tesla. Please, master, help me. I wish to slay those swine. Tesla pleaded earnestly, kneeling before Buggy. Now, that's more like it. From now on, you're with me. Buggy tossed a coin engraved with his likeness. He pointed toward the brightly lit auction house in the distance. First, let us collect some interest. With a single punch, he reduced the grand entrance to rubble. Tesla, clutching an iron rod salvaged from the wreckage, followed suit. As the guard's gun was aimed at him, Buggy suddenly exclaimed, "Take 3 steps to the left and slash at a 45-degree angle." Though perplexed, Tesla complied, swinging the rod. The iron struck the guard's sleep point unexpectedly. See, it's easy, just a gentle swing, and even those high and mighty gods can be harmed. While Tesla was momentarily bewildered, Buggy's bony fragments severed all the chains of captivity. Slaves poured forth like a tidal wave, and Buggy directed the golden chandelier of the auction house to crash into the vault, where stacks of slave contracts ignited in flames before Tesla's eyes. Behold, the so-called rules are meant to be shattered. He floated in the air, stepping lightly as if on the moon, his palm resting on the entire auction house, which began to crumble. On this day, Tesla encountered a person who would alter the course of his life. Whenever he reflected on this day, it brought him to tears. In the medical room of the R.O. Jackson, Stella lay on a bed. When Tesla burst through the door, Colokas was administering an injection. Don't touch. This girl is too weak. Her emotional turmoil today has caused her to faint. Tesla turned to Buggy, then knelt heavily on the teak deck, tears welling in his bloodshot eyes. You said she was dead. When did I ever say she was dead? Buggy's knuckles suddenly tapped Tesla's head. That was your own tragic drama concocted in your mind. Tesla was overwhelmed with emotion. From this day forth, my life is... Stop. What use do I have for your life? Buggy interjected. Tesla, do you comprehend that without power, you cannot protect what you cherish? How about it? Are you interested in joining me? To serve you, I would gladly sacrifice everything. Don't call me master, just call me boss. Though you are older than I am more formidable. Don't you think it's a fair deal, boss? Buggy then retrieved a large stash of gold and berries from a hidden compartment in his quarters. This is everything I've accumulated over the past 5 years. It's all yours now. Boss, rest assured, the money is safe with me. Nonsense. I expect you to make that money work for you. It must be noted that as a pirate, indeed, one can amass wealth effortlessly. Buggy, during his time with the Roger Pirates, accumulated a fortune simply by defeating the marauding pirates who dared to challenge them. As night fell, Stella finally awoke. Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling as though everything was surreal. It was only when she instinctively touched the collar around her neck that she truly believed she had survived. Stella stepped out of the room and immediately spotted Tesla, who was sleeping against the mast. She kicked a barrel. The sound jolted Tesla awake, and upon seeing her, he froze, then hurried over to embrace her, fearing this was merely a mirage. Stella, you're awake. Her tension dissipated in his embrace, and for a moment, they held each other tightly. After a brief pause, Stella asked, Tesla, how did you end up here? Oh, it was the boss who saved me. The boss? Oh. Perhaps I should say I. At that moment, Buggy emerged from the side, startling both of them, causing them to quickly separate and stare at him. Boss. Benefactor. They exchanged explanations. And Buggy waved his hand. All right, from now on, we're all on the same side. Tesla, I'm giving you money so you can invest and make more. You need to do well. Stella, you just recovered. Take the time to rest. They both nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 45. The casino opening within a clandestine wine cellar in Chambord. Teselo slid 3 bags of gold bricks across the table. The mechanical eye of Rear Admiral Doberman glimmered ominously. Who are you? Or rather, who do you represent? What you should concern yourself with is this: 30% of the profits each month, 10% for you to turn a blind eye, and 20% for you to give the green light. Teselo unfurled a maritime map, weighing down the smuggling routes to the new world with the gold bricks. If I eliminate you, all this wealth will be mine, with no risk involved. Doberman's mechanical fingers crushed a wine glass as he threatened, when suddenly an oppressive aura enveloped the room, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Admiral, I trust you would not engage in such a foolish endeavor as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, correct? Teselo inquired with a sardonic smile. Indeed. You speak wisely. I wholeheartedly concur with your proposal. A fruitful collaboration. Teselo rose and extended his hand to Doberman. May our partnership prosper. Doberman quickly stood, sycophantically handing a bag of gold to Teselo. Unbeknownst to him, a recording snail captured every moment of their exchange. Having resolved the overt obstacles, Teselo commenced preparations for the casino's establishment. He acquired an abandoned dock, intent on transforming it into a gambling house. Teselo summoned a few slaves with whom he shared a cordial relationship and also ventured to the slave market to select some robust individuals. At this moment, 30 slaves stood respectfully, awaiting Teselo's address. He stood atop a scale of gold, distributing their wages, daily pay, double for overtime, and full medical coverage for injuries. This is today's remuneration. The slaves were momentarily taken aback. One armed slave, astonished, blurted out, "We can earn money? Money is the most honest weapon in the world. If you work diligently, this place shall be your sanctuary. Let us commence." Teselo tossed the key to the treasury toward him. As the exhilarating news spread amongst the slaves, the previously oppressive atmosphere was shattered. Their eyes ignited with fervor, and their once slumped figures seemed infused with boundless energy, standing tall. They moved with the precision of trained warriors. Some hefted heavy planks, others wielded tools, while others cleared debris, each sweeping and shoveling with fervor, swiftly tidying the area. In this fervent labor, there were no complaints, no laziness. As the sun began to set, the casino had been rejuvenated in less than half a day. The formerly dilapidated space transformed into a burgeoning entertainment venue, with new tables and chairs arranged neatly and the floor spotless. The slaves gazed at the refurbished casino, their clothes soaked in sweat, yet their faces radiated pride. Though they remained unaware of what fate awaited them, in this moment, they reveled in their accomplishments. Baggy, Teselo surveyed the area. Well done. And those who excel shall be rewarded. His gaze fell upon a particular slave. Despite his tattered attire, the intensity and strength of this individual stood out distinctly. With a smirk, Baggy approached him, placing his hand upon the slave and Apo's neck collar. Click! The collar fell to the ground with a resonant sound, shattering the silence. The slave looked up in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. Baggy clap API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 46. Teselo, training segment in addition to establishing the Golden Dice Casino. Buggy spared no effort to enhance Teselo's capabilities, which signified that someone was bound to meet misfortune. Mr. Rayleigh. Buggy clung to Rayleigh's leg like an octopus, insisting on a mere 2 days of instruction, 2 hours each day. I'll help you steal Captain Roger's wine cellar. Rayleigh, with a swift kick, sent Buggy crashing into the mast. Kid, I finally managed to rest for 2 days. I'm not interested. He leisurely puffed on a cigar he had swiped from Shucky. Mr. Rayleigh, just give me 2 days. Once the casino is up and running, I'll share 30% of the profits with you for a year. Buggy's fragmented form wrapped around Rayleigh's waist. Rayleigh lazily turned over, the bubbles in his liquor reflecting the neon lights of Shucky's bar. No. Old man has no use for money. Buggy's nose nearly touched Rayleigh's stubble. That guy is so weak he can't even defeat a telephone bug. Please, just help me out. Rayleigh rolled over again. No. Rayleigh, you mean it. Don't regret it. After saying this, Buggy stormed off angrily. The medical room door creaked open unexpectedly. Buggy glanced at Stella, whose hand was pressed against the wall, a faint red stain seeping from the bandage around her neck. Buggy led her to a corner. Stella, then. Do you understand? How about I plead with Mr. Rayleigh? He should agree. Wouldn't this be inappropriate? After hearing Buggy's plan, Stella's lips twitched as she attempted to dissuade him. No. It's settled. Shortly thereafter, Buggy brought Shucky aboard the ship. Sister Shucky, Mr. Rayleigh is looking for you. Sister Shucky, how do you maintain such youthful looks? Ha ha. Little Buggy, your words are sweet, always flattering me. Upon overhearing their conversation, Rayleigh thought, this is bad. Just as he was about to leave, Buggy shouted, Mr. Rayleigh, I've brought Sister Shucky. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he slipped away, leaving the two in a state of confusion. The medical chamber door creaked open, and Stella, with pale fingertips, steadied herself against the doorframe. The pale blue dress Shucky had lent her the previous day was still stained with medicine, and the bruises on her neck were glaring in the morning light. Mr. Rayleigh, Tizolo was beaten by the gang last night while trying to protect me, and 3 of his ribs were broken. But he didn't even throw a proper punch. I know you look down on us because we are of slave origin. I'm begging you. I would do anything. Suddenly, she knelt, tears splattering on the teak deck like stars. Shucky froze, the bubbles from the Champagne Islands reflecting her twitching mouth. Buggy seized the opportunity to sprinkle chili powder on Stella's skirt, causing her to cough incessantly. Cough. Mr. Rayleigh, cough. Please help Tizolo. Silbaz Rayleigh. Shucky pressed her flintlock against the back of Rayleigh's head. 20 years ago, you vowed to protect every lady's smile. She abruptly turned the gun towards Stella's neck, marked by her slave code. Are you really going to stand by and watch a crying girl die? Rayleigh's monocle glinted ominously. This is the little rascal's scheme. Before he could finish, Shucky's high heel crushed his precious cigar box, and the limited edition cigars from 1978 turned to ash in the wind stirred by Buggy's antics. She extinguished the cigar, pressing her .38 caliber pistol against Rayleigh's lower back. Will you teach or not? Teach. Is that too much to ask? But let us be clear, if I don't learn. Don't blame the old man. Rayleigh smiled wryly and raised his hands in surrender. That night, Rayleigh accidentally kicked Buggy into a tub filled with Sea King saliva. Ouch. Buggy, how careless of you. Your sister Shucky will be heartbroken seeing this. As Buggy struggled to climb out, his body covered in corrosive slime, he shouted, You old bastard. This is retaliation. Oh, is it so obvious? Go ahead and hit me. Rayleigh sipped on Shucky's special hangover tea. All right, you're tough. Best keep your eyes open while you sleep tonight. Buggy threatened through gritted teeth. At dawn, amidst the morning mist of the Sabaody archipelago, Tizolo's fist pounded against the aerial roots of the red mangrove, the juice from the bark mixed with blood staining his bandages. Rayleigh took a swig of liquor. Lower your center of gravity. Do you think you're banging on a slave market drum? With dew on his bamboo sword, he ordered. 300 punches, miss even one, and add an hour of practice. Tizolo's knuckles were already mangled and bloody. Rayleigh suddenly flung the bamboo sword, striking Tizolo's lower back with precision. Your waist must be like a bow, and your fists like arrows. Stumbling, Tizolo saw the bamboo sword return to Rayleigh's hand. When the 500th punch landed, cracks appeared in the rocks, and a faint golden liquid seeped from Tizolo's bone seams. The regenerative cells implanted by Buggy were beginning to take effect. Cough. Tizolo staggered to his knees, his right arm seizing uncontrollably. Rayleigh flipped the hourglass with the tip of his sword. Again, you must hear the sound of blood flowing in your veins when you punch. Under the blazing midday sun, Tizolo was blindfolded and bound to a spinning post. 16 automatic crossbows fired rubber bullets from various angles, and Rayleigh's voice echoed through the heat. Observation is not done with your ears. You must breathe through your pores. When the 37th rubber bullet struck his ribs, Tizolo suddenly smelled something briny. Rayleigh had coated the arrows with mermaid tear extract. The trajectory of the bullets became visible through the tear film for half a second. Tizolo barely twisted away from a triple shot but was struck in the throat by the 4th. Shucky's mocking laughter drifted down from the treetops. Little Tizolo, you dodging bullets is more ridiculous than my drunkard dancing at home. As dusk approached, Rayleigh kicked Tizolo into the shallows. Iron chains the width of 10 fingers bound a specially made reef stone, and bioluminescent jellyfish floated in the waves, releasing a weak current. Armament is living armor. Wrap your fury around every bone. Rayleigh hurled a bottle toward the storm clouds. Tizolo's roar was drowned by the waves, his skin oozing dark red droplets under the water and salt sting. After being thrown into the depths for the 7th time, his fist suddenly shattered the surface of the reef. Bone fragments covering his fists glimmered with an eerie blue light. In the midnight underground training ground, Tizolo dashed across a 300-square-meter sandy beach with added weight. Martial arts are the foundation of all combat. When Tizolo collapsed for the 30th time from exhaustion, Buggy's holographic projection suddenly appeared. Reminder, each fall adds 2 hours of extra practice. Taizolo's roar shook the chandelier. You madman. But upon catching a glimpse of Stella in the corner, recording the training log, he bit back the rest of his curse. On the third day at dawn, Taizolo lay collapsed in a pool of red mangrove juice. Rayleigh lifted his swollen fist with the sword sheath. Armament coverage at 12, observation premonition at 0. 3 seconds, barely enough to block a Navy grunt's bullets. All right, that's passable. Practice more in the future. Moreover, Buggy attempted to procure the Navy's Rokushiki training manual for Taizolo on the black market. Both Buggy and Shanks had learned Rokushiki gradually through the guidance of the Roger pirates and by observing battles between the Navy and Roger's crew. At present, the time was far too short for Taizolo to grasp it. He would have to find a way on his own. In the underground black market at the roots of the Red Mangrove on Sabeti Archipelago No. 13, Taizolo leaned against a rusted steam pipe. 3 diamond-studded dice spinning between his fingers, each face engraved with different factions' emblems, the Navy, CP, and the Underground Bank. The price for the Rokushiki training manual was 50 million berries. He flicked the dice, landing them precisely in the hat of a passing slave trader. The informant, wearing a crow mask, immediately halted, veins bulging on his neck. Are you trying to get me killed? Naval techniques are not to be trifled with. Taizolo's gilded dagger pressed firmly against the opponent's artery, reflecting the image of the skull and crossbones tattoo emblazoned in his pupils. If it's insufficient, I shall provide more. You perform the task, and do not inquire further. Understood? 3 days hence, Taizolo meticulously examined 7 counterfeit volumes of the 6 styles in the casino's secluded chamber. Shaki, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, kicked open a wooden crate. The CP5's worthless goods. The moonwalk technique lacks a vital breathing formula. Practice it, and your lungs will surely explode. Ah, well, it's better than nothing. We shall gradually piece it together. By the way, the little red-nosed imp, they're departing today, correct? Indeed. They are expected to make an appearance this afternoon. Let us accompany them on their way. Chapter 47. Fishman Island. The setting sun over the Sabeti Archipelago bathed the mangroves in hues of amber, while the Oro Jackson's coating shimmered with iridescence in the morning light. Shaki leaned against the dock railing, her cigarette curling into heart-shaped wisps. Next time I come, sister, the bar tab better double. Rayleigh removed his foam-covered gloves, tossing a bottle of treasured tequila her way. Once this bottle is finished, I shall return. The bottle arced through the air, caught deftly by Shaki with the tip of her stiletto heel. Taizolo knelt on one knee. Boss, the casino and all 5 smuggling lines are fully operational. Profits could multiply tenfold within 6 months. When you return, you'll see a different me. Buggy, observing the kneeling Taizolo, urged him to rise. Get up, I beg you. Stay safe. Money is not important. If there are foes you cannot confront, jot down their names. The boss will return to settle scores. Also, be kind to Stella. But let us avoid any fatalities in these years. Stella cradled a faded harp, her fingers weaving a gentle variation of Bink's sake. As the melody floated over the sea, Roger, aboard the coated ship, suddenly raised his bottle. What a lovely tune. Set sail. As the seawater engulfed the sails, the world within the coating plunged into an abyss of deep blue silence. Rayleigh ignited a whale oil lamp, and Buggy pointed towards the shadowy depths outside the coating. Look, a glowing ribbon fish. That is a lanternfish. Before Rayleigh could finish, the entire ship was swept along by a school of fish, gliding towards the vibrant abyss of Fishman Island. As the vessel sank deeper into the ocean, Buggy's eardrums were painfully pierced by the sudden increase in water pressure. In the pitch-black depths, silhouettes of 3 colossal sea kings gracefully roamed. Their sonic waves reverberated through the water, morphing into coherent words that resonated within Roger and Odin's minds. The birth is imminent. Our king is about to be born. Rayleigh, did you hear that voice just now? What are you talking about? This is the tranquil deep sea. Captain, we are at the seabed. There are no sounds here. Coloccus, hurry. The captain's condition is worsening. Just then, Odin interjected. No, there is indeed a sound. You heard it too, Odin? Yes. The newly born king's egg trembles within the coral palace. The moment of Joy Boy's promise draws near. On the night of the full moon in 20 years, Poseidon will awaken us. Suddenly, the coating was shrouded in shadow. 5 sea kings surrounded the vessel in a fleet formation, their singular eyes resembling moons in the abyss. Do not draw your weapons. They are escorting us. Rayleigh restrained Jabba's battle axe, and indeed, the sea kings stirred the currents with their tails, creating a clear passage for the Oro Jackson. Odin's observation haki penetrated the nearest Sea King's consciousness, revealing ancient carvings of the contract between Joy Boy and the Mermaid Princess. As the Oro Jackson traversed the pressure layers of the deep sea, the resin coating suddenly refracted into a kaleidoscopic whirlpool. Buggy's face was illuminated in neon hues, his nose nearly touching the membrane. This is 1,000 times more magnificent than Sabaedes' bubbles. At that moment, as they passed a massive coral reef, 12 spiraling water cannons erupted from the deep blue sea. A warrior of the whale shark fishmen surged forth, wielding a spear, with their sea beast mounts glistening like cold weaponry. Halt! Human pirates are not permitted to enter the sacred realm. The blue-skinned fishman warrior, riding a giant whale, raised a trident, shattering a string of bubbles with a sonic blast. Shanks's straw hat was lifted by the undercurrent, and he hurriedly pressed it down, muttering, even fiercer than the Golden Lion and Apos' fleet. Rayleigh quietly retrieved his telescope. 50 coral cannons are concealed behind the left side rocks, and 300 beast cavalry are on the right. The ocean suddenly churned violently as Neptune, clad in silver armor and red robe, surged forth, his golden trident aimed at the ship's bow. Upon recognizing the figure, Roger stepped to the front of the ship, laughing heartily. Hey, little Neptune. Who was it that drunkenly sobbed while clutching a coral pillar last year in Ryugu Palace? He shook the liquor flask at his waist, this time. I and Apos. V brought the fiercest tequila from the East Blue. Shut up. Neptune and Apos' trident slammed against the coating, sending shockwaves tilting the vessel. Roger? What brings you here? It's not a good time. You should leave. Neptune, that and Apos. That's not an option. Just as tensions escalated, Buggy suddenly exclaimed, Uncle, we are not the ones foretold to break the door. But if you don't let us in, who knows what might happen? Everyone paused at Buggy's words. The members of the Roger Pirates had no idea what he was referring to. Neptune, however, was taken aback, realizing this little brat knew about the prophecy. Ah, what a misfortune. Roger, come on in. Lower your weapons and open the door. As the gates of Ryugu Palace swung open, Buggy exclaimed, Shanks, look at that pink octopus. Can we roast it? That is the royal welcoming envoy. Rayleigh facepalmed. Neptune, resting a hand on his coral throne, sighed, Why is it always this bunch? He glanced towards the harbor. Roger was intimidating the beast cavalry with his conqueror's haki. Shanks chased a glowing jellyfish in circles, and Buggy attempted to carve his name into the stone. Just as they were exploring Fishman Island, the glass dome of Ryugu Palace trembled violently, and enormous coral branches began to fall like rain. Neptune steadied himself with his trident. What is happening? Report, Your Majesty. 3 supersized sea kings are assaulting the roots of the sun tree, Eve. A blue-ringed octopus warrior burst through the pearl gates, kneeling before Neptune. The group rushed outside, witnessing 3 gigantic sea kings, a lava octopus, a thunder jellyfish, and an abyssal giant eel, tearing at the protective barrier, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the bubble membrane surrounding Fishman Island. Just as Neptune and Roger prepared to intervene, a figure darted past them. Stand back. Buggy suddenly erupted into a storm of bone spikes, piercing the lava octopus's eye like a spear, his conqueror's haki-infused fist detonating against the beast. Rayleigh leaped into the deep sea, his sword slicing through the thunder jellyfish, rendering it into glowing shards. Jabba. 9 o'clock. Here they come. The battle axe, enveloped in haki, spiraled out, pinning the ambushing abyssal giant eel to the seafloor's volcanic vent. Jabba laughed heartily as he tugged the axe's chain. This creature will provide enough sashimi for half a year. Neptune's trident churned the waters, redirecting the fireballs spewed by the lava octopus towards the ocean surface. Humans, who permitted you to meddle in the affairs of the fishman race? Enough chatter. As the last of the sea kings fled into the dark ocean, the roots of the sun tree, Eve, lay in tatters. Neptune stroked the cracked protective barrier, his voice hoarse. Just as foretold, the gates of Fishman Island will eventually be breached. Roger approached, swaying his liquor flask. We have no intention of breaking down your door. Following this, the group returned to Ryugu Palace, where Neptune summoned Shirahoshi. The pearl curtains rustled gently as 5-year-old Shirahoshi waddled in, clutching a crystal ball larger than her head. The fishman nurse hurried to hold her, but the little oracle stomped her tail in indignation. Shirahoshi can walk on her own. King, I'm here. Little Shirahoshi offered a slight bow to Neptune. Thank you for your trouble, little Shirahoshi. She began her divination, her pink fish tail shimmering with starlight, as her fingertips grazed the surface of the sphere. The entire Dragon Palace was suddenly enveloped in an ethereal aurora. Within the orb, visions of creation emerged. Countless sea kings circled reverently around a colossal shell bed. They were celebrating. The arrival of the mermaid princess. Sherry's childlike voice resonated with an otherworldly quality, and the banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. Neptune's trident clattered to the ground. Nonsense. This king has yet to take a bride. Suddenly, Buggy unfurled an exaggerated proposal banner, now recruiting a fishman queen. Room and board included. You seek your own demise. Neptune's trident narrowly brushed against Buggy's nose. Roger took a swig of his drink and laughed heartily. If a midwife is needed, just call for us. If a daughter is born, remember to name her Shirahoshi. How lovely that sounds. His breath, laden with alcohol, wafted onto Neptune's flushed face. Chapter 48. The appearance of Princess Oki. Roger inquired. Hey, Charlie. How long until the fish princess is born? Little Charlie extended her 10 fingers. 10. Roger nodded. Oh, 10 more years. Suddenly, Charlie embraced the crystal ball and foretold. When the princess is born, there will be. Before she could finish, she curled up and fell asleep in the nurse's arms. In the deepest coral caves of Dragon Palace, bioluminescent seaweed cast eerie ripples over the surface of the red historical text. Neptune and Apos, trident penetrated the ground fissure, causing the coral wall to crack, revealing ancient inscriptions on the gray stone tablet behind it. This is the stone you seek, should you dare to harm the fishman. The tip of Neptune's trident pressed against Roger's throat as he threatened, Relax, red-haired brother. I have no interest in ruling the world. Roger took a swig of alcohol and remarked, Kazuki Odin's hand rests upon the red inscription. The coordinates of the final destination require 4 markers. And this is one of them. He abruptly turned to the gray stone tablet and questioned, but what is recorded here? A letter of apology. The handwriting of Joy Boy emerged in Odin's interpretation. To the people of the deep sea, I have betrayed the oath to the sun and shifted the burden of peace onto an unborn child. Poseidon is not a weapon. He is the key connecting 2 worlds. If, a millennium hence, someone inherits my will, please accept this apology. Roger's expression shifted suddenly as he asked Neptune, Neptune, is Poseidon at the bottom of the sea? Hearing this, Neptune's expression changed, warily eyeing Roger and the others. The trident shook loose pearls from the cave ceiling. How do you know about Poseidon? Are you here for the ancient weapon? Roger sat cross-legged on the stone tablet, pulling out a copy of the Sky Island. The inscription on the golden bell states, the Sea King sleeps beneath 10,000 meters on the throne of the fishmen. He suddenly pointed to Neptune's golden crown, but I searched Dragon Palace and only found this foolish hat on your head. Impertinence. The fishmen guards aimed their steel tridents at Roger, only to be shattered by Buggy's aerial strike. Calm down, everyone. Neptune glanced at Buggy and then commanded the fishmen. Stand down, do not be rude. Neptune looked at Roger with confusion. Roger, you actually have an interest in such matters? I truly misjudged you. Nearby, Rayleigh, noticing the misunderstanding, chuckled and explained, Neptune, what we seek are the treasures left behind by those so-called weapons. Roger laughed heartily. Ahaha. Indeed, Neptune, treasures are the witnesses of history, while weapons are but toys for cowards. Upon hearing this, Neptune lowered his guard and explained, every few hundred years, a fishman will be born on Fishman Island who can communicate directly with the Sea King. Considering the recent anomalies in little Charlie's divination, Poseidon should be my daughter, who I still do not know the whereabouts of. Everyone gasped in astonishment. So Poseidon is your future daughter? When she is born, remember to have Rayleigh as the godfather. Roger laughed heartily while patting Neptune's back. Who would want you rogues as godfathers? Neptune's roar shook loose coral debris, though the corners of his mouth could not help but lift. At this moment, Buggy doused cold water on the excitement. Uncle, stop laughing. You Don and Apos, to even have a partner and you and Apos, already thinking about being a daughter-s slave. Neptune and Apos, anger flared. Roger, control this little rascal. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Neptune soon ordered a grand feast to entertain Roger and his pirate crew. Roger and Neptune drank heartily. Amidst the incessant nagging of Carocus, stop drinking. What about your health? What? I can't hear you. Come on, Neptune, keep drinking. Roger. Meanwhile, Buggy and Shanks stealthily slipped out, traversing the streets of Fishman Island. Buggy hovered in midair, whistling at a fishwoman mannequin in a shop window. Beautiful sister, your scales shine brighter than the clouds of Sky Island. Thank you for the compliment. The fishwoman blushed, gazing at the human boy before her. At that moment, Shanks found himself surrounded by 3 fishwomen at the dessert stand, his ears turning red beneath his straw hat. Little brother, would you like to try some sea salt milk jelly? Our sister will feed you. A blue-tailed fishwoman scooped up a spoonful of ice cream, while Shanks stammered, clutching his berries. I can do it myself. Suddenly, Buggy flashed into view, lifting the chin of a fishwoman. Beauty, you should feed me a bite. He's still too young to manage. Shanks coughed as the milk jelly went down wrong, and the fishwomen burst into laughter. The pink-scaled girl suddenly grasped Buggy's hand. Are all human males as smooth-tongued as you? I can and Apos. Imagine how many girls will suffer when you grow up. Buggy kissed the back of her hand. No, I'm not fickle. I just want to give every girl a home. Besides, I and Apos am not that small anymore. Amidst Shanks and Apos, exclamations and the fishwomen and Apos' giggles. A flyer floated down onto Buggy's head. Stop the hatred. Human and fishman coexistence plan, Oki. Buggy picked up the flyer and, pulling Shanks along, sought out Princess Oki, who was dedicated to eliminating racial discrimination, even at the cost of her life. At that moment, Oki was at the intersection, fervently promoting, humans and fish can coexist peacefully. Hello, please take a look. Just then, a deep voice resonated, utterly foolish. The sound of a steel trident striking the ground echoed as 5 tattooed fishmen approached Oki. Oki, sensing their hostility, slowly retreated. The 5 fishmen cornered Oki against the wall. Speaking of peace with humans who have slain our kin, you traitor, deserve to be hanged. The leading tiger shark fishman snatched a flyer, glanced at it, and then tore it apart. Oki's silk gown stained with ink as she clutched the remaining flyer tightly. Violence only begets more violence. Those human brutes harbor the same hatred as you. Most humans, like us, cherish peace. Enough of your nonsense. A steel trident shot forward but was halted just before it reached Oki's throat. Buggy's split body charged at the leading fishman. Hey, don't be rough with the lady. You'll incur the wrath of the sea god. Shanks swung his wooden sword, sending 3 fishmen flying. Stop. This lady is merely conveying her ideals. The hammerhead fishman, seeing his attack thwarted by a mere human brat, was seething with rage. Human brat? You're asking for death. The tiger shark fishman threw a punch at Buggy's face while simultaneously swinging his trident at Buggy's lower body, stirring up a cloud of dust. Embodying the principle that where there is smoke, there is no injury, Buggy stood firm, bracing himself against the tiger shark and Apos' attack. As the dust settled, the tiger shark stared in alarm at the unmoving Buggy, then waved his hand. This kid is strange. Let and Apos' all attack together. Hearing this, the surrounding fishmen charged at Buggy and Shanks with weapons drawn. One octopus fishman spat out a thick ink, shrouding the area in darkness. Shanks' observation hockey detected the lethal intent. Buggy, left side for you, right side for me. Splitting bone prison. Buggy conjured bone spikes that embedded into the walls, lifting the ambushing fishmen into the air. As the ink dissipated, the Faishi believes that humanity will change, but what is the outcome? Corpses rot aboard the slave ship. The tiger shark bares its sharp teeth. Silence. Do you possess such prowess? Come and strike me. At that moment, the crowd began to stir. The leader has arrived. Step aside, step aside. Suddenly, 2 figures approached Buggy and Shanks. Who dares to cause a commotion here? Chapter 49. The initial encounter with Tiger and Jinbei. The coral reef shattered amidst violent tremors as 2 imposing figures crushed the neon lights at the street corner. Fisher Tiger, with skin as red as fire, gleamed with a metallic sheen. His towering frame, reminiscent of molten lava, stood at 3 meters tall. Jinbei, though not at his peak form, exuded an air of mastery with his deep blue complexion, his bandaged fist brimming with the fierce energy of 1,000 waves. Boss Tiger, these human brats have injured our brothers, cried a tiger shark fishman, clutching his broken dorsal fin. The veins on Tiger's forehead throbbed like cables. How dare these human pests wreak havoc in Fishman Street? Shanks interjected. Wait, this is... Before he could finish, the Blue Mermaid had already launched into action. Jinbei shattered the pavement as he advanced, his right fist enveloped in a high-pressure water bullet aimed at Shanks. Tangled grass wave fist, serpent flow. Shanks wielded his wooden sword, entwined with black and red hockey, slicing through the air, leaving a crescent moon-like afterimage. One sword style, crescent moon. The water bullet and sword energy collided, creating a circular shockwave that shattered the bulletproof glass of nearby shops. Jinbei slid back 3 meters, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Shanks' wooden sword had left a deep gash in his steel gauntlet. Impressive, but the essence of Fishman karate lies in 7,000 wave kicks. Jinbei discarded his shattered gauntlet, his palms revealing the patterns of whale sharks, and stomped the ground, unleashing a torrent of water like a furious dragon breaking through the earth. Fighting while upturning the ground? How lacking in martial virtue. At this moment, Buggy joined the fray. Jinbei found himself in an exceedingly difficult position. The 2 opponents coordinated seamlessly, their attacks raining down like a violent storm. Each strike aimed to deliver a fatal blow. One attacked head-on, while the other flanked from the side, their sharp blade techniques keenly targeting Jinbei's vulnerabilities. Though Jinbei exerted every ounce of strength to defend himself, his arms moved rapidly to form a protective barrier. Yet, the relentless onslaught was overwhelming. Each impact left his arms tingling. He staggered back, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his breath growing labored, clearly nearing his limit, on the brink of defeat. Just at that critical moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Fisher Tiger charged into the battlefield, roaring, "You little brats, I shall deal with you." He swung his robust arms, generating a wave of force that instantly pushed Buggy and Shanks back. Tiger stood before Jinbei, radiating an intimidating presence. "Buggy, you choose one," he declared. "The blue one." Shanks then lunged towards Jinbei. Naturally, Fisher Tiger was Buggy's opponent. Buggy's fragmented body dissolved into nanoscopic particles, vanishing before Fisher Tiger, only to reassemble behind him. "Take this." Void Cannon. His right arm swelled threefold, veins bulging as his colossal fist unleashed a spiral energy. Space slightly warped as blood seeped from Tiger's back muscles. The power of the Chop Chop fruit began to exhibit its ability to tear through space. Childish tricks. Whale Shark Rock Smash. Tiger countered, pivoting to deliver an elbow strike akin to a whale's tail crashing against the waves. The moment Tiger's bony fist collided with his iron elbow, Buggy's particles suddenly scattered. Tiger's heavy strike shattered the coral wall, while Buggy reformed above him, muttering, "A shoulder throw from the sea current? I am of the space variety." Tiger's pupils narrowed to pinpoints, his arm muscles swelling to inhuman proportions. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu. Wrath of the Sea God. A massive water prison formed, constricting the sea water within a 100-meter radius, compressing Buggy's bone particles toward the center. In a desperate moment, Buggy's spine suddenly surged. Cell overload, Titan form. A 3-meter-tall skeletal giant burst through the water prison, the crushing force of the void fist colliding with Tiger's whale shark fist, creating a vacuum field. The coral streets exploded like fragile crackers. Even the sunlight from the deep sea refracted into prism-like shards. As the battle escalated, a soldier from Fishman Island hurried to report to Neptune. "Your Majesty, a brawl has erupted in Fishman Street." Fishman Street? Isn't that Tiger's territory? Let him handle it. Such trivial matters shouldn't interrupt my drinking, Roger. Do it. The soldier anxiously replied, "Your Majesty, it's Tiger, along with the crew members of Captain Roger." Upon hearing this, the revelers sobered instantly. Roger scanned the room, realizing that Buggy and Shanks had vanished. "Those little brats are truly a bane to me. Neptune, we must hurry. This is bad." "Roger, do not fret. Tiger will not stoop to petty squabbles with those two. There is nothing to worry about. I am concerned about the tiger you mentioned and your Fishman Island." The group rushed frantically toward Fishman Street. Back on Fishman Street, after an intense skirmish, the surrounding buildings lay in ruins, though the fighters had managed to avoid causing harm to others. Tiger's right arm bulged with veins, radiating a molten red glow beneath his skin. The coral ground beneath him melted into a glassy substance, the sea water compressed into liquid diamonds. Encasing his fist, this was the devastating Whale King Star Shatter. Buggy's nanoscopic bone particles reassembled wildly within the vacuum, each particle vibrating with the power to tear space apart. His right fist sprouted 12 spiral spikes, his arm swelling with force, blood seeping from his rapidly dividing body. Chop Chop Void Annihilation. As the two apocalyptic forces clashed, Otoheim's flowing dress suddenly entered the battlefield. "Stop it," she cried, tears streaming down her face, positioning herself between the two combatants. "This is bad." Tiger's pupils shrank to pinpoints as his liquid diamond fist reached the tips of Otoheim's flowing hair. Buggy's bone spikes were mere inches from her throat, the force of division beginning to rip through the fabric of space. Two golden slashes descended like divine retribution. Rayleigh's sword cleaved through the liquid diamond, the sword energy so precise that it separated every water molecule without harming Otoheim in the slightest. Roger's ace sword struck at the core of the Void Annihilation, the Conqueror's hockey wrapping around the blade, forcing the destructive energy back into Buggy and Appo's body. With a thunderous explosion, a colossal bubble erupted from the seabed. The coral streets sliced into a checkerboard pattern. Tiger and Buggy both coughed blood, flying back and carving deep rifts in the debris. Roger approached them, saying, "Renault's brat. You only bring me trouble." Buggy raised his middle finger in defiance, retorting, "I was just trying to do a good deed, and look what it got me." Otoheim trembled, holding up a blood-stained fragment of a flyer. "They are my saviors." She recounted the entire story to the group, and upon hearing it, Tiger and Jinbei appeared abashed. Meanwhile, several fishmen tied up on the ground felt utterly defeated. It's over. This is truly the end. Neptune's trident suddenly pointed at the tiger shark fishmen, the tip gathering power, causing the seawater throughout the street to boil. Liars shall face the punishment of the whale. Your Majesty, these children, their families perished on human slave ships. Their actions were excessive. Please forgive them. If punishment is due, let it fall upon me for my poor guidance. Tiger knelt, crushing a coral slab beneath his knee. Suddenly, Jinbei also knelt, bowing his forehead heavily to the ground. Please allow me to take my brother's punishment. Neptune's trident hesitated in midair. Otoheim suddenly grasped the staff. Your Majesty, a true ruler should sever the chains of hatred. She pointed to the end of the street. Roger's crew members were helping fishermen merchants repair their damaged shops. Those were the apprentices from Roger's ship. Hey, Rednose, little brat, don't slack off. Get to work. Why don't you bite me? Quit your whining and let us get this done. Tiger raised his head. Rebuild the street with your subordinates. I want to see a new Fishman Street in 3 months. A small punishment for a greater lesson. The trident of Neptune abruptly altered its course, etching a crimson mark upon Tiger's forehead. The twilight sun, Eve, bathed the surroundings in an amber glow, while Bucky languished amidst a pile of barrels, lamenting, my body aches. I shall seek reimbursement for medical expenses from the red-haired king. Rayleigh, wiping the blood from his rapier, remarked, you ought to express gratitude to Miss Yuki. Had she not interceded on your behalf, you would not have escaped this beating. Suddenly, Roger emerged, hoisting the tiger shark man by the nape of his neck as he leapt onto the deck, declaring, this fellow claims he will serve you as a laborer for 10 years to atone for his sins. Very well, you may remain by Yuki's side. An ethereal whale song resonated from the depths as Yuki stood atop the coral lookout, folding the blood-stained flyers into paper boats. The paper vessels drifted toward darker waters, propelled by the tremors of the streets being reconstructed by Fisher Tiger. Chapter 50. What is peace? A few days later, Fisherman Street. Through the tireless efforts of the Roger pirates and numerous fishmen under Tiger's command, returned to its former glory. To commemorate this moment, a statue was erected depicting the clash between Otoheim, Buggy, and Tiger. The rebuilt Fisherman Street shone brightly under the dome, and even the most stubborn ruffians donned the peace emblem designed by Otoheim. At the celebration banquet in Ryugu Palace, Tiger filled a coral chalice with deep-sea liquor. I shall set sail to witness the human world, where Otoheim risked her life. Tiger suddenly smashed the chalice, the shards reflecting a spectrum of colors in the moonlight. Neptune's trident struck the ground, causing the sashimi platter on the table to leap. Do not bring shame upon the fishmen. Buggy approached, holding a tuna sushi. Just so we're clear, if you encounter a fat pig with a bubble helmet, steer clear. Such creatures will turn you into braised shark fin. He conjured a miniature hologram of a celestial dragon with his fingertips. Tiger's crimson skin glowed brighter under the influence of alcohol as he lifted Buggy by the collar, bringing him close. Boy, do you think I was raised to be frightened? Buggy broke free, landing on the ground, and warned Tiger, never approach Mariewa. Shanks, inebriated, toppled a barrel, octopus sauce staining his straw hat. Buggy is just putting on a show. Be quiet. I am not jesting, Tiger. I hope you remember this. Forget it. I cannot dissuade you. Here, take this. It may save your life one day. Buggy suddenly tossed a gold coin, which embedded itself perfectly into Tiger's whale shark belt. The coin bore a chibi likeness of Buggy making a silly face. Tiger chuckled heartily as he rubbed the coin. Red-nosed brat, I shall accept this. At dawn the next day, Jinbei hesitated, holding a sea chart. Big brother, are you truly setting off alone? A true warrior requires no escort. Hey, don't go dying on me. Buggy appeared to see Tiger off. Stop being so sentimental. When I return from my world tour, I shall treat you to mermaid tear wine. Tiger aimed a punch at Buggy, but at the moment of impact, it transformed into a high five. Tiger's fiery red hair billowed in the morning light as he tossed Buggy's coin. Before setting off alone, Buggy turned to Jinbei and said, if you wish to save your brother, come find me anytime. Jinbei, puzzled, nodded in agreement. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through Fisherman Island's bubble membrane, casting an amber hue over the coral garden. Buggy sat cross-legged atop a glowing sea anemone, playing with the impact shell he had brought from the Sky Island. Otoheim knelt on the pearl seat across from him, sorting through the torn peace pamphlets, her long sleeves stained with ink, the cut on her fingertip still unhealed. Still fussing with these scraps of paper? Even if you print 1,000,000, it won't stop the celestial dragon slave ships. Otoheim gently pressed down on the repaired pamphlet. her coral-colored pupils reflecting Buggy's impatient face. But if we lack the courage to convey our voice, peace will forever remain mere bubbles beneath the sea. Buggy suddenly flung a gold coin, causing it to shatter into hundreds of fragments in midair, each reflecting the plight of different races: merfolk chained in iron, fur tribes begging on their knees, sky islanders bleeding from their severed wings. The shards rained down, assembling at Odoheim and Apos' feet to form a world map. 800 years ago, Joyboy was just as idealistic as you. And what became of him? He couldn't even protect his allies. Buggy's knuckles tapped the map at Mariewa location. Your royal family keeps your weapons sealed. How do you intend to negotiate with the world government? Drown the admirals in tears? Odoheim's nails dug into her palm. Droplets of blood falling onto the pamphlet. Force will only breed new chains of hatred. Buggy suddenly roared. So do you know what your fate will be? The fishmen will believe in your so-called peace, only to be hunted down again by those greedy humans, and their hatred will be redirected towards you. You will die at the hands of fishmen who resent humanity even more than they resent you. The dark tides rustled through the coral. Buggy stood up. Do you know why the Sky Island has not been conquered by the Blue Sea people for 400 years? He unleashed the power of the impact shell, obliterating a coral target 100 meters away into dust. This is why. Odoheim caressed the piece on the pamphlet. You are right. But if we all become armed warriors, how are we any different from those who commit violence? The difference lies in holding a blade to protect, while wielding a sword to plunder. Buggy rose, gazing at Odoheim, then suddenly struck. Though Odoheim activated her observation hockey to predict Buggy and Apos' move, he was too swift. Before she could evade, he seized her neck. Look at you, utterly defenseless. Only able to witness every detail before your demise. Death is simply death. Those left behind will not inherit your will, only deepening the hatred between humans and fishmen. There is nothing wrong with pursuing peace. All original sins stem from one's weakness. Once you grow strong enough to influence the world structure, then the peace you seek will merely be a matter of your words. Odoheim gazed at the faintly visible mermaid within the eggshell. Then I look forward to you, Mr. Buggy, reshaping this world structure. I shall contribute in my own humble way. Buggy scoffed as he turned to leave. Under the moonlight, two shadows were cast, one a cynical silhouette, the other reminiscent of an idealist wielding a scalpel in medical school. Do as you wish, but if you die, I shan't bother to retrieve your corpse from Mariewa. His mutterings mingled with the ocean currents. It is worth mentioning that during the time of the Roger Pirates, Neptune had developed feelings for Odoheim. In the conference hall of Ryugu Palace, Neptune slammed a 3-meter-long peace treaty scroll onto the pearl table. I have decided. We shall hold monthly social gatherings between humans and fishmen. His ear tips flushed beneath his red hair as he stole glances at Odoheim. Lady Odoheim shall be in charge. Your Majesty is wise. I shall order 100,000 barrels of seaweed wine. The turtle minister excitedly knocked over an ink bottle. Buggy, reclining with his legs crossed, floated in the air. A social gathering? Isn't that merely a matchmaking party for yourself? Odoheim and Apos' long sleeves brushed against her flushed cheeks. Your Majesty, in this budget, 999 engagement pearls. Those are for repairing the Sun Tree Eve. Come. Someone take Lady Odoheim to the Coral Garden to survey the venue. Neptune's trident pierced the marble floor. In the coral tunnel surrounded by vibrant fish, Neptune's whale shark mount swam at a slow pace. Odoheim sat on the shell of a sea snail, cradling the pamphlet, while the red-haired king behind her stiffened like a rock. Lady Odoheim, I wonder, is the width of this tunnel suitable for human wheelchairs? Neptune's nails nearly dug into the trident's handle. Your Majesty, this is a passage reserved for merfolk. Odoheim stifled a laugh, pointing at the no humans allowed sign above. In the shadows, Buggy rolled his eyes, while Shanks, hidden behind a coral reef, struggled to suppress his laughter. On the night of the social gathering, the square of Ryugu Palace was filled with heart-shaped bubbles. Neptune, clad in a suit adorned with scales, raised his trembling hand like a mast in a storm. Thank you all for supporting the cause of peace, especially Lady Odoheim. Especially Lady Odoheim, Buggy squeaked in a high-pitched voice. Jinbei, just having taken a sip of seaweed wine, spat it out as the merfolk band's rendition of the wedding march turned into a discordant version of Bink Sake. Suddenly, the pearl earrings of Odoheim were lifted by a bubble, and Neptune knelt on one knee under the gaze of 30,000 eyes. This is the key to the treasure vault of Ryugu Castle. Lady Odoheim, I hope you will become my wife. The red-haired sashimi was in a frenzy. Buggy's dismembered body darted chaotically among the crowd. placing bets on whether this fool could become a father within 3 years. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the coating of the Aro Jackson glimmered with iridescence. Neptune, holding the trident that Buggy had adorned as a sign of successful courtship, bid farewell, his dark circles deep as an ocean trench. Rayleigh, shaking the secretly filmed proposal video, teased, "Want the full version? Trade it for a mermaid's tear. Set sail. Once that little girl is born, you can all come and celebrate the full moon." Chapter 51. 2 years at sea. The sea breeze, laced with a briny tang, swept across the deck of the Golden Jackson. Buggy leaned against the main mast, picking at his teeth, his crimson cape billowing behind him. His newly elongated figure cast a slanted shadow under the sun, while a delicate gold chain adorned his neck, arching back in an ostentatious curve. As Shanks passed by, cradling a barrel of rum, Buggy deliberately ran his fingers through his hair, exposing half of his flamboyant visage. "Oh, are you, little shorty, trying to steal a drink on tiptoes again? You bastard," Shanks retorted with a laugh, playfully punching Buggy in the ribs, only to find he had to raise his arm higher than before. The morning light accentuated the striking outline of the red-haired youth, yet before the towering Buggy, now 2 meters 3, he resembled a young pine beside a towering bamboo. Suddenly, a clatter erupted from the ship's stern as Rayleigh supported Roger from the cabin. The captain, once capable of lifting the enormous anchor with one hand, now trembled slightly as he grasped the gilded handrail. Dark purple scars, resembling venomous vines, crawled across his bare chest, coiling into a grotesque totem beneath his Adam's apple. Yet, his eyes remained sharp as daggers, silencing the jovial sounds on deck as he surveyed the scene, until he was seized by a violent cough and collapsed into the captain's chair. "Father!" The cry of Kazuki Odin echoed from the upper deck. The crew looked up to see little Hiyori, swaddled in satin, giggling while clutching the sheath of Enma. Buggy's long finger hooked the infant's collar. As he leapt toward the rigging, his wide sleeves, embroidered with dark patterns, unfurled in the wind like butterfly wings. The sheathed blade in Hiyori and Appo's grasp clanging melodiously between the masts. "Damn red-nosed fool. Return my daughter." Odin and Appo's blade cleaved the thick teak deck, causing the entire ship to shudder with the fury of a father in pursuit. Buggy laughed heartily as he darted past the startled crew, and as he approached Shanks, he suddenly tossed the swaddled infant into the air. The red-haired youth sprang up to catch her, only to see that Buggy had already climbed to the crow's nest, his slender fingers twirling his hair while making faces at the enraged Odin below. From the shadows, Roger suddenly chuckled, his fingers, marred with purple stains, tapping joyfully against his knee. By now, 2 years had elapsed since the crew departed Fishman Island. The Roger pirates had ventured to many fascinating locales, including an island where thunder rumbled overhead. Upon entering, they were greeted by crimson storms that tore through the sky like a dragon, enveloping the entire island in blue-violet arcs of electricity. While others recoiled in fear, Buggy embraced the lightning, hovering at the center of the storm. Nanobones wove around his body, forming a Faraday cage that channeled billions of volts into his marrow. His hair stood on end, and the electric light dancing beneath his skin cast a fearsome shadow. Not enough, he roared, splitting 300 bone spikes from his body, deliberately drawing the lightning toward his heart. As the bones crystallized with a charred scent, his haki intertwined with the lightning, creating black and gold patterns. When the 7th bolt of lightning pierced through him, Buggy finally plummeted to the ground, smoke billowing from his body, yet a grin spread across his face. Shanks wrapped him in Chapter 52, Journey to Wano, as the Aro Jackson collided with the turbulent waters surrounding Onigashima. Towering waves surged up to 30 feet high at 9 Mile Beach. Roger and his crew disembarked, surveying the scene. Odin had initially intended to retrieve the imprint of the red poneglyph alone, but was thwarted by Buggy's curiosity about Wano. Buggy subtly gestured to the crew, who, despite not knowing his intentions, expressed a desire to visit Odin's homeland. Reluctantly, Odin acquiesced, and they all set foot on the shore together. "Odin-sama," Kinemon exclaimed, bowing deeply. When he looked up, he was momentarily speechless. Kazuki Odin was clad in Buggy's skeleton pajamas and donned rubber slippers from Skypiea. "Ha! Behold my new comrade. This is Roger, my captain, and this is the King of Hell, capable of cleaving tsunamis with a single sword." Odin disregarded the astonished faces of his retainers, introducing each member of the Roger pirates in turn. Finally, he pointed to Buggy, poking his red nose playfully. "This one? Yes, not important." Buggy, exasperated, raised his middle finger. Odin then wrapped an arm around his beloved's waist, announcing, "This is my wife, and my son, Momonosuke, and my daughter, Hiyori." Toki's trembling hand presented the Kazuki family crest, the tarnished bronze mirror reflecting Momonosuke's tear-streaked face. Is this truly the young master? His features bear an uncanny resemblance to the young Lord Odin. He struggled to suppress his astonishment, while Toki leaned weakly against the ship's railing. Kuroka stood beside her, clutching a medical kit at her feet, yet she forced herself to muster the strength to face the crowd. Once the excitement of their reunion faded, Odin scrutinized his subordinates. Kinemon's tattered sleeves flapped in the sea breeze. Kinemon, why are you all so ragged? Where are Ashura and the others? Odin-sama. Kinemon began, his voice trembling. Thick black smoke rose ominously from the direction of Onigashima. Suddenly, Toki erupted into a fit of coughs, cutting Odin's inquiry short. Husband, it's time to obtain the imprint. Kinemon's nails dug into his palms. He yearned to convey the grim reality that the Shimotsuki family shrine had been turned into a brothel, that the cherry trees in the flower capital had been felled for firewood, that the Shimotsuki clan had been slaughtered, that children in the flower capital were reduced to gnawing on dirt, and that Lord Kanjuro had been displayed for 3 days in the castle. Yet in the end, he could only swallow the anguish that threatened to escape his throat. Odin clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing his palms as blood trickled down. What a pathetic display. Do you know what I despise the most? It's your foolish faces, pretending to smile while you're clearly grieving. Buggy suddenly leaped into the midst of the group, casting a disdainful glance at everyone. The crew of the Roger Pirates stood frozen, bewildered by Buggy's sudden outburst. Kinemon's forced smile faltered, tears streaming down his face. Shanks attempted to speak. Buggy, you, but noticed Odin's shoulders trembling, and when he looked up, his face was awash with tears. Buggy approached Odin, gripping his collar and shouting. Do you think that by burying your head in the sand like an ostrich, your foolish crew will live happily? Look at your loyal followers' trousers. The patches barely cover their behinds. Odin's katana suddenly unsheathed, the cutting wave aimed at his own shadow. Silence. Do you think I don't want to? Then go. Jump off the ship and swim back. Take your retainers and storm the castle. The coordinates of the Poneglyph are just 1 piece away. But you think you're a hero? No, you're a coward. The ground beneath Buggy erupted, and Roger inquired, what has happened to Odin? I. Before he could finish, Buggy spoke for him. Buggy unleashed a burst of blue light from the mast, conjuring a holographic image that filled the night sky with scenes of hellish factories run by Kaido. Miners shackled in chains, righteous souls hanging from the walls of the castle. The flower capital reduced to ashes. This holographic portrayal, accompanied by wails of despair, pierced the eyes of all present. After a moment of stunned silence, emotions erupted. You knew all along, looking upon his people as if they were mere animals, while you pretended nothing was amiss as you sought the imprint. Jabba's battle axe shattered the ship's railing, splinters raining down on Odin's downcast face. Rayleigh's sword pressed against Odin's throat, its blade reflecting his twisted visage. Did I teach you swordsmanship to cower like a turtle? The cabin door splintered under the force of Conqueror's haki, and Roger staggered out, wrapped in bloodied bandages. Odin, look at me. Roger's voice rasped like sandpaper against bone. Odin, I. The moment Odin raised his head, Roger's hand, imbued with haki, struck his face. We are comrades. Do you think adventure is about stepping over the corpses of your friends for amusement? Blood spattered from Roger's mouth onto Odin's pale face as he kicked over a low table piled with medical supplies. Crewmates, Odin's homeland is being devoured by maggots. He tore off the blood-soaked bandages, howling, and we are pirates, more ravenous than maggots. Tell me, what should pirates do? Rayleigh suddenly interjected. A moment of silence fell over the deck before Buggy roared. Steal everything. Loot the wine cellar. Annihilate the rebels. Let Onigashima become my amusement park. Odin's katana clattered to the deck beside Roger. This warrior, who had once faced deep-sea behemoths alone, now trembled so violently he could barely hold his sword. The final island. To hell with the final island. I cannot even protect my comrade's homeland, and you expect me to go to the final island. Jabba's axe splintered the navigational charts. Kinemon and the others stood frozen at the ship's railing, their tattered garments flapping wildly in the wind. Kinemon's single eye reflected the glint of Rayleigh's sword tip. Suddenly, Shanks leaped onto the main mast, the boy beneath the straw hat shedding his last remnants of youth. His wooden sword crackled with black and red lightning, and Conqueror's haki shattered rocks for miles around. From this day forth, the suffering of Wano, Buggy unleashed a punch. Is the disgrace of the Roger Pirates? Rayleigh's sword aura pierced the clouds. Roger bellowed. Our objective is to reclaim Wano. Aye, Captain. The crew roared in unison, shaking the heavens. Kazuki Odin suddenly tore off his headband, his hair cascading like a waterfall. He then knelt on the ground, gazing at the assembled crew. Everyone. Everyone. This towering figure fell to his knees, tears pounding against the deck. Kazuki Odin swears here and now. We will reclaim Wano. Chapter 53. A 3-year metamorphosis. Subsequently, the entourage arrived at Kinemon's current domain. Upon entering the interior of Wano, a black cloud, laden with the acrid stench of sulfur, assailed their senses. Kazuki Odin's pupils contracted to pinpoints in astonishment. The cherry trees of Curry Beach had long perished, their charred branches festooned with skeletal remains. While the surf lapped against the shore, piled high with the severed limbs of laborers, the seawater shimmering with an eerie, phosphorescent green. That is, the lighthouse of Hakamai? Odin inquired incredulously. The once towering symbol of Wano had been transformed into a colossal chimney, belching forth black smoke laden with cremated ashes. Within the dilapidated shrine of Curry, Kinemon and his comrades prostrated themselves. We are utterly incompetent, Kinemon exclaimed, tearing open his garment to reveal the ignominious brand of a defeated dog seared upon his chest. Kinemon continued, 3 days after your departure 3 years ago, Lord Sukiyaki met a sudden demise in the tea room. His corpse sprouted serpentine, black scales. Odin, his visage contorted in the reflection of his blade, retorted, Father. Impossible. Kinemon produced a porcelain vial, handing it to Odin. Odin gazed upon the vial in silence, while Kazuki Toki approached and clasped Odin's hand reassuringly. At that juncture, Crocus interjected, Odin, may I examine that? Odin, perplexed, nonetheless nodded, and Toki passed the vial to him. Crocus received the vial, subsequently opening it and extracting a portion of the ashes for meticulous examination. Indeed, it is poison, a chronic neurotoxin. Ah, how could this be? It must be that fiend Korizumi Orochi. That scoundrel, I shall surely slay him. Odin roared, veins bulging, upon hearing that his father had been poisoned. He then demanded, Korizumi Orochi, what exactly has he done? Korizumi Orochi proclaimed himself your half-brother. He asserted that you had abandoned the nation in pursuit of your piratical dreams, and that he was the rightful heir. Following Lord Sukiyaki's death, he fabricated a will, inheriting the position of shogun. Denjiro tore open the bandages on his chest, revealing a scar branded with the characters for rebel. Korizumi Orochi, I will kill him. Odin trembled uncontrollably upon hearing this. At that moment, Kinemon and his comrades restrained Odin. Hold, Lord Odin, our enemy is not solely Korizumi Orochi. Toki also beseeched Odin, husband, I understand your anger, but do not engage in futile sacrifice. Hear Kinemon out first. When Korizumi Orochi read the will, we naturally refused to believe him, and thus prepared to suppress him, awaiting Lord Odin's return to make a final determination. But at that moment, Kaido, of the self-proclaimed beast pirates, descended from the heavens. He brought with him over 100 devil fruit users, swiftly routing us and seizing Onigashima. Kinemon tore open his garment, revealing a dragon claw-shaped burn upon his chest. With Kaido colluding with Korizumi Orochi, they swiftly seized control of most regions through military suppression, and many commoners and nobles were subjected to persecution. After Korizumi Orochi ascended to the position of shogun of Wano, he constructed numerous armories in Wano with Kaido's assistance, compelling the men of the nation to toil in these armories, guarded by a multitude of beast pirates devil fruit users to prevent escape. Each village contains 3 armories, and the men's daily wages are only sufficient to purchase half a moldy rice cake. He pointed to the red crosses on the roster. Families that refuse to labor are hung from the armory chimneys to be desiccated by the wind. That scum. I will chop him into 18 pieces and feed him to the fishes. Jabba's battle axe cleaved into the ground, sinking 3 meters deep. Odin, suppressing his rage, commanded, continue. How did you sustain these injuries? Upon learning that Korizumi Orochi was slaughtering the populace, we joined forces, intending to capture the ringleader. 3 months ago, we launched a night raid on the shogun's castle. At that time, Korizumi Orochi was hosting a grand banquet in the shogun's manor, entertaining those clans that had pledged allegiance to him, just as we were about to succeed. Kinemon's body trembled involuntarily as he spoke. Kaido, he is a monster. He transformed into a colossal dragon, and our attacks were but a tickle to him. Kaido dispatched us with but 3 blows. He lifted his garment, revealing a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his abdomen. Kawamatsu silently raised his empty sleeve, maggots wriggling at the severed end. The most humiliating thing was, Kaido, stepping on our faces, said, the samurai of Kazuki are nothing but this, while Orochi feigned benevolence, saying, spare their lives and let Odin watch the spectacle upon his return. Kaido's subordinates impaled us upon the walls of the flower capital. humiliating us for 2 days before exiling us. Kinemon and his comrades lowered their heads in shame. Odin suddenly knelt, retching violently, his fingers digging into the earth, drawing blood. While I was frolicking upon the seas, my father was poisoned. My people were. Roger seized Odin's broadsword, thrusting it into Odin's hand. Listen, my crew does not weep. Transform your tears into Kaido's bloody rain. Jabba's battle axe pointed towards Onigashima. Now, immediately, go and mince that green worm into sashimi. Odin's pupils were bloodshot. I shall not rest until Kaido is vanquished. Just as the crowd was roused to a fever pitch, Rayleigh stepped forward to restrain them. Calm yourselves. Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi have been in Wano for 3 years. We are newcomers, unfamiliar with the terrain. Impetuous action will only alert the enemy. At Rayleigh's prompting, the crowd calmed down and began to formulate a meticulous plan. Kinemon unfurled a map of Wano. The tip of his brush traced scarlet arrows upon the map, marking the distribution of Kaido and Orochi's forces. Gentlemen, we have been gathering intelligence for the past 3 years, which should prove helpful. Kinemon gestured to the others. Kaido becomes thoroughly intoxicated every weekend, and during this time, anyone who disturbs him is invariably swatted away. This window of opportunity is ample for us to accomplish much. This is a schedule I surreptitiously recorded while toiling as a laborer on Onigashima. Kawamatsu retrieved a moldy logbook from the bottom of a bamboo basket. Kinemon pointed to the map. Orochi returns to the Kurozumi family tomb to perform ancestral rites every new moon, at which time the shogun's castle is at its most vulnerable. Jabba's battle axe cleaved a fissure in the map. Divide the forces. I will lead a frontal assault on Onigashima, while Rayleigh seizes the shogun's manor while Orochi is away. Odin suddenly interjected. Those families forced to pledge allegiance to Orochi must not be harmed. Innocent. What are we to do then? Ask as we charge in. Are you being coerced? At that moment, Odin turned to Buggy for assistance. Buggy, you are full of cunning ideas. Can you devise a plan? Thus, Buggy divulged the plan he had conceived to the assembly. Roger ultimately approved the plan, stating, very well, we shall proceed accordingly. 3 days hence, Odin will lead 30 elite warriors in a surprise attack on the shogun's castle, while Rayleigh and Jabba will feign an attack on Onigashima to draw away their forces. Buggy and Shanks will infiltrate the factories via the sewers to sabotage them, but must ensure the evacuation of civilians within 3 hours. Aye, Captain. At that moment, Buggy interjected. A feigned attack? I have never fought such a lavish battle in my life. It's all-out war. Shanks, will out my Italian artillery. The crowd stared speechlessly at Buggy. Shanks slapped his forehead. Alas, he is at it again. Chapter 54. The 3-day covenant upon the general's castle plaza. Odin cleaved the dust-laden notice board. I am Kazuki Odin. In 3 days, at noon, I implore you all to witness the rightful restoration of the general's seat. The reverberations of his proclamation caused the factory chimneys to shed their ashen burden. The crowd receded like a tide, as rotten vegetables and fetid eggs were hurled towards the platform. A one-armed crone spat a sanguineous goblet. Traitor to the nation. My son perished in the factories for your damnable seafaring dreams. Yet, a youth suddenly breached the guards, clutching his mother's severed hand, imploring, I beseech you, save us. Orochi slaughtered 3 more villages last night. Foul-smelling yolk clung to Odin's temples. The thronging heads below transformed into a myriad of steel needles, each barb of scorn piercing his very marrow. The hand that gripped his blade trembled imperceptibly, not from trepidation, but from the searing agony in his eyes caused by the sight of the boy's raised, severed hand. Abruptly, 12 black-clad ninja descended from the rooftops. Insolence! Impersonating Lord Odin. Seize him! The leading ninja chieftain snarled, casting a hooked chain. The instant aim no Habakiri was unsheathed. The blade erupted in a blinding flash. Odin's afterimage flitted through the air, severing the hooked chains like molten wax. Fine beads of blood suddenly beaded upon the ninjas' masks, and they crashed to the earth. Crimson fountains erupting from their necks. 100-rift cicada shell. Odin sheathed his blade, tendrils of blue smoke rising from the tsuba. He turned towards the trembling youth huddled in the corner. Forgive me, I am the architect of this misery. Soon, it shall all be concluded. Just then, the clamorous crowd stirred with renewed vigor. Heads turned, eyes straining to discern the source of the approaching dust clouds. As the haze dissipated, the vanguard revealed itself 6 members of the Beast Pirates. Clad in black pirate garb, their faces contorted in savage grins, they charged towards Odin with menacing intent. You're Odin? Delivered to our doorstep. Kill him and curry favor with Lord Kaido. Another pirate roared, avarice gleaming in his eyes. Brothers, attack. With a guttural cry, the 6 pirates lunged at Odin like ravenous wolves. Their swiftness was akin to lightning, instantly collapsing the distance. Odin remained impassive, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. The glint of Enma in his grasp shimmered with a frigid luminescence. In a heartbeat, the pirates were upon him, bestial claws rending the air, emitting piercing shrieks. Razor-sharp talons aimed to tear at Odin's throat. Yet, faced with such ferocious aggression, Odin remained preternaturally calm. With a scornful snort, the aura of Enma intensified. The Oni visage upon the scabbard opening its eyes, emitting a chilling glare. Single-blade style, peerless radiance as the light subsided, onlookers gaped in astonishment. The 6 pirates, once brimming with menace, now lay as headless corpses. Their bodies, frozen mid-lunge, had surrendered their vital essence, kneeling prostrate before Odin. Slowly, Odin resheathed his blade. His gaze fixed upon the fallen. Relay this to Orochi, the dawn of the Kazuki shall incinerate all shadows. With a thunderous stomp, Odin shattered the flagstones beneath his feet. He turned and departed, leaving behind a stunned populace and a field of corpses. The news of Odin's return reverberated throughout Wano. Within a dilapidated tavern in the Kuri slums, did you hear? Lord Odin has returned. Bah! A patron smashed his ceramic cup. If he possessed any true merit, would he have allowed Orochi to consolidate his reign for 3 years? The various clans of Wano reacted with disparate emotions. Odin sat alone within a ruined temple. 9 bloodied shogi pieces arrayed before him, representing the surviving families of Kuri. Kawamatsu, concealed by a sedge hat, infiltrated the temple. Slipping 3 missives from his sleeve, the remnants of the Shimatsuki clan pledge allegiance, but demand you publicly execute Orochi. The Fukitsu family seeks only to preserve their brothel enterprises. The elder of the Amatsuki clan, request your hand in marriage for his granddaughter. Insolent fools. The teacup in Orochi's grasp fractured. He glared at the kneeling informant, the 8 top knots casting a spider web of shadows in the candlelight. You say, he wielded 2 blades and slew over a dozen of you? Yes, yes. The samurai, they were slain before they could even touch their hilts. Before the sentence could conclude, a crimson line appeared on the informant's neck, and his head rolled, the arterial spray spattering Orochi's robes. Orochi's pupils constricted to pinpricks. A memory resurfaced, the sensation of being trampled under Kazuki Odin's foot, the chill of the stone floor against his toes. Lord General, another guard, trembling, presented a confidential report. The daimyo of the provinces are amassing forces. Shimatsuki Ushimura's army is all ready. Orochi's fangs tore through his lower lip. He realized his right hand had transformed into a serpentine head, its jaws gnawing deep furrows into the golden candlestick. To Onigashima, summon Kaido. Orochi's voice rasped from his depths. Tell Kaido, Kazuki Odin has returned. As the messenger ship braved the tempest to reach Onigashima, Lord Kaido, a colossal azure dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing into the earth, unleashing a maelstrom of dust. As the dust settled, the figure rose from the edge of the molten pool. The messenger instinctively recoiled, the hairs on his nape standing on end. The 7-meter frame resembled a mobile obsidian mountain, the sinewy muscles gleaming like bronze in the firelight. A mane of tangled black hair, interwoven with a long beard, cascaded to his waist, the tip still slick with undried sake. Orochi's cur? What does that craven want this time? Lord, the general requests your presence at the general's castle. Boring. Pass. Lord, Kazuki Odin has returned. Oh? Kaido's interest was piqued at the mention of Odin's name. Tell Orochi, I want Odin alive. One of Roger's crew. Should prove quite durable. Soon. Kaido led several officers of the Beast Pirates to the general's castle. The moon was shredded by inky clouds, the candlelight within the castle's subterranean chamber casting contorted shadows. Orochi, draped in purple silk embroidered with skull chrysanthemums, caressed the rim of a teacup, the porcelain surface reflecting the distorted phantoms of his 8 heads. He addressed the 3 clan leaders kneeling before him, the Shimatsuki, Uzuki, and Fukitsu clans, long since corrupted by gold and fear into vipers beneath his fangs. Lord Kaido has arrived. The cast-iron doors were torn from their hinges by a surge of manic Haushika haki as Kaido, in his human form, entered the chamber. The reek of sake and blood instantly permeating the space. His kanab, Hasaikai, gouged sparks from the floor, the clan leaders trembling in his wake. Just a stray dog come home. What's the panic? You poisoned his old man into sludge. You can slice him into sashimi. Kaido kicked the Fukitsu clan head, sending him crashing into a folding screen. Orochi's Adam's apple bobbed as he ingratiated himself. Lord Kaido is wise, but Odin has returned with the Roger pirates. I fear we cannot withstand them. Roger? A dying old man, leading a pack of playing children? Gwahaha. I wish you would try and kill me. Kaido suddenly crushed the sake jug, his maniacal laughter shaking the soot from the rafters. Chapter 55. The poisonous scheme to rescue the people. As the crowd gazed at the maniacal laughter of Kaido and listened to his absurd remarks, their lips involuntarily twitched. At that moment, one member of the Wind and Moon clan chimed in. Indeed, under Lord Kaido's formidable presence, Oden and Roger can be effortlessly obliterated. This statement rendered the surroundings instantly silent. The previously roaring Kaido turned his head to regard the speaker, then approached him. "Young man, what is your name?" "Reporting to you." "My name is..." Before he could finish, Kaido raised his spiked club and mercilessly reduced the speaker to a pulp. He cast a disdainful glance at the clan members cowering in the corner, snorting derisively. "What are you? Do you think my words require your applause?" The eight-headed Orochi simultaneously exuded sycophantic laughter, with the central head hurriedly raising a wine jug. "Please, do not be angry. These loyal servants have just proposed a scheme that will render Kozuki Oden and his warriors unable to even draw their swords, turning to mere skeletons." His serpentine tail swept across the map, pointing to the Dragon Spring River at the heart of the flower capital. This river, which traverses the nation, was the very source from which the Red Scabbards, the guardians of the Kozuki clan, drew water and honed their skills. Then, Kurozumi Orochi signaled to his subordinates. "This poison is called Obscured Moonshatter." The head of the Amatsuki clan knelt forward, presenting a jade-green vial that glowed with a sickly phosphorescence. Extracted from the innards of the rockfish deep within Onigashima, mixed with remnants of plague bombs. Just 3 drops will transform the entire river into a vessel of curses. Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slammed his spiked club into the ground, creating a massive crater. "Filthy trickery. I intend to slay Kozuki Oden. I have no need for such." Suddenly, an elderly woman from the Wind and Moon clan interrupted sharply. A small green snake slithering from her sleeve as her withered lips curled to reveal blackened teeth. "No, no, no, my lord." Can you imagine the expression on Oden's face when he is slain by the very people he protects? When a mother discovers her child is burning with fever and coughing blood, and a husband watches his wife decay, they will tear apart the one who brought back the overseas plague. After all, Prince Oden has just been traveling the world with the Roger Pirates. Oh, just thinking about Oden's expression excites me to no end. The secret chamber fell into a dead silence, with only the remnants of Kaido's wine dripping onto the scorched tiles. Suddenly, Kaido erupted into thunderous laughter. "Gah, how amusing. Let Kozuki Oden experience the sight of being devoured by the very ants he protects." Meanwhile, while Kurozumi Orochi and his conspirators plotted their schemes, Buggy and Shanks had already infiltrated the weapon factory constructed by Kaido. The thick smoke, laden with the scent of sulfur, filled their nostrils as Buggy kicked open a rusted iron gate. The factory's furnace cast the night sky in a sickly orange hue, with hundreds of emaciated workers hauling sea stone ore, while overseers, wearing horned helmets, lashed out with branding irons, scorching a mark onto the back of a young boy. From a distance came the sound of dragging chains, as 20 malnourished miners were herded towards the factory by the beast pirates. When an overseer's spiked club shattered the knee of a limping old man, Buggy's nanoscopic particles had already infiltrated the weapon. Boom. The club suddenly exploded in a shower of iron sparks, mangling the overseer's hand. "This is even more absurd than Foxconn," Buggy whistled, as particles split from his fingertips drilled into the chains. The sound of clicking echoed as the shackles fell apart, leaving the laborers astonished. Enemy attack. The overseer, with saber-toothed tiger fangs, barely managed to shout before Shanks's sheath shattered 3 of his teeth. The young swordsman's red hair danced in the heat wave, his conqueror's haki knocking down 7 approaching henchmen. Buggy, 10 o'clock. As 6 lead bullets penetrated Buggy's temple, he collapsed into a silver mist. "Thanks for the reminder. But my observation haki already informed me. He knew you cared the most." The nanoscopic particles reorganized behind the gunman as Buggy swung his knee, wrapped in haki, breaking the opponent's spine. Shanks pointed his blade at Buggy, gritting his teeth. "Why didn't I kill you earlier?" As the factory alarm blared, 3 shadows leaped down from the furnace's apex. The central giant was adorned with mammoth fur, a woman with a cobra head on her left arm flicking her forked tongue, and a man with bat wings wielding dual knives, creating a whirlwind. Members 19, 27, and 35 of the Beast Pirates. "You little brat dares to," the mammoth began. But Buggy suddenly split into particles. Blood-red particles swept past his trunk, coalescing behind him into a towering form, pressing a hand against his nape. "Bone density regulation, 1000 June." Crack. The mammoth's knee shattered the ground, while the spatial ripples emitted from Buggy's fingertips delayed the animal's regeneration for half a second. In that brief moment, Shanks's blade had already knocked off his horned helmet. Have you never heard of the Roger Pirates? Buggy launched himself off the mammoth's back, the nanoscopic particles forming a slide in midair. The Cobra Woman's venom sprayed onto the slide, only to be splattered all over herself after the particles were formed. The bat-winged man attempted to ascend, but suddenly found his wings ensnared by the silver particles. Buggy hung upside down, grinning mischievously. Ever heard of dimensional strikes? Nanoparticles burrowed into his pores, and soon, the bat-winged man's body was torn to shreds. At that moment, Shanks unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, sending half the henchmen crashing into the furnace pool. As Member 19 struggled to rise, the red-haired youth's wooden sword was already pressed against his throat. Sainara. The wooden sword pierced through his throat, allowing Buggy to dash toward the giant stamping machine, plunging his hands into the control panel. Disintegration. Overload. The mechanical arms twisted into a helix, which he hurled towards the towering pile of ammunition. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion, he spread his arms wide. Ladies and gentlemen, art is an explosion. As the last furnace was cleaved in half by Shanks's sword, Buggy squatted in front of the safe, humming a tune. Nanoparticles formed dozens of fine needles, spinning to unlock. 3, 2, 1. Ding. Golden light illuminated his ecstatic blue nose, only to see Shanks gathering the laborers into a safe zone. Buggy pouted, snapping his fingers to lift half the gold, then scattered the remaining half into the crowd. This is a gift from me to you. The rescued boy, holding a gold bar, wept. Please take me as your apprentice. Huh. I aim to become the freest person on the seas. Who wants a burden? He suddenly caught sight of Shanks's amused expression and, in irritation, ruffled his red hair. As moonlight pierced through the factory's debris, Buggy kicked a Kaido soldier's helmet while striding towards the shore. Shanks suddenly poked him. Did the Iron Rooster pluck its feathers? Mind your own business. This is what I call robbing the rich to help the poor. But you clearly kept half for yourself. Shut up. Is it not enough that I'm treating you to some Odin? In Chapter 56, The People's Poisoning. Kanjuro's broken blade lay embedded in the snow as Odin's katana pressed against Getsu Sei's throat. The clan leader's opulent Jay Naito was sullied with mire, his coiffure disheveled, resembling a defeated cur. By what right? Do you presume to represent Wano? He croaked. The blade's reflection mirrored the gloom in Odin's brow. By the right of your kind binding children to barrels of explosives for parley. 30 paces distant, Jabba's twin axes splintered the Mizuki clan's mechanical defenses into a tempest of wood. Kinemon led the charge into the cellar, where scores of children, shackled in irons, huddled in the corners, all signs of dissenting houses. The Kazuki are the true traitors. Getsu Sei erupted, a poisoned shuriken aimed at Odin's brow. In a flash of steel, 6 concealed weapons, along with his right arm, were severed. When you colluded with Orochi to traffic in Seastone, did you voice such concerns? Even Kaido's transport fleet is outfitted with your bespoke chains. Odin flicked the blood from his blade, watching the man writhe in the snow. The dying clan head cackled. Lord Kurazumi is correct. A naive samurai such as yourself cannot comprehend the sordid blood required for dominion. His words were cut short as Odin's scabbard shattered his teeth. As the last rebel watchtower was consumed by Jabba's flames, the horizon blushed with dawn. Kinemon, drenched in gore, frowned. Lord, it is too quiet. They returned to the flower capital to find a scene of inferno. The populace clawed at festering skin, writhing in the streets. Mothers weeping over infants bloated with purple distension. Masked soldiers of the shogunate doused the scene with liquid. Behold, the Kazuki samurai employed poisonous fumes to quell the rebellion. It was not us. Odin began, but rotten vegetables pelted his armor. Begone. My daughter delivered provisions to the campaign this very morn. She returned thus. An old artisan howled, his face marred with blisters. At the checkpoint of the curry border, 20 ox carts overflowed with Celadon files. Korazumi's samurai prodded the refugees with spears. Form a line. Each shall receive medicine, and each shall proclaim, Long live Lord Orochi. Do you comprehend? That is Queen's signature slow-acting poison. Father would never commit such an act. Momonosuke tugged at Odin's cloak, weeping. Kazuki Toki and others emerged to find putrid vegetables striking Odin's brow. A voice from the crowd roared, "Return to the seas, pirate." Before the words faded, Toki's ox cart parted the crowd. She descended, clad in simple raiment, her hair unbound, and embraced a child foaming at the mouth. Behold, good people. The hem of her kimono tore, revealing a festering calf. If my husband were the poisoner, would I be spared? A gasp rippled through the crowd as Odin's pupils constricted, his wife's skin smooth as jade this morning, now oozed pus. Toki severed her hairpins. As her cerulean hair cascaded, the cacophony of curses faltered. This woman, ever serene as moonlight, entrusted Hiyori to a retainer and approached an ailing crone huddled by the roadside. "Forgive my intrusion, madam." She knelt in the filth and tore a sleeve from her Naito, using it to cleanse the crone's festering skin with well water. As the crone convulsed and vomited, the lilac silk caught the filth, the fabric embroidered with butterflies and blossoms transformed to a bilious yellow. Odin's blade trembled. "Toki, you, Lady Toki." The common folk watched as the woman, ever frail, seized the medicine chest. Those with milder symptoms, assist in boiling water. Expectant mothers and children shall be prioritized for bandages. Her fingers stained indigo with herbs. She pressed the antidote into a peasant woman's hands. That night, every screen in the daimyo's manor was repurposed as a stretcher. Toki directed her handmaidens, erecting cauldrons to brew a medicinal broth, the steam blistering her arms. The most hardened of rioters peered over the wall, witnessing the princess, ever graceful, sucking pus from a peasant woman's throat. Children, covered in rashes, swarmed Toki, vying to touch her scarred fingers. The fairy sister's scars are like stars. Kurazumi Orochi shattered his favorite teacup upon learning of Toki's deeds. More infuriating, the ninja meant to continue dispensing poison were now mingling in the crowds, pilfering Toki's medicine packets. "Fools!" He kicked a kneeling subordinate. "Have you forgotten who is? Lord, my daughter spoke her first father yesterday." An old ninja raised his head, the scar from the poison smoke still marring his left eye. "Does it pain you? More than this, I fear the tremor in your hand when you wielded your blade." Odin pressed his brow to his wife's back as they tended to the last patient. Behind them, a vigilante medical corps patrolled with torches. Toki concealed the blood-soaked bandage within her sleeve. Odin was lifted by her palm. The light of the time fruit washed over the ruins. "See, the scars will fade. But the bonds forged tonight." She was interrupted as lanterns flickered to life across the city. The people stood on their rooftops, herbs tied to bamboo poles. Reaching for the moonlight, a ritual unchanged for millennia in Wano. Crocus held a vial to the lamplight. The viridescent liquid sparkled with golden motes. Success. The old ship's doctor kicked open the door of the makeshift clinic, startling the birds dozing beneath the eaves. 20 iron pots simmered in the plaza, the aroma of herbs and sea king marrow causing Buggy to sneeze thrice. Shake well before ingesting, thrice daily. Crocus poured the potion into a crude bowl. Under the horrified gazes, he drank half the bowl to demonstrate. "See, you won't die." As the first patient vomited a black clot, all of Curry erupted in elation. Recovered artisans worked through the night to forge a life-size bronze statue, sculpting Crocus as a Vajra wielding a stethoscope. Buggy perched on a rafter, gnawing on a mochi ball. Nanites forming 300 eyes above the crowd. Third row, fifth from the left. He spat out the skewer, dividing into a stream of particles through the cheering throng. As the lanky man adjusting his bandana retreated, silver mist coalesced at his feet. "Brother," failing to accept the medicine bowl 3 times, suffering from hives? Buggy hooked his arm around the man's neck, his palm splitting into micro-tweezers to pluck a layer of skin from his nape, revealing the Kurazumi clan crest. Shank's scabbard deflected a shuriken. "Poisoning and after-sales service? I am allergic." The spy convulsed, foam frothing at his lips. Buggy pried open his jaw, nanites burrowing into his throat to extract a semi-dissolved poison sac. Playing spy within a spy? The nanites formed a drill, hovering 0.01 millimeters from the spy's eye. 3 seconds to speak the truth, or I will see what color your brain is. Buggy pressed close. The spy screamed, startling a girl feeding pigeons. Chapter 57. The battle commences. Before long, the cacophony of anguished cries ceased. Buggy, playing with a recording shell, made his way towards the clinic, declaring, "The case is cracked. The great serpent has poisoned the river. Colokas, your pot of earwax soup needs extra simmering." At midnight, 300 modified recording shells hovered over the flower capital. The tearful confessions of the spies looped on a luminous screen 20 meters high. The citizens of Wano gazed in horror at this scene. How could Kaido dare to act so brazenly? If he continued as the general of Wano, we would surely meet our doom at his hands. "Let us go. Let us check out the Long Spring River." As the recording spread, an uproar ensued. The Great Serpent, upon receiving the news, hastily dispatched individuals to destroy the evidence. But it was too late. As the crowd surged like a turbulent tide towards Long Spring River, Buggy squatted atop the observation tower of the Kaido estate, munching on tempura shrimp. Beside him were the ninjas tasked with destroying the evidence, now bound and hanging upside down from a tree. Ah, look who's here. Do these faces seem familiar? Buggy remarked with a hint of amusement, pointing at the approaching citizens. These are the Great Serpent's servants. Just the other day, I saw him on the street, committing murder in broad daylight. It was he who, during my wedding, insisted on entering the bridal chamber for me and even made me close the door. Brother, can you tolerate this? We heroes must endure what ordinary men cannot. Brother, it seems you're crying. No, you're mistaken. Brother, please refrain from speaking in ways that make one wish for death, all right? Suddenly, a child pointed at the river, exclaiming in alarm. Under the moonlight, the once clear waters of Long Spring River turned a sinister shade of violet. And from the bellies of dead fish emerged glowing centipede-like entities. This was the luminous moon shatter. Everyone, to Kyrie. Please, Lord Odin, purge the traitors, declared the pyrotechnician of the flower capital. The crowd quickly set off for Kyrie, only to find a multitude already gathered there. As the beach of Kyrie was illuminated by thousands of torches, a thunderous sound of wooden clogs echoed from the hillside. A burly man stepped forward, presenting 3 scrolls of blood ink. My lord, please accept our joint petition from the 7,000 households of the blacksmith town to eradicate the traitors. Those scoundrels have withheld our wages and brutalized us. Please, my lord, save us from our suffering. Another one-eyed man knelt and wept. The crowd suddenly parted. A figure wearing a Tengu mask held up the general's relic, a broken hairpin. Before he passed, our beloved leader said you were. His sobs were drowned out by the rising sea winds. Odin rose, his fierce presence scattering the cherry blossoms. He raised a blade he was polishing. Behold. This is my response. The blade sliced through his left wrist, droplets of crimson falling into a wine jar, creating ripples. If I do not sever the head of the great serpent within 3 days, I shall die in penance. Upon hearing this, the citizen stirred, eager to lend a hand. We can help transport weapons. I can hold my breath underwater for 2 minutes. A young fisherman boasted. My tailor shop has 30 looms. Suddenly, Odin burst into laughter, sitting cross-legged and resting the blade upon his knee. Have you ever seen people scrambling to add firewood while cooking outdoors? It only serves to extinguish the flames. He seized a roasted fish, oil dripping from his mouth. Leave the fighting to the skilled warriors. What you must do, he slammed a wine bowl down upon the rocks, is to live to witness the dawn. The crowd erupted in muffled sobs. A little girl in patched clothing squeezed through the throng, thrusting a protective charm into Odin's straw sandals. Yesterday, Grandpa the apothecary taught me to make this antidote pouch. At that moment, the moonlight pierced through the clouds. Odin poured wine from his gourd onto the blade, flames erupting with a deafening roar. 3 years ago, I made a mistake. Now I must correct it with my own hands. He turned and slashed the sea with a fiery blade aura, sending waves of flame exploding 100 meters away into a sky full of fireflies. 3 days from now, at this very hour, I ask you all to light red lanterns on your windowsills. This will shine brighter than any blade's gleam. At midnight, the crowd gradually dispersed under the warrior's persuasion. Odin caressed the old bandages on the hilt. Those were wrapped by his beloved wife at night. Amidst the sound of the tide, he suddenly heard the melody of a shamisen in the wind, a tune he had composed years ago while drinking with Prince Kazuki. On the 3rd day, at the hour of the tiger, the surface of Long Spring River remained coated with thin ice. Odin drew 2 renowned blades. The blades reflected his battle attire, a deep indigo fabric embroidered with the Kazuki family crest in silver thread, the hem still dusted with fine sand from Kyrie's shores. My lord, the time has come. Jinbe's voice trembled with excitement. He held the battle flag, sewn by Odin's wife, adorned with the dragon lily pattern passed down through generations of the Kazuki family. As the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, the sentinels of the general's estate nearly fell from the watchtower. The 10-mile slope leading to the city gate shimmered like a flowing river of stars. Every citizen of Kyrie held a red lantern, the flames seemingly igniting the very sky. The battle flag, restructured by an elderly seamstress, fluttered in the wind, its 30 different fabrics forming the Kazuki emblem, even more resplendent than the original. The crowd followed Odin to the gates of the general's residence, where the entrance stood firmly shut. Kaido, come forth. Odin shouted, but received no response. With a swift slice, the crimson door burst open, revealing 800 warriors drawing their blades in unison. Odin's battle attire suddenly stirred as if animated by an unseen wind. With each step he took, his twin blades emitted a resonant dragon-like hum. The 800 warriors recoiled. The sword energy from Tanshiro swept away all the shogunate flags atop the castle walls. At that moment, from behind the golden screen, a voice called out, "My dear brother, you have finally returned." Kaido. Upon hearing Kaido's voice, Odin swung his blade, severing half of the golden screen with the residual energy of his strike, revealing Kaido, who forced out a mournful semblance of a smile. Lord Odin, you finally deigned to acknowledge me. For all these years, I have guarded the general's estate, not even replacing a single beam. Odin scoffed coldly. Guarding? Forcing the citizens into weapon factories to be exploited day and night is not guarding. Slaughtering the populace is not guarding. You and Kaido are nothing but usurpers. Kaido's cheekbone twitched violently. Those were all necessary sacrifices. Kaido promised to ensure Wano. Silence. Odin's blade sheath emitted a dragon's roar. He traced his fingers over the love knot woven by his wife on the hilt. His tone unexpectedly calm. Do you remember that night you first arrived in the flower capital? I offered you 17 different local wines. And you said, to test poison for my lord is a servant's fortune. He abruptly crushed the wine cup at his waist. Now, you poison the very people of this nation for the title of general. You deserve death. Kaido's crown suddenly snapped two of its dangling tassels. He staggered, clutching the throne. Nonsense. Those lowly peasants deserve to die, and so do you. At that moment, Kaido activated a mechanism on the armrest, and poison needles flew toward Odin. My lord, be careful, Jinbe shouted, slicing the poison needles away. Kaido roared, kill them all. With his command, the archers and gunmen, concealed within the general's estate, revealed themselves, aiming at Odin and the citizens behind him. The blade's glimmer was swifter than the sound of his command. Odin's blade aura had already toppled Kaido's gilded throne. The battle has begun. Kill them all. Chapter 58. Slaying the Great Serpent. The 12 garments of the black charcoal serpent suddenly burst apart. 7 grotesque bulges swelled at its neck, as if living creatures writhed beneath the skin. Yutian, I am no longer the puppet you once manipulated. The final word transformed into a serpentine howl, and 8 heads erupted from its body. The central head spewed forth a plume of violet smoke. Fire the arrows. A torrential rain of arrows mingled with lead bullets cascaded down, their trajectories weaving a deadly net in the air. Jinweiman tore open his feathered garment. The foxfire blade sliced through the air. My lord, leave the rain of arrows to me. He spun and unleashed 16 walls of flame, the scorching waves melting bronze arrows into molten iron. The black charcoal serpent addressed those within the Beast Alliance, to all members of the Beast Alliance. Whoever brings down Yutian's head shall claim next year's harvest of gunpowder grass. As the cadre members of the Beast Alliance kicked open the doors, the moonlight was perfectly obscured by the serpent's heads. The Batman cadre hung upside down from the beam, its wings flapping and stirring a foul wind. The crocodile user burst forth from beneath the tiles, its maw filled with sharp teeth. The most treacherous was the scorpion-tailed woman, who deftly flicked her nails to mix venomous needles into the arrow rain. The catfish whiskers of the river pine suddenly stood erect, and the Naginata stirred the underground water. Transcend. 3 o'clock. The Batman cadre spread its wings wide, the fetid wind wrapped in black mist transforming into night howl blood rain. Its upside-down form suddenly spun downward, launching 6 poisoned wrist blades from its wing bones. Jinweiman made the fire rat seal with his left hand, the blade sweeping upward in a flowing fire reverse slash. The foxfire ignited in response to the sound waves, instantly igniting the Batman's fur. In the flames, it screeched and charged at the crocodile user. Come and help me. The crocodile snapped its powerful jaws. A muffled roar came from beneath the overturned tiles, and the crocodile man, with its sharp teeth gleaming with a greenish hue, erupted from the ground. The catfish whiskers of the river pine suddenly expanded threefold. The Naginata, executing the catfish tide reversal, is splashing around in the water worthy of being called a crocodile. The underground water transformed into a whirlwind, launching enemies into the sky. 2 useless fools. The chilling laughter of the scorpion-tailed woman echoed from all directions. 100 scorpion poison needles scatter. Her tail swept through the air, unleashing 3,000 poison needles mixed with the rain of arrows. Transcend's blade suddenly plunged into the ground. Magnetic hell, 1,000-needle prison. The poison needles were intercepted in midair. A mere trick. The scorpion-tailed woman leapt from the shadows, her tail spike expanding and thrusting toward Jinweiman. Yama's barrier. Jinweiman raised his blade, slashing down to deflect the tail spike, which veered 3 inches off course and impaled the crocodile man's falling hindquarters. You filthy wench. You've struck the wrong person. The crocodile man roared, swinging its tail to shatter the beam. Seizing the opportunity, Jinweiman hurled a foxfire meteor dart, igniting the gunpowder bag that fell from the ceiling. Amidst the explosive wave, Yutian's light laughter emerged. How lively is this move? Fire Festival welcoming. The Batman struggled to crawl from the rubble, its wings charred like roasted bat fish. You know nothing of Lord Kaido's. Mirror Mountain, dawn. The Naginata of River Pine cleaved the underground water, striking the Batman against the wall. Yutian strode through the hail of bullets toward the main hall. Bullets striking the domineering hilt of his blade, sparking flames. The 7 heads of the black charcoal serpent simultaneously exhaled toxic mist, while the remaining head gnawed upon the corpse of a maid. See, this is the flavor of Wano. The 8th head of the black charcoal serpent sank its venomous fangs deep into the corridor pillar, its dark green venom sizzling as it corroded the gilded paint. Lord Jack, if you do not come soon, you will miss the snake gallbladder wine. The roar reverberated, causing snow to tumble from the eaves. And the distant call of a mammoth echoed. Yamada no Orochi, corrupting miasma. The 7 heads simultaneously unleashed a thick purple-black fog, instantly covering the blue bricks with mold. Yutian crossed his twin blades in front of him, forming a cross, light will barrier. The toxic mist collided with the golden light and coalesced into the visage of a foul spirit. The central head of the serpent suddenly grinned wickedly. Your expression 10 years ago when you spared me is identical to the one on your face now. Boom. A massive hole suddenly opened in the roof, and Drought Jack swung his elephant trunk blade downward. Mammoth, sea-splitting strike. The shockwave shattered 30 layers of tatami mats. Yutian stepped back half a pace, his left blade heavenly feather slash deflecting the force, the sparks igniting the toxic mist in the air. Head of the Kazuki clan. Jack's eyes burned red, the ivory earrings clinking as he exclaimed, ancient species awakening, earth-shaking stomp. The very foundations of the shogun's residence began to crack. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent lashed its tail, ensnaring Yutian's right leg. Farewell forever. The curse inscribed on its fangs suddenly glowed. Yamada's forbidden technique, Hell's Marsh. Yutian reversed his twin blades, plunging them into the ground. Peach Blossom Spring, White Waterfall. The earth erupted with a deluge. The torrent, imbued with haki, swept the toxic marsh into the crevice. Jack's massive frame was staggered by the water flow, his ivory trunk blade shattering his own left shoulder armor. Damn it. It is you who should bid farewell. Yutian suddenly appeared above the 3rd head of the serpent, his right blade entwined with haki transforming into a crimson whirlwind. Red sky, dragon toothbreak. 6 heads fell in response, leaving 2 remaining heads gnashing wildly at Jack. Quickly, shield me from the blade. Jack used his ivory blade to deflect the attacking serpent head, his elephant trunk blade sweeping out Drought. Sandstorm. I am not your shield. Yutian crossed his twin blades to block the assault. The immense force gouging Tenjong deep trenches into the bluestone tiles. The serpent seized the moment to revert to human form. The tattered remnants of 12 garments suddenly launching hundreds of scale-shaped hidden weapons, serpent molt 1,000 blades. Mirror fire flame, heaven's return. Yutian's left sleeve ignited with orange-red flames. The hidden weapons twisting and melting into drops of molten iron in the intense heat. Jack seized the opening to initiate mammoth charge, but was abruptly met with Yutian's right blade Yama, reverse slash, which severed half of his ivory tusk. Amidst the rain of blood, the serpent's anguished scream echoed. Lord Kaido will arrive soon. You will not wait. Yutian's figure suddenly split into 8, each afterimage executing shower, fleeting elegance. The 7 bulges at the serpent's neck simultaneously erupted, and as the last head opened its mouth, the blade's light pierced through its throat, pinning it against the folding screen. Jack, dragging his broken tusk, turned to flee, but Yutian hurled Yama with the sound of wind and thunder, piercing through his right leg. The awakened healing power of the mammoth fruit allowed the wound to heal rapidly, yet the residual haki from the blade continued to sear his muscles. Damn it. Samurai. Tell Kaido. Yutian withdrew heavenly feather slash from the serpent's heart. The droplets of blood flung from the blade transformed into a rainbow in the morning sun. For the 20 stolen years must now repay their interest. As Jack crashed through 7 walls in his escape, Transcend was busy wiping the blood from his blade. My lord. Shall we pursue? Yutian tossed the serpent's head into the moat, startling a flock of egrets. Let the morning birds fly for a while. He sheathed his blade. The sea breeze atop Onagashima's cliffs carried the scent of sulfur as Rayleigh secured his wine flask back to his waist. Just in time to witness 3 ships bearing the Beast Pirate's flag sail out of the bay. Jabba, do you go left or right? He flicked his fingers against the western sword, the sound startling the owls perched upon the rocks. Do be careful not to damage my old partner's harpoon. Jabba laughed heartily as he flung out chains, the heavy harpoon slicing through the keel of the flagship with a whistling sound. Chapter 59. The Battle of Ghost Island. Rayleigh's western sword traced a golden arc, the blade's aura cleaving through the vast sea. The warship, adorned with the Beast Pirate's flag, let out a mournful wail as its keel splintered, the shattered hull consumed by the whirlpool conjured by Jabba's battle axe. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, engulfed in flames. Roger's watchdog certainly knows how to dismantle ships, but this is Kaido's territory. Jin's fiery wings painted the sky crimson, and the calamity bullets rained down like a meteor shower upon Rayleigh and his companions. With a step akin to moonwalking, Rayleigh leaped into the air, his sword's tip accurately striking each calamity bullet's detonation device. Youngster, you are still too naive. Summon Kaido. Jin's draconic claws tore through the atmosphere, unleashing the dragon wing slash. His roar created a sonic boom, and 12 flames sliced through the air in a fan-shaped explosion. Suddenly, Rayleigh closed his eyes in concentration, his observation haki piercing through the curtain of flames, detecting the heartbeat of the drake. In a flash, the blade emerged. As the sword shattered the last vestige of flame, Jin realized with horror that the bones of his left wing were fracturing. Those ebony scales, capable of withstanding naval cannon fire, were now flaking away. The flames of the Lunarians possess considerable power. Yet, before absolute might, they are but a candle flickering before its demise. Rayleigh deftly flicked his sword, sending a burning scale flying, and Jin's flame totem surged, awakening the primal combat instincts buried in his ancient bloodline. His right arm transformed into a dragon's claw, covered in bone spurs, as a dense crimson fireball coalesced in his palm. The air was ionized by the intense heat, blue-violet arcs dancing upon the fireball's surface. Inferno, Garuda. The 20-meter fireball plummeted, causing the ground beneath to begin glassing over. Pirates 300 meters away cried out, shielding their eyes from the blinding light that scorched their retinas. Rayleigh's form suddenly blurred. This was not a moon step nor a Soru, but a pure explosion of muscular power enabling instantaneous movement. When he reappeared, his sword had pierced Jin's shoulder blade. With a flick of his wrist, Rayleigh twisted the blade inside the flesh. The sound of Jin's agonized cries mingling with the roars of dragonkind as he thrashed wildly, attempting to escape Rayleigh's grasp. Yet, Rayleigh moved like an albatross in a storm, evading attacks by mere millimeters, the blade perpetually rotating within the same wound. As the eighth circular sword aura penetrated Jin's body, he finally fell to his knees. His once proud regenerative ability became a torment, wounds healing only to be torn asunder once more, Rayleigh meticulously controlling the rhythm of destruction and restoration. Just then, a deafening roar resounded. The sea surged, a 1,000-meter-high wave rising as Kaido's azure dragon form burst forth, lightning entwined in its whiskers. Transforming into human form, he landed beside Rayleigh. Dark King Rayleigh? Just in time to use your head as a new wine cup. No sooner had he spoken than Kaido's kanabo swung toward Rayleigh, Thunder Bagua. As the spiked club neared Rayleigh's forehead, a bloodied battle axe suddenly swept up from below. The dark red haki flowing along the axe blade shattered the 8 precepts. Jabba braced himself against the falling boulder, embers from his cigar splattering onto Kaido's whiskers. I heard you wanted to die? Allow me to fulfill that wish. Jabba spun the axe handle, 3 spinning sawtooth blades erupting forth. Is that all you've got? Bring it on. The axe's circular shockwave sent Kaido's scales flying. Yet Kaido's tail swept with such force that it rebounded against the axe face, collapsing the earth beneath them by a third. Simultaneously, a missile hurtled toward Rayleigh. He withdrew his sword from Jin's body and deflected the missile. A rotund figure appeared beside Jin. Rayleigh flicked the blue blood from his blade, observing Jin, who was resurrecting from the lava pool. The Lunarian warrior's bone wings absorbed volcanic energy, yet his regeneration lagged by 0.7 seconds compared to half a minute ago. This minute flaw was precisely captured by Rayleigh's observation haki. Where's my modified troops? A bunch of useless fools, delaying my enjoyment of red bean soup. Death Star, Blizzard. Quinn's mechanical arm pierced the smoke, 16 laser barrels simultaneously locking onto Rayleigh. Yet, Rayleigh suddenly sheathed his sword. Just as the dense beams were about to strike, he seized Quinn's mechanical wrist, leveraging it to flip into the air. The shoulder throw caused Quinn's electronic eyes to bulge. His cumbersome form was hurtling toward Jin's bone wings. Damn it. Jabba's battle axe collided with the kanabo, sparking like the sun. Thunder Bagua. The kanabo, entwined with black lightning, tore through the air. Jabba, however, positioned the axe at his nose, the blade precisely striking the club's body. Amidst the metallic wail, the supposedly indestructible 8 precepts was cleaved open. The cook on Roger S. ship wields haki better than you. Taste my vortex of gluttony. Jabba's beard was splattered with dragon blood, and he suddenly unleashed a spinning slash toward Kaido, the attack landing squarely upon him, sending droplets of blood flying. Delightful. I haven't seen my own blood in ages. Bring it on. On Ghost Island, aside from the few of them, the rest were merely underlings of the beast pirates. Spencer's sniper scope glinted ominously. The bullet pierced through 5 layers of steel, striking the pirate, activating the self-destruct mechanism. Third lookout cleared. A roar from Sicard echoed through the communicator as the beast tamer charged on his ancient saber-toothed tiger, crashing through the armory. Sambel. Thermal signatures at 3 o'clock. The fishman karate master struck the ground with both palms, a tsunami of water shattering through the alloy walls. The pirates activating the gas mechanism barely registered the incoming flood before being swept away. While all were engaged in battle, Buggy and Shanks sat nearby, relishing Odin and sipping sake. Bah, what a terrible wine, truly awful. Buggy grimaced after a taste. Shanks raised his cup, savoring a sip, smooth on entry, sweet on the aftertaste. Do you even know how to drink? Is this it? No, if such terrible wine is acceptable. Buggy's eyes brightened mid-sentence. Cut it. This wine is fit only for dogs. Once I craft a genuine brew, you'll be the first to taste. Profits, profits. Earning berries. Just as Buggy reveled in dreams of wealth through brewing, Shanks suddenly stood, gripping his blade tightly. Stop daydreaming, prepare for guests. The suspension bridge began to tremble violently as 3,000 Kurazumi warriors sprinted across, the cable shaking with dust falling. Left side yours, right side mine. Fragmented stars. Great burial. Buggy abruptly hurled a shuriken into the night sky, the spinning blades fracturing into hundreds of pieces. The ninja squad's kunai shattered upon drawing. The leading samurai suddenly realized blood seeped from the seams of his armor. His right arm, along with his sword, slid toward the abyss while maintaining a charging stance. As the first sacrifice plummeted, Buggy had already leaped into the fray, stepping onto the fractured bridge. He pressed his hands against a crate filled with weapons, which instantaneously disassembled into countless black projectiles. In the torrential barrage, the warriors fell like wheat cut by a scythe. At that moment, Shanks unsheathed his sword. The blade glimmered like a crescent moon as it swept across the suspension bridge, 30 headless corpses still suspended in the air. As the surviving warriors attempted to advance with their shields, the young swordsman suddenly drove his bi after Buggy finished speaking. He transformed into nanoscopic particles and swiftly infiltrated the bodies of the surviving rebels. 3 seconds later, Buggy reassembled beside Shanks, causing the rebels to collapse one after another. Shanks, astonished, remarked, I never would have guessed. The fruit has developed new abilities. Do not become infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. As the two conversed, they made their way towards Onigashima, leaving behind 2 elongated silhouettes and a ground strewn with debris. Chapter 60, The Brawl Against Kaido. The moon ascended between the skeletal maw of Onigashima as Kaido's clash with Jabba intensified. Kaido's Kanabo shattered the 11th rock pillar, while Jabba's battle axe sparked against his dragon scales. At that moment, an explosion erupted from the direction of the Tenchikaku, freezing the entire battlefield. Kaido's dragon eyes narrowed into slits, focused on the direction of the Shogun's mansion. Incompetence. Damn you, Odin, you shall all perish. Just as Kaido prepared to continue his struggle with Jabba, a robust figure staggered back from the periphery of Onigashima. Lord Kaido, Kaido's death is confirmed. And I have been wounded by Odin. The figure was none other than Jack, who had been fighting alongside Kaido against Odin at the Shogun's mansion. Before Jack could finish his sentence, 2 figures crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the scene. As the dust settled, one could see that Ash's wing was broken, his body smeared with blood, while Queen was hardly recognizable in his humanoid form. Moments earlier on the other half of the battlefield, Rayleigh had delivered a decisive slash, forcing the 2 back and stirring up dust that caused them to lose their bearings. As the haze lifted, Rayleigh's figure appeared like a specter between them, his rapier piercing through Queen's body. The Conqueror's haki exploded at the wounds, sending the 2 prominent figures tumbling like kites with severed strings. Upon witnessing Ash's dire state, Kaido's eyes glinted with ferocity as he glared at Rayleigh. Have the old men not resolved this yet? Shouldn't they retire by now? At that moment, a voice rang out, and 2 figures approached the gathering. Buggy leaped into the fray, holding the golden gourd of the Kurazumi warriors. Odin and his entourage soon followed, each step fracturing the ground into blossoming blades. As he stood before Kaido, Odin declared, Kaido, Kurazumi Orochi is dead, and the interest of 3 years has been collected. It is time to settle the final account. Odin plunged his twin swords into the ground, their blades shimmering with a dark metallic sheen. You all shall perish. Kaido's azure scales began to ooze blood-like patterns. His previously intact dragon horns sprouted coral-like branches. His left eye morphed into a fiery red, while his right eye shrank into a pitch-black slit. And his dragon claws twisted grotesquely into three-fingered claws. Rayleigh suddenly restrained the charging Jabba, commanding, "Step back 12 paces." Just as he finished speaking, Kaido's distorted throat unleashed a torrent of black and red dragon breath. This was no ordinary flame, but a plasma flow intermingled with fragments of Conqueror's haki, tearing through space as if devoured by an unseen force. Fragmentation barrier. Buggy tore himself into 300 pieces, shielding his comrades. The dome of Onigashima melted into iron rain beneath Kaido's breath. Shanks swung his sword, sending arcs of blade energy to deflect the falling lava. Odin's dual blades crossed into a 10-pointed star, 9-leaf flow, whale wave slash. The blade energy morphed into the illusion of a blue whale, deflecting Kaido's kanabo. While Jabba seized the opportunity to launch 12 spinning battle axes, their blades embedding precisely into the cracks of Kaido's azure scales. "You insignificant ants!" Kaido's dragon tail swept out with a sonic boom, only to be ensnared by Rayleigh. Spencer's sniper bullet pierced through Kaido's throat, shattering his scales. Odin's twin swords carved intersecting lines across Kaido's belly, but the newly formed scales forced them back. As Shank's blade struck against the reverse scales, Kaido's scales suddenly flipped, causing sparks to erupt against the high-density dragon scales. "Step aside." Buggy's roar echoed from the clouds. He hovered amidst the storm clouds, his body undergoing terrifying transformations. His right arm's muscle fibers spiraled and expanded like cables, swelling his haki-wrapped fist to the size of a naval turret. The awakened power of the split fruit caused the surrounding space to crack like a spider's web. When Buggy's colossal fist connected with Kaido's jaw, thousands of bone spikes erupted from his pores. These armed bone spikes, infused with haki, penetrated the dragon scales and proliferated wildly within Kaido's oral cavity. As the massive dragon opened his mouth in agony, Odin's enma pierced through the passage opened by the bone spikes. Chapter 61. The fall of the dual emperors. Just as the two sides were about to clash, the sky suddenly split open, revealing a golden rift. Roger strode forward slowly. "Charlotte Lin, long time no see." With each step he took, the ground of Cake Island reverted to the original rocky layers of Ghost Island. As the desert hell created by Big Mom's soul fruit began to fade and peel away, the air filled with the sharp sound of shattering glass. As Roger took his first step, the minions of the beast pirates within a 1,000-meter radius fell like cut straw beneath a scythe. The Conqueror's haki surrounding him was not the ordinary black-red lightning, but manifested as solid golden ripples. The homies under Big Mom screamed and melted away, the candy soldiers turning into puddles of syrup. "Mama, mama, mama." Big Mom's laughter soared with dark red Conqueror's might, her hair erupting with haki, forming a gigantic cake illusion above her head. Kaido exhaled a swirling black-red dragon-shaped wave of energy, which collided with Roger's spiraling Conqueror's haki. The ground instantly vaporized, revealing the boiling layer of magma beneath. Rayleigh stepped forward, his silver-gray haki solidifying into the shape of a rapier, piercing the battlefield. Shank's crimson haki followed closely, weaving a distinct network of Conqueror's energy in the air. Curiously, Buggy's awakened split haki manifested in a jagged purple-black form, creating tiny fissures in space wherever it passed. At the epicenter of the clash of 5 Conqueror's haki, a gravitational singularity was born, as the unconscious Katakuri was swept away by the shockwave. A rice cake-like defensive layer appeared on his skin, only to be shattered into powder midair. Kaido's forehead bulged with veins as he realized his haki was being stripped away by the golden ripples. Big Mom's cake-like haki armor began to melt, dripping syrup-like haki that corroded the magma sea beneath into a 100-meter-deep pit. In a mere 20 seconds, Roger suddenly grinned, and the golden ripples contracted into a drill-like shape. Rayleigh's silver sword disintegrated into millions of light points that seeped into the drill's patterns, while Shank's crimson net formed a pressurizing layer around it. As Buggy's purple-black fissures entwined the tip of the drill, the haki defenses of Kaido and Big Mom emitted a painful cracking sound. Kaido's dragon-shaped haki abruptly snapped in two, the black-red blood mist that erupted from the break ignited by the Conqueror's energy. Under Big Mom, Zeus howled in agony as a third of the cloud was ripped away. Both figures retreated half a step, and this slight opening allowed Roger's torrent of haki to surge forward, shattering Parasparrow's candy staff and fracturing the surface of Daifuku's magic lamp. As Jin shielded Queen with his bony wings, the obsidian feathers disintegrated at a rate of 3 per second. The most tragic was King, whose biscuit armor was continuously reborn and shattered under the relentless pressure of multiple Conqueror's haki. The cries of the 7-year-old boy drowned in the roars of power. Soon, 2 figures were sent flying, leaving behind a spherical vacuum zone with a diameter of 1,000 meters at the center of Ghost Island. where even the air was obliterated by the clash of haki. Blood droplets dripped from Kaido's broken dragon horn, while Big Mom's fingers dug deep into the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. "Roger, you thief." Then Charlotte Linlin exchanged a glance with Kaido. Big Mom raised Napoleon, her giant sword igniting with the fire of souls in her left hand, while in her right, Prometheus expanded into a black-red sun. Standing back to back, magma and soul fire fused into an eerie purple-gold hue, causing Ghost Island to twist into a hellish tapestry. Thunderous hell, soul's dirge. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido seized the opportunity to close in on Roger. "Mama, mama, mama. Roger, perish." Kaido thrust his dragon claw into the Earth's core, triggering simultaneous volcanic eruptions across the sea, magma columns forming a cage beneath Roger's feet. Roger suddenly erupted with laughter. "Come on." The dragon's breath bursting forth from Kaido's broken horn intertwined with the purple flames of the soul fruit. Rayleigh's rapier clashed with Odin's dual swords, parrying the dragon's breath, while the vacuum created by the collision sent Jabba's battle axe flying 100 meters away. In that fleeting moment, Big Mom's raised imperial sword absorbed the dissipating haki from the battlefield. Surprise attack, sweet doomsday, roaring 8 trigrams, dragon god judgment. Napoleon's blade unleashed a tsunami of syrup carrying fragments of souls, while Kaido's Kanabo summoned storm clouds from 10,000 meters above. When the two forces collided at the apex of Ghost Island, they fused into a black-purple energy sphere with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Disperse. Roger's warning was swallowed by the thunderous roar. The moment Ace unsheathed his sword, Rayleigh transformed into a silver streak, slicing into the western side of the energy sphere, while Odin's sword Aura penetrated from the east. Jabba's battle axe and buggy attacked from the north and south, respectively. Shank's sword Aura accurately pierced the energy sphere's core, while Spencer's 12 sea stone bullets struck the surrounding soul rings simultaneously. As the energy sphere exploded, the seawater within a 10-mile radius evaporated into a wall of mist. Buggy split himself into molecular fragments, but was still swept away by the shockwave. Odin's dual swords carved a 300-meter trench in the ground as the blades heated rapidly from friction. "Now's the time." Kaido's eyes bulged with intensity as his dragon tail coiled around the unconscious Jin. Big Mom ensnared Katakuri, and Zeus carried them into the clouds. When the smoke cleared, the sea floated with the dazed young king, and Big Mom's most cherished captain's hat lay in tatters. Kaido's previous standing place was marked by the melted remnants of his Kanabo, and black feathers from Jin drifted in the air. The great banner-bearer had used his last strength to push the severely wounded queen into the escape pod. Faintly, Big Mom's roar echoed. "Wait for my children to grow up. Shall we pursue, Captain?" Rayleigh flicked the charred cuff of his sleeve, the last sip of wine in his gourd boiling. Roger playfully lifted a strand of Big Mom's pink hair with the tip of Ace's sword. Monsters of the new era. Rayleigh picked up half a dragon horn. This solidifies the union between Cake Island and Ghost Island. Roger pressed down his straw hat, gazing at the rising sun on the horizon. Let the youth wrestle with their headaches. Odin stepped into the sunlight streaming into the Shogun's mansion, black blood seeping from the pouch at his waist, leaving winding traces in the snow. When he tossed the head of Kaido's black snake onto the execution platform, the tumor-riddled head fit perfectly into the noose that once hung Shimatsuki Yasui. "You must be joking. That demon has finally perished." The old medicine seller's tempera oil pot toppled, hot oil splashing onto his feet unnoticed. The crowd was initially silent until Toki's son severed the forbidden lock on the Shogun's mansion door. The crisp sound of the steel chains hitting the ground ignited a roaring cheer, as 800 townsfolk frantically tore at their coarse garments. Prison uniforms adorned with the symbol of the Black Charcoal family were hurled into the air. Behold! Kawamatsu raised the blood-stained reverse crescent flag atop a rooftop, his scaled armor reflecting the light of the snow. "We, the loyal subjects of Lord Kazuki Odin, have slain the usurper Kaido." Behind him, Zaro fired dual pistols, shattering the iron cage of the execution ground, as the imprisoned courtesans, wrapped in colorful silks, surged onto the long street. Odin removed his blood-soaked Haori, revealing the 9-petal crest on his back. "From this day forth, there shall be no more black charcoal. No more closed borders in Wano." His voice suddenly choked, as he spotted an elderly one-armed man weeping, holding the spirit tablet of Kazuki Sukiyaki. "Open the country! Open the country! Open the country!" Kawamatsu's gong shattered the ice, while Inuarashi's flame blade ignited the abandoned shipyard. As the first completed sailboat glided into the inland sea, 800 priests carried the long-sealed Shogun's palanquin through the snow. "Please, your lordship, ascend to the throne." Kiku spread out the Kazuki family tree. Yet Odin suddenly thrust his sword into the palanquin, overturning the ornate canopy. "The position of Shogun is not within the palanquin." But here, the sword tip grazed the heads of the kneeling townsfolk, nestled among the proud and upright spines of the people. But you must be crowned. Please, Lord Odin. Be crowned. Odin's tears fell onto the scabbard of his sword. He ultimately donned the splendid white divine robe, yet as he received the shogun's seal, he suddenly hurled it into the sky. The blade of Inma flashed, shattering the black iron seal into 900 pieces, fluttering down upon the crowd. Let the seal be our pact. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 62. Seizing the weapon factory, the night sky of the Flower City was bathed in an amber hue, illuminated by 900 lanterns. Roger, clutching a barrel of wine, leaped onto the watchtower of the general's residence, his straw hat adorned with cherry blossoms, rendered crimson by intoxication. Buggy was simultaneously tossing and catching 30 rice balls with his splitting ability, inadvertently causing a grain to stick to Rayleigh's head, earning a kick in response. Shanks was being pursued by Little Shin, who was smearing lipstick on him, his face marked with paw prints as he darted about in disarray. Don't run, you little rascal. Inuarashi, with grilled fish in his grasp, chased after the thieving Jabba, while the copper gong of the cat viper became Spencer's makeshift grill. As Kinemon presented the historical text wrapped in shoe brocade, Uten was savoring 5 roasted chickens, skewered with the Inma blade. Master. Kinemon's voice was drowned out by the revelry. When he lifted the box's lid, the red historical text suddenly fluttered as if animated by an unseen wind, the ancient characters dancing across the paper. Uten's fingertips grazed a character resembling a dragon's claw, which then ignited into a golden-red hue, reflecting a tumultuous sea flow in his pupils. This records the tears of the king of the underworld. When the 9 stars align, the slumbering giant will awaken at the world's end. Roger abruptly placed his wine bowl atop the imprint paper. Uten, what you behold is the sorrow of 800 years past. Yet what I seek is the laughter of 800 years hence. The cat viper and Inuarashi approached Roger. Captain Roger. Here. Inuarashi retrieved the eternal pointer from his bosom. This is it, the eternal pointer of the furry kingdom. Splendid. We are only missing the final piece. Captain. We can now find the last island. The crew of the Roger pirates was visibly elated, their laughter ringing as they concluded the feast. Unbeknownst to them, Uten momentarily fell into a daze. The night sky of Wano was exceptionally bright this evening. Seizing the opportunity while everyone rested, Buggy made his way to Onigashima, where several figures awaited him ahead. The warmth of the forge had not yet dissipated as Buggy treaded upon the hillock of sea stone debris, drawing nearer. Entering the weapon factory, Buggy's scarlet cloak brushed against the still-warm quenching pools. Tranchjiro, directing the dismantling of the furnace, suddenly froze, this usually jesting Buggy-born intensity in his eyes reminiscent of Roger facing Kaido and Big Mom during the day. A waste of resources, he murmured. Buggy's boots crushed the unfinished sea stone weapons beneath him, and the energy of his split abilities seeped into the earth. The entire factory trembled as 80 furnaces erupted simultaneously, releasing plumes of violet-black flames. Beneath him lay a weapon furnace cleaved in 2 by Uten, its severed feed pipe spewing dark purple coolant. All destroyed, Buggy remarked playfully, snatching up an unshaped sea stone arrowhead. As it split and reformed in his palm, it morphed into a complete arrowhead in an instant. Do you know how much this can fetch in the black market? Uten's Inma blade remained embedded in the control panel of the furnace. The blood of Wano is enough to fill the safes of all arms dealers in the New World. That's why it must remain in our grasp. Suddenly, Buggy crushed the mold, the flying metal shards coalescing into a map of Wano in midair. He pointed towards Onigashima, and each marked location revealed golden accounts. Leave 3 refineries, use my splitting fruit to process pollutants. Hire 600 craftsmen, monthly wages 3 times that of the Flower City. Uten's Inma blade hovered 3 inches from Buggy's throat. Do you intend to repeat Kaido's folly? Kaido was foolish to place a knife at the throat of the swordsmith. Buggy deflected the blade. Uten, we cannot demolish all these weapon factories. Uten gazed at Buggy incredulously, snorting coldly. Buggy, I was once grateful to you. Without you, Wano might have perished at my hands. I can choose to ignore your words, but if this is why you summoned me here, you may leave. Uten Buggy began. But Uten swung his sword, slicing past Buggy, who split in 2 before reassembling. Silence. At that moment, Kazuki Odin grasped Uten's arm, saying, Husband, perhaps we should heed Mr. Buggy's counsel. Do you know why Kaido chose Wano? The stardust iron mines beneath this island, when mixed with volcanic ash, can purify sea stone to a purity of 99. He stomped, revealing glimmering or beneath the cracked ground in the moonlight. Kinemon's scabbard suddenly froze. Do you wish to continue using the flesh and blood of the common people wrong? Buggy's roar shook loose the dust from the rafters. His conqueror's haki erupting for the first time. Shadows of the furnace danced across Buggy's face as he tore away the smirk that had lingered. His fingertips traced the still-warm sea stone mold. Uten's sword trembled. This red-nosed man radiated an oppressive force more suffocating than Kaido's dragon might. I am saving them. The world is ruled by the celestial dragons. Oh yes, you may not know what the celestial dragons are, but you must have heard of the God Valley incident over a decade ago. Do you know what color the soil of God Valley was? Buggy's fingertips suddenly unleashed splitting energy, shattering the tiles into dust, reforming a horrific scene beneath a blood-red sky. Mountains of slave corpses were being shot at by the celestial dragons as targets. Amidst the wails of infants, nobles donned in bubble helmets laughed heartily, brandishing diamond-studded firearms. Kozuki Oden suddenly knelt, retching, as a vision of a pregnant woman with her abdomen sliced open emerged, a blood-soaked infant crawling out. The celestial dragons kicked the newborn like a toy, ultimately reducing it to a puddle of muck. Uten's sword clattered to the ground as he gritted his teeth. I will cram those bubble-headed fiends into cannon barrels. Do you think benevolence can overthrow a monster nurtured for 800 years? Buggy seized Uten's collar. Do you know what Wano will become in the future? After the opening of Wano, it will face economic sanctions from the world government. And the starving populace will be forced into servitude by human traffickers. The rule of the celestial dragons is akin to a CANC Chapter 63, the Elephant Lord at the misty morning of Finchendok. Cherry blossom petals drifted like snow. The Golden Mary of Roger's ship was adorned with countless origami cranes offered by the people. Oden tied the general's seal around his waist as the coastline of Wano suddenly ignited with a continuous line of torches. 200,000 citizens were conveying farewell messages through light. Oden's sword and Roger's straw hat stood side by side on the rocks, swaying in the waves to form a cross. Is the Lord truly? The fish-scale armor of Hisong glistened with morning dew. He held Hiyori in his arms, as the infant's tiny hand reached out, yearning for an embrace. Oden unsheathed two swords but deeply plunged their scabbards into the sandy beach. The blades shall witness the world, while the scabbards guard our homeland. We shall set sail to bring you back. Kinemon severed a portion of his topknot. Esteemed guests, assist the lady in governing the nation. Oden expresses his gratitude here. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to assist the lady, dedicating ourselves wholeheartedly. Following this, Kinemon silently unfurled the umbrella of the 800 townspeople. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the canopy, the citizens' words illuminated the path ahead. Lady, take care, until we find the answers. Oden gently grasped Kozuki Oden's hand and whispered, the answers have long resided within your hearts. Take care. I shall await your return here. Kozuki Oden looked at Oden, then turned to the members of the Roger Pirates and declared, set sail. Roger's voice echoed, causing a shower of cherry blossoms to cascade down the mountains. In the winter of the year 1497 of the Sea Circle, in an unnamed ocean of the New World, Shanks, who was wiping the deck, stumbled into the mast. There was no wind, yet the entire sea tilted southeastward. 30 degrees to port. Full sail. Rayleigh's voice resounded across the Aro Jackson. After stabilizing himself, Buggy observed the horizon undulate. It was not the waves. Rather, a living mountain covered in barnacles and corals was rising. As the salty air suddenly mingled with the scent of moss, Jabba's battle axe struck the deck, stabilizing his swaying body. What in the world is this? Boom! A colossal elephant foot, more than 2,000 meters in diameter, broke through the sea, and waterfalls poured between its toes, refracting a rainbow in the sunlight. Buggy leapt up, hovering mid-air, witnessing the sea surface below forming a vortex 10 kilometers in diameter. Hold on. Oden's Enma crossed to carve a vacuum belt. The blades aura clashing against the approaching circular tsunami, producing a metallic clang. Rayleigh's sword traced a silver arc across the deck. The hockey shield formed by his armed color shattering like an eggshell. Roger grasped the broken helm with one hand and suddenly laughed heartily. It's the Elephant Lord. We've arrived. We're going to collide. Shank's sword plunged into the cracking mainmast. In the instant the elephant foot descended, the Oro Jackson was lifted by the pressure wave. Its keel scraping against the coral reef at the giant's ankle, creating brilliant sparks from the friction of metal and biological keratin. Jabba hooked the flying ropes with his battle axe, seaweed hanging from his beard. Rayleigh, this is more exhilarating than Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Shut up and look up. Rayleigh suddenly yanked Oden's collar, tossing him backward. As everyone looked up, they beheld the Elephant Lord's raised trunk stirring the cumulus clouds. 100-meter diameter thunderstorm coalescing among the long hairs. 7 tornadoes tore through the sky at the horizon's end, while the Oro Jackson's mast emitted a deathly groan amidst the chaotic winds. Jabba cleaved the oncoming tiger's head wave with his axe, yet salty seawater crystallized on his beard. Steer right. Roger's roar pierced through the thunder. That thing is about to turn. The entire sea suddenly tilted southeast, Buggy's knuckles whitening as he gripped the ropes. He saw the horizon rise. Rather, the elephant foot, over 3 kilometers in diameter, breaking through the sea, with waterfalls cascading between its footprints refracting a dazzling halo in the sunlight. As the giant foot came crashing down, a 700-meter-high circular tsunami surged forth like a city wall, engulfing the remains of colossal sea kings. Hold on. Rayleigh's sword embedded itself in the deck, forming a hemispherical shield of sword energy. Odin's Enma crossed to carve a vacuum belt, yet upon contact with the tsunami, it was ground into fragments. Buggy felt himself ensconced in a vibrating bronze bell, his eardrums rupturing. As the seawater receded, the Oro Jackson became lodged between the toes of the elephant's foot within the coral reef. We need to ascend. Roger's fingers brushed against the elephant's skin, a milky blue slime seeping from the millennia-old creases. The moment Roger's palm touched the wrinkles of the elephant lord's ankle, 800 years of memories surged into his nerves like a tidal wave. The ancient characters etched in flesh suddenly came alive, transforming into millions of luminous mayflies, crawling up his fingertips, weaving ancient poems long lost into the surface of his skin. Thus it is. Roger's pupils reflected a burning white city, where the last priest of the Lunaria tribe knelt beneath the elephant lord. The giant's long trunk coiled around a meteorite wrapped in Conqueror's haki, crashing down with force. The giant trampled the sacred temple of the Lunaria tribe, their long trunk curling around the chains of sea stone, sinking the kingdom that floated among the clouds into the depths of the sea. And the young elephant lord, at that time still known as the Sky Treader, gazed upon his masterpiece with golden eyes, a fervor dancing within. The winds of 800 years traversed the time barrier, carrying Joy Boy's mournful sigh. You trample upon the wings of freedom. You shall measure the sea of sins with your own 2 feet. When the dawn returns, flesh shall become vessels to ferry the souls of the righteous. This is the eternal punishment. It is not voluntary. Roger's knuckles turned white from exertion. More fragments of memory flooded in. The predecessors of the 5 elders stood in the shadows, wielding an ancient compass that controlled the giant elephant. The bloody truth revealed the manipulation technique that transformed the elephant into a living weapon. At that moment, Joy Boy's voice echoed once more. To those of the future, please tell the elephant lord, its sentence shall conclude when the sun rises. The sea breeze swept across the deck, mingling with the briny mist. Odin crossed his dual swords against his forehead, offering the highest salute to the walking giant. Your remorse, we have indeed received. At that instant, the elephant lord seemed to sense something. Its golden eye rippled, a tear weighing 10,000 tons plummeting into the ocean, stirring the waves. I willingly tread eternally. Imprinting my feet upon the sins, awaiting the dawn's return, may flesh become vessels to ferry the souls of freedom to the other shore. The group then began to ascend. As they climbed the elephant lord's back, the fierce winds cut like razors. Jabba hooked the dangling vines with his battle axe, the bronze blade sparking against the millennium-old vines. Hold on. He swung the ropes down to Roger, 30 meters below. This old man has hair coarser than sea stone. Odin's Enma pierced the wrinkles of the elephant lord's skin. Buggy's body split into dozens of pieces, tumbling in the turbulent air. Captain Roger. A hoarse shout came from the cat viper. The group looked up to see the cat viper hanging upside down from the descending vines. Grab the green vines. The purple ones will eat you. Shank's sword suddenly swerved, severing the silently creeping purple vines. The cut vines sprayed crimson liquid, splattering onto the green vines, corroding into thick smoke. After 6 hours of climbing, the wreckage of the Oro Jackson finally became lodged in the coral reef on the back of the elephant lord. Buggy collapsed onto the ground. Phew, I'm exhausted. I almost broke a sweat. The others raised their middle fingers in response, and just then, a sudden sound of footsteps rang out. Who goes there? Raise your hands. Chapter 64. The Fur Tribe. All hands on alert. As Rayleigh unsheathed his western sword, hundreds of electrically charged arrows surged forth from the forest. Jabba's battle axe created a shockwave that deflected the rain of arrows, only for the shafts to suddenly explode in midair, releasing a cloud of spores that paralyzed the nerves. It was the Fur Tribe's lightning arrows. Do not inhale. Cough. Utian's twin blades whirled, the blade aura carrying the spore cloud high into the sky. The dense fog enveloped the area, and suddenly, a sharp sound of claws slicing through the air shattered the silence. Immediately, 12 agile leopard warriors leapt down from the treetops. Intruders. The leading warrior let out a low growl, his fur bristling. However, at that moment, A voice called out, "Wait." A brilliant flame sliced through the mist, illuminating the surroundings. The figure of Inuzuka emerged from the flames, his fiery blade burning with an intense blaze, radiating searing heat. Among the shadows of the trees, a white wolf warrior, who had been poised to attack, suddenly froze. His movements became mechanical as he slowly turned to face the source of the voice. Upon recognizing Inuzuka's face, confusion was instantly replaced by excitement. "Lord Inuzuka? Weren't you at sea?" The entire forest fell eerily silent. The leopard warrior, who had been drawing his bow atop the treetops, trembled, and his arrow fell, piercing the foot of the split body of Buggy. Buggy's divided form narrowly avoided the attack. "Hey, watch where you're aiming." Buggy's curse was abruptly interrupted by the sudden sound of a gong. Soon, everyone followed the fur tribe warriors to the fluffy principality. "Meow ha ha. Pedro. You've grown so much." The cat viper chuckled at Pedro. "Boss cat, is the outside world fun?" The elderly Wanda leaned on her whalebone staff and emerged from a tree hollow. When her murky eyes fell upon the 9 celestial patterns on the watch of the K-Gitsa family, the moonstone at the tip of her staff suddenly brightened, descendant of the K-Gitsa family. She suddenly grasped Yutian's collar with her age-spotted hand. "Did you bring the dawn? You know me?" Yutian asked, puzzled. "I do not know you, but our ancestors do. The K-Gitsa family and the fur tribe." The bioluminescent moss of the whale forest shimmered under the full moon as the aged Wanda lightly tapped the altar with her staff. When the tip of the staff touched the mechanism on the altar, the sound of gears turning was heard, and a hidden compartment opened to reveal a scroll. "This is the pact left by the first K-Gitsa Lord." Wanda's withered fingers traced the intertwined 9 celestial patterns and crescent moon designs on the scroll. Yutian took the scroll and began to read. "So that's how it is." He knelt, touching the altar lightly in a gesture of a samurai. Time rewound 800 years. 20 warriors of the fur tribe knelt in the whale tree hollow, inscribing the pact with their electrically charged claws on turtle shells. The K-Gitsa head cut his palm, letting blood drip into a moonlight cup filled with wine. "From this day forth, Zo and Wano shall forever be blood allies. K-Gitsu forges the sword, and the fur tribe tempers it. Should there be any oath breakers, they shall suffer the torment of 1,000 thunders." The roar of the first leader of the fur tribe shook the icicles from the cave ceiling. Wanda gazed at Yutian and slowly spoke. "On the night of the full moon 200 years ago, the K-Gitsu envoy who was supposed to arrive here never appeared." She trembled as she unfolded a tattered nautical map, stained with blood at Wano's location. "Our 37 moon lion warriors we sent were all consumed by the poisonous seas of your borders." Yutian suddenly recalled a log he had seen in the Forbidden Library as a child, Cultural Year 1. A giant wolf, charred black, drifted to Jioli Beach, clutching the moonstone inscribed with urgent pleas for help from Zo. The then general annotated beside it, "Demon beast attacks the border, burn it to show the public." The K-Gitsa never broke their oath. Yutian suddenly tore open his collar, revealing 2 moonlight cups neatly arranged inside. The top cup still bore lip prints. Its wall inscribed, "Locking the country is not my wish. The poisonous sea devours the way home. Beware, celestial dragons." Yutian raised the moonlight cup once used by his great-grandfather. 200 years ago, on the coastline of Wano, the world government's warships were dumping special powders that isolated Zo. Pedro's electric fur suddenly exploded into spines, so our warriors did not perish in the storm. They were killed by those celestial dragons. Roger remarked nearby. The world government fears the alliance of the 2 tribes awakening ancient weapons, thus creating the poisonous currents that isolate Wano. Upon hearing this, everyone's veins bulged. "Damn. Those damn celestial dragons. Granny, I will set sail for vengeance." "Yes, vengeance." Wanda tapped her staff, saying, "Silence. With you little ones, going out there would only mean death." Buggy's split form suddenly expanded to 3 meters, radiating an overwhelming presence. He leapt to the top of the sacred tree, his voice resonating throughout the forest. "Old woman, do you think they are mere cubs? The world government sees them as monsters." Seeing this, Pedro took the lead. "Granny, if I have to choose between waiting to die in Zo or dying fighting at sea, I choose the latter." The young warriors behind him stood silently beside Pedro upon hearing this. Wanda, witnessing this, shook her head helplessly, yet a smile of relief appeared on her face. "Very well. Very well. Do as you please." Roger laughed heartily and took a swig of his drink. Wanda stood up, signaling to Roger and the others. "I know your purpose for being here. Come, follow me." Soon, they arrived deep within the forest, where towering trees over a century old were visible to the naked eye. In the center stood the most magnificent tree, its diameter exceeding 3 meters, occupying 1/5 of the forest. The aged Wanda inserted her staff into the roots, and the glowing resin flowed like blood vessels, gradually revealing the deep-seated red historical text buried within the Earth's core. This is the final piece of the puzzle. Deep in the whale forest, the bioluminescent moss shimmered among the vines of ancient trees, illuminating the cave like a cascade of stars. Yutian, bare-chested, knelt before the altar, the 9 celestial patterns tattooed on his back glowing faintly in sync with the inscriptions of historical text. Yutian's fingers hovered 3 inches above the impression paper. Rayleigh leaned against the cave wall, drinking. His eyes narrowed as he watched the 3 impressions floating in the air. They were being drawn by some force, slowly revolving around the 4th. Suddenly, Yutian bit his fingertip, flicking the droplet of blood towards the demonic face carving on the hilt of the Enma sword. The blade hummed, shattering the stalactites above, as the 4 impressions erupted in dazzling golden light, intertwining in the air to form a dynamic star map. The star trails were not static but twisted and reformed with the steps of the celestial body outside the cave, transforming the constellations of the celestial dragon into swimming light fish. The final destination is born from the bubbles that arise when the whale song echoes. When the equatorial current intersects with polar magnetic storms, only during the 13 minutes when the new moon sinks into the volcano will the route appear. Buggy scoffed. So it's a timed maze. Don't get yourselves killed in there. Shut up. Jabba's axe grazed Buggy's ear, embedding itself into the rock wall, the falling glowing powder scattering like stardust. Yet Roger burst into laughter. How interesting. This is worthy of the ultimate adventure. What everyone failed to notice was that Buggy's you. Chapter 65. Disembarking and setting sail. The chandeliers woven from bioluminescent moss swayed gently against the night sky, as the tail of a fur-clad maiden brushed lightly against Baki's nose, leaving a trace of sweetness. 16 uniquely formed girls of the fur tribe gathered around a crackling bonfire, while a rabbit-like server flitted among them, carrying volcanic rock platters sizzling with the meat of thunder beasts, blue and purple arcs of electricity dancing atop. The elegance of the young lady's tale was truly an art. Baki, transformed into a charming prince of romance, lavished golden touches upon the silver fur of a white wolf maiden, while playfully practicing floral braiding with the tail of a Black Panther girl. Suddenly, the liquor spat out by Rayleigh crystallized in midair as the old swordsman's western sword hilt struck Baki squarely on the back of his head. Do not wreak havoc upon the fur tribe with your sea beast antics. A cat viper lunged at Baki, raising its claws in a threatening manner. Red-nosed brat, if you dare touch Grandma Wanda's granddaughter again, I'll turn you into a scratching post. In an instant, Baki vaporized and reappeared atop a tree branch, embracing the waist of a long-eared maiden. Ah, jealousy renders one ugly, old cat, he quipped, as his split right hand delicately lifted the glowing tip of the maiden's ear, admiring the exquisite curve. It seems almost destined for listening to my grand adventures. Without warning, the maiden's ear emitted a shock of electricity, sending Baki, now charred, plunging into the electrified hot spring. With his hair frizzed from the blast, he shouted, "This is the current of love." The flames of Anuzan S sword split the night sky, and fur tribe warriors began to dance in celebration, just as Pedlo entered his moon lion form. Baki leaped onto his back, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha!" A moving luminous steed. The young moon lion, embarrassed, flicked its tail, electrifying Baki into a shower of sparks. Do not desecrate the sacred moon lion form. Grandma Wanda's bone staff shot forth arcs of binding electricity, but Baki evaded it with his fruit abilities. You old lady do not understand fashion. A warrior of the new era must make a dazzling entrance. He slid across the banquet hall on a platter, neon lights weaving bikini shadows upon the fur tribe maidens. Shanks's sword aura suddenly swept away the platter beneath Baki's feet. Enough already. Quiet, virgin. Baki emerged from a cream cake, his red nose smeared with frosting. You dare not even touch the tail of the panther girl. Intentionally, he patted the backside of the nearby panther maiden with his split left hand, provoking her to retaliate with needle-like hairs. Greedy coward. Baki hastily dodged and rolled to Roger's feet. Captain, please adjudicate. I am merely enhancing the atmosphere. Roger laughed heartily, seizing Baki's cape and, like a hammer throw, flinging him into the sky. The burst of Conqueror's haki sent Baki soaring into the clouds. Damn, Captain. You. Baki sputtered as he landed headfirst into a cream pie, rising with a defiant gesture from the mound of sweets, only to be choked by a rice ball. Shanks wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Ah, my skills are still sharp. A perfect hit. The maidens of the fur tribe erupted in laughter. This absurd night feast would forever be etched into the legends of Zoe, 20 years hence. Elders of the fur tribe would still use tales of Baki's night to scare restless younglings to sleep. As the revelry subsided, an endless solitude loomed. Baki sat cross-legged upon the electrified roots of a whale tree, twirling a moonstone earring he had borrowed from a fur tribe maiden. Shanks leaned against the trunk, polishing his sword, the blade reflecting the warped trails of stars above. Roger's straw hat rested atop a barrel, as liquid seeped through the seams into the roots below. Old man, I won't be joining you this time. Take care not to meet your end. Baki abruptly flicked the earring into the air, catching it deftly with his split left hand. Neither will I go. The answers I seek lie not upon the paths drawn by others. Shanks suddenly plunged his sword tip into the mirrored star trails. Roger inquired, are you afraid to confront the truth of the world? It is you who fear. Cowards who inscribe the truth of history upon stone tablets are those who hide at the ends of the earth, writing diaries. Baki declared, his voice resonating, causing leaves to scatter from the sacred tree. If that scoundrel Baki isn't going, then I shall not yield to him. Shanks echoed. Roger's straw hat abruptly spun through the air, cleaving the space between the two. The barrel detonated, the aroma of aged rum enveloping them in a tempest of conqueror's haki. The captain tilted his head back, downing the last sip of liquor. The sound of his Adam's apple rolling mingled with the retreating footsteps of the elephant lord. Ha ha ha. This is the spirit of the new era's scoundrels. The morning mist of Zo wove a lavender veil among the branches of the whale forest. The crew of the Roger pirates had reached the time to depart. As everyone prepared to descend along the elephant's leg, Jabba teased, Renault's brat. Are you planning to marry into the fur tribe? Baki declared, my adventures conclude here. As he simultaneously tossed his hat into the air. Shanks silently unfastened the flask emblazoned with the Roger Pirates emblem from his waist, gently placing it upon the damp deck. Rayleigh paused in his sword polishing. Baki, you. Hey, what are the two little brats fussing about? It's the final step. Jabba's battle axe shattered the ground beneath him. The final step? The path I choose is not a fairy tale in search of legends. What I seek is to conquer this wretched world. As for those ethereal truths, you old geezers can keep reassuring yourselves. Roger laughed with uncontrollable mirth. Ha ha ha. Now that's my crew. He grabbed 2 barrels of fur tribe liquor and smashed them at their feet. Go on. Just don't die too embarrassingly. The shadow of the Oro Jackson's sail receded into the dawn. Baki stood atop the sacred tree, arms outstretched towards the fur tribe youths on the shore, shouting. Join me. Triple monthly pension. I'll teach you to awaken your haki. Plus, a complimentary golden static fur care package. Pedlo's tail erupted into a spiky ball. I want to learn. Baki, we'll follow you. Shanks's small boat drifted quietly against the current. Baki inquired, are you really not coming with me? No. I wish to venture out and see this vast sea for myself. I have heard of a young swordsman named Hawkeye emerging on the ocean. I wish to meet him. Do not perish. Baki laughed heartily, bidding Shanks farewell. Grandma Wanda's staff struck heavily at Baki's feet. Brat, these children are now in your hands. But at that moment, Grandma Wanda suddenly lunged, pinning Baki beneath her. The aged form of the moon lion manifested, claws carving deep trenches into the ground. If anything happens to these children, I shall tear you apart, red-nosed brat. Understood, I shall obey. Chapter 66. The Great Transformation of the Sky Island at the Junkyard of Zo. Buggy trod upon the molten rivets, directing the fur tribe youths to assemble the remains of the whale tree into a hull. As a boy from the Lightning Wolf tribe utilized electro-welding to join 2 slanted decks, sparks ignited Buggy's cloak. Forget the fire. Weld that toilet into the captain's cabin. He commanded. The New World Conqueror must boast the most magnificent lavatory across all seas. With a swift kick, he sent a rabbit girl, wielding a fire extinguisher, sprawling away. Her nose glowed red from the smoke. Pedro clutched a broken helm unearthed from the refuse, his tail singed. Are you certain this heap of scrap will float? Shut it. When I crossed the doldrums in a bathtub, you were still suckling. Buggy retorted, stuffing a cloth into a leaking crack. As the bizarre vessel begrudgingly entered the water, 20 fur tribe warriors were already retching uncontrollably. Pedro clung tightly to the mast, actually a beam from Zo's Elder Assembly Hall, shouting at Buggy, who was gnawing on dried squid in the captain's chair. Where are we headed? To the Sky Island, so you can behold the territory I've seized, Buggy declared, kicking the creaking helm away and using brute force to steer the ship towards the soaring sea currents. As the hull was flung into the sky, Pedro realized Buggy's so-called navigation system, a compass affixed to the mast's peak with coral from the Fishman Island. Hold tight. Buggy secured himself to the prow. The vessel groaned under immense pressure. It's going to break apart, cried a canine youth just as the port side planks shattered like biscuits. Buggy frantically spun the helm. Silence. We'll be there soon. With a metallic tearing sound tenfold more jarring than thunder, the vessel's bow disintegrated upon breaching the white sea. As Buggy tumbled into the clouds with Pedro, the last intact deck lodged itself on the beach of Angel Island, still smoking, with New World Conqueror inscribed upon it. Ha ha ha. I told you I'd do it, didn't I? This is far more exhilarating than a flying battleship. He kicked at the wreckage, which was only the toilet left intact, while the fur tribe marveled at the Sky Island. Only Pedro, in disbelief, muttered, "What now? The ship is gone. Now, let us go claim our true Thunder God battleship." Suddenly, Pedro sensed a threat, transforming into a spiky ball. "Captain, there's an ambush in the clouds. What is the panic? This is my territory. Nothing can go wrong." Buggy leaped onto the shattered mast, and before he could finish speaking, a windshell war chariot driven by a Sandia warrior burst through the clouds. Just then, dozens of figures charged forth, surrounding Buggy and the fur tribe. Their golden arrows laced with lightning aimed at the hull. "Don't move. Who are you?" The fur tribe, on high alert, encircled Buggy protectively. Buggy remained silent, gazing into the distance as a blue light flickered, and Inel's lightning armor disintegrated upon touching the cloud layer. He knelt down. "Brother." That once capricious voice trembled now. "You finally returned. I've not been idle these 3 years. I've completed every task you entrusted to me." Inel's thunderous metal boots crushed 3 war chariots as his godly form unfurled in the heavens. "Impudent. The divine wrath shatters all arrows. Who permitted you to point filthy arrows at my brother's ship?" Enel glanced uncertainly once more, tentatively asking, "Brother, is this a ship?" "Shut up. Don't make me slap you at such a touching moment." Enel, brimming with excitement, led Buggy deeper into the Sky Island. As they entered the city, 12 resounding chimes of golden bells echoed through the clouds. 3,000 Sky Island warriors lined up on their formidable mounts, their breastplates adorned with impact shells shimmering in the sunlight. The elder of Sandia, wielding a sacred serpent-bone staff, knelt alongside the clerics of Angel Island at the edge of the clouds. This marked the first time the 2 tribes bowed together. "We welcome you, Lord Buggy. Thunder and gold bless our honor." Enel beamed with a sycophantic smile. "Brother, please review your divine realm." Passing through a triumphal arch forged from thunder metal, Sandia children gleefully leaped from rooftops, their wind-shell backpacks cushioning their descent. "This is the civilian militarization transformation you requested." Enel snapped his fingers, activating a window, which instantly transformed into a sea-stone ballista. "We conduct drills thrice a month." The people of Angel Island manage the weather tower while the Sandia warriors command the Cloud Whale assault team. A thunder metal spear pointed towards a golden sand table in the plaza, which suddenly became 3-dimensional, illustrating a holographic depiction of a naval fleet devoured by a swarm of thundercloud worms. In the sacred grounds of Sandia, the once bloody altar was transformed into a training ground. Warriors adorned with golden armlets clashed in pairs, their cutting shell blades emitting vacuum waves with each collision. Pedro was suddenly yanked into the fray by a Sandia girl, her shining shell dual blades scorching his fur. "Are you serious?" The electric claw and shell weapon collided, sparking plasma. After traversing 3 gates guarded by heartstring warriors, Buggy's pupils were seared by the golden light within the chamber. Amongst towering heaps of golden artifacts lay the long-lost original golden bell of Angel Island, lost for 7 centuries. "Brother, come. Let me show you the might of these warriors." The prows of the golden ark split the cumulus clouds as Buggy floated atop thunder metal planks at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Below, the sea of clouds surged into towering waves as 300 colossal sky beasts with lightning-shaped horns, the thunder cloud whales, migrated, their electrified mist painting the sky in hues of crimson. Commenced the tribute. Enel's golden staff pierced the ark's deck. In an instant, 3,000 Sandia warriors leaped from the fissures in the clouds. They donned golden battle armor inlaid with impact shells, riding wind shell-driven hoverboards, wielding lightning spears transformed from impact shells. Enel explained, "Brother, the breastplates they wear are lined with insulating cloud cotton, and the shoulder armor, equipped with shining shells, can blind foes for 10 seconds." Enel handed Buggy a weapon. "Look at this." The Thunderfire twin blades. Buggy accepted it and swung it at a nearby thundercloud whale, cleaving it in 2 as surrounding fish feasted upon its remains. "As per your request, everyone has completed 3,000 hours of shock resistance training in the Thundercloud prison, a survival rate of 91, far exceeding your set standard. With the current equipment of the Sky Island, we are undoubtedly formidable." Then Enel smirked, raising his hand as 300 Sandia warriors leaped from the hoverboards, their wind shells executing precise stops, while the thunder metal harpoons in their hands were simultaneously hurled. each harpoon connected to a capture net woven from sound shells. Reel them in, Enel commanded, pointing towards the clouds. The warriors activated the impact shells in their breastplates, and the ultrasonic resonance shattered the Thunder Cloud Whale's electromagnetic shield. The Sandia warriors plunged the Thunderfire twin blades into its jaw's nerve center, transforming the beast's whale and just give the command, and tomorrow we shall. Enel exclaimed with excitement, only to be swiftly interrupted by Buggy. No, this is far from sufficient. I understand that you do not yet grasp the magnitude of our existence in the face of the world government. But fret not, we have ample time. After all these years apart, allow me to witness your progress and see if you have been idle. Brother, I assure you, I have not. I have remained steadfast in my training for 3 years, all in order to assist you. Very well, let me see your capabilities. Chapter 67. Enel's growth in the lofty heights of Skypiea. Enel's golden earrings erupted with arcs of electricity, the divine armament he had honed over 3 years enveloping him entirely. In his grasp, the lightning-forged trident pulsated with liquid lightning. Brother, be careful. Enel transformed into a streak of lightning, the tip of his trident unleashing a thunder dragon that rent the clouds asunder. Yet, Buggy remained unfazed, his eyelids unflinching, as he flicked his finger. His nanosplit body dispersed like stardust, the lightning dragon piercing through the illusion and creating a chasm 1,000 meters deep in the sea of clouds behind him. In an instant, Buggy's true form materialized behind Enel, his hand, imbued with haki, slicing down towards his cervical spine. Enel attempted to elementalize and teleport 100 meters away, only to discover Buggy's afterimage had already anticipated his landing, a knee strike, laced with Conqueror's haki, crashing into his abdomen, shattering his lightning-forged armor like parchment. Too slow. Buggy's derisive laughter echoed through the clouds. He strode gracefully upon the fractured nanoparticles. The deck of the golden arc splintered into a web-like pattern amidst the storm clouds as Enel's golden staff, enveloped in 200 million volts of lightning, struck towards Buggy's brow. The air was ionized into a purplish-red plasma. The lightning snake erupted against Buggy's crimson nose, yet it passed through him as though striking an illusion. Thunderforging, 10,000 thunder spears. Enel roared, thrusting his staff into the deck, summoning 3,000 golden spears that pierced through the clouds. Each spear tip was entwined with a perfectly compressed sphere of lightning, sealing Buggy's every escape route. Buggy, however, merely grinned, his right index finger lightly tracing the air before him. With a sound akin to shattering glass, all the thunder spears abruptly froze in midair, their shafts covered in intricate black cracks. He whistled, and the cracks spread instantaneously, grinding the lightning and gold into fine powder. The metallic debris, before it could touch the ground, was reconstituted by Buggy's awakened energy. Divine punishment. Enel transformed into a storm ball with a diameter of 100 meters, diving downwards, the clouds above Skypiea collapsing into a vacuum. Yet, Buggy simply extended his left hand. Fingers splayed towards the storm's core, space crumpled like tin foil under an invisible giant's grip. The storm ball collapsing into a walnut-sized black hole just inches from his palm. With a gentle pinch of his thumb and forefinger, the black hole erupted into a cascade of golden arcs. As Enel, embodying a thunderbird, swooped down, Buggy's fist suddenly fragmented into millions of particles, reconfiguring through the gaps in the lightning to strike his chest, the shockwave clearing a radius of 1,000 meters of clouds. Enel coughed up electrically charged blood, his trident plunging into the clouds to initiate his ultimate move, 200 million volts. Thunder God. His golden form inflated to 100 meters, the plasma sphere in his palm inciting turmoil in the ionosphere. Yet, Buggy merely raised his hand in a feigned grasp. Deep purple Conqueror's haki coalesced like a massive net, forcibly compressing the Thunder God form back into human shape. Your haki concentration is insufficient. Buggy's fingertips coalesced with black-red lightning, gently slicing across Enel's chest armor. The haki cleaved through the lightning-forged metal like a hot knife through butter, revealing the quivering muscles beneath. Enraged, Enel detonated all the lightning clouds within him, transforming the entire Skypiea into an immense lightning pool. Yet, Buggy's figure strolled leisurely through the billions of volts, the nanosplit ensuring that the lightning always lagged behind him by a fraction of a second. As Enel, in a desperate gambit, summoned the thunder welcoming, Buggy finally extended his right hand, his fingers closing in an instant, space tearing open 5 black fissures like glass. Zzz. The 1,000-meter diameter thunder welcoming was consumed by the spatial rift, along with half of Enel's lightning-forged weapon, reduced to quantum dust. Buggy stepped through the spatial crack to stand before the collapsed Enel, his finger poised menacingly above his brow, at this level. Even the CP0 nurtured by the celestial dragons cannot be slain. Gasping for breath, Enel remarked, "Brother, you are indeed formidable." Buggy shook his head, his tone cold. "No, it is you who are too weak. Compared to others, you are indeed strong, even a genius. In merely 3 years, you have reached the level of a Marine Rear Admiral, and with the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit, you could attain the level of a Vice Admiral. But the waters of the world government run deep. With our current strength, even if we exert ourselves to the utmost, we cannot stir even a ripple. But fear not. We have ample time." Suddenly, rain began to pour from the clouds, and Buggy's nanoparticle figure flickered within the downpour. "Remember, when you can use lightning to invoke spatial rifts," his voice dissipated with the quantum fog. "Only then will you be qualified to fight your way into Mariawa with me." The following morning, Buggy and Enel prepared to depart from Skypiea. Buggy instructed Enel to take the Ark and seek out Tom and Water 7 for modifications. Just as they were about to leave, Pedro and other members of the Mink tribe intercepted Buggy. Pedro, his fur bristling, shouted, "Why should we be left in this hellhole? Boss Buggy, we want to go with you." "That is out of the question. You are far too weak." "What about him? Is he strong? I want to challenge him. If I win, you must take us with you." Pedro pointed at Enel. Buggy's expression darkened. "Kid, confidence is good, but do not be arrogant. What makes you think you can defeat Enel? From what I see, you can't even best the warriors of Skypiea." He then gestured for Enel to summon over 20 of the most elite warriors from the Shandians to teach this group of mink brats a lesson. The sea of clouds churned beneath them, Pedro's fur standing on end from the impact of the Shandian warriors. He fell from the electrified golden arena for the 3rd time, his tail wrapping around the lightning-forged railing just before plummeting into the abyss. Behind him, 30 mink warriors were charred black, the unfortunate rabbit girl having singed half her ears off from the fiery impact. "Is this the elite of Zo? They can't even defeat my reserves, yet they wish to take my place and follow my brother?" Enel teased, hovering above the thunderclouds, his trident playfully prodding at Pedro's chin. "You know nothing." Pedro roared, leaping once more, his electrified claws tearing through the air. "We bear the blood feud of the Mink tribe for 800 years. Pedro transformed into his moon lion form, but before he could finish his sentence, 3 Shandian warriors suddenly emerged from the fissures in the clouds. The shockwave generated by their wind shells created a sonic boom, the hammer of their impact striking precisely at his spine, forcibly reverting his hard-won moon lion form back to his human shape. "Stop," Buggy suddenly commanded, the airwaves generated by the condensation of nanoparticles toppling the entire scene. He stood on Pedro's broken horn, his red nose nearly touching the boy's face. "Look at how they cooperate." The nanoparticles replayed the battle scene in the air. The Shandian trio utilized cloud shells to create visual barriers, feigned attacks with fire shells to draw attention, and ultimately executed a decisive blow with shock shells. "And you? Do you think mere electricity can solve everything? You lack even the most basic combat experience, a simple lure, and you fall for it. Living too comfortably in Zo has dulled your instincts for battle. If you continue like this, you might as well go back to Zo and wait to die." Buggy's conqueror's haki surged, compelling the Mink tribe to kneel collectively. "Lord Buggy, we were wrong," they exclaimed, shame flooding their faces as they addressed Buggy. "From today onward, you shall be mixed into teams with the rookie Shandians. The losing team will be responsible for cleaning up all the lightning worm excrement across Skypiea." "Yes, Boss Buggy." Chapter 68. The reconstruction of the Ark. The shipyard of Water 7 shimmered with heat waves, while the furnace of Tom's workshop erupted with sparks soaring 10 meters high. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the atmosphere. "Uncle Tom, it's time to receive guests." Tom, Iceberg, and Frankie all looked up to see Buggy floating in midair, with Enel piloting the Ark, casting a colossal shadow over Water 7. The trident of Raijin shimmered blindingly under the sunlight. "Ha ha ha, is that you, Buggy?" Tom's hearty laughter rippled across the sea. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be sailing with that Roger fellow?" "Uncle Tom, aren't you going to invite me in for a drink?" Buggy replied, landing gracefully. Enel brought the Ark to a halt in an open area, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Frankie, the young mechanic, was already busy examining the Ark. "This material, is it the legendary Raijin metal?" Inside the workshop, Tom handed Buggy a glass of rum and inquired, "Buggy, what brings you here? What about Roger and the others?" He suddenly lowered his voice. "I heard that scoundrel Roger is searching for the final island. I've found it. Now, it's just a matter of time," Buggy replied nonchalantly. "Then why?" Tom glanced at Buggy, puzzled. "I'm not interested in that place. I'm here today mainly to trouble you, Old man, for a ship modification. Buggy flattered. Seeing Buggy's demeanor nearly made Tom drop his pipe into the furnace. You red-nosed brat. You still owe me for stealing my Dragonbone template back in the day. His words were drowned out by the sound of coins thrown by Buggy. Frankie's eyes instantly turned into symbols of wealth. Super rich. Use this for the energy storage. Buggy tossed out Raijin shells from the Sky Island. Arcs of electricity dancing across their surfaces. Tom's fins suddenly stood on end. Where did you get these weapon-grade shells? Doesn't matter. Buggy's clone suddenly appeared behind Tom, awakening energy that formed a three-dimensional model of the Ark's design in the air. The magnetic cannon's tracks need to be coated with sea prism stone, and the warhead must incorporate Raijin metal and explosive rock powder. The young Frankie leaped onto the table, his wrench dancing through the air. How about adding a booster to the cannon? It can double the acceleration. Iceberg, with a grim expression, slammed the design blueprint onto the table. According to this plan, the sea prism stone coating alone will require 20 tons, which would cost enough to buy half of Water 7. Money? That's not an issue. I'm so poor I only have money left. But the quality of the ship must be the best. Tom hastily scribbled a list of exorbitant materials. 1. 50 tons of Sky Island superconducting cloud iron for the magnetic rail's corrosion-resistant layer. 2. 10 cubic meters of Fishman Island Eve resin for sealing energy compartments. 3. 30 tons of Wano Country volcanic quenched steel for the cannon body. 4. 5 tons of memory alloy for transforming armor. 5. Adam's tree branches, length 30 meters. Some of these items cannot be acquired even with money, especially Adam's tree, which tripled in price on the black market last year. Tom pointed at the end of the list. What exactly are you planning to build? This firepower configuration is undoubtedly not for sailing. This is a strategic weapon. Tom suddenly pressed down on the blueprints, his hammer emanating a powerful black glow. Buggy laughed heartily. My dream is the stars and the sea. Kid, building a ship for Roger is the pride of a shipwright, but what you're making is a weapon that can burn through the sea. With a mighty swing, Tom struck the anvil beside him, sending sparks flying. Buggy rarely lost his joviality, so you'd rather believe in the government's ridiculous laws? He tossed a stack of photographs, CP9 agents measuring the streets of Water 7. Do you know what they are looking for? Fragments of the Pluton design. Frankie suddenly poked his head out from the crane. The old man doesn't have that kind of thing. Shut up. Tom's roar echoed, shaking the iron tracks of the sea train. I bet my life that on the day the sea train is completed, the government will see the value of Water 7. Value? Buggy suddenly appeared next to the unfinished tracks, his finger tracing the weld points. When the sea train connects all the islands, the first thing the world government will do is control you. His fingertip unleashed a burst of Conqueror's hockey, shattering the model of the tracks. At that time, don't say these two little brats. Even retrieving their corpses will depend on the celestial dragon's mood. A shift in Buggy's demeanor made him exude an overwhelming pressure. Tom, do you think the world government will spare the person who built the Pirate King's ship? Moreover, you don't think your possession of the Pluton design is a secret, do you? Frankie stood frozen by the entrance, clutching a barrel of cola, while Iceberg's measuring tape snapped in half. Tom's hammer erupted with an unprecedented wave of hockey, scattering Buggy's nanoscopic particles. The mighty Fishman slammed his palm down on the magnetic cannon design. The ship, I'll build it. But matters concerning Water 7 are not for pirates to meddle in. As the sun sank below the horizon, the reconstruction plan was nearly finalized. Tom, not in the best of moods, slapped the list onto Buggy's chest. Don't die while gathering materials. Uncle Tom, you're being so petty. I was just speaking a little truth. Buggy complained, looking helplessly at Tom. Forget it. Just remember to complete my ship with quality. If you slack off, I'll dock your wages. Buggy threatened Tom, before he and Enel gracefully departed, gliding away. Frankie suddenly shouted towards the sea, Uncle Buggy, let me be the test pilot once the modifications are complete. All right, kid. It's a promise. Chapter 69. The emergence of the Golden Emperor. The neon tubes crackled amidst the torrential rain as Buggy yanked Enel by his golden earrings toward the bar entrance. The youthful god of thunder was enveloped in lingering plasma arcs. Have you noticed the woman behind the counter smoking? In her youth, she was audacious enough to tease even Roger. Enel looked skeptically at Buggy. Huh? I could take down such an old hag with a single strike. But he dared not speak recklessly. Buggy suddenly tugged at Enel. Then with a mischievous glimmer in his eyes, he said, she despises anyone mentioning her age. When you enter, shout Andy, give me a cup of expired baby formula. I assure you it will trigger a hidden storyline. Are you brave enough? Enel scoffed. What's the big deal? Just an old woman. Oh, so you're quite bold, huh? Of course, I'm incredibly brave. Let me see. Enel kicked open the oak door. Shaki, exhaling smoke rings while polishing a glass, retorted, Kid, who do you think you are? Do you not know my door is quite expensive? Old hag, bring me a cup of expired baby formula. Hurry. Enel remained oblivious to Shaki's darkening expression upon hearing old hag and continued to act arrogantly. But before he could finish, Shaki pulled a gun from the liquor cabinet and fired at Enel, who narrowly avoided it by becoming intangible. Shaki, quick on her feet, suddenly donned a hockey-infused finger claw and rolled over the counter, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Enel. Ow, that hurts. Wait. After a moment, Shaki ceased her assault, regarding Enel with an elegant demeanor. Enel turned to see the gun pointed at him, touched his face, and as the pain registered, he shouted, You slapped me. 200 million volts. Before Enel could finish, Shaki sprang into action. What lightning? Did your mother not teach you to respect the elderly? Before the lightning could coalesce, Shaki's heel struck Enel's knee, followed by a cloth stuffed into his mouth to stifle his electric outbursts. The golden earrings were yanked off and flung like darts at Buggy's hiding spot. Red Nose, if you don't come out, I'll turn this brat into a pig's head. Buggy slowly emerged from behind the windowsill, chuckling at the bruised Enel. Ha! Enel, you can't even handle a retired ant. Before he could finish, a bottle flew towards him, and Buggy dodged just in time. Retired ant? Little Buggy, long time no see. Are you itching for a fight? Enel glared at Buggy with resentment. You scoundrel, you set me up. This is special training, understand? Suddenly, Shaki's high heels shimmered with an ominous black hue. And with a sweeping kick, she pinned Buggy against the wall. Special training, is it? Then let me give you some too. Just as Shaki's claw was mere centimeters from Buggy's throat, the wooden door of the wine cellar swung open. Stella peeked in, clutching 2 bottles of aged rum, her amber eyes lighting up with surprise. Lord Buggy. As the bottle slipped from her grasp, Buggy deftly caught it. Little Stella, you've become even more beautiful. That rascal Tesoro hasn't bullied you, has he? You. Why didn't you inform me of your return in advance? I'll prepare a welcome feast right away. Stella's ears flushed red as she hurriedly adjusted her wine-stained apron. It's nothing. No trouble at all. By the way, where's that Tesoro fellow? It seems he has been quite busy with business lately. At that moment, Tesoro's voice echoed from the entrance. Stella, I'm back. Who are you talking to? His voice abruptly halted. Tesoro rushed in upon seeing the shattered door, his pupils dilating as he knelt, his knee smashing into the hardwood floor, creating spiderweb cracks. Big brother, you finally returned. Buggy looked at Tesoro, adorned in gold, and remarked, Get up, nouveau riche. Let me introduce you to this fool who plays with lightning. This is Enel, a power bank from Skypiea. And this is Tesoro, a human printing press. With a kick to their knees, he forced them to bow. Tesoro then recounted his accomplishments over the past 3 years. Daily net profits of 500 million berries from the casino. 7 smuggling routes covering 83% of the government's embargoed goods. The casino's annual profit is 270 billion berries. And the smuggling lines have expanded to the triangle of Skypiea, Fishman Island, and Water 7, bribing 37 naval officers. Last month, we liquidated 3 ships' worth of supplies and secured the route intelligence officer for CP5. Also, we took down 3 pirates attempting to engage in blackmail. 1. Annual profit of the Golden Dice Casino, 92 billion berries, including Celestial Dragon money laundering. 2. 7 cross-sea smuggling routes, arms marked up by 380, with a 97 success rate for Devil Fruit smuggling. 3. Level of corruption within the Navy, 2 vice admirals, 7 rear admirals, including footage of Doberman accepting bribes. Well done, Tesoro, Buggy praised. Meanwhile, a flicker of jealousy crossed Enel's eyes as he muttered, Tisich, what is so impressive about it? Tesoro, have you encountered any troubles lately? Expanding business so rapidly must have ruffled quite a few feathers. Upon hearing Buggy's words, Tesoro's expression shifted, revealing a hint of emotion. He then slammed a gilded invitation onto the wooden table, its obsidian seal glowing with an eerie crimson under the light. Underground auction. The gates of Hades, 3 days hence in the Calm Belt. Buggy picked it up, reading it word by word. Hearing this, Shaki halted her glass cleaning and snatched the invitation for a closer look. The host is Blood Axemorgan, the madman from Rock's ship. The participant list includes the organ merchant Cabosin and the king of Usury Dew Field, all wolves ready to gnaw at bones. At this moment, she instinctively touched the faded slave mark on her neck. Tesoro, could they be planning to target you? Enel's golden staff sizzled as it struck the floor, lightning surging forth. Target? That's perfect. Let those fools witness divine retribution. I've been itching to test my new techniques. Shocky snipped off a piece of ash from her cigarette. Sparks landing on the invitation. Kid, you can't possibly think these old foxes are merely convening for tea, can you? She squinted at Buggy S. face. Recalling the great arms auction from a decade ago when 7 pirate crews were wiped out, their corpses hanging from the walls of Mariewa, Buggy suddenly interrupted Shocky, excitement bubbling forth. But those who survived devoured all the auction goods. The higher the stakes, the sweeter the thrill of victory. And this underground world needs a master. Chapter 70. The Gold Fruit. Days later, in a certain stretch of the windless zone, a salty mist of blood lingered over the desolate sea. Buggy stood at the bow, his figure silhouetted against the cold glow of the moonlight reflecting off Tetsolo's cloak. Enel crouched atop the mast, surveying the enormous ship before him. The ship, known as the Gate of Hades, resembled a colossal steel beast, its hull enveloped in bronze armor, with 7 spiked masts entwined with chains rising ominously from the deck. "Let us board," Buggy said, glancing back at the other two. The trio stepped lightly across the moonlit path and ascended onto the Gate of Hades. At that moment, the guards on board surrounded them. "Good sirs, your invitation, please," one guard demanded, blocking their way at the gangway. Tetsolo produced the invitation from his pocket and handed it over. Upon inspection, the guard's demeanor shifted instantly. "Oh, my apologies, Lord Tetsolo. Please, proceed." As Buggy and Enel attempted to enter, the guard halted them. "My lord, only one person may enter with the invitation. The 2 of you must wait in the cabin." With a sulphurous puff from his nostrils, the guard maintained a courteous tone, yet his gaze at Buggy was laced with disdain. The golden ring on Tetsolo's finger glimmered ominously in the darkness. "Are you certain you wish to block our path?" "Forgive me, my lord. However, on the Gate of Hades, one must abide by the rules." The guard crushed a skull decoration beneath his foot, and with that motion, the surrounding guards surged forward, ready to forcibly remove the 2. "How amusing." Buggy's eyes narrowed, a glint of malice flashing through them as he nodded at Enel. "Fools, seeking death." Enel's gaze turned frigid, his golden scepter crackling with radiant lightning. With a swift motion, he swung the scepter, summoning a colossal bolt of lightning that struck the guards on the ship. With a thunderous roar, the lightning raged like a dragon across the deck. The guards, scorched by the electric fury, emitted anguished cries as they struggled to escape. But it was far too late. Enel's lips curled into a slight smirk as he unleashed a barrage of lightning, obliterating them completely. The ship's metallic structure succumbed to the onslaught, sparks flying amidst the smoke. Suddenly, the cacophony of grinding gears filled the air, and 12 floodlights illuminated the deck in a stark white glow. Hundreds of black market merchants fixated their predatory gazes upon the scene. "What a festive welcome," Buggy remarked, observing the leaders of the underworld around him. Blood Axe Morgan perched upon a throne sculpted of bones, his 3-meter frame draped in a cloak made of human skin. As he turned his neck, the sound of grinding vertebrae echoed, and the 17 medals of valor hanging from his axe clinked ominously. "Tetsolo, you dare to bring 2 wild dogs into the lair of wolves? Is this Jester your new pet?" Morgan sneered, his mechanical throat exhaling sulphurous steam, pointing the tip of his axe at Buggy's red nose. The king of loan sharks, Dewfield, lounged against a golden, modified seat. "I hear you recently seized 30% of the arms market? Time to settle the interest." The organ trafficker, Caboson, was meticulously trimming his nails with a scalpel. "I want that red-nosed fellow's vocal cords. They would make a perfect sound for a screaming music box." The chatter around them intensified, exerting pressure on Buggy and his companions. "You filthy rats in the gutter, how noisy you are." Buggy scanned the crowd, failing to spot any familiar faces, before unleashing his conqueror's haki. A dark crimson aura enveloped Buggy, the air around him cracking ominously. An overwhelming pressure swept through the crowd, causing the weaker ones to collapse unconscious, while the others struggled to resist. "Red Nose, you seek death." Dewfield brandished a longsword, swinging it at Buggy, but as it grazed Buggy's coat, a rift in space devoured the blade. Enel flickered like lightning, appearing behind Dewfield, and with a thrust of his lightning-infused trident, pierced his shoulder. The first decree of divine punishment: false gods must perish. Enough. Blood Axe Morgan's roar shattered the nearby glass, and his towering figure rose from the throne, the ship's keel groaning under the strain. His battle axe crackled with black and red lightning. "Save the chaos for after the auction. Now, take your seats." Morgan's heavy boots crushed the marble floor, fissures spreading precisely beneath Buggy's feet. Buggy leaned closer to Morgan's ear. "Of course, I am a man of utmost propriety." He then plopped down in the VIP seat, crossing his legs and tearing the golden invitation into confetti. "Enough chatter, let us begin." Enel's lightning flickered back to Buggy's side. while Tetsolo smiled, standing beside him. The auction house was adorned with chained items, merfolk songstresses, long-handed artisans, renowned swords, and devil fruits. The first item up for bid. The single-eyed auctioneer struck a bone hammer, as four cyborgs staggered onto the stage carrying a crystal coffin. Suspended within was a fruit of vibrant green, its veins pulsating with a toxic glow. Animal type, insect fruit, mantis form. Starting bid, 500 million berries. 600 million. A bandaged arms dealer raised his mechanical arm, his artificial eye scanning the fruit's patterns, envisioning it as nourishment for his fighting dogs. The seventh item for auction, legendary sword Bloodbeak. The auctioneer unveiled a black silk cover, and the humming of the drawn blade shattered 3 hanging lamps. The vengeful spirits entwined around the blade materialized in the auction hall. A ghostly swordsman repeating his final cries. This is the cursed sword that has severed the heads of 5 billion bounty pirates. Cabocin's scalpel suddenly extended by 3 inches. 20 billion. I want it. 30 billion. Enel's lightning shattered the bidding card. Enough noise, 40 billion in gold payment. As each item was sold, they soon reached the final item. Suddenly, a golden cage descended from the auction hall ceiling, and the floodlights illuminated the display as if it were a furnace. When the black silk-clad showcase was wheeled forward, Buggy was busy picking his nose with split fingers until the auctioneer unveiled the fabric. Thud. Buggy's deerskin boots kicked over the crystal liquor table before him. His pupils reflected the fruit within the display, its patterns flowing like molten gold. Tetsolo, you are about to strike it rich. Buggy's voice resonated with excitement. Tetsolo, agitated, tore open his shirt collar, veins bulging with exhilaration. This is the legendary fruit that controls gold. The gold fruit, the devil fruit that sparked the Golden War 30 years ago. Consume this, and even your flatulence could yield golden sand. 100 billion berries. The king of loan sharks, Dewfield declared, I intend to use it as a decorative house plant. 200 billion. Blood Axe Morgan's battle axe shattered the auction hammer, his rotting vocal cords spewing sulfurous steam. 300 billion. Who dares to raise the price? I shall chop them into pieces and feed. 3 trillion. Let your lives serve as payment. Buggy's voice froze the air. Chapter 71. Consuming the gold fruit. A sudden, piercing shout from Buggy plunged the scene into an eerie silence. Seizing the moment, he waved his hand towards the dome of the underworld gate, which erupted into a shower of debris. The crowd's attention was once again captured, their gazes drawn upwards. Buggy leaped onto the stage, the nanothreads emanating from his fingertips penetrating the protective shield, as the gold fruit was pulled into his palm by an unseen force. The air in the auction house became thick with tension. Tysolo. Buggy's roar shattered 12 bulletproof glass panels as he hurled the fruit into the air, its golden veins reflecting a crimson hue under the spotlight. Tysolo sprang forward, his golden cloak billowing like a wolf lunging for prey, sinking his teeth into the fruit. You dare touch what is mine? Kill them. Morgan's battle axe smashed through the front row of seats, the dark lightning entwined around its blade scorching the air. Dewfield's sword transformed into a metallic serpent, coiling towards Buggy, while Cabocin's surgical knife matrix sliced through the air, emitting a menacing hum. Tysolo's Adam's apple bobbed as the fruit's flesh slipped down his throat, the sound of coins clinking resonating within his veins. All metallic objects in the auction house began to vibrate at a high frequency. Tysolo's scream gradually twisted into maniacal laughter, liquid gold seeping from his skin, dripping from his fingertips. Slay these mad dogs. Morgan tore away his human skin cloak, revealing a mechanical spine that spewed sulfur steam. 17 astral metals transformed into vengeful knights. Axes raised to strike at Tysolo's crown. Buggy instantly teleported beside Morgan, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Morgan was sent flying, and Buggy followed closely behind, igniting chaos in the arena. Cabocin's transplanted eyeball emitted a laser. I will turn your golden liver into a specimen. His skin suit split open, revealing 6 arms reaching towards Tysolo. Dewfield's pupils proliferated as he bellowed, dissect the fruit. Just as Dewfield charged at Tysolo, a bolt of blue lightning descended before him, halting his advance. Lightning metallurgy, heavenly prison. Enel ensnared the two in an electric net. Old man, I spared you just now, but let us see where you can run this time. Dewfield's arm swelled, his skin cracking into scales, his spine bursting through his suit to form a shark fin. Chapter 72. Scheming with a tiger. The windless sky was rent asunder by thunderstorms, and the deck of the underworld's gate trembled violently amidst the fierce clash between Buggy and Morgan. Morgan's battle axe crackled with dark red lightning, devastating everything in its path. Is this all you can do? Buggy sneered, fracturing into countless nanoscopic particles, his true form materializing like a specter behind Morgan. his right arm fully quantumized. His hand pierced through the back of Morgan's hockey-imbued C-Prism stone armor. Witness, the true tearing of space. The dimensional guillotine. Buggy's 5 fingers suddenly clenched, shattering the space around Morgan like fragile glass. The Beast of the Rocks era let out a heart-wrenching roar as his mechanical spine fractured inch by inch in the dimensional rift. His towering 3-meter frame crushed into a grotesque sphere of flesh and metal, just as Morgan's mangled body was about to plunge into the sea. Buggy's hair stood on end. 2 presences penetrated the storm and locked onto him. The figure to his right sent his blood boiling. It was the fighting spirit he had felt only when battling Roger. An admiral-level expert? How splendid. You must be the one behind Tetsolo. In just 3 years, you've driven the old generation of underground masterminds out of the game. A frivolous female voice mingled with the crisp sound of high heels tapping on the deck as 2 figures emerged from the void. Moonlight pierced through the thin clouds, illuminating Stussie's signature lace gown, while the CP0 agent beside her was enveloped in a pure black cloak, with the celestial dragon's hoofprint on the mask glowing ominously. Moonstep, cicada shell. Buggy shattered the air as he leapt onto the mast, but the wooden planks beneath his feet suddenly carbonized into ash. The cloaked figure flicked his fingers, and black flames silently ignited beneath Buggy's shoes, scorching even the nanoscopic particles of his body. Allow me to introduce you. This is CP0's Special Operations Chief, Cinder Garmalo. His infernal flames can incinerate all. Young man, do tread carefully. Garmalo's cloak suddenly billowed, releasing a swarm of black fire crows. Buggy's right arm instantaneously fragmented into millions of particles, yet as he attempted to reconstitute, the crows pecked at him mercilessly. Infernal hunt, crow devour. The swarm of fire crows formed a shadow of a gallows, and Buggy's entire body surged with haki, turning a deep purple-black. With a roar intertwined with Conqueror's haki, he shattered the crows. I detest those who play with fire the most. Stussie's folding fan suddenly unfurled, directing her words at Buggy. Wait a moment. The elders appreciate your methods of controlling the underground world. She lightly tapped the mast, landing beside Buggy. Why hide like a mouse in the shadows? Submit 70% of your profits each month in exchange for the legal plunder rights bestowed by the celestial dragons. Stussie's perfume was thick and fragrant, yet at this moment, it felt more like poison. Buggy's nanoscopic body suddenly pierced through Garmalo's infernal flame barrier, gripping Stussie's lace collar. My dear, shouldn't your master be the one to negotiate? Before the miniature Dinden Mushi concealed within the collar could be crushed, the raspy voice of one of the elders emerged. Terms are negotiable. Buggy tore off the Dinden Mushi, clearing his throat. Huh, you're one of the elders? Garmalo ignited his nails with flames, coldly retorting. Insolence. This is an esteemed elder. Same difference. Buggy's nanoscopic body suddenly fragmented into billions of particles, penetrating the infernal flame barrier and reassembling on the deck, casually grabbing a chair to sit down. Now, tell me, what benefits can you offer? And what will I have to pay? If it's the conditions proposed by this woman, then we can spare ourselves the discussion. After a brief silence on the other end of the Dinden Mushi, they responded, we wish for stability in the underground world, without chaos. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your reckoning. Of course, the benefit is that you can live in the light, without having to hide. Even if you are a pirate from Roger's crew. Buggy the Clown. Upon hearing this, Buggy raised his head to gaze at Garmalo, then burst into laughter. Ha! You truly are the most loyal dog of the celestial dragons. Well informed indeed. But may I interpret this as a threat? Yet he is not worthy. Buggy unleashed his Conqueror's haki, pressing down on Garmalo. The latter's cloak billowed in the fierce wind, and the black infernal flames coalesced into a 9-headed serpent that entwined the ship's hull. Buggy's nanoscopic form flickered between the gaps of the fire serpents. Each fingertip tearing through space exploded with power. Infernal arts. Yomi's abyss. The 9 serpents fused into a towering pillar of fire as Buggy's Conqueror's haki coiled around his right leg, crashing down like a battle axe. The moment black-red lightning collided with the infernal flames, the entire sea was evaporated into a deep pit, even causing the underwater volcanoes to erupt. Garmalo's cloak billowed fiercely, and the infernal flames coalesced into a pitch-black spear in his palm. The golden deck beneath Buggy carbonized instantly, and black flames surged forth from the fissures, transforming into a tide of skeletal soldiers. Path of the Underworld, night march of 100 demons. Thousands of fiery skeletons screeched as they charged forth, and Buggy's right arm fragmented into a nanoscopic storm, each particle entwined with Conqueror's haki lightning, shattered and quaked. The shockwave that tore through space collided with the infernal flames, lifting the deck hundreds of meters into the air. Garmelo's spear pierced through Buggy's afterimage, yet the spear's infernal flames suddenly recoiled. Buggy's true form emerged from the fiery rift. Fingers poised at Garmelo's nape. I told you, you're not capable. Is that enough? Old fools. Your stakes are insufficient. Buggy withdrew his charred left arm, and the cells rapidly reformed in new flesh. Garmelo's mask suddenly cracked, revealing half of his mechanized face. The pure gold Din Mushi embedded in his ear illuminated, and the voice of Elder Satan resonated from the void. Stand down. The black flames surrounding Garmelo extinguished in an instant. Stussy emerged from the ruins, cradling the golden Din Mushi. Your barbarism is nauseating, she remarked, but maintaining order in the underground world requires hyenas. You will submit 60% of your profits as tribute. She continued, while CP0 will not interfere with your control over the 3 black market lifelines of arms, slaves, and intelligence. Buggy, upon hearing this, outright rejected. No. That is too little, at most, 30%. The Cross Guild shall enjoy the rights of legal plunder, excluding territories directly controlled by the Celestial Dragons. 2. The Navy and CP0 shall not interfere with its business in the New World. But I assure you, even 30% will yield more than you've earned before. And I am young. The underground world will remain stable for at least 50 years. Deal. Furthermore, when I thrash the Celestial Dragons, you must turn a blind eye. After uttering this, Buggy tossed the Din Mushi back. Remember, we can elevate you, but we can also bring about your ruin. With those words, his voice faded. Stussy lightly applauded with her fan. Welcome to the Dark World, Sir Clown. She tossed him a golden mask adorned with the Celestial Dragon's hoofprint. Wear it to marry Geos. It will spare you much trouble. Buggy shattered the mask into particles, gazing at Stussy. I wouldn't he dare go to a place where blood cannot be shed. Shortly after, Stussy and Garmelo departed with the moonstep. At this moment, Inaru and Tetsolo had vanquished their foes and arrived on the deck, witnessing the retreat of the 2 figures. Tetsolo gazed at the familiar insignia, his eyes narrowing, yet he said nothing. Inaru, however, directly inquired, Boss, who were they? They walked with such arrogance. Buggy replied, CP0. The dogs of the Celestial Dragons. Inaru, it's time for the Sky Island to make its appearance. Our era is about to dawn. Deep within Mary Geos. The elders sat in a circle. Elder Satan scoffed coldly. Pawns always believe they are the ones holding the pieces. Those damnable fools, they are far too arrogant. It matters not. Youthful exuberance is to be expected, as long as he remains sufficiently greedy. Chapter 73. The Great Purge of the Underworld. With the collaboration between Baki and the 5 elders, the underworld was ushered into a day of bloodshed. Inside the Golden Dice Casino, Teslo's golden scepter struck the center of the gambling table, causing 37 black market agents to tremble in unison. Thank you all for gracing me with your presence. I trust you have all received the news. Morgan, Dewfield, and Caboson have tragically passed away a few days ago. With such a significant piece of the pie laid before you, we cannot remain leaderless. Today, I have summoned you to elect a representative and establish new rules. Feel free to voice any thoughts you may have. Teslo concluded with a benevolent smile. Suddenly, the golden chandelier above dimmed, intertwining in the air to form a cage, enveloping everyone within. Before long, someone stood to express their opinion. I believe you, sir, are fit to be the master of the underworld. Your subordinate is willing to follow your lead. Yes, we shall heed your command. The attendees had largely recognized the situation and chose to submit. Teslo scanned the room, nodding in satisfaction before stating, without rules, there can be no order. Since you have entrusted me with authority, the rules I establish must not be violated. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. The rules are simple. A 30% cut on smuggling, arms must go through Eastport, and intelligence must be recorded using encrypted shells. As for human trafficking, those who dare to touch it shall face death. With a snap of his fingers, the glass wall shattered, and 12 chain-bound slave traders were hurled into the venue by a shockwave. Behind them, a Sandia girl stowed away her wind shell skateboard, her bloodstained harpoon still dripping. Lord Teslo, the people are here, she stated. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they were not involved in that business. You see, should anyone consider the new rules mere child's play, these individuals are the next in line. Teslo ensnared the slave trader leader with a golden thread, hoisting him above the table. As the thread tightened, his screams mingled with the sound of metal scraping, leaving a lasting impression on all present. For those unwilling to bow to authority, they were left to Enel's handling. Enel sat cross-legged atop the Golden Ark's prow, observing the chaos below on Arms Island with a sinister grin. My brother has decreed, Leave no survivors. Prepare for action. Yes, sir. Suddenly, the golden hook earrings at his earlobe lit up, and Pedro's voice crackled through the static. The 3 anti-air towers in the southwest corner are under the control of our fur tribe, so do not interfere. Enough chatter. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing above Arms Island in an instant. He licked the dancing arc on his golden scepter, his eyes reflecting the 300 rotating anti-air cannons on the island's periphery. Hence, repent before the gods. He spread his arms wide, as storm clouds gathered behind him. 200 million volts, lightning waterfall. The sky seemed to tear open. A lightning column with a diameter exceeding 500 meters plummeting down. The structures on Arms Island were obliterated, and many perished before they even glimpsed Enel's form. Panic ensued on Arms Island as alarms blared. Enemy attack. Prepare for defense. In the central control room, Cabocin's artillery chief frantically slammed the red button. All anti-air cannons swiftly adjusted their aim, unleashing not ordinary shells, but electromagnetic rounds wrapped in sea stone fragments. However, before the shells could ascend, Enel's scepter had already pierced the clouds. The golden scepter stirred up a lightning vortex with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The electromagnetic shells detonated prematurely within the storm, and sea stone shards ignited into burning meteors raining down. The Sandia warriors seized the opportunity, diving down through the gaps in the clouds on their wind shell skateboards. Their luminous shell armor refracted the residual electricity into a dense web of light. Area 3's anti-air cannons are incapacitated. The leading Sandia girl, Noki, cried out as her lightning-hardened spear accurately pierced the energy core of a cannon. 12 towers exploded in succession, sending shockwaves that knocked back the advancing heavy infantry. The underground fortress suddenly split open, revealing Cabocin's secret weapon, 50 mechanical giants, each standing 30 meters tall, rising from the depths. As these iron behemoths opened their palms, nets armed with sea stone chains unfurled from their centers. Interesting. Enel scoffed, transforming into a bolt of lightning to leap into the air, only to be ensnared by 6 massive nets in an instant. The mechanical giant's chests suddenly opened, revealing densely packed sonic cannons. Experience the megahertz rounds. The artillery chief's sinister laughter echoed across the battlefield. The sound waves were powerful enough to shatter eardrums, causing even the clouds to tremble, temporarily solidifying Enel's elemental form. Enel, duck! Pedro's furious roar resonated from the clouds. 30 fur tribe warriors, their bodies entwined in golden lightning, unleashed their clawed weapons adorned with lightning-hardened talons that resonated with the drifting electronics in the air. As the sonic round was about to strike Enel, the canine youth, Gallet, executed a perfect arc with his claws, lightning slash. The golden lightning of the moon lion intertwined with Enel's blue-white thunder, forming a spiraling electromagnetic blade. The sonic round was cleaved in half, and the residual shockwave shattered the joints of the mechanical giants. Seizing the chance, the Sandia warriors hurled their lightning nets, with electrified metal threads penetrating the control cabins through the armor seams. It's time to reel them in. Noki thrust her spear into the ground, causing the entire island to illuminate with eerie patterns. Those preemptively laid arrays of repulsion shells activated simultaneously, sending shockwaves surging upwards. 50 mechanical giants crumbled like a child's building blocks under the onslaught of an invisible hand, amidst the shrill cries of twisting metal. The artillery chief, charred and battered, crawled from the wreckage and trembled as he pressed the final black button. Let us perish together. From deep within the island, the roar of an overloaded nuclear reactor echoed. But Enel's laughter reached the heavens before it could. 300 million volts, Thunder Dragon. The golden scepter summoned a tempest of lightning, and 12 colossal dragons composed of plasma tore through the clouds. They spiraled downward, precisely striking the reactor in the midst of fusion, illuminating Pedro's astonished face as Enel descended upon the control panel, stepping on the artillery chief's head. Little ones, gather the spoils. Here. One must commend the execution capabilities of CP0. You may criticize their demeanor or malign their character, but one cannot accuse them of incompetence. As the celestial dragons commanded their assistance in purging the underworld, the iron roof of the abandoned dock rattled under the torrential rain. 20 CP0 agents in white masks gleaming coldly in the lightning. Beneath them lay the bodies of 17 slave traders. Blood flowing into the Drana, the figure of Tai Solo emerged from the golden dust as the Sandia warriors behind him breached the walls with their lightning-forged cutters. The roof of the dock exploded with a thunderous roar, and Pedro, in his lunar lion form, descended after shattering the beams above. His claws crackled with electricity. Reducing 3 slave collars to mere powder, there was still life detected in the southeast corner. As the Sandia maidens caught the plummeting children on their windsurfing shells, Taisolo addressed the leading CPO, saying, "You may depart. They are now under my protection." Without a hint of hesitation, the CPO turned and left. Taisolo then spoke to the slaves, "You are free. Congratulations on your rebirth." However, the slaves showed no reaction. The long years of servitude had long since extinguished their capacity for joy or sorrow. Sighing, he added, "Come, let us take them back." Chapter 74. The birth of the Great Desoloro. Transfer these cloud shells to the third power chamber. The power chamber is overloaded by 300%. The cloud shell array on the starboard side requires cooling. Amidst the exclamations of the dockworkers, Tom swung his forging hammer, only for the hammerhead to transform into a cotton candy-like texture just before it met the intricate gears. Enel squatted on a beam, munching on an apple, while arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips, precisely controlling the metallurgical transformations. "You think constructing a warship is akin to molding rice balls?" Tom's catfish whiskers bristled in irritation. 7 days prior, Tom was retrofitting Enel's ark when a fleet of transport ships arrived, unloading without hesitation. A voice called out, "Uncle Tom, we have a major undertaking." Upon hearing this, Tom turned to leave. Wait. Bucky materialized before him, blocking his path, then proceeded to explain his plan to construct a massive 10-kilometer-long ship. "Well, I have never tackled a project of this magnitude, but I shall begrudgingly agree this time, provided the payment is substantial. Rest assured, Uncle Tom, the funds will be ample. And there will be plenty of wine and meat." The moonlight of Water 7 bathed the dock as 12 Sky Island transport ships unloaded their cargo. Pedro watched as the Sandia warriors transported loads of gold bricks, unable to suppress a shiver. "Aren't you concerned about emptying your sacred grounds? These are for the boss." He mentioned that once the giant ship is completed, this gold will bear fruit. Enel discarded the apple core into the furnace. 3 months later, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the morning mist, the sea surface of Water 7 began to bubble. Amidst the thunderous roar of 120,000 wind shells activating simultaneously, the 10-kilometer-long golden behemoth surged forth, its hull flowing with liquid gold, adorned with reliefs of metallurgical artistry. At the bow stood a towering statue of Bucky, 100 meters high, while the sides of the ship extended into 1,000-meter-long golden wings, each feather forged from thundercloud-patterned steel plates hammered by Sandia warriors, capable of unleashing electromagnetic storms across vast ocean expanses when electrified. The stern featured a proportional replica of the Golden Bell from Sky Island. The interior of the Great Desoloro was nothing short of opulent. The Thunder God Roulette Casino had a dome suspended with golden thunderclouds electrolyzed by Enel himself, with lightning striking randomly between 24 floating gaming tables. Patrons stood on insulating cloud carpets, clutching chips made of thunder metallurgy that absorbed electric shocks, each jolt causing their value to skyrocket tenfold. The dealers, all selected priests of the Thundercloud from Sky Island, concealed high-heeled shoes made from wind shells beneath their skirts. "Will you bet high or low? Or perhaps, wager how many divine punishments you can endure?" One dealer, her fingertips entwined with arcs of electricity, smiled radiantly. The Water Illusion Water Theater featured a stage that replicated the canal system of Water 7, set upon sculptures of icebergs floating in liquid gold. Giant bubble corals created an underwater illusion within the dome, while mermaid songstresses glided past the audience on shell boats powered by wind shells, showering them not with water, but with diamond dust. At the peak of the performance, the icebergs would trigger mechanisms to submerge the entire theater, allowing views of a spectacular aquatic ballet through golden glass walls. The Feast of the Sea God at the Sky Restaurant featured 300 floating cloud tables surrounding an inverted altar of Sky Island, where chefs glided on wind shell skateboards serving dishes. The signature dish, Thundercloud Whale Sashimi, required meticulous slicing, with the electrified fish exploding into miniature thunderstorms on the palate. The drink, Sky Surge, involved injecting a century-old vintage into an impact shell, resulting in an eruption that sent both the drinker and a column of wine soaring into a 50-meter-high golden wine pool. The Aurora Bathhouse extended 12 golden swimming pools from the ship's hull, each lined with temperature-sensitive shells that changed color with body heat. As guests leapt into the water, electrically charged mist would envelop them, transforming their forms into glowing cocoons. The Life and Death dance floor attracted reckless billionaires challenging the Thundercloud diving platform, leaping from the ship's peak into the swirling clouds below, only to be caught by wind shells just before being struck by lightning. There was no sunrise or sunset here. Upon boarding this vessel, One's veins no longer coursed with blood, but with the countdown of life. Taisolo's voice resonated through the hall in an eternal broadcast as he conjured a cascade of golden dust. With arms outstretched, he stepped onto the golden deck, the liquid gold beneath his feet automatically forming a red carpet. From this day forth, this shall be the gateway to the new world, the heart of finance. With a press of his golden ring on the control panel, the entire ship reverberated with the roar of mechanical operations. 800 casino domes opened simultaneously, creating a magnificent spectacle. Soon, news of the Great Desoloro's grand opening spread to every corner of the world's largest and most luxurious entertainment venue. Anyone can come and indulge, no matter how heinous your sins. As long as you possess wealth, no one here will harm you. With such enticing proclamations, a multitude flocked to participate in the grand opening ceremony. 3 days later, the Great Desoloro officially commenced operations. The gilded gangplank, coated in the thunder metallurgy of Sky Island, slowly descended, casting the sea surface of Water 7 into a molten hue. Taisolo stood before a 500-meter-high golden archway, golden dust flowing from his fingertips to form a welcoming message. Tonight, the gold that flows will surge more fiercely than the sea. Vice Admiral Rodrigo of the Navy's Scientific Corps, a bald man draped in a cloak of justice. Shattered gold bricks underfoot. The pure white mask of CP0 Agent Grey Owl reflected the neon lights of the casino. The Dragon Man Charlemagne's transport will arrive in 3 minutes. As guests began to gather, Taisolo stepped forth to energize the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, all chips. His golden microphone shattered 12 champagne towers. He paused deliberately until gold foil rained down from the casino dome like a torrential downpour. These are complimentary gifts. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. The venue erupted with enthusiastic cheers. The transformed soldiers of the Navy's Scientific Corps drank heavily in the Thunder God Roulette area, their mechanical stomachs flushed with the fiery spirits of Sky Surge. A certain rear admiral had just wagered his sword at the gaming table when his entire arm became fused to the roulette wheel by a thunder metallurgy chip. Damn it, this thing is electrified. His screams were drowned out by the dealer's alluring laughter. Oh dear, you've just hit the million-volt surprise prize. Of course, not everything proceeded smoothly. There were those foolish enough to stir trouble aboard the Great Desoloro, emboldened by their status. As the whale song of the mermaid songstress echoed through the water illusion, Charlemagne's bubble helmet shimmered with greedy luster. A fish person, a fish person. I want her as my mount. Go seize her. The CP0 agents surrounding Charlemagne swiftly acted to encircle the siren. Slave number T-358, crawl over here and lick my shoes. Charlemagne raised a diamond-studded collar launcher as he approached the siren. Suddenly, the siren's tail fin crashed through the stage, propelling her skyward with the wind shell's force. I belong to the sea, not to swine. Outrageous. Inferior races should. Just as Charlemagne's bodyguard moved to strike, his throat was ensnared by a golden chain, pulling him into the casino's gilded shredder. Who dares to bark like a wild dog in my territory? Bucky's voice echoed throughout the concert hall, his conqueror's hockey sweeping towards the Dragon Man. Charlemagne toppled, liquid oozing from the cracks in his helmet. How dare you? I am a descendant of the Creator. Bucky's form suddenly vanished, only to reassemble before Charlemagne. With a few resounding slaps, he taunted, Bark. Keep barking. Did the elders not teach you any manners? He crushed the collar launcher of Charlemagne underfoot. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone bug and dialed a series of numbers. As the voice of Satan echoed, Charlemagne's urine began to seep onto the golden bricks. Roll back immediately. If there is a next time, you shall fill the drainage pipes of the Red Soil continent. Upon hearing this, Charlemagne sprang to his feet in a fluster, leaving the scene with the support of the CPO. The onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished that someone dared to confront the celestial dragon so openly, and even more surprised that a mere phone call could compel them to retreat in disarray. At that moment, the voice of Teslo resonated. I apologize for startling everyone. Teslo strolled across the frozen waves of gold as the casino, affected by the battle, visibly began to repair itself at an astonishing pace. As an expression of contrition, he snapped his fingers, causing the chips of all guests to multiply 100-fold. Please continue to revel in this endless dream. Golden Emperor. Golden Emperor. The cheers reverberated throughout the entirety of the Desoloro. In the misty dawn, the golden trail of the Desoloro extended into the doldrums. A drunken gambler leaped from the deck into the sea, only to be enveloped by liquid gold upon contact, transforming into a sculpture, an ominous monument gifted to the world by Teslo, its base inscribed with a small line, He who drowns in gold shall never be reborn. Chapter 75, Don Quixote Doflamingo and Morgan's The Golden Dome refracted artificial auroras, while the reception room of Buggy floated in the depths of the Desserole. Master Doflamingo has arrived. With the guard's announcement, the mechanical door slid open, revealing a 15-year-old boy stepping in, leaving bloodied footprints behind him. His pallid skin bore a sickly hue, and his disheveled golden hair fell over his forehead. His undeveloped frame was enveloped in an excessively large wine-red velvet coat. "Please take a seat," Buggy's voice resonated from above. The boy abruptly raised his head, only to find Buggy reclining on the sofa, looking down at him with a condescending demeanor. Doflamingo's fingertips tensed, the power of the string fruit slicing the carpet into spider web-like fissures. "How the hell do you know my whereabouts?" 3 days prior, in the North Sea. The briny wind mingled with ice shards crashing against the metal of the warehouse. The 15-year-old Doflamingo curled upon a throne of stacked diesel barrels, crimson light seeping through the cracks in his sunglasses. Torbol's slime festered in the corner, and Diamante's gilded cloak wrapped around a half-stale piece of black bread. This marked their 7th month in hiding. Suddenly, the iron door of the warehouse was obliterated by a barrage of cannon fire. In the blizzard, 2 silhouettes emerged against the light. Leading was a girl from Sky Island, with a muscular man beside her whose mechanical arm bore intricate gears. "All set. 12 ambush points, 47 traps. Your defensive strategy resembles a child's play." The Sky Island girl stepped forward, extracting a gilded box from her wind-beaten backpack. As the lid sprang open, an invitation was revealed. "Master Buggy, you are cordially invited to the grand opening." Doflamingo's strings surged forth, aimed at the Sky Island girl. But the muscular man swiftly appeared behind him, his gear-laden right hand crushing Doflamingo's shoulder. "Mind your manners, little chick." They then discarded the invitation and departed. The boy tugged at his faded celestial dragon silk shirt, the collar still bearing remnants of burn holes, while his pant cuffs were stained with the unique, foul mud of the North Sea. Blood crusted his cheekbone, a souvenir from a skirmish 3 days prior at an underground clinic. "Young master, this may be a trap," Virgo whispered. "A trap? What else do we have?" "We have no choice." Doflamingo smirked, revealing his shark-like teeth, yet his tone dripped with self-mockery. He then unleashed his conqueror's haki, shattering the surrounding glass. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Buggy munched on dried squid, chuckling, "Ha ha ha. The bait has taken the hook." Suddenly, Doflamingo's steel wires shot forth, but before they could reach Buggy, they were devoured by a spatial rift. Buggy snapped his fingers, summoning Enel, who delivered a punch to Doflamingo's abdomen. Doflamingo slumped to the ground, struggling to rise. "Huh. You think a golden ship can put you on the same level as the celestial dragons? You're nothing but a dog." Before he could finish, 12 strands pierced Buggy's throat. The air exploded with lightning as Enel's golden staff descended from the void, melting the strings with its metallic brilliance. "A mongrel of the celestial dragons dares to touch my brother?" The golden staff pressed against Doflamingo's nape. "Take another step forward, and you'll witness you are merely required to prioritize the provision of significant future news and the sharing of information. I desire this venture, surely, Morgans." "You would not disagree." Morgans's quill left scorched marks upon the notebook as he pondered the enticing terms proposed by Buggy, which evidently did not align with his contributions. Thus, Morgans ventured to probe, a publicity stunt? "You cannot possibly expect me to report on something as foolish as the pirate philanthropist building an amusement park, can you? TSK, that's rather small-minded." With a snap of his fingers, Buggy propelled 3 pure gold dice toward the ceiling. The dice disassembled and reformed in midair, revealing 3 headlines. 1. Breaking news. The Roger Pirates have locked in the coordinates of the final island. 2. Exclusive insight. A comprehensive look inside the Great Desolo. 3. The birth of a sea emperor? The Golden Emperor Tesolo controls 7 black gold trade routes alone. Deal struck. However, I must add a stipulation should the news you provide lead to the downfall of my agency. You shall compensate me with a vessel more magnificent than this. Buggy lifted his goblet, and Enel filled it to the brim. A toast to the truth? No. A toast to the prospect of selling a sensational headline. Chapter 76. The final headline. The birth of the Pirate King 5 months after the inauguration of the Great Desoloro. Morgans, cigar in mouth, shattered the crystal chandelier in the editorial office with a flap of his wings. Suspended before him was a gift from Buggy, bearing a handwritten headline, The Birth of the Pirate King. GOLD. Roger conquers the final island of the Grand Line. This was not merely news. It was akin to plunging a dagger into the heart of the world government. Morgan's quill pierced the mahogany desk, his eyes alight with excitement. The following morning, flocks of newsbirds soared across the world, delivering freshly printed newspapers. The end of the blank century. The truth behind Roger's pirate crew's arrival at the edge of the world. An exclusive. GOLD. Roger conquers the final island of the Grand Line. The subtitle read, The Pirate King's Coronation. The world order reshaped tonight. In Mary Geos, beneath the feet of the five elders, the newspapers were crushed into fragments. It was merely the revelry of ants. They folded Roger's bounty notice into paper boats. At the Navy headquarters, Steelbone Khan's fist smashed the long conference table. All officers of Rear Admiral rank and above are to cancel their leave. Full force to apprehend the Roger pirates. Wang Ji rolled the newspaper into a telescope, gazing at the golden fleet rising on the horizon. Clear out my wine cellar. Hold a banquet to celebrate that scoundrel Roger stealing Captain Rock's title. Blood seeped from his clenched palm, staining Roger's smiling face on the bounty notice. The news of Roger completing the Grand Line and locating the final island sent shockwaves through the world, and the name of the Pirate King echoed far and wide. Buggy toyed with a string of gilded sea stone marbles. Shanks sat cross-legged on a nearby rock, the tip of his sword piercing a perfectly roasted king crab. Fat sizzling on the blade. Hey, red-haired, I heard that Hawkeye brat sliced off half your cape? Even a rookie swordsman can't handle him. How embarrassing. Buggy suddenly flicked a marble, knocking over Shanks' crab. Shanks retaliated with a gust of sword wind, cleaving Buggy in two. That guy's blade is fast enough to cut through a thunderstorm. What about you? Sitting all day on your gilded toilet, your muscles must be turning to noodles. He gestured toward the distant golden fleet. Buggy retorted, I've used celestial dragons as bowling pins. You can't even take down a coffin-face weakling. Just as the two were bickering, the horizon churned violently, and the tattered sails of the Oro Jackson pierced through the dense fog. Brat, where have you hidden my rum? Roger's roar arrived before the waves did. He stepped onto the rocky outcrop, seaweed draping from his beard, droplets of bioluminescent water falling. Rayleigh leaped down from the ship, his sword in hand. A fresh scar across his left eye. Has the red-nosed one grown taller? Jabba's battle axe clanged down beside Shanks' feet. Hey, brat. Heard you Haven T fought Hawkeye. Should I go take revenge for you? By the bonfire, Buggy grilled 30 skewers of squid. Shanks used a roasting fork to sear the Sea King meat to perfection. Others drank merrily nearby. When will the Pirate King grace us with his presence and impel down for a vacation? I have an old acquaintance in the first level who can sing you a lullaby, Buggy began to tease Roger. Roger's hearty laughter caused snow to fall from the mast. Ha ha ha. That's a fine suggestion, brat, but we must wait a little longer. At that moment, Buggy turned to Rayleigh. Shacky wants me to drag you back to do the dishes. Just then, a figure emerged slowly from the mist. The crowd eyed the figure warily. But Buggy wore a smile. The sea fog was suddenly torn apart, and Barrett's military boots crushed the coastal rocks. The bronze cannon he carried still emitted fresh smoke, and beneath his cloak were 17 unhealed knife wounds. Welcome back, Roger exclaimed, rising from the wine barrel. I heard you faced Kaido 3 times. Too bad you missed the spirits of Wano. Rayleigh wiped the blood-stained golden shackles. Barrett's cannon slammed into the sand, sending all empty bottles within 30 meters flying. I merely came to reclaim what was stored in the dock. Jabba suddenly hurled his axe, halting just half an inch from Barrett's neck. What you stored has all been discarded. Barrett's hockey shattered the rusty axe blade, yet allowed Jabba's axe handle to press against his heart. Then let it be paid in blood, or with your life. Shanks suddenly appeared between the two, his straw hat blown away by the Conqueror's hockey. If you're going to fight, do it in the sky. Don't spill my squid soup. Roger's laughter shook the ice from Barrett's cloak. You've grown stronger, brat. As the bonfire dwindled, Barrett produced an iron box from his bosom. Inside lay a blood-stained emblem of the Roger Pirates. Your illness renders battles meaningless. Roger's fist suddenly enveloped in Conqueror's hockey struck, yet upon touching Barrett's chest, it transformed into a gentle breeze. Stinky brat, true battle does not cease until breath does. Barrett turned and strode into the fog. Captain, do not die too insignificantly. I shall see you off. Barrett's cloak vanished over the waves. On the morning of the Oro Jackson, the deck was saturated with briny dew, remnants of last night's revelry crystallizing in the wooden seams. Roger's sword ace was slanted against the base of the mast. Sail the ship into the calm waters of the coral graveyard. Let the Oro Jackson die in untainted seas. Roger's knuckles rapped against the main mast, and Rayleigh paused, hands suspended as he cleaned his monocle. The lens reflecting the purple bruises on the back of Roger's neck, marks of an encroaching illness. Jabba's axe suddenly shattered a wine barrel, venting his emotions. Shanks' straw hat covered his moist eyes, and he removed the pirate flag with a swifter motion than wielding a sword. I shall be the first to disembark. You bastards. Let me show you the world to come. Roger kicked away the anchor chain, the rusted iron ring plunging into the sea, startling a migrating school of lanternfish. As the morning fog engulfed the silhouette of the Oro Jackson, Roger knelt on the rocky beach of his homeland, coughing up blood. Droplets fell into the shallows, consumed by migrating bioluminescent jellyfish, forming a scarlet star map. He wiped API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 77. The wedding as the setting sun bathed the small cabin's window frames in a warm amber hue. Roger grimaced at the medicinal concoction before him. This dreadful brew was far more fearsome than Carp's iron fists. I would rather endure 3 days and nights battling Carp and Sengoku. Poking at the viscous, dark green liquid in the bowl, the Conqueror's haki reverberated, causing the bioluminescent jellyfish hanging from the beams to quiver. Lucio, without lifting her gaze. Brown fresh hemostatic herbs. The person who poured medicine into the flower pot yesterday had no right to be picky. She shook a wilting hydrangea, casually informing him that this particular plant was worth 500,000 berries. Amid Roger's coughing, a muffled chuckle escaped him as he tilted his head back, allowing the brown liquid to drip down his chin. Suddenly, Lucio's silver hairpin pressed against his throat. Waste a single drop, and you'll be sleeping in the rocky cave tonight. With a resigned expression, Roger drained the potion. As the last glimmer of daylight sank below the horizon, 18 glowing jellyfish illuminated the beams just on cue. Lucio was mending a broken medicine cabinet while Roger strung dried herbs using a modified weaving machine. The dragon's blood herb from the northern cliff was ready for harvest. Tomorrow. Lucio tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the glow revealing the delicate cuts between her fingers. You nearly got snatched by a sore-toothed seagull last time. Roger suddenly crushed the pestle in his hand. No, your health is fragile. Their bickering startled the bats nestled in the rafters, causing them to flutter and shatter 3 jellyfish lanterns. A dark blue slime dripped onto Roger's hair, and Lucio burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How ugly. Roger found himself laughing along with her. It was a sultry afternoon, thick with the promise of an impending storm. As Lucio ventured to the western coast with her medicine basket, Roger was enduring his 7th organ failure. He curled up on the leather mat she had sewn, watching as chunks of his internal organs writhed in the bioluminescent light, coughed up from his palm. Unable to engage in a satisfying battle, his haki overflowed uncontrollably, shattering a camellia vase by the window. When Lucio's footsteps echoed from 100 meters away, the accumulated despair and shame finally burst forth. Boom. The entire eastern cliff disintegrated into dust. The shockwave, laced wide. Chapter 78. Farewell. Roger's surrender as the herbal pestle slipped from Lucio's grasp and tumbled into the stone mortar. Roger was crouched beneath the eaves, mending the leaky tiles. He turned to catch a glimpse of his wife, leaning against the doorframe, retching. Had she ingested something foul? Indeed. The trinkets sent by Buggy were anything but fresh. He seized the leftover pickled herring from the previous night, inhaling its scent. Just as the old physician tremulously withdrew his stethoscope, the rain outside had just ceased. It had been 2 months. The physician cast a glance at the purple bruise beneath Roger's collar. Roger overturned the medicine cabinet and dashed outside, only to trip on Lucio's clothesline, falling into a muddy puddle. He lay there, staring up at the sky, exclaiming, I have a child. First, he must learn to change diapers, Mr. Gold. That night, Roger squatted by the stove, simmering fish soup, while Lucio leaned against the doorframe, knitting baby socks. The boy was named Ace. She thrust the knitting needle into Roger's spoon, preventing him from pilfering a taste. The girl would be called and meaning peace. Roger stirred the soup, and Lucio said, if it's a girl, let us name her Annabelle, signifying the dawn over the sea. Awakening in the dead of night, Roger instinctively placed his palm over Lucio's slightly rounded abdomen. The faint pulse beneath his hand was more exhilarating than any current he had ever conquered. This little one is kicking me. More painful than a needle from Colocus. He whispered against his wife's damp neck, and Lucio grasped his hand, pressing it deeper. He's still too small, not fully formed yet. You fool. The next morning at the market, Roger, clutching a copy of the baby care guide, collided with 3 baskets of tomatoes. He clutched a yellowed page filled with notes, arguing with the fishmonger over which fish had the fewest bones. I want the freshest. My son. Cough. Daughter deserves the best. He slammed his right hand onto the counter, startling the fishmonger into tossing him a wriggling bluefin tuna, its tail leaving red marks on his face. Lugio stood by, smiling at him. That night, the camellias on the windowsill curled their petals against the briny sea breeze as Roger's knuckles brushed gently against Lugio's cheek. I must leave on a journey tomorrow. Lugio's eyes flickered, then she replied, All right, be safe. Tomorrow, cough. I'm heading to the G3 fort. You will be implicated in the child. He suddenly grasped Lugio's pestle. I will take good care of our little one, so worry not. Lugio set down the pestle and embraced Roger, who tightened his arms around her. As if to crush the air between them, she buried her face deeper into his chest. I'm sorry for you meeting me. Roger's tears fell into her hair as Lugio pressed her fingertip against his lips. It was this sea that brought you to the bay where I gather herbs. Outside, the sound of the tide drowned out their unfinished words. Suddenly, the luminous jellyfish dimmed, leaving only the sound of their intertwined breaths in the darkness, one like a broken bellows, the other like a flickering candle. Before the morning fog had lifted, Lugio had already packed the clean bandages and painkillers into an oak box. Fine buggy. Roger's military boots sank into the sandy threshold, and Lugio's kiss sealed all farewells. He tasted the saltiness, unaware of whose tears they were. Lugio quietly watched Roger depart, the morning light casting a golden hue over her abdomen. Roger never looked back, but his face was already streaked with tears. After several days of arduous travel, Roger found himself in front of a tavern. As he pushed the door open, the sea breeze swept in, knocking over an empty wine glass. Rayleigh, long time no see. Roger, let us have a drink. Rayleigh shook the bottle in his hand. Roger laughed heartily, downing an entire bottle of tequila. Rayleigh, I have a child. You bastard, you came here just to brag, right? No, I'm preparing to surrender. Roger. Rayleigh began, but Roger interrupted. I won't die, brother. After saying this, Roger turned and walked outside. Moonlight streamed through the leaky roof, illuminating the purple bruise that spread across his neck. When Roger pushed open the tavern door, the sea breeze rushed in, carrying the salty air. Hey! Rayleigh's voice was drowned out by the crashing waves. What do you want inscribed on your tombstone? Just right. This bastard opened a new era. Rayleigh's hair had turned snow white in the morning light. As the alarm of Marineford echoed through the sky, 12 warships lined up in a serrated formation, their cannons glinting coldly beneath the overcast sky. 500 elite soldiers, shields in hand, formed a phalanx at the shore. Yet when that tattered figure emerged from the morning mist, the knees of the frontline soldiers trembled uncontrollably. Identify the target. Unarmed. The lookout's messenger shouted hoarsely, maintain formation. The gilded microphone of the steel-boned admiral blared from the command platform. Joel D. Roger. Immediately disarm and surrender. Roger's boots crushed the foamy crests of the waves, his right hand hanging at his side. With each step he took, the naval formation retreated half a meter, the wall of shields forming indentations where he passed. As 3 rear admirals, wearing sea-stone gloves, approached him with trembling resolve, Roger extended his arms willingly. Yet Roger continued on towards the fort's gate. He calmly donned the shackles until he was confined in the deepest dungeon. The personnel at Marine headquarters remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend. We have captured the Pirate King, Roger? No, Roger surrendered willingly. That night, a figure approached Roger. Carp's military boots crunched over the blood-stained stone steps, the oil lamp casting a long shadow behind him. Roger leaned calmly against the wall. Carp, long time no see. Roger's voice resembled a leaky bellows, yet it still startled the flame of the oil lamp. Roger, what are you trying to do? A change of heart? You've completed the grand line. Why surrender? What do you? Carp shouted in confusion. Carp, I don't have much time left. Carp's voice faltered, turning into a sigh. Carp, can I trust you? My child is about to be born. Unfortunately, by then, I may no longer be here. Carp closed his eyes. Roger, what good does it do to tell me? A Navy man? The woman you share a connection with will surely be executed. Roger slowly rose, the chains clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. That is why I must tell you. The world government will surely investigate my whereabouts during this time, find her, and kill her. But the child in her womb is innocent. Carp, our bond was forged through countless battles. You are just as trustworthy as my comrades. So please, protect her. Upon hearing this, Carp grasped the railing, shouting at Roger. Don't act on your own. Chapter 79. The curtain falls on the Pirate King in the heart of Rogue Town. A colossal gallows loomed over the square, encircled by the elite forces of the Navy. Gold. Roger, condemned for his insurrection against the world and the massacre of royalty, faced the ultimate punishment. Beneath the gallows, a seething crowd surged like molten asphalt, with ragged fishermen brushing shoulders with opulent nobles. while the skull and crossbones of pirates lay concealed beneath the burlap sacks of the common folk. As Roger ascended the steps, the waves at the port abruptly stilled, as if the entire ocean held its breath. Shank's straw hat brim crinkled in his grip, tears welling in his eyes. Under Doflamingo's sunglasses, a grin stretched from ear to ear, his pink coat billowing without wind. My hawk's gaze fixated on the man who stirred the world. Hey, Pirate King, does that thing called One Piece truly exist? The bay fell into a profound silence. The flower seller's roses froze midair, and the bartender's frothy drink halted in its tracks. In the distant skyline, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the darkened clouds, strangely devoid of thunder, as if the heavens had been rendered a vacuum. Roger's Conqueror's haki erupted like a nuclear explosion. The wooden posts of the gallows groaned with the weight of 1,000 years. His blood-stained teeth glimmered ominously in the flash of lightning. His voice resonating with 8 centuries of destiny. Want my treasure? Go find it. I left everything there. One Piece is real. The fishermen shattered aged rum bottles, shards of glass reflecting their frenzied pupils. Set sail. Right now. The jewel merchants scoffed at their riches. What are these trinkets? Smoker roared, attempting to rouse the crowd. Silence. You gullible fools. Yet his cries were drowned in the cacophony. Sengoku, in his Buddha form, radiated golden light like the blazing sun. Cut all broadcasts. Execute immediately. Roger's maniacal laughter echoed across Mariewa, Fishman Island, and the world at large. Countless frenzied faces mirrored the chaos. The executioner's blades gleamed with poisoned coldness beneath the ominous clouds. Their armored joints creaked under strain as the knife tips hovered 3 inches above Roger. Suddenly, the symphony of the bay fell silent. Farewell, Pirate King. The executioner's Adam's apple bobbed, sweat trickling down his collar. Roger abruptly tilted his neck. Kid, do it. The First Blade Pie Chapter 80. Farewell. The headlines regarding Morgan spread like wildfire. Numerous ships set sail around the globe. A brigadier general from a naval branch in the West Sea tore apart the cloak of justice and slashed through the military flag, exclaiming, "Damn the celestial dragons. My ship shall be named New Era." Beneath the lighthouse marking the entry to the Grand Line, 3 warships collectively defected. As Buggy returned to Windmill Village with Roger, the setting sun painted the cresting waves in hues of amber. He refrained from utilizing any fruit abilities, allowing the rope to dig into his shoulder, each step leaving scratches on the beach. The coffin scraped against the rocks, the sound resembling the final sigh of the Oro Jackson. Captain, this last stretch. I will personally see you off. Do not find it too shabby. He gasped, lifting the coffin lid, oblivious to the splinters piercing his palm. Roger's body wrapped in the most ordinary burlap from the East Sea. Rouge's hand gently caressed her husband's sunken cheek, delicately arranged around the body. Rouge's cuffs were still damp with morning dew collected during her solitary foray into the mountains at dawn. Previously, you mentioned, camellias outlast roses. She tucked a flower behind Roger's ear, her voice trembling. Did it hurt? In the end? The petals of the camellia fell into Roger's hollow eye socket. Buggy abruptly plunged the rusted shovel into the sand, exclaiming, "This bastard kept smiling until the very end." As Rouge pressed Roger's stiff right hand against her pregnant belly, a sudden, faint stir emanated from within. "He is bidding you farewell." Buggy turned away, unable to bear the sight. But the moonlight at that moment illuminated the redness at the corners of his eyes. The ground was harder than anticipated. Buggy's palm was crushed by the shovel's impact. What a hero, lying down and leaving me to bear the labor. Each shovelful mingled with hoarse curses, while Rouge knelt beside the grave, weaving Roger's hair into a wreath. As the first star twinkled in the sky, Rouge suddenly began to hum a funeral song of the merfolk. It was a melody Roger had brought back from Fishman Island, now infused with the bittersweet fragrance of camellias, causing the night tide to recede. You once said, you would take me to hear the true harmonies of the Sea Kings. Now it is my turn to sing for you. She placed dried, everlasting flowers into the coffin, and upon the coarse basalt, Buggy inscribed a tombstone more defiant than a tempest. Joel D. Roger rests here, freer than the sea, more unrestrained than the wind. At the moment of Roger's burial, Shanks arrived at Windmill Village. He carried 2 casks of liquor in one hand, the brim of his straw hat pulled low, casting shadows over his reddened eyes. Rouge, if you encounter any troubles in the future, come seek me. I will handle them. He knelt before the grave, his fingertips brushing over the letter engraved on the stone. Suddenly, Griffin unsheathed 3 inches, startling a robin perched atop the trees. Buggy sat cross-legged beside the newly erected grave mound, muttering, "This wretched drink is even worse than Kuroka's disinfectant." Shanks poured some liquor over Roger's tombstone, then tilted his head back, gulping down nearly half of one cask, his throat working to swallow back the tears. The captain once said, "Cough, those who cannot drink are unworthy to be pirates." As the last drop of liquor sank into the earth before the grave, Buggy abruptly smashed the empty cask against the base of the windmill. In the ensuing shards, Shanks's cask collided with the same spot. "It's time to go. Rouge, I leave the captain's unborn child in your care." Shanks's cloak swept over the tombstone, carrying away a few camellia leaves. Buggy jested, "Take care of yourself. You are a pirate. I am a legitimate businessman." As Shanks departed, Buggy suddenly roared at the receding silhouette of the ship. "Raherd, don't you dare die before me." Shanks's laughter mingled with the sound of the waves. "I return the sentiment." In the twilight, Rouge caressed her pregnant belly, whispering, "They even learned to say goodbye in your manner." The camellias atop the tombstone were suddenly bent by the night dew, as if someone were gently nodding. Before leaving, Buggy scattered a bag of dandelion seeds upon the grave. "When the child is born, these will bloom across the East Sea." Rouge abruptly grasped Buggy's cloak, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Buggy." Buggy turned his head and declared, "I'm off. I will inform Garp to come and look after you." Rouge softly whispered to the tombstone, "He has actually been crying for a long time." The windmill in Windmill Village suddenly creaked to life, sending the dandelion seeds toward the Grand Line. After leaving Windmill Village, Buggy headed straight for Logtown. At that moment, the Navy was still in control, aiding residents in repairing the homes and shops damaged during the pirate captures. "You little rascals, don't slack off. Vice Admiral Garp, don't just stand there. Lend a hand, will you?" The Navy personnel glared at Garp, who lounged in a rocking chair, one hand pinching his nose while the other munched on senbei. Just then, a voice broke through. "Garp, be careful not to let Sengoku know. He'll dock your pay." At the sound, everyone turned, only to be struck with alarm. "Alert! It's the pirates in broad daylight." Garp gazed at Buggy, asking, "Kid, have you come to surrender?" "Garp, try to catch me first," Buggy retorted before turning to leave. Garp, seeing this, gathered his strength and lunged at Buggy. Buggy's body nanoformed, evading the attack, and soon brought Garp to a deserted island, coming to a halt. "Kid, you're not running anymore?" Garp inquired. "Not running. I want to see the true worth of a naval hero and the gap between us and top-tier combatants." Buggy replied calmly, though his aura surged. Without further ado, they engaged in battle. Garp's iron fist came crashing down, while Buggy's right arm instantaneously quantum-formed. Fragmentation, void strangle. Buggy's slicing wave tore open a hexagonal spatial prison around Garp, each facet pulsating with crimson-black arcs of electricity. Garp's iron fist struck the spatial barrier, sending shockwaves that lifted nearby trees into the air. What a show-off. Suddenly, Garp's haki surged, his dark colossal fist descending like a meteor. Buggy's nanobody split into countless particles, each infused with spatial energy, tearing through the haki like shards of light. "Haven't eaten?" Buggy coughed up a clot of blood as the particles behind him coalesced into 12 spatial blade wheels. Fragmentation, dimension guillotine. The blade wheels spun rapidly, rending the space around them, creating a vacuum strip a kilometer long across the sea. Garp's dog-headed cape was shredded by the residual force, revealing his steel-like muscles. He stepped into the air, his right fist enveloped in black-red lightning. Fist of impact. Meteor strike. His iron fist smashed towards the center of the blade wheel, the shockwave shattering the spatial fissures into fragments. Garp's fists overlapped, haki entwined into a spiral drill. Fist technique. Dragon's jaw break. Buggy's particles were stretched into strings by the wind of the punches but leveraged the momentum to reform into a spatial resonance net. Dimensional corridor. Infinite mirror reflection. Garp's fist power reflected infinitely among countless spatial mirrors, ultimately dissipating. Interesting. Garp laughed heartily, then propelled himself into the air with force. Fist of the heavens. Quake of the firmament. His iron fist struck the clouds, violently altering atmospheric pressure, causing the entire sea to concave instantly. As the dust settled, Buggy gasped, embedded within the rocks. "You are far from Roger's level. Speak. What do you want me to call out?" Buggy slumped amid the shattered rocks, catching his breath before stating, "EC. West coast of Windmill Village, the cottage in the camellia fields." Garp's fist hovered near Buggy's nose, the gust blowing away Buggy's captain's hat. "You want the Navy to protect Roger's lineage? Save your breath, stubborn on the outside but soft-hearted inside. Captain Roger must have entrusted you." Garp suddenly gripped Buggy's collar. "What are the names of that woman and child?" "Rouge." Following Roger's execution, the world government dispatched agents to investigate his past year's whereabouts and contacts. 12 sailless speedboats sliced through the dense fog, the CP-0's stark white masks reflecting the fishing village's terror. Agent Grey Dove's polished boots crushed the dock's wooden crates. His fingers pinching a blood-stained bandage recovered from Roger's former residence. A DNA analyzer pulsed with an ominous red light. From July 14th to September 3rd, a woman regularly delivered medicine. Grey Dove's vocoder emitted a mechanical tone as his silver pocket watch sprang open, its integrated holographic map pinpointing 37 Camellia field coordinates, each red dot corresponding to a bound villager. When was the last time you saw her? Grey Dove's fingertip extended a nanoscale probe, piercing the old fisherman's temple. The elder's pupils were forcibly dilated, the images reflected on his retina extracted. Rouge, arm in arm with a medicinal herb basket, strolled along the beach. Her pregnant form concealed by a voluminous cloak, though the sea breeze, lifting the fabric's hem, revealed the abdomen's curvature, captured by AI. Gestation period, 17 weeks. Margin of error 3 days, highly probable Roger's child. The accompanying scientist tapped at the biocomputer as Grey Dove's pristine gloves, stained with pitch, consigned Roger's healing cot. Rouge's drying herbs, and even bloodied rags to the incinerator. Report this to the higher-ups. In Mary Geos' Hall of Emptiness, the environmental god of war crumpled Grey Dove's report into confetti. Better to slay 1,000,000 by mistake than let one slip through. Broadcast to all kingdoms in the East Blue, he intoned into the encrypted Din Din Mushi, from this day last year until this day next year. Implement Operation Sacred Flame on all pregnant women. Those exceeding 20 weeks gestation will be subjected to compulsory induced labor. Newborns will be subjected to asphyxiation. 3 weeks after the world government issued the extermination order, in the East Blue, Marine Lieutenant Commander Douglas kicked open a tavern cellar, his flashlight beam illuminating the huddled pregnant Martha, cradling a premature infant. The bloodline of must be purged. Douglas's flintlock pistol pressed against the infant's forehead. Martha suddenly erupted, her teeth tearing through the officer's throat. As blood splattered the infant's swaddling clothes, 12 sailors brandished harpoons, charging in. When Marine reinforcements arrived, they found only Douglas pinned to the wall, beside a bloody inscription. So this is the Navy's justice? Proclamations of the Sacred Flame Judgment Day plastered the church. Nuns concealed pregnant women inside confessional booths, only to be discovered at dawn by CP-5 sonar detectors. In the name of justice, a Rear Admiral saber shattered the Virgin Mary statue as 20 pregnant women were chained together. As they passed through the central plaza, a bakery owner ignited the flour mill. In the fiery explosion, a heavily pregnant seamstress pierced the executioner's eye socket with scissors. The populace began to resist the world government, causing many disillusioned Marines to resign. Just then, a turning point arrived. Roger's wife's grave was located. 3 weeks prior, Crocus's medical ship lay anchored in the calm belt. A drowned pregnant woman's corpse upon the operating table. He meticulously transplanted Rouge's hair to the corpse's scalp, intravenously injecting a concoction of Roger's cancerous blood. When CP-0 agents unearthed the false grave, the analyzer displayed a gestational age matching Rouge's perfectly. Time of death, 3 weeks prior. DNA, physique, and blood type all aligned. But the 5 Elders Decree. CP-0's chief scientist wrapped the analysis report. Grey Dove consigned the report to the incinerator. Better to slay by mistake. Buggy. Witnessing the world government's indifference to the fabricated corpse of Rouge, muttered, I underestimated your depravity. Then let's add fuel to the fire. Buggy dispatched men to find Morgan's. The headline must be bold and gilded. Navy massacre of pregnant women. Roger's widow brutally murdered. Morgan's quill, dipped in blood-red ink. Scribbled furiously, add the world government is orchestrating the greatest lie in history. Subscriptions will triple. The following dawn, the newsbird's wings obscured the rising sun. The special edition featured a photograph of Rouge's fake corpse on the front page, with an appendix of dynamic images depicting the Navy gunning down pregnant women. Soon, the news ignited widespread unrest as people worldwide initiated collective strikes, marches, and demonstrations. On Mariewa, 500,000 civilians, brandishing the headline newspapers, besieged the Marine base. Housewives tying infant diapers into white flags. When the Rear Admiral ordered fire, the leading artilleryman suddenly rotated his cannons. My wife is on the pregnancy list. At Marine Base G2, the cookery unit laced the lunch soup with sleeping draft, 300 Marines raising banners of refusal to carry out the slaughter order. Morgan's emergency extra blazed through the air, breaking. Roger's heir confirmed dead. The extermination order loses its legal basis. City Defense Force arrest warrant acceptance rates plummeted below 30. Dozens of surveillance ships flying white flags sailed from Redport. CP-0 Commander Gray Dove's encrypted channel received a soldier's message. My daughter just turned 1 month old. To hell with the world government. In the Marine headquarters conference room, cracks spiderwebbed across the wall of admirals, badges scattered on the floor. My justice does not permit the slaughter of infants. From this day forth, Marine Base G5 refuses to execute any non-combat orders. Public sentiment is like a tsunami. The Navy is not the world government's fig leaf. Many Marines emerged to voice their dissent, some even collectively resigning and returning to their hometowns. From the office of the Marine Fleet Admiral, Khan's roar reverberated. How the hell do you expect me to suppress this? You want me to slaughter the entire Navy? If you don't back down, I'm quitting and becoming a pirate. That's it. The 5 elders, hearing Kong's bellow, exchanged glances. A sacrifice is needed. The Grey Dove unit knows too many secrets. The financial god of war crushed a CP-0's stark white mask as the scientific defense god of war pressed an execution button. The self-destruct programs of 30 CP-0, exclusive ships activating simultaneously, tell Kong. The involved agents have suffered divine retribution. Sengoku stood on the blood-stained execution platform. Beneath him, 12 charred corpses clad in CP-0 uniforms. Morgan's live-streaming Din Mushy focused on the coding on the corpses' necks, identical to the signatures on the extermination order documents. Upon investigation, CP-0 unilaterally altered the 5 elders' decree and has now been brought to justice. Sengoku's Budapalm crushed the fabricated confession. As the world government's letter of apology rained down upon the seas, Rouge lay on a delivery bed in Fusha Village's clinic. It's a healthy boy. Name. Poor Gas Diaz. Nurse Machino handed over the registration form. Rouge crossed out the D, just an ordinary fisherman's child. The wave of resignations from Marine headquarters subsided strangely after CP-0's execution, as Buggy's gilded fleet sailed past Fusha Village. Ace clutched a miniature boxing glove slipped to him by Garp, sleeping soundly. A newsbird flew by on the ocean breeze. The latest headline folded by Rouge into a paper boat and set afloat on the stream. The world government reaffirms the Human Rights Charter, abolishing the emergency period extermination order effective immediately. Chapter 82. The Demon Band Order. After the Navy headquarters resolved one dilemma, another soon emerged. Following Roger's demise, Barrett appeared to have lost his mental anchor. At this moment, on an unnamed island, Barrett sat amidst the ruins, surrounded by countless corpses. Roger, I shall never have the chance to defeat you again. The Dulce be annihilated. Barrett raised his hands and struck the ground violently, causing the earth to rupture, releasing a torrent of seawater. Morgan's news agency printed numerous newspapers, Descendant of the Demon, slaughtering 3 islands. Roger's crew, roaming the seas, the Navy powerless. Barrett, suspected to become the next pirate king. Morgan picked up the transponder snail, excitement evident in his voice. As expected of Mr. Buggy, you always bring me front-page headlines. On the other end of the line, Buggy lay lazily on a sofa, responding, Morgan, my president, keep an eye on Barrett and the Navy. Once the Navy deploys the Demon Ban order, remember to inform me. Mr. Buggy, the world government should not act against Barrett with the Demon Ban order. Just remember my words. Okay, you are the boss. Your word is law. After hanging up, Buggy murmured, Barrett, it's time to return to my side and serve me. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, a call for reinforcements concerning Barrett. The phone signal abruptly cut off. The Vice Admiral, gripping the transponder snail tightly, felt the veins bulging on his arm. He suppressed his rage and inquired, how many is this for the month? Sir, this is the 4th one. Damn this devil. The Vice Admiral rushed to the office of the Fleet Admiral, where he coincidentally heard Steelbone Kong's voice. All right. I shall personally lead the team. Bang. Bang. Report. After a few seconds, Steelbone Kong's voice resonated. Come in. What brings you here? Commander, it concerns Barrett. Steelbone Kong interrupted the Vice Admiral, stating, I am aware of this matter. Issue the order for full military readiness. Inform Garp and Sengoku to accompany me on this expedition. Initiate the Demon Ban order. Yes, sir. Soon. The Navy headquarters assembled over a dozen warships, with soldiers standing at the ready. Wow, Old Man Kong, what a grand display. Garp, clad in the Navy's justice cloak, jested while surveying the surrounding warships. Sengoku, on the other hand, remained composed. Damn it, Garp, be serious. Steelbone Kong punched Garp on the head and commanded the surrounding Navy ships set sail. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a solitary island in a small town. The warships, resembling monstrous black beasts, sliced through the waves, revealing an island shrouded in mist ahead. On the deck of the warship, the legendary Navy figures, Steelbone Kong, Garp, and Sengoku stood side by side, their expressions grave as they gazed ahead. Draped in a white admiral's cloak, Steelbone Kong spoke slowly. Barrett's recent actions pose a severe threat to world stability. Orders have been given for his complete eradication. Garp grinned widely, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. This fellow is as restless as ever. It is not that simple. Barrett is merely the first. The world government is beginning to reckon with those associated with Roger. Sengoku, tread carefully. Barrett has slaughtered innocents, severely undermining peace on the seas. It is only right for the Navy to capture him. Indeed, Admiral. Old Man Kong, there are no outsiders here. Lighten up. As they drew closer to the island, Barrett's figure emerged in their line of sight. He stood atop the highest point of the island, surrounded by the ruins he had wrought. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, emanating an overwhelming aura. Have you finally arrived, Navy? Let me see what you can do this time. Barrett's voice thundered across the sea. Steelbone Kong's gaze sharpened, decisively commanding, all troops, prepare to initiate the Demon Ban order. Target, Barrett. Kill without mercy. Instantaneously, soldiers aboard the warships sprang into action. Cannons rolled to the railings, their dark muzzles aimed at Barrett. Garp stretched his limbs, eager for the fight. It has been far too long since I've had such a thrilling battle. Sengoku reached for a golden transponder snail, pressing a button. Simultaneously, the silver transponder snail at Navy headquarters emitted a sharp ring, officially commencing the Demon Ban order. Fire. With that command, the cannons of over a dozen warships unleashed a barrage. Cannonballs raining down upon Barrett like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the sea erupted in flames, and the sound of explosions was deafening. Smoke engulfed the surroundings as chaos reigned. The very island quaked, debris flying in all directions. Yet, Barrett remained unfazed. He threw back his head and roared, "Do not wield such toys against me. Come, show me your true capabilities." A surge of overwhelming might radiated from him, causing the cannonballs to deflect upon nearing his formidable aura, erupting into towering columns of water around him. However, the Navy's assault did not cease. Immediately, Sengoku gestured, and 10 Navy vice admirals darted from the warships like phantoms, encircling Barrett in a crescent formation. Each donned Chris Justice cloaks, their expressions stern, blades gleaming with a chilling light. "Barrett, today is your day of reckoning." One vice admiral struck first, dashing forward and thrusting his sword toward Barrett's throat. Barrett scoffed, sidestepping the attack, and retaliated with a powerful right fist, delivering a blow to the vice admiral's abdomen. The vice admiral felt an overwhelming force that sent him flying like a severed kite, crashing through several trees before coming to a halt. Altogether, the remaining vice admirals exchanged glances and shouted in unison as they charged forward. In an instant, blades flashed and fierce energies clashed. Barrett showed no fear. He moved like lightning through the throng, each punch and kick imbued with tremendous force. The vice admiral's attacks felt like mere tickles against his formidable body, while those who dared to strike him were left spitting blood and suffering broken bones. Humph, utterly incapable. Sengoku, Garp, stop hiding and come out. Quit dealing with these small fry. Barrett roared disdainfully, his fury intensifying. Provoked by the Navy's relentless tactics, he clenched his fists, muscles bulging, a terrifying energy emanating from him that forced several approaching vice admirals to stagger back. Watching from the warship, Sengoku and Garp wore grave expressions as the situation escalated beyond their expectations. "We cannot delay any longer. Garp, take action," Sengoku declared, his form transforming into a streak of golden light as he lunged into the fray. Garp scratched his head, grinning widely. This fellow is still as much of a handful as ever. All right, let's get moving. With that, he followed closely behind Sengoku. Chapter 83. Clash of Titans. As Garp and Sengoku landed firmly, Barrett, having repelled the Navy's rear admiral, lifted his gaze towards them. "Garp, Sengoku, you have finally emerged," he exclaimed. "You slaughter innocents for no reason, wreaking havoc upon the seas. Today marks your demise. Is that so? Just the two of you?" Barrett taunted. Just as the three were poised to engage, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. "The Navy bullies the weak and gangs up on the few." Their attention turned to see Buggy soaring through the sky, hurtling towards them. "At last I've caught up. Barrett, you nearly exhausted me." "Buggy, what do you want?" "Get lost and don't interfere." Barrett snapped. "You little brat, last time you escaped, but this time I won't let you." Before Buggy could respond, Sengoku, infuriated by the pirate who had stolen Roger's corpse, made his move. Transforming into his Buddha form, he struck at Buggy with his palm, and the two were instantly locked in combat. Meanwhile, Barrett and Carp exchanged knowing glances, ready to engage. Barrett exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, his presence akin to a swirling mass of black smoke. In his eyes burned an insatiable thirst for battle. Carp, let me witness the prowess of Roger's nemesis. You've gone too far, brat. I shall confine you to prison, Carp retorted, and the two charged at each other, fists colliding with a resounding crash. The force of their clash reverberated outward, sending sand and debris soaring into the air. Trees were uprooted and shattered by the sheer power of their confrontation. Yet both Carp and Barrett remained steadfast, their arms trembling slightly under the strain. Suddenly, Barrett intensified his effort, twisting his waist and tightening the muscles in his arm, pouring more strength into his strike. Carp, undeterred, bent his legs slightly, channeling all his might into his right fist, engaging in a fierce tug-of-war of strength. After a moment of stalemate, Barrett abruptly withdrew his fist, sidestepping Carp's attack, and unleashed a lightning-fast punch aimed at Carp's abdomen. Carp reacted swiftly, raising his left arm to block. With a thud, Barrett's fist crashed against Carp's arm, causing Carp to stagger back slightly. Not bad, you have some skill, Carp acknowledged with a glint of admiration in his eyes before lunging forward, his right leg raised high to kick Barrett's head. Barrett quickly raised his arms to shield his head, but Carp's kick struck his arms with a dull thud, forcing Barrett to retreat several steps before regaining his balance. Carp seized the opportunity, appearing before Barrett once more and unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest. Barrett dodged and blocked as best he could, each impact sending jolts of power through his arms. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Barrett crouched low, evading Carp's punch, and then struck upwards towards Carp's chin. Carp swiftly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Yet Barrett pressed on, propelling himself forward with the momentum of his crouch. Carp braced himself, supporting his weight with his hands and pushing off the ground to evade Barrett's onslaught. With blood trickling from the corner of Barrett's mouth and a bruise forming on Carp's face, the two engaged in close combat, the atmosphere thick with combat fervor. Barrett slammed his palms against the ground, causing tremors that sent debris swirling around him. Countless stones and metal fragments surged. Chapter 84. The stubborn Barrett as Sengoku gazed at the tear in his clothing. A chill ran down his spine. The attack from Buggy had instilled within him a palpable fear of death. Buggy appeared before Sengoku, taunting him. Be careful, Sengoku. You might actually die. Sengoku, in a fit of rage, laughed scornfully. You? Just based on that? With that, Sengoku unleashed his full might, his Buddha form becoming more solid. Resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, a formidable aura radiated from him, spreading in all directions. Buggy, concealed in the shadows, felt a shiver of trepidation. He understood that Sengoku was genuinely enraged. This is bad. I've gone too far. He stealthily shifted his position, seeking a vulnerable spot to evade Sengoku's onslaught. However, Sengoku would not grant him such an opportunity. He clasped his hands together, and the golden light surrounding him surged, transforming into countless golden arrows that shot out in a fan shape from his center. Wherever they passed, be it stone or steel, they were instantly pierced. Buggy had no choice but to reveal himself. In an instant, Sengoku locked onto Buggy's form. Buddha's light, 1,000 Buddha hands. In that fleeting moment, enormous golden hands materialized, crashing down towards Buggy with overwhelming force. In a desperate split second, Buggy's body disassembled, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Sengoku anticipated his movement, snorting coldly. Thinking of fleeing? Not so easy. Sengoku swiftly pivoted, thrusting his enormous golden palms forward, unleashing a colossal golden shockwave that surged toward Buggy's reassembled form. The shockwave carved a deep trench into the ground, hurling dirt and stones into the air. Buggy's eyes widened in realization. I can't escape this. He raised his arms defensively, but with a resounding crack. Searing pain shot through his limbs as he was propelled backward, crashing into a massive boulder, which shattered upon impact, sending debris flying. Is that all you've got? Sengoku coldly regarded the fallen Buggy, disdain evident in his eyes. Buggy struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet a defiant grin remained on his face. Sengoku, this is just the beginning. With that, he vanished once more, seeking his next opportunity. Sengoku, unfazed, retracted his hands and readied himself. After a day and night of relentless battle, the four combatants displayed markedly different, yet equally grim conditions. Buggy knelt on the ground, his hands barely supporting his weight. His disheveled hair was matted with dust and blood, his face bruised, and his tattered clothing revealed ghastly wounds. Sengoku reverted to his human form, panting heavily. Though his Buddha form wielded immense power, its toll was equally staggering, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. In contrast, Barrett and Carp, despite numerous injuries, thrived in their spirits and vigor. Seizing a fleeting moment, Buggy deftly maneuvered closer to Barrett, exclaiming, "Barrett, now's our chance. Let us escape. As long as the green hills remain, we need not worry about firewood." Barrett halted, turning to Buggy with a look of disdain. "Escape? Barrett, never retreat in battle. I've waited too long for this." He then charged forward again, braving the attacks from Carp and Sengoku. Frustrated, Buggy stamped his feet as the battle grew increasingly dire. Lamenting inwardly, the clash raged from dawn until dusk. Just then, Steelbone Kong, who had been lurking in the background, finally made his move. He materialized in the center of the battlefield, exuding an aura that sent shivers down spines, a presence honed through countless life and death struggles. Steelbone Kong's gaze was steely as he surveyed the area and locked eyes with Barrett. Clenching his fists, bones cracking ominously, he strode forward, declaring, "Barrett, surrender now." Buggy's face paled in an instant, a surge of unwillingness filling his heart. Steelbone Kong? How could he be here? It's over. We can't escape now. He realized that Steelbone Kong's arrival had tipped the scales of battle irreversibly. Faced with the formidable duo of Carp and Sengoku, they now found themselves in a dire predicament. Barrett, however, seemed invigorated by Steelbone Kong's presence. The Navy Admiral? The Navy truly spares no expense. One admiral and two generals. Bring it on. With Steelbone Kong joining the fray, their assault became a torrential storm. His punches were fierce and unyielding, each strike accompanied by a sonic boom, tearing through the air with a sizzling sound. Together with Carp and Sengoku, they formed an impenetrable encirclement, trapping Barrett within. As attacks surged from all directions like a relentless tide. Though Barrett fought valiantly, he found himself overwhelmed, his wounds multiplying and blood-staining his attire. His movement slowed. Breaths grew labored, yet the fire of battle in his eyes remained undiminished. Buggy watched, frantic and torn, knowing that remaining would spell doom. Yet, watching Barrett struggle alone ignited a fierce loyalty within him. Finally, gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Barrett, I'm coming to help." With that, he unsheathed a dagger from his waist and charged at the trio, attempting to disrupt their rhythm and provide Barrett a moment to breathe. Carp, noticing this, scoffed. "You overestimate yourself." He leaped forward, delivering a kick imbued with haki that could shatter boulders. Buggy narrowly evaded the lethal strike, but the force of the wind struck his cheek painfully. Sengoku's piercing gaze locked onto Buggy, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a golden shockwave towards him, the Buddha light shimmering as if warping space itself. Buggy rolled on the ground, barely escaping, muttering, "How are we supposed to fight this? It's insane." Yet, his eyes remained resolute as he circled the trio, searching for a flaw. Steelbone Kong's gaze was icy, and he swiftly exploited a gap in Buggy's defense. Appearing before him in an instant, his right fist raised high, imbued with the strength to shatter mountains, he bellowed, "Stay down." Caught off guard, Buggy could do nothing but hastily cross his arms in defense, hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth. "You little brat. As long as you live, the five elders never specified that you must live unscathed. So don't pee." Chapter 85. Barrett's imprisonment upon hearing Steelbone Kong's words. Carp and Sengoku eagerly approached the two, casting particularly sinister glances at Buggy. Cold sweat broke out across Buggy's brow. "Wait, Admiral Kong, we can negotiate. The Navy surely requires funding. You are aware that the five elders reached an agreement with me precisely because of my considerable wealth. Shall we discuss this?" Carp and Sengoku paused, contemplating Steelbone Kong's words. After all, the Navy was indeed impoverished, and with Roger's demise, pirates were proliferating like a swarm of locusts, making recruitment and armament a costly endeavor. A flicker of hesitation flashed in Steelbone Kong's eyes before dissipating. No, Barrett must be taken away. His actions have gone too far, and orders have been given from above. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Steelbone Kong turned his gaze upon Buggy, his eyes glinting with avarice. "However, you've reminded me well. Capturing you would surely yield riches." Buggy's expression shifted in alarm, cursing inwardly that old man is quick-witted. "Curse it. I've dug my own grave." Steelbone Kong slowly advanced towards Buggy, enveloped in an oppressive aura. The conqueror's haki surrounding him was akin to a tangible tempest, causing the very air to tremble. Following closely were Carp and Sengoku, forming a triangular formation that ensnared Buggy and Barrett in a deadly embrace. The battle escalated instantaneously. Steelbone Kong struck first, his figure flickering before materializing in front of Buggy, unleashing a fierce straight punch accompanied by a howling wind. Buggy's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly attempted to defend himself, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer force, sending him hurtling backward several meters. Before he could regain his bearings, Carp, like a specter, lunged forward, his massive fist imbued with haki, crashing down toward Buggy's head. Buggy sidestepped just in time, the punch grazing his scalp and smashing into the ground with a resounding boom, fracturing the earth beneath. Witnessing this, Barrett roared in fury, his entire being surging with power, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. He charged at Carp, his fist, as large as a cauldron, aimed ferociously at Carp's back. Sensing the oncoming wind, Carp deftly sidestepped, easily evading the blow while simultaneously delivering a kick to Barrett's abdomen. Barrett, unable to evade, braced himself against the kick, his body arching backward in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth, standing his ground. He retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at Carp's chin. Sengoku observed coolly from the sidelines, searching for the opportune moment. Seeing Barrett entangled with Carp, he swiftly formed hand seals, gathering a potent energy in his palms. Then, with a thunderous shout, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden shockwave that surged toward Barrett like a tidal wave. Sensing the impending danger, Barrett squatted low, concentrating his strength in his legs, leaping to evade the deadly strike. The shockwave skimmed past his shoe, obliterating rocks and raising clouds of dust in its wake. As the relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon them, Buggy and Barrett found themselves gradually cornered, their situation growing increasingly dire. Buggy's stamina plummeted. His current strength was inadequate against the three formidable powers. Each attempt to defend felt overwhelmingly burdensome, his steps faltering. Despite Barrett's indomitable spirit and formidable strength, wounds multiplied on his body, blood staining him crimson, and his movements grew sluggish. Observing Buggy's deteriorating condition stirred a complex emotion within Barrett. This seemingly unreliable companion had steadfastly fought alongside him in this life-and-death struggle. Memories of their days aboard Roger's ship flashed before his eyes, Buggy's laughter, his passionate oaths, each moment a vivid painting in his mind. "Buggy, thank you. You should leave." Barrett gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. "Barrett, we can't both leave. Didn't you promise to save me? I'm waiting for you," Buggy exclaimed, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of determination. Just as Barrett's words faded, a radiant glow enveloped him, signaling the awakening of his devil fruit ability. Tendrils of roots erupted from the ground beneath him, entwining around his legs and spreading outward. In an instant, his body began to merge with the island itself. The rocks and trees transformed into extensions of his being. His form swelled, evolving into that of a giant. "All right, it's settled. Wait for me." Upon witnessing this, Buggy ceased his resistance and turned to flee. "Want to escape? Not so easily." Steelbone Kong roared, his figure soaring as he pursued Buggy's retreating form, unleashing his full haki in an attempt to break through Barrett's defenses. Barrett would not allow such a thing, swinging his hand to send the island's boulders hurtling like cannonballs towards Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong swiftly countered, shattering each boulder with powerful punches, yet the relentless barrage hindered his advance. Carp and Sengoku exchanged knowing glances, their intentions synchronized as they flanked Barrett from either side. Carp leapt high, channeling his strength into his right fist, aimed forcefully at Barrett's head. Unflinching, Barrett raised his arm, allowing his Rocky appendage to absorb the blow. With a thunderous impact, Carp's fist sank into the rock, the tremendous force cracking the ground beneath Barrett's feet. A colossal golden Buddha apparition manifested behind Sengoku, his eyes blazing with intensity as he thrust his hands forward, mirroring the Buddha's punch aimed squarely at Barrett. Recognizing the overwhelming force, Barrett crossed his arms in a desperate block. The golden light engulfed him, the impact sliding him backwards several meters, carving a deep trench in the earth. Despite the onslaught, Barrett, fueled by his indomitable will and the newfound power from merging with the island, held his ground tenaciously, utilizing the precious moments he gained. Buggy momentarily transformed into a nanoform, retreating into the distance. However, as time went on, Barrett found himself outnumbered. Under the relentless assault of the three Navy powerhouses, he began to falter. The rocks encasing him began to crumble, wounds multiplied, and blood flowed freely from the fissures, staining the two figures stepped forward, lifting the Barrett as they approached the naval warship. This exhilarating battle had finally drawn to a close. Barrett slowly regained consciousness, feeling a heaviness in his head, and the surrounding scene appeared somewhat blurred. As his vision gradually cleared, he realized he was in a dim, damp cell, permeated by a pungent odor of decay. This was the 6th level of Impel Down, the infinite hell. Awake? Barrett turned his gaze toward the voice. Discovering a tall man seated in the corner, his disheveled golden hair did not diminish the oppressive aura he exuded. It was none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. Barrett frowned, slowly rising to his feet and stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. Golden Lion, I never expected to encounter you here. Shiki flashed a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Kid, have you heard of my illustrious name? Barrett scoffed, a mere defeated foe of Roger. His fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. Shiki threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing within the cell. Ha ha ha. A hero fallen on hard times, but this is of little consequence. As long as we draw breath, there lies an opportunity to escape and continue stirring up storms upon this vast ocean. Barrett regarded Shiki with a flicker of admiration. You speak the truth. I refuse to languish here awaiting death. He began to stretch and warm up his muscles. An intriguing young lad, unbeknownst to anyone. A glimmer of silver flashed across Shiki's hand. Chapter 86. The Kingdom of Flowers. On board the Great Disolo, Baki, Enelu, and Tezelo gathered together. The two men observed Baki, noting the tattered state of his clothing and the bruises adorning his face, and wisely chose to remain silent. You see, our strength is still insufficient, Baki declared. From today onwards, aside from Tezelo dedicating some of his time to managing the underground world, we shall each seek out renowned pirates at sea for combat, starting tomorrow. If we cannot prevail, we shall flee, until we can. The two nodded obediently before hastily departing. Baki rubbed his swollen arm, cursing under his breath. Damn, that was quite a brutal hit. Is it because I'm outnumbered that they dare to bully me? Very well. Through this incident, Baki realized that no matter how formidable he became, he could not withstand a multitude of attackers. Thus began his endeavor to establish alliances and recruit followers across the world. He retrieved a Dinden Mushi and dialed, soon being greeted by the image of a bird's head. Mr. Baki, what sensational news do you bring this time? Morgan's voice resonated. Morgans, send me the recent intelligence on various nations and potential new recruits. Certainly, Mr. Baki. Before long, Baki received a thick stack of documents. And after perusing them, he determined his first destination would be the Kingdom of Flowers. Within the assembly hall of the Kingdom of Flowers, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The king sat upon a grand throne, his countenance dark, as he surveyed the dejected ministers below, filled with trepidation. We've received further reports of defeat from the front lines. We have lost 3 cities in succession. The general's voice carried weariness and frustration. The enemy's weaponry is far too advanced. Our soldiers, armed only with cold steel, are no match for them, merely marching to their deaths. The finance minister lamented, Your Majesty, our treasury is depleted. We have no funds to procure new weapons. If this continues, we may not even be able to pay our soldiers. At that moment, a young strategist stepped forward, hesitantly suggesting, Your Majesty, perhaps we could send envoys to negotiate? We might gain some breathing room. This proposal was met with immediate dissent. Negotiate? Would that not be a sign of weakness? What of our dignity as the Kingdom of Flowers? The enemy is emboldened. They would not agree easily. Your Majesty, we must seek the aid of the 8 Treasures Water Army, cried another. Your Majesty, that is unwise. The leader is still recovering from his injuries. Shall we then allow the Kingdom of Flowers to perish? The king furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He understood the dire straits the Kingdom of Flowers faced. Without an effective strategy, the kingdom might truly face annihilation. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside, and a soldier burst in, kneeling and urgently exclaiming, Your Majesty, it is dire. The enemy has breached our defenses and is advancing toward the capital. They will be upon us within 3 days. The hall erupted into chaos, ministers panicking, some weeping softly, others casting blame. The king rose abruptly, shouting, Silence. Why the commotion? The Kingdom of Flowers will not fall so easily. I shall seek out the leader of the 8 treasures. He commanded, dismissed. Baki arrived alone in the Kingdom of Flowers. Upon setting foot on its soil, he was captivated by the sights before him. The architecture was unlike anything he had previously encountered. Ornate eaves and intricate beams, reminiscent of ancient Chinese styles, with tiered wooden pavilions scattered along the hills. The wooden structures were adorned with exquisite carvings, narrating the rich history of this nation. On the streets, people clad in vibrant attire bustled about. As Baki walked, he curiously observed his surroundings when suddenly, he collided with another individual at a corner. The figure had short hair, a rope tied around his forehead, a mark of 13 on his right side, and a curved blade slung across his back. Upon closer inspection, Baki recognized him as Old Kai from the Eight Treasures Water Army. Old Kai, returning from the market with numerous bags, grumbled, "Watch where you're going." Baki, undeterred by the complaint, inquired, "You're one of the Eight Treasures Water Army, aren't you?" Old Kai eyed him warily. "Indeed. I am Old Kai of the Eight Treasures Water Army. And you are? You are not from the Kingdom of Flowers." Feigning mystery, Baki replied, "That is of no concern for now. Is the leader still recovering from his injuries?" Old Kai sighed, a hint of sadness in his expression. "Yes. He has been troubled by it. It is his pride." Leaning closer, Baki proposed, "I possess a way to restore your leader's headpiece." Old Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? What do you propose? Let us not dwell on the details now. First, take me to your leader, and I shall explain everything in person." After a moment's hesitation, recalling his grandfather's despair over the loss of his headpiece, Old Kai ultimately agreed. "Very well, follow me." Thus, Old Kai guided Baki through the winding streets toward the headquarters of the Eight Treasures Water Army. Finally, they arrived at a magnificent edifice, the headquarters. The security personnel at the entrance recognized Old Kai and rushed to take the bags from his hands. "Old Kai, you're back." They then regarded Baki with suspicion. "Who is he?" "He is a doctor I found. Where is my grandfather?" "The leader is inside, discussing matters with the king." Old Kai escorted Baki inside. Within, Qingjiu sat in a rattan chair, gazing vacantly out the window. The once mighty pirate, renowned for shattering the frozen continent with his headpiece, was now dulled by defeat. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned his head, recognizing the king, and spoke flatly, "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" The king approached, bowing deeply, earnestly stating, "Brother Qingjiao, the Kingdom of Flowers is in peril. The enemy advances aggressively. I implore you to return to the fray." Qingjiao offered a bitter smile, rising to the window, gazing at the old locust tree in the yard as if lost in memories. "Your Majesty, you know my headpiece was destroyed by Carp. Now, I am but a shell of my former self." "Brother Qingjiao." Qingjiao interrupted, shaking his head, "Your Majesty, please don't say any more. Since losing my headpiece, I have tried countless times to regain my former strength, and each recollection of that defeat leaves me." His voice faltered. "I lack the courage to step onto the battlefield again." The room fell into a heavy silence, the only sound being the wind outside, as if lamenting the plight of the Kingdom of Flowers and Qingjiao's helplessness. Just then, a voice broke the gloom. "Don't be so pessimistic, old man." Chapter 87. The Alliance of the Cross Guild. As Qingjiao and his companion turned around, they beheld Old Kai entering with Buggy, having eavesdropped at the door for quite some time. Once inside, Old Kai could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Grandfather, the Flower Kingdom is in dire need of our assistance." Upon hearing this, Qingjiao remained silent, turning away without a word. The king of the Flower Kingdom, breaking the tension, composed himself and inquired, "Old Kai has returned." "Who is this?" Old Kai, brimming with excitement, responded, Yes, grandfather. This is the doctor I found who can restore your health." In stark contrast to Old Kai's enthusiasm, Qingjiao erupted in fury, "Brat, regardless of who you are, leave at once." "Grandfather." "Silence." Qingjiao's eyes widened in rage, his aura surging like a tumultuous tide, unleashing an overwhelming presence that swept toward Buggy. Yet, Buggy remained unfazed, a sly smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he was enveloped in a dense shroud of black energy, flickering red lightning dancing within. The clash of their formidable auras reverberated through the air, creating a palpable stalemate. "Who exactly are you, brat?" Buggy's roar intensified the already fierce aura emanating from Qingjiao. The weaker members of the Eight Treasure Navy collapsed, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. The king of the Flower Kingdom turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he struggled to maintain his composure, his legs trembling involuntarily. Old Kai clenched his teeth, muscles taut, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the oppressive force. As time passed, Qingjiao's breath quickened, veins bulging on his forehead, his face etched with strain. In contrast, Buggy maintained his relaxed demeanor, a mocking smile still present. "That's enough, Qingjiao," Buggy declared, retracting his aura. Seeing this, Qingjiao calmed himself, fixing his gaze on Buggy. "All right, old man, let us introduce ourselves. I am Buggy, a former apprentice of the Roger Pirates, now merely a humble businessman." Upon hearing the mention of the Roger Pirates, Qingjiao and his companions exchanged wary glances. "What brings you to the Flower Kingdom?" "We have no dealings with Roger." Buggy casually strolled to Qingjiao's reclined seat and plopped down. "Ladies and gentlemen, no need for alarm. As I said, I am simply a businessman, here to discuss business." Make yourselves at home." Propping his legs up, he leaned back, intertwining his fingers behind his head, breaking the silence. "Your Majesty, how much longer can you hold out?" "Huh? What do you mean by hold out?" The king of the Flower Kingdom paused, his words faltering. "It should be no more than 10 days, perhaps even less, before the Flower Kingdom can no longer endure. Of course, if the 8 Treasure Navy and Qingjiao take action, the crisis could be easily averted. But what about those soldiers who perished due to outdated weaponry? What of their families? Must we always rely on the 8 Treasure Navy? Qingjiao will grow old and die, and the Navy will eventually decline. What then? A vast nation surrendered, its people left destitute?" As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes, surveying the group. The king of the Flower Kingdom furrowed his brow, fists clenched, veins bulging. He sighed heavily. "Lord Buggy, you speak the truth. Our shortcomings in weaponry are becoming increasingly apparent. Yet we cannot afford to procure weapons from external sources." A knowing smile crept across Buggy's lips as he straightened up, leaning forward. "I happen to have a solution." The king, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" Buggy, pleased with the king's interest, continued, "The Flower Kingdom's weaknesses lie in 2 areas. First, the lack of a weapon transport channel, forcing you to purchase directly from the black market at exorbitant prices. Second, the absence of economic resources. In past years, you relied on the wealth amassed by the 8 Treasure Navy to handle emergencies, but since Qingjiao's defeat by Carp, that source of income has been entirely cut off. Coupled with the ongoing conflict, the Flower Kingdom is facing a financial crisis." The king of the Flower Kingdom's eyes widened in shock. These were state secrets, and he was astonished that Buggy was fully aware of them. He gazed intently at Buggy and then bowed respectfully. "Please, save the Flower Kingdom." Buggy stepped forward confidently, addressing the trio. "Your Majesty, this is a straightforward matter. I can provide the Flower Kingdom with a substantial supply of advanced weaponry, including long-range artillery, close combat blades, and sturdy armor for protection. With these, I believe the Flower Kingdom and Apos' military strength will easily repel any invaders. Weaponry is merely the beginning. I can also assist in establishing military factories, to be precise. With them, you will achieve self-sufficiency in producing your own armaments. As for the economy, the Flower Kingdom's silk and spices are renowned worldwide. Furthermore, I have numerous skilled artisans at my disposal, from site selection and construction to technical guidance and worker training. I can ensure everything is arranged meticulously." The king of the Flower Kingdom rose, clasping his hands together, and bowed deeply to Buggy. "Lord Buggy, such immense kindness deserves a fitting reward from the Flower Kingdom." Buggy regarded the king with admiration. "Your Majesty, you are indeed a wise man. My conditions are simple. The weapons I provide will only be available to my allies, the Cross-Guild Alliance. Should the Flower Kingdom agree to collaborate with me, it shall become the first member of this alliance." Old Kai, scratching his head in confusion, interjected, "The Cross-Guild Alliance? What is that organization? I have never heard of it." Buggy raised an eyebrow and patiently explained, "This is a force poised to alter the world's landscape. Old Kai, consider this. The world is currently shrouded in chaos under the Dragon People's rule, with countless nations suffering and many citizens displaced. The purpose of the Cross-Guild Alliance is to overthrow the decaying regime of the Dragon People and restore justice to the world." At this point, Buggy locked eyes with the king of the Flower Kingdom and asked, "Your kingdom has the courage to resist foreign invaders. Do you not desire to completely break free from the shackles of the Dragon People? Join us in the fight for freedom and secure a bright future for the generations to come." The king of the Flower Kingdom fell into deep contemplation, his fingers rhythmically stroking his chin. After a long pause, he lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he met Buggy's eyes. "Lord Buggy, you speak truthfully. The Flower Kingdom is willing to join hands with you and enter the Cross-Guild Alliance to stand against the Dragon People." A radiant smile blossomed on Buggy's face as he extended his hand, gripping the king's firmly. "Excellent. From this moment forth, the Flower Kingdom shall be a member of the Cross-Guild Alliance." Chapter 88. Buggy versus Green Pepper. With the alliance forged with the Flower Country, Buggy, a diligent businessman, could not stand idly by while his allies were oppressed. A call was made, and thanks to Teselo's efforts, ships laden with weaponry soon arrived at the docks of the Flower Country. The sun bathed the harbor in golden light, while the gentle sea breeze carried a hint of salt. Along the coastline, massive cargo vessels anchored steadily. Workers, their dark chests glistening with sweat, eagerly awaited the unveiling of the long-anticipated armaments. The first sight that greeted them was a collection of gleaming firearms, their metallic bodies reflecting a cold, steely sheen. The stocks were crafted from dense, dark wood. The soldiers of the Flower Country gathered around, and a young soldier, unable to contain his excitement. Rushed forward to caress the weapon's surface, murmuring, "With this fine piece, let us see if those invaders dare to be arrogant." His voice trembled with uncontainable enthusiasm. Nearby, heavy artillery pieces were lined up, their thick barrels imposing. "Now our firepower can finally match theirs," an experienced gunner exclaimed, his rough hands patting the cannon with glee. The generals of the Flower Country stood by, witnessing the scene with expressions of profound satisfaction. A general clad in resplendent armor, draped in a crimson cape, nodded slightly. His gaze filled with approval. "These exceptional weapons are our assurance in the defense of our land. Thanks to Lord Buggy, the future of the Flower Country is indeed promising." Around them, the docks erupted in laughter and cheers as workers, soldiers, and generals alike reveled in the joyous atmosphere. All of this was brought forth by Buggy, whose name had spread throughout the Flower Country in just 2 short days. Meanwhile, Buggy found himself within the crystalline confines of the treasure ship's Ice Mountain. The outer walls of the Ice Mountain, constructed from millennia-old frost, concealed beneath their frigid surface vast treasures that captured the world's attention. Green Pepper gazed at the ice beneath him, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He bent slightly, reaching out to touch the icy layer. "Buggy, within this house of ice lies the essence of my life, my struggles and joys of the past, and the hopes for the future. But since my conical head was shattered by Garp, my life has lost its color. I know the Flower Country is now inseparable from you. Yet if you wish to secure the support of the treasure ship, you must first demonstrate your strength. Come, defeat me, and the treasure ship along with these riches shall be yours." The tension between Buggy and Green Pepper was palpable, ready to erupt. In a flash, Buggy vanished from sight. Reappearing directly above Green Pepper, his legs enveloped in the aura of armament hockey, striking down like a bolt of black lightning. Raging foot slash. In that instant, a crescent-shaped black slash, accompanied by a howling wind, soared toward Green Pepper. As an experienced pirate, Green Pepper unleashed his observation hockey, instantly sensing the peril above. Unfazed, he planted his legs firmly on the ice, inhaled deeply, and his entire head flushed crimson, like a heated branding iron. 8-strike fist, shattering steel spike. His previously stooped figure straightened abruptly, his head lunging upward like a battering ram to meet Buggy's attack. The clash of the slash and the steel spike produced a deafening roar. Utilizing the momentum, Buggy flipped mid-air, landing securely several meters away. His fists charged with the swirling energy of armament hockey. Not bad, old man," he declared, before charging forward once more, his body transforming into nanoscopic particles. Darting through the corners of the ice house, unexpectedly launching surprise attacks. Under this relentless barrage, Green Pepper found himself on the defensive, his clothing torn in multiple places. Yet, his vast experience allowed him to seize an opening, bellowing, "Conqueror's hockey!" Impact. An invisible pressure surged forth, crashing like tidal waves in all directions. Buggy countered with his own Conqueror's hockey, and for a moment, it seemed as if the ice house would be crushed beneath the weight of their 2 formidable auras. Buggy's gaze sharpened as he concentrated all his power into his right fist, his devil fruit powers surging wildly, enhancing his skeletal structure and rapidly regenerating his red blood cells. Green Pepper, too, poured forth all his might, solidifying his armament hockey to its utmost limit. "Come on, old man," Buggy roared, launching himself like a cannonball. His right fist aimed directly at Green Pepper's forehead. Green Pepper stood resolute, meeting the blow head-on. The impact resounded with a colossal boom, shaking the entire ice house. Green Pepper's body was sent flying like a severed kite, carving a deep trench into the ice as he kicked up a cloud of snow and mist. Buggy landed firmly, watching as Green Pepper slowly rose from the ground. Moments later, the conical head once deformed by Garp's blow began to return to its original shape. When Green Pepper inadvertently caught a glimpse of his reflection in the water, he was astonished to see his once flattened head now standing tall with its sharp cone restored. He froze in place, eyes wide, fixated on the familiar yet strange image before him. A sound akin to a choked gasp escaped his throat. After a moment, his hands began to tremble. Chapter 89, raising 100 billion berries in the year 1499 of the Sea Circle, on the bed of King Riku. The moonlight illuminated the chamber. The old monarch lay beneath a cashmere blanket, beside him a stone-carved toy, a Pinocchio. Its nose partially broken and smeared with frosting from the children's offerings during the day. Suddenly, a spiderweb-like crack appeared in the window frame, and dozens of nearly transparent threads slithered in, glimmering in the moonlight. King Riku frowned in his sleep, his fingers subconsciously tightening around the blanket, which was embroidered with violet threads by his late wife, the petals now worn to a shine. Heard from the window came a sinister laughter. Startled, King Riku opened his eyes, reflecting the inverted image of a youthful figure. At 15, Don Quixote Doflamingo perched on the window ledge, his wine-red coat cascading down. "Good evening." "Gracious Majesty," he drawled, flicking his finger, causing the Pinocchio toy to levitate, its wooden joints creaking under the strain of the threads. As the old king's fingers grazed the sword at his bedside, the bed was suddenly disassembled, splintering into its shavings beneath him. He fell heavily onto the shards of wood. "Hush." Doflamingo alighted gracefully. "Your Majesty, do not be alarmed. I come to discuss business. Allow me to introduce myself, Don Quixote Doflamingo." King Riku, upon hearing the name, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What brings you here, my lord?" Doflamingo fixed his gaze on the king before stating, "To reclaim what was lost, this very kingdom." The king understood that Doflamingo was no benevolent figure. To spare his people from disaster, he resolutely stared at Doflamingo, declaring, "It is impossible. I cannot hand over my kingdom to someone like you." Doflamingo's expression shifted before he erupted into laughter. "Ah, esteemed king, fret not. I shall not take what belongs to others, but you will have to pay a price. First, you will return the kingdom to me, and secondly, I shall sell it back to you." King Riku gritted his teeth. "Very well. How much do you demand?" 100 billion berries. The king gasped in disbelief, shouting, 100 billion berries? Where am I to procure such a sum? Doflamingo smirked. "Your dear subjects must have ample funds for their beloved king. They would surely contribute a little. 100 billion berries, noble king. Do not bargain, lest I become displeased, and do not seek assistance from others. Until tomorrow." With that, Doflamingo turned and departed. Suddenly, the sound of guards' footsteps echoed outside the chamber, followed by a knock. Thud, thud. "Your Majesty, I heard a commotion. Is there something amiss?" "Summon the Riku army. Gather all commanders to the palace." "Yes, Your Majesty." King Riku sighed as he watched Doflamingo's retreating figure, then stood up. The hastily assembled Riku army soon formed ranks within the palace. The king addressed them, "We urgently require 100 billion berries. The treasury is depleted. Immediately, take troops to every town and collect the berries. Remember, even if you must seize them, we must gather the full amount." Though the army was bewildered, their trust in King Riku was unwavering. After a moment of hesitation, they responded in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon, battalions departed from the palace. Before the dawn mist had dissipated, the sound of iron boots shattered the morning dew of Greenbit. Gustav clutched the tax decree, while soldiers behind him slammed donation boxes onto the cobblestone streets. "By royal decree, we are collecting a special tax. Each household must contribute 80% of their savings." The populace erupted in protest. "Impossible. You are not the Riku army. His Majesty would never do such a thing." Yet, the army pressed on, executing King Riku's orders. As the crowd swelled, the leading commander retrieved a projection insect, and the silhouette of King Riku appeared through the morning fog. "People of the realm, I am King Riku. Our nation faces grave peril. I beseech you to lend your money to help us through this crisis. I thank you in advance." As he knelt on the sharp-edged obsidian floor, the sound of waves at the port ceased. It was the first time in 800 years that a monarch of Dressrosa knelt. "Entrust your lives to me." The old king's forehead pressed against the cold stone. The citizens, witnessing their king kneel in desperation to gather funds, became animated. An old shipwright suddenly smashed a clay pot, and 30 copper coins, carrying the scent of fish, clinked to the soldier's boots. He turned and retrieved an object wrapped in oilcloth from the shrine, a gilded dagger emblazoned with the royal crest, which King Riku had used to cut a rope and save his grandson during last year's shipwreck. Peasant women removed their wedding gold earrings. His Majesty promised he would return it. A freckled apprentice rushed forward, and when he finally managed to stuff 3 yeast-stained coins into the iron box, the guard noticed the boy was barefoot. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last 7 carts entered the palace square, the mounds of coins nearly submerging the statue of the fountain goddess. 100 billion and 3 berries. The treasurer's voice trembled as he held a glass bottle found amidst the coins. Inside, a miniature crown made of sugar paper, with a note awkwardly written, "Your Majesty, remember to eat." King Riku stood on the terrace, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed at the crowd reluctant to disperse. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him. "Ha ha ha, what a touching folly." Doflamingo's voice, tinged with the rasp of adolescence, echoed as he descended from the ceiling as if treading on invisible threads. Flanked by his cadre, King Riku took a deep breath and descended the steps, each footfall heavy with purpose. When he reached Doflamingo, he locked eyes with the hidden gaze behind the sunglasses, his voice hoarse yet commanding. "Doflamingo, Here is the 100 billion berries you sought. As per our agreement, take the money and spare Dressrosa, spare my people. Doflamingo stared momentarily, then threw his head back in laughter, the sound reverberating through the palace. Ha ha ha. How naïve you are, old man. You have set the stage, the grand performance is about to begin. King Riku felt as if struck by lightning. The blood drained from his face as he clenched his fists in fury, knuckles whitening. You treacherous fiend. How dare you? Before he could finish, King Riku lunged at Doflamingo, knowing there was no retreat. A resolute glint sparked in his eyes as he pulled out the explosives he had prepared. The fuse swaying gently in the breeze. Doflamingo, since you offer us no escape, let us perish together today. The king roared. Chapter 90. The Puppet King. The aged monarch suddenly erupted, his frail body emanating an astonishing agility. King Riku's hand trembled as it clutched the bomb. Sparks racing along the oil-soaked fuse towards the core of the explosive. The fuse ignited swiftly, filling the air with the acrid scent of sulfur. Today, Dressrosa was once more returning to the dominion of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo observed the rushing King Riku with a smirk. As countless parasitic threads erupted from beneath his pink coat, accurately piercing the nape of the advancing king. Time seemed suspended, ensnared by the threads. The cracking sound of Riku's knuckles echoed as the bomb quivered violently in his palm. The old king, despite his frailty, exhibited a surprising tenacity. At the moment Doflamingo's threads penetrated Riku's cervical spine, he felt a chill akin to a centipede crawling through his marrow. Against his will, his right hand was raised overhead, the bomb tracing a perfect parabolic arc under the influence of the threads. Let it bloom. The youthful tyrant snapped his fingers, enveloping the explosive in hundreds of pink glimmers. Yet, the explosion that should have shattered the palace metamorphosed into a muffled whimper. Thousands of nearly transparent threads wove a cocoon in the air, filtering the explosive energy layer by layer. The ashes of the burning threads fell like black snow. The old king's kneecap cracked under the pressure, forced into a submissive kneeling by the parasitic threads. Now, this is resourcefulness at its best. Doflamingo trampled over the old king's back towards the throne, manipulating the aged body into a gesture of worship. At that moment, despite Doflamingo's mitigation, the sound of the explosion attracted the nearby Riku army. Release His Majesty. 500 ironclad cavalrymen formed a line before the archway, their long spears lowered in a final show of restraint. The roar of the captain of the royal guard, Rain, shook the snow from the clock tower as his steed reared up. This man, who had once single-handedly eradicated enemy squads, now trembled at the reins. King Riku was kneeling at Doflamingo's feet. Are you commanding me? Doflamingo's expression soured as he gazed at the Riku army. With a slight motion of his finger, King Riku slowly lifted his chin, compelled to present a twisted smile to his loyal soldiers. Damn it. Charge, kill them. Save His Majesty. Torpol was the first to unleash his sticky whip, the green venom etching smoking trenches into the cobblestones. 10 heavily armored cavalrymen, along with their horses, were ensnared like insects in amber, their cries abruptly silenced as the venom solidified. Fire. Before Rain's flag could drop, Pika had melded with the entire clock tower. Too weak. The crowd stared at the towering man, emitting an unexpected high-pitched roar, momentarily stunned. A granite fist smashed into the cavalry formation, hooves and severed limbs flying. Other officers joined the fray. The Riku soldiers were rendered as inexperienced recruits before these powerful beings. King Riku watched this heartbreaking scene, struggling desperately. Do not harm the common folk. His warning was silenced by Doflamingo. Soon, the soldiers were toppled by the officers, many losing their lives. Doflamingo elegantly traced a circle with his index finger, causing the remaining 300 soldiers to convulse. These soldiers, like King Riku, were ensnared, bowing before Doflamingo. What exquisite despair. He mused. How moving it is, like mayflies shaking a great tree, or moths flinging themselves into the flame. King Riku stood tall, yet his eyes were hollow, reduced to mere shells. Beside him, the soldiers of the Riku army stood in rigid formation, motionless, save for their slightly trembling fingers. Doflamingo's narrowed eyes surveyed King Riku and the soldiers. Though Riku could neither speak nor move, his gaze burned with fierce indignation, fixated on this demon before him. Doflamingo, seemingly oblivious, stood beside the throne, a hand lightly resting on the armrest. Next, I shall reveal to you a splendid script, though you are but a pitiful supporting character. He straightened, arms wide as if to embrace the entire palace. Those foolish commoners, naively entrusting their hard-earned belly to you, trusting you as their king. And you. Soon you will lead these loyal soldiers to wield the butcher's knife against them. They will tremble in fear, struggle, and cry out for mercy. But it will all be in vain. At this juncture, Doflamingo could not suppress his laughter, the sound reverberating painfully in the hall. As they descend into the abyss of despair, I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, will make my entrance like a savior. He suddenly flung his coat, eyes glinting with madness. With the force of thunder, I shall slay you perpetrators. Can you envision the scene? The commoners will gaze upon me as if I were a deity, cheering and acclaiming me as the new king of Dressrosa. They will not seek the truth, merely follow the strong. How ludicrous, how tragic. King Riku's heart burned with hatred as he helplessly watched this demon weave his lies. The soldiers, too, were filled with sorrow, tears welling in their eyes yet unable to fall. Outside the palace, the townsfolk went about their daily lives, oblivious to the impending catastrophe. As the aroma of food and the laughter of children wafted through the streets, the palace gates slowly opened, a thudding of hooves disrupting the tranquility. King Riku, donned in royal robes, sat astride a majestic steed. Behind him, the Riku army stood stoic, their faces grim, armor glinting in the sunlight, swords firmly gripped, their sharp blades reflecting a chilling light. They formed a precise line, yet the horses beneath them sensed the bizarre atmosphere, restlessly pawing the ground. As the hoofbeats drew closer, the townsfolk turned to see. Initially, upon witnessing their beloved King Riku, their faces illuminated with fervent smiles. The elderly leaned on their canes, trembling as they attempted to step forward to pay their respects. Young maidens shyly lowered their heads, cradling freshly picked flowers intended for the king. Children cheered, breaking free from their parents' embrace, rushing ahead. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Yet, when the gleaming swords came into view, the cheers abruptly ceased. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. All stood frozen, smiles plastered on their faces, eyes wide in horror, fixated on the approaching procession. Young mothers instinctively shielded their children, trembling uncontrollably, eyes filled with terror and confusion. The warhorse beneath King Riku snorted, yet he could not rein it in, helplessly allowing the steed to advance towards the townsfolk. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague, enveloping the once lively streets in an oppressive silence of despair. Chapter 91. Teasing the Don Quixote family. As King Riku approached the common folk, he raised his sword high, tears streaming down his face. Yet his grip on the blade remained unwavering. A pregnant woman shielded her child behind her, turning her back to the king. Just half an inch separated the blade from her protruding belly. In King Riku's eyes, a bizarre scene unfolded, his sword shattered into metallic dust midair. The soldiers, manipulated by the parasitic strings, became eerily rigid before their bodies twisted unnaturally as countless transparent hands tore at the strings of the puppets. Baki's figure reassembled from the air, slowly descending to the ground. You truly are a pitiful king, he remarked. King Riku struggled to seek Baki's assistance. His body beyond his control, his gaze helplessly fixed upon Baki. Though unaware of Baki's identity, nothing troubled him more than the thought of slaying innocents. Baki. Doflamingo's sinister grin froze upon his face as he abruptly tugged at the strings, attempting to crush King Riku's heart, only to discover hundreds of parasitic threads trembling ominously. With a snap of his fingers, Baki's tangible haki transformed into 300 crimson bolts of lightning, striking down. A sound beyond the limits of hearing tore through the fabric of time and space. All glass vessels in the square simultaneously shattered into dust. Water droplets from the fountain suspended in midair. It is time for the curtain call. The sound wave, accompanied by dark red arcs of electricity, swept across the area. The parasitic strings on the necks of Riku's soldiers suddenly severed, cutting off all connections to Doflamingo. In an instant, Baki vanished from sight. Doflamingo turned to the crowd, warning, "Be cautious." He looked up abruptly, noticing the stained glass dome trembling at an eerie frequency. "Good evening, Doflamingo," a voice emanated from behind. Baki's left hand rested upon Doflamingo's shoulder. "The violet of Dressrosa only flourishes in the soil of freedom." Doflamingo's veins bulged beneath his sunglasses. "Hehehe. We are merely in a partnership. You have no authority to command the heavens." Baki interrupted. "The barking of a celestial dragon's hound is truly unpleasant." Doflamingo's other subordinates, incensed by the insult, prepared to attack. "Foolish wretch, you seek death." Torpal's slimy tendrils surged forth like a tide. With a light tap of his polished boots, Baki created a circular shockwave that sent the slime recoiling. "Your appearance is as repulsive as your slime." Gunfinger, armor-piercing projectile. Baki's index finger glowed with a dark violet hue of haki, piercing through Torpal's body. Diamante's serpent sword transformed into a flurry of blades, the haki-laden edges striking from cunning angles. Baki's pupils glimmered with silver light as his observation haki predicted the trajectory of each blade. He sidestepped the lethal thrust as his foot swept through the air, creating a web-like fissure. Clang, the soft sword, empowered by the flutterfruit, shattered into 17 pieces, each cut smooth as a mirror. Before Diamante could recover from his astonishment, Baki's knee strike shattered his breastplate, embedding shards of the jeweled heart guard into his lungs. Suddenly, the palace dome stirred to life. Pika transformed into a 100-meter statue, his granite fist crashing down with a sonic boom. Baki stood firm, iron block, steel bone, reinforcing his defense with hardened haki. Boom! The tiles beneath Baki remained unscathed, while the statue's fist crumbled to dust. Stone belongs in the quarry. Baki leaped to the statue's brow, executing a dimensional slash that carved a dark fissure in the void. Pika's true form erupted from the statue's neck, his body riddled with fine spatial cuts. Sugar, holding her broken-legged sheepdog, stealthily approached Baki from behind, her tiny hand reaching out. Suddenly, Baki spun around, grasping her wrist. The weight of his Conqueror-S haki struck like a hammer against her mind. A toy? He questioned, lifting the trembling girl before kicking her away. Enraged, Doflamingo unleashed 100 web-like tendrils imbued with haki towards Baki. Baki's cloak billowed without wind, his right hand forming a blade, an amalgamation of hardened haki, life restoration, and spatial vibration, divine punishment, dimensional separation. The black-red blade flashed, twisting and dissolving Doflamingo's strengths. Instantly, Baki moved before him, delivering a heavy blow that sent Doflamingo to his knees. You are far too weak. The soles of Baki's boots pressed against Doflamingo's body. These small towns should govern themselves. Your task is to strengthen your power, not engage in these childish schemes. Doflamingo's Conqueror-S haki erupted like a caged beast but was consumed by the spatial rift before reaching Baki. Otherwise, you lack the qualifications to collaborate with me. Seated upon the throne, Baki crossed his legs over the golden armrest. The black market of the North Sea. The arms lines of the New World. These are enough to keep you occupied. Doflamingo slowly rose, his polished boots crunching over the scattered crystal shards. Yet the sound of his knuckles cracking echoed ominously. He adjusted his shattered sunglasses. Hehehe, this round is yours. We depart. He tore away his wine-red coat. Torpal's slime tendrils ensnared the unconscious Virgo, a sticky inquiry escaping his throat. Master, are we just going to? Silence. The chandelier in the hall exploded in response. Each word forced through gritted teeth. Don Quixote's people, retreat. Meanwhile, in the square, King Liku, aided by soldiers, slowly rose. As the old king struggled to lift his blood-stained eyelids, he met the terrified gaze of a flower-selling girl. He surveyed the crowd, noticing the wary eyes of the citizens fixated upon them. My lords. King Liku's voice was rasped, as if ground by sandpaper. He pushed away the supporting ray, his nails digging into his palm. At the moment of his deep bow, a ripple of unrest swept through the crowd. The apprentice baker, attempting to approach, was yanked back by his mother. The old man has failed the glory of 800 years of legacy. From the northeastern corner of the square, the wail of an infant pierced the air, prompting a young mother to hurriedly cover her child's mouth. This cry tore through an invisible veil, igniting muffled sobs from deep within the throng. A boy clutching a broken-legged shepherd dog stared at the king's robe, where remnants of his pet's brain splattered by a horse's hoof clung. Return to the palace. King Liku stumbled as he turned, leading his soldiers back into the royal residence. Within the palace hall, Baki waited with indifference for King Liku's return, casually leaning against a chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. Suddenly, a sound as light as a cat's footsteps echoed. Baki lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp as a hawk, directed toward the source. A small figure cautiously approached him. It was the 10-year-old Violetta, adorned in an exquisite princess gown, the hem swaying gently with her movements. Her chestnut hair fell in disarray over her shoulders, and her large eyes sparkled with curiosity and tension, her delicate lips pressed tightly together, each step taken with utmost caution. Chapter 92. A new nation in the heart of Buggy. A playful impulse suddenly arose as Violet approached. He abruptly straightened his posture and intentionally let out a coarse, guttural growl, akin to the roar of a beast from the wilderness. Violet, caught completely off guard, instantly collapsed onto the cold marble floor, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet, she stubbornly bit her lip, staunchly resisting the urge to let her tears fall. Only the slight tremor of her shoulders betrayed her fear. Observing this, Buggy felt a twinge of compassion and strode forward, extending his hand towards Violet. Why aren't you afraid of me? His voice was deep, laced with a hint of mockery. Violet lifted her tear-filled eyes to meet the gaze of the tall, somewhat intimidating man and replied in a childlike voice, "No, I'm not afraid. You chased away the bad guys." After a moment's hesitation, her small hand found its way into Buggy's larger one, using it for support to stand up. "Oh, how do you know they were the bad ones and I am not?" Buggy leaned slightly, aligning his gaze with Violet's, studying her with keen interest. Violet did not answer immediately. Instead, her face tightened as she activated her fruit ability. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light, as if she could see through layers of walls to distant scenes. Moments later, her gaze refocused, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Father has returned." At that moment, the palace doors slowly swung open, and King Riku entered with a steady stride. Upon seeing Buggy and Violet in the hall, King Riku paused for a brief moment. "Thank you, sir." He bowed deeply toward Buggy. Buggy straightened up, nodding in acknowledgement. "It was a mere trifle, Your Majesty. This little girl is quite amusing." Violet released Buggy's hand and bounded toward King Riku like a joyous fawn, diving into her father's embrace. "Father, there were bad guys just now, and he helped us chase them away." King Riku gently stroked his daughter's hair, casting a grateful glance at Buggy. "Dressrosa owes you a debt of gratitude, my friend. Violet, go find your sister. I need to discuss some matters with this gentleman." As Violet reluctantly prepared to leave, Buggy interjected, "Never mind, Your Majesty. This little rascal's abilities allow her to hear our conversation even if she leaves." King Riku looked at Violet with skepticism before nodding in resignation. The old king swallowed hard several times before finally asking, "Sir, may I inquire who you truly are and what brings you here?" Buggy found a seat, settled down, and spoke. "I am Buggy, a former apprentice aboard the ship of Gold. Roger. Now, I am merely a businessman. I have come here for two reasons. First, I learned that Don Quixote Doflamingo intends to make a move against Dressrosa, which would disrupt my plans. I have come to stop him. Second, I request Your Majesty to join the Cross Guild Alliance." King Riku, puzzled, asked, "What is the Cross Guild Alliance?" The Cross Guild Alliance is a multinational coalition aimed at uniting nations oppressed by the celestial dragons and the world government, fostering economic and military development, and secretly accumulating strength to combat the world government. Our goal is to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule and establish a new order. Seated upon his throne, King Riku gripped the armrests tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. His gaze remained fixed on Buggy, his mind tumultuous like a stormy sea. This is utterly insane. Mr. Buggy, your proposal is too reckless. I cannot gamble with the lives of my people. I must decline." Buggy, unfazed, calmly produced some documents from his pocket and handed them to King Riku. A certain nation in the South Sea was obliterated by the Navy's demon-slaying order due to unpaid tribute to the celestial dragons. The Princess of the West Sea was imprisoned in a golden cage as a special tax for the celestial dragons. Last year, you supplied 70% of your nation's wheat harvest, correct? He then presented Dressrosa's financial statements from recent years. "Your Majesty, how long do you believe Dressrosa can sustain the tribute? I have heard that the tribute amount is set to increase in the coming years. Your benevolence is admirable. But what difference does it make if such kindness leads to slow suicide?" After a long silence, King Riku gradually relaxed his grip, inhaled deeply, and resolved, "Mr. Buggy, while your words are indeed perilous in this world, if we do not rise to fight, Dressrosa and the entire world may never see the light of day. I have decided to represent Dressrosa and join the Cross Guild Alliance." Buggy extended his hand, indicating, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on making the correct choice. In the future, you will take pride in today's decision." They shook hands, solidifying the alliance. Subsequently, Buggy devised a development strategy tailored to Dressrosa's characteristics. Firstly, in terms of military might, truth only lies within the range of cannons. The little people of Dressrosa are born warriors and can form a special operations army. A glimmer of light flickered in King Riku's eyes as he nodded slightly. "Indeed, that is a splendid idea. The little people are loyal and brave. With proper training, they can become the sharp blade that protects Dressrosa." Buggy then began to introduce the arena. "And then there's the Dressrosa Arena, a treasure trove. I want to take full control of it and transform it into a cradle for talent selection. Any potential newcomers we discover should be recruited to serve us. With this infusion of fresh blood, both the Cross Guild and Dressrosa will grow stronger, like a snowball rolling downhill." King Riku pondered for a moment before agreeing, "All right. I am in agreement." For commercial development, Buggy continued, "Dressrosa's geographical position is advantageous, with bustling ports, We can open more maritime trade routes and export our unique agricultural products and handicrafts overseas. My team will oversee this. All I need is your Majesty's authorization. And we will surely elevate Dressrosa's economy to new heights. King Riku's expression softened with satisfaction. If that truly comes to pass, the lives of our citizens will surely prosper, which is what I desire. However, there are many risks at sea: pirates, the Navy, and various entangled factions. I am concerned. Buggy waved dismissively. Your Majesty, you need not worry about that. Should Dressrosa face any threats, we will respond swiftly, whether it be pirates raiding or the Navy causing trouble. We will push them all back. King Riku stood, gazing resolutely into the distance beyond the palace. Very well, Mr. Buggy. From today onward, we shall adhere to this plan, striving for Dressrosa and the future of this new world. May the land of Dressrosa blossom with the true happiness that belongs to its people. Chapter 93. The bullfighting arena in the square, shrouded in morning mist, remnants of last night's blood stained the fountain's basin. King Riku's white hair was drenched in the chilling dew as he stood before a hastily erected oak podium. His figure was projected by the imaging insects, reaching citizens across the nation. My people, last night, the demons of the Don Quixote family descended upon Dressrosa. The hoarse voice of the old king cast a somber silence over the island. When I was foolish enough to believe that peace could be purchased for 10 billion berries, it was that monster who manipulated me with threads, forcing my hand against you. Suddenly, King Riku tore open his garment, revealing an unhealed wound over his heart. The once tranquil atmosphere erupted into chaos. The populace, initially stunned, gaped in disbelief. Fear surged like a tidal wave, causing bodies to tremble involuntarily, with some collapsing to the ground. How can this be? The Don Quixote family has returned. A voice cried out from the crowd. The tide of fear quickly morphed into furious shouts, fists raised in defiance. The Don Quixote family, those demons. We shall not let them succeed. The entire island of Dressrosa was engulfed in a cacophony of wrath, the voices of the people echoing across the skies. King Riku's image reclaimed the focal point. From this day forth, Dressrosa shall join the Cross Guild Alliance. The Cross Guild Alliance signifies mutual aid among nations by joining them. I shall no longer endure persecution from others. This gentleman is the founder of the Cross Guild Alliance, who drove away the demons last night and saved our nation. The imaging insects abruptly shifted to focus on Buggy, who was squatting nearby, munching on a watermelon, with 2 black seeds stuck to the tip of his nose. Upon realizing the projection was active, he hurriedly placed the watermelon rind atop the head of a nearby guard. Ahem. You may wonder who I am. But that is of little consequence. I have 3 purposes for coming to Dressrosa. Buggy's nanosplit forms materialized into colossal letters. 1. To eat well. 2. To dress warmly. 3. To prosper. The Cross Guild Alliance will implement a series of supportive policies in Dressrosa: free canteens, kitchens established in every district to serve the impoverished populace, Buggy's Academy, free education for children aged 6 to 14. Scholarship program, a reward of 100,000 berries for outstanding academic performance, a decade of tax exemption. The Cross Guild will cover all taxes imposed by the world government. Golden trade routes. The Great Desaro will escort merchant fleets. With support available in case of pirate encounters, the profits will be divided 70-30. You shall receive 70%. Suddenly, Buggy was buried under a rain of gold bricks, struggling to raise 3 fingers. After Buggy's projection vanished, an eerie silence enveloped the square. An elderly man selling eel rice stood frozen, holding a charred bonito, with oil sizzling on the stone slab. The laundress's wet sheets fell to the ground with a thud. The last time such silence was witnessed was when Roger proclaimed one piece. Mom, can I go to school now? 6-year-old Lucas tugged at his mother's apron. The laundress suddenly knelt, tears streaming down her face. The blacksmith apprentice's hammer struck the anvil. What are we waiting for? Let us go gather bricks to build the canteen. The crowd erupted in excitement, embracing one another in tears. In the weeks that followed, Dressrosa underwent a transformative renaissance. The once dilapidated and oppressive streets blossomed anew. Walls were freshly painted in vibrant hues, while the uneven roads were leveled, allowing pedestrians and carriages to traverse smoothly. Shops lining the streets brimmed with goods, and shopkeepers greeted customers with radiant smiles. In the square, children gleefully played and ran about. Buggy's name echoed throughout Dressrosa. Good morning, Mr. Buggy. A farmer, wielding a hoe and beaming with joy, called out as he returned from the fields. Buggy grinned in reply. Good morning. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Buggy, you must try the new wine my family brewed. We are grateful for all you have done for Dressrosa. The tavern owner peered out from his establishment. cloth in hand to polish a glass. Buggy laughed heartily as he approached. Of course, I certainly will. Not far away, a group of playing children spotted Buggy, their eyes lighting up as they bounced over to him. A timid little boy presented a freshly picked wildflower. Mr. Buggy, this is for you. You are a great hero, just like the brave ones in the stories. Taken aback for a moment, Buggy knelt down gently to accept the flower, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. What a good lad you are. Amidst the enthusiastic crowd, Buggy felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The bullfighting arena of Dressrosa throbbed with the scent of blood under the noon sun. The 50-meter-high obsidian stands were packed with frenzied spectators. Buggy sat in the VIP section, keenly observing the battle below. Soon, the contest reached its climax. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not hesitate to shower your cheers, announced the host, Mozambique, stepping forth with a specially crafted amplification headset. Let us welcome the storm of the bullfighting arena, Cyrus. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of searchlights converged on the eastern gate, illuminating the figure as the iron doors swung open. The arena trembled with the roars of the audience as Cyrus entered, slowly raising his hand, silencing the raucous crowd. The eastern gate thunderously opened, revealing a 7-meter-tall armored rhinoceros amidst steam. Another gate lifted to reveal 3 Merman brothers. Betting time. Will Cyrus claim his 3,000th victory? Or will the Merman brothers achieve an upset? Let us await the outcome. The bookmakers waved bloody betting slips as Mozambique shouted, "Let the show begin." 12 golden horns blared in unison, the audience erupting in a roar that could shatter clouds. 3,000 victories. 3,000 victories. In that instant, Cyrus sprang into action, crashing down upon the rhinoceros's back like a meteor, his great sword piercing through the iron armor. His bronze body was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Time for a feast. Cyrus's voice rasped like sandpaper against iron as he leveraged his strength to hurl the 2-ton beast overhead. The creature's anguished wail soared through the air, crashing heavily against the western cage, where the iron bars pierced its belly, showering the first 5 rows of spectators in a deluge of blood. Wow, so impressive. The god of war. Before the words faded, Cyrus transformed into a whirlwind of crimson, charging towards the Merman brothers. The sound of blades clashing ruptured the eardrums of nearby onlookers. His sword shattered the trident of the leftmost Merman. With Splint Chapter 94, Cyrus, the tip of Cyrus's sword continued to drip with the blood of his adversary, while the echoes of cheers and shouts reverberated through the air. The audience remained entranced by the shock of Cyrus's recent triumph against many foes. All eyes were firmly fixed upon the hero, offering him their most fervent respect. Suddenly, Buggy vanished from the VIP section. In the next moment, he appeared in the arena, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Cyrus's gaze shot up, and upon recognizing the newcomer, his wariness transformed into profound reverence. He planted his sword on the ground with one hand while placing the other over his heart, bowing respectfully as he proclaimed, "Mr. Buggy." Buggy, along with his Cross-Guild alliance, had contributed significantly to the reconstruction and prosperity of Dressrosa, firmly establishing himself as a benefactor in the hearts of the populace. With arms crossed, Buggy strode towards Cyrus with confidence. He surveyed the cheering crowd before turning to Cyrus and inquired, "So, Cyrus, are you interested in joining me? Such trivial battles are beneath true warriors. They should not waste their time in such insignificant places." Cyrus pondered his words for a moment before lifting his head, his gaze resolute. He tightened his grip on the sword, slowly pointing its tip towards Buggy. "Mr. Buggy, I wish to understand the strength of the one I am about to follow. Allow me to witness your prowess first. If I am defeated, my life shall belong to you henceforth." Buggy was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, delightful. You truly are something, Cyrus. Come on." In an instant, Buggy surged forward, launching the first attack, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. His right fist, propelled by a fierce gust, aimed a powerful uppercut at Cyrus's chin. Cyrus's instincts, honed through years of life-and-death combat, kicked in. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the formidable blow. His muscle memory acted faster than thought, and he swung his sword towards Buggy with a sharp whoosh. Just as the blade was about to graze Buggy's nose, he inexplicably vanished, the sword slicing through the air and embedding itself in the ground. "Too slow, too slow." Buggy's voice echoed from behind Cyrus. With a roar, Cyrus spun around to deliver a sweeping strike, utilizing the momentum of his sword swing. He twisted his body rapidly and brought his left leg crashing down like a battle axe. Cyrus's sword met resistance as he attempted to block Buggy's strike. A resounding crack echoed as the sword was forced back, revealing fine cracks along its length. Cyrus was pushed back, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Buggy wasted no time, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, each angle more cunning than the last, leaving Cyrus to defend against the onslaught. Cyrus gritted his teeth, desperately searching for a flaw in Buggy's relentless assault. However, Buggy's attacks only grew fiercer. After several exchanges, Cyrus found himself gasping for breath, his strength waning. He understood clearly that the gap between him and Buggy was insurmountable. With determination, he thrust his sword into the ground, then knelt on one knee. His right fist pressed firmly against the earth and lowered his head, solemnly stating, "Mr. Buggy, I am at your service." Buggy helped Cyrus to his feet and said, "No need for such formalities." The audience was left in stunned silence, witnessing the downfall of the undefeated champion of the arena at the hands of Mr. Buggy. Mr. Buggy. A cry erupted from one corner of the arena, quickly spreading like wildfire throughout the stands. Mr. Buggy! Mr. Buggy! The shouts surged like waves, growing louder and more fervent. Spectators in the front rows stood, leaning forward with hands cupped around their mouths, shouting at the top of their lungs. Children perched on their parents' shoulders chimed in with their high-pitched voices. Amidst the roaring applause, Buggy stood tall, waving to the crowd, each gesture igniting further frenzied cheers. A mischievous grin crept across his face as he surveyed the ecstatic audience. Suddenly, he darted towards a massive stone pillar at the edge of the arena. With gasps of astonishment from the crowd, he leaped high into the air, his right fist slicing through the wind, crashing down with a thunderous impact. A deafening crack resonated as the stone pillar shattered into fragments. See Chapter 95. Makino. A few days later, through Morgan's efforts, the fame of the bullfighting arena was firmly established, attracting an ever-increasing number of participants, which in turn brought prosperity to Dressrosa. Naturally, there were those foolish enough to abuse their strength, but under Buggy's iron-fisted methods, those who attempted to cause trouble were swiftly executed as a warning. The previously chaotic situation was instantly subdued. Seeing that all was proceeding smoothly, Buggy contemplated his next plan and decided to leave Dressrosa. As the dawn's light broke, a gentle sea breeze caressed the port of Dressrosa, and the waves softly lapped against the moored vessels, creating frothy white crests. Before his departure, Buggy stood at the dock with Cyrus following closely behind. He handed over his insights on hockey and a manual on the 6 forms to Cyrus, patting his shoulder and saying, "From now on, I entrust the bullfighting arena to your care. Keep a keen eye on things, and if you spot any promising newcomers, try to introduce them to these techniques. It would be splendid to recruit them, but do not force anyone against their will. Your foremost priority should be to focus on enhancing your own strength." Cyrus nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Buggy, I will not disappoint you." Suddenly, Buggy added, "By the way, in a few weeks, I will have someone deliver a devil fruit to you. Whether you choose to consume it is entirely up to you." Having recently acquired knowledge of hockey and the devil fruits, Cyrus realized he was merely playing house in the eyes of true warriors. He then asked, "Mr. Buggy, do you recommend that I eat it? If necessary, I am willing." Buggy replied, "The potential of the fruit is promising, and it suits you well. Especially after the bullfighting arena gains popularity, you will have continuous opportunities for growth." "All right, I will heed your advice, and I am willing to eat the devil fruit." Just as Buggy was about to depart, a commotion of footsteps broke through the air. Hearing of Buggy's imminent departure, the townsfolk spontaneously gathered from all directions, surrounding the port in a tight throng. At the forefront, King Riku gazed at Buggy with a complex yet grateful expression, stepping forward and bowing slightly. "Your Excellency Buggy, the peace of Dressrosa today is largely due to your efforts. This profound kindness will be forever etched in the hearts of the people." Beside him, Violet, adorned in a magnificent violet gown, her long hair dancing in the wind, looked at Buggy with shimmering eyes, softly echoing, "Thank you, Mr. Buggy." The crowd erupted in cheers, calling out, "Lord Buggy, thank you. Wishing you a safe journey." Their voices rose and fell, echoing over the port. Children, clutching vibrant flowers, jostled to the front, offering their blossoms adorned with mourning due to Buggy. A chubby-cheeked little boy, gathering his courage, shouted, "Uncle Buggy, these are from me and my friends, picked early this morning. We hope you will come back to see us." Buggy, touched, felt his eyes moisten. He bent down to accept the flowers from the children, gently ruffling their hair, and smiled. "All right, little ones, be good. I promise to return when I can." At that moment, the sea breeze picked up, causing Buggy's cloak to flutter. He straightened up, waved farewell to King Riku, Violet, and the townsfolk, exclaiming, "Take care, everyone." Dressrosa will surely thrive even more in the future. With that, he turned and commanded the ship to set sail. The vessel slowly departed from the port, and Buggy stood on the deck, watching the receding crowd until Dressrosa faded into a blurred silhouette on the horizon. After several days of drifting, Buggy did not return to the Sky Island or the Great Desoro, but instead arrived at a small village in the East Blue, Windmill Village. As the village drew near, his excitement grew. It is time to see the little one. By now, he should have been born, Buggy murmured to himself, envisioning the smile of Rouge in the imminent meeting with the newborn ace. The ship anchored steadily, and Buggy leaped ashore, striding towards the village. Windmill Village retained its previous charm. Tranquil, yet brimming with life. He made his way towards Rouge's residence. As he approached, he passed by Makino's tavern. Through the window, he noticed shadows moving and heard a commotion. Curiosity piqued, Buggy approached to investigate. Inside the tavern, a burly drunkard was red-faced, cursing loudly while waving a bottle. The surrounding tables and chairs were in disarray from his reckless behavior. Makino stood nearby, her face a mix of worry and helplessness, yet she maintained her composure. Attempting to reason with the drunkard, "Please, stop this. If it continues, I will have to call for help." Her tone was gentle yet firm. "Call whoever you want. I am determined to drink today, and no one can stop me." The drunkard bellowed, hurling the bottle to the ground, shattering it with a loud crash. Buggy frowned. He pushed open the tavern door and strode over, grasping the drunkard by the collar and lifting him up. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you see you're frightening the owner?" Buggy growled, his expression fierce. Taken aback by Buggy's sudden action, the drunkard, upon recognizing Buggy's demeanor, attempted to stand his ground, saying, "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. Do you believe I won't beat you too?" Buggy chuckled disdainfully. "You? Just take a look at yourself." With that, he forcefully tossed the drunkard aside, who stumbled and nearly fell. You dare hit me." Enraged, the drunkard swung his fist at Buggy. Buggy easily sidestepped and delivered a swift kick to the drunkard's rear, sending him crashing to the ground in an embarrassing heap. "Are you done causing trouble?" Buggy stood before the drunkard, arms crossed, looking down at him. The drunkard struggled to rise, glancing at Buggy and the onlookers, realizing he would not win today. Grumbling threats under his breath, he scurried out of the tavern, defeated. "Ah, finally dealt with that," Buggy exclaimed, clapping his hands, then turning to Makino with a smile. Makino looked at Buggy with gratitude, her smile returning. "Thank you. I am Makino. What is your name? I do not believe I have seen you before." "I am Buggy. Here to visit my sister, Rouge." "Hello, Buggy. So you are Rouge's brother?" "Oh, do you know her well?" Buggy inquired tentatively. "Yes. Rouge arrived in Windmill Village a year ago. She is wonderful, often helping everyone with their ailments and gathering herbs for treatment." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance. "Long time no see, Buggy." Chapter 96. A warm gathering. The door creaked open, and Shanks strode in with purpose. His iconic red hair glimmered in the sunlight, and the sword at his waist swayed gently with his movements. "Maki, the usual, a glass of wine," he called out as he confidently approached the bar and plopped down onto a high stool. Maki smiled in response and turned to prepare the drink. Noticing Shanks, Buggy inquired, "Shanks, what brings you here?" Shanks took a sip from his glass, feigning indignation. "Hey, isn't that a question I should be asking you?" His laughter nearly brought tears to his eyes as he patted Buggy's shoulder. "I just happened to be passing by to keep Sister Luigi company." Buggy shrugged off Shanks's hand, but promptly sat on the stool beside him, snatching Shanks's unfinished drink and downing it in one gulp. "Hey you, that's mine." Shanks pretended to be angry, reaching for the glass. Buggy nimbly dodged and stuck his tongue out playfully. "What is the matter, stingy? Can't let me have a sip?" Their playful banter filled the air, causing the surrounding patrons to laugh even louder. Maki approached with the freshly prepared drinks and couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Shanks, noticing Maki's laughter, felt a slight blush creep to his ears, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Maki, don't listen to this guy. He just loves to stir up trouble." Buggy seized the opportunity to tease. "Oh, what's this? Shy in front of Maki? Our dashing red-haired hero has his moments of bashfulness too." Shanks, now genuinely flustered, stood up with clenched fists. "Buggy, if you keep talking nonsense." Buggy exaggeratedly hugged his arms, retreating slightly. "Oh dear, I'm so scared." Though he spoke thus, his grin only widened as he occasionally glanced at Shanks, relishing his embarrassment. Maki quickly intervened. "All right, you too. Stop it. The drinks are getting cold." She handed each of them a glass. Shanks and Buggy exchanged knowing glances and, with a shared smile, clinked their glasses together before downing their drinks. The sunlight filtered through the wispy clouds, casting a warm glow on the paths of Windmill Village as Buggy and Shanks walked side by side. Their playful banter continued as they made their way to Luigi's residence. A wooden house with a small courtyard adorned with blooming flowers, petals dancing gently in the breeze. Buggy approached and lightly knocked on the door. And Luigi's soft voice called from within, "Come in." The door opened slowly to reveal Luigi, dressed in a simple dress, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders. Her eyes sparkled with the tenderness of a new mother as she cradled a swaddled baby, Ace, who slept soundly, his cherubic face reminiscent of the most delicate blossoms of spring. "Luigi, we've come to see you, and little Ace," Buggy exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. Though he quickly covered his mouth, fearing he might wake the baby. Shanks approached with a gentle smile, his gaze fixed on Ace. He cautiously extended his hand, hesitating as he wished to touch the baby's face without waking him, eventually resting his fingers lightly against the edge of the swaddle. Luigi smiled and invited them inside, where they settled quietly. Buggy, fixated on Ace, mumbled, "Not bad. Doesn't he look as ugly as the captain?" Shanks nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that's a fair point." After a moment, Ace seemed to sense their presence, his tiny mouth moving as his eyelids fluttered, before bursting into tears. Buggy panicked, jumping to his feet. "Oh no. What's wrong? Why is he crying?" He nervously paced around Luigi and Ace, unsure of how to help. Luigi calmly stood up, gently moving closer and softly singing an unknown lullaby. Ace's cries gradually subsided, and he drifted back into a peaceful slumber. "Luigi, you must be exhausted. Raising this little one must be quite the challenge," Buggy remarked, empathy etched on his face. Luigi shook her head with a smile. "Thank you for coming to see us. Your presence brings me much comfort." In the warm afternoon sun of Windmill Village, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Buggy burst into the courtyard, arms laden with an assortment of colorful vegetables, tender cuts of meat, and a few lively fish he had gathered from the market. "Luigi, get ready for a feast today?" Shanks sauntered in behind him, carrying several bottles of fine wine. "Just don't blow up the kitchen, all right?" Maki, tying her apron, walked out with a beaming smile, hands dusted against the fabric. "You too, don't cause any trouble. Bring everything inside carefully. We don't want to wake little Ace." Her voice was gentle, soothing as the sea breeze. In the courtyard, Luigi sat in a rocking chair, Ace in her arms, smiling quietly as she watched Buggy and Shanks bustling about. Their occasional glances exchanged with Maki brought shared smiles of camaraderie. The kitchen soon became a lively hub. Buggy waved his knife about, clumsily chopping vegetables, while Shanks expertly managed the pot, the sizzling oil creating an enticing aroma that filled the air. Their playful squabbles belied a surprisingly harmonious partnership. Before long, a splendid array of dishes adorned the table. As they gathered, Luigi gently rocked Ace, whispering, "Little Ace, look, everyone is here to celebrate you." The little one stirred slightly, yet remained asleep. Buggy was the first to pick up his utensils, digging in with gusto. "Shanks, your cooking skills haven't faded a bit. You should come on board as the chef." Laughter and warmth enveloped the table, creating an atmosphere of joy. After a hearty meal, the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of red and gold. As they stood to bid farewell, Buggy leaned in towards Luigi, whispering softly to Ace, "Grow up strong, little one." Shanks stepped forward, his gaze tender as he looked at Ace and then at Luigi. "Luigi, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out to us." Luigi nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude and a touch of sadness. "Thank you both. I had a wonderful time today. Please travel safely." With a wave, they stepped out into the evening glow, their hearts warmed by the gathering.